Now that you've got the power, let Haltech control it with our complete vehicle control solutions. Haltech have a wide range of vehicle management systems, solid-state power distribution devices, and display dash solutions. With Haltech, your engine has never been in better hands. Whether you're building a Time Attack monster, a Street Warrior, or a Resto Mod Cruiser, with Haltech, we've got you covered. For more information, visit haltech.com or visit your local Haltech dealer.
Good morning, everyone, from Sydney Motorsport Park, destination New South Wales, for the 2023 Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge. All things automotive, all things awesome. No other event like this anywhere in the world. Chris Nichols here with you with a massive production team this weekend for the live stream, kicking off here Friday morning at Sydney Motorsport Park with a little bit of club sprint action. But there's plenty more to see and do, not only today but tomorrow in this fantastic motorsport venue. 9 teams from right around the world are back here at Sydney Motorsport Park. 13 years ago we started here at Sydney Motorsport Park, and I tell you what, we're in for a really big treat this weekend. And who else to help us get through this weekend than someone that knows Sydney Motorsport Park very well. Good morning, Ian Luff.
Hey Diggles, how are you? Thanks very much, mate. We're down here in pit lane, as you said. We've got Club Sprint just behind us here, but we are back for World Time Attack. I'm here with Josh Buchan, and we're going to talk a little bit about obviously what we can expect to see out on track over the next sort of 2 days in terms of different classes, changes in also regulations for a lot of the classes, and probably one of the biggest changes that we've seen is Pro and Pro-Am going to the slick tyre. Give me your thoughts on what we're going to see over the next 2 days.
Hello, Luffy, and hello everyone watching at home. Yeah, 23 shaping up to be the biggest event we've had yet. It's a fresh morning. The cars are going to be quick as we roll out the gate, and as you say, a raft of changes this year. The cars are going to be extremely quick, obviously, on those slick tyres in those classes. I know the last 12 months there's been a lot of testing on the grounds here, and I'm really excited to see how they all end up.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those things of that infamous lap record of Barton Moore. Can we see that broken this year? There's also been some big changes to the circuit over the last 12 months. There's been some resurfacing work here. So as the cars come out of turn 3, just at the end of that first sector, you come down the back of the pits through turns 4 and 5. The circuit has been resurfaced there, and probably the biggest change in the resurfacing work is as you come out of the turn 8 hairpin on the run up through that crucial last sector, which dictates speed onto the front straight. We've seen a complete resurface up through turns 9, 10 and 11 for that run onto the front straight. So it's going to be interesting to see that resurfacing work, how that's also going to contribute to the lap times. But as we said, certainly going to that slick tyre is definitely one of the biggest changes. There's a lot of excitement around. There's a lot of international teams back this year. It's great to see so many cars, so many teams, and obviously all our trade stands behind sort of the main pit area here. There's so many people here. It's going to be a great event.
Yeah, and that's the great thing about Time Attack, isn't it? It's basically a massive car show out the back, and it's a massive race meeting on the circuit. There's always something to look out for. And as you mentioned, the track surface, it has made the track significantly faster around those sections that you're talking about. You can drive around in a very quick car and feel a tyre screaming for help now rather than the chassis asking for more. So it's going to be super exciting to see how they go with that. There's bumps as well that, you know, when you get a resurfacing done, you think they're going to be fixed, but there's actually some bumps that have reappeared. So that's going to be a challenge for the cars with how much aero they're running as well to sort the cars over high frequency bumps and low frequency bumps. So that's another factor as well, isn't it? Yeah,
it's going to be exciting. But as we wait for our Pro and Pro-Am classes to come out later on today, we're about to go to the club sprint action. So Diggles, back to you in the commentary box, mate.
Thank you very much, Warren. Thank you very much, Josh. And just listening to those two guys give us that opener already gives us such an insight into this very, very amazing technical circuit that just encourages the brave, but more than anything displays the pure speed that these vehicles can emulate. That's what makes Time Attack so exciting, is that you get to see these landlocked missiles push themselves around these 11 corners. And isn't that interesting, that information there from Luffy and Josh about the resurfacing? They're faster, and as he said, yes, he's even detected bumps. So there's two guys there that have probably nearly got, you'd say, millions of kilometres around this circuit under their belt. So that's the sort of team we've got packed together this weekend to give us the insights in the pits. But right now on screen, we are into the first session on Friday. Here we go. Haltech Club Sprint, a huge lineup of competitors in this class, and we have actually got, I think, three groups. So 3 groups in the one rolling out session after session. And of course, the way that Time Attack works, no, we don't race each other. These competitors go out in groups, they find themselves a little bit of room to move, and then when they think they've got enough room to go on a hot lap, hopefully there's a few of them actually all on the fly and they don't get in each other's way. But you will learn as we watch the live pictures now, the different etiquette that these competitors are asked to also display. Especially keep an eye on your mirrors to make sure that if you're warming up or cooling down on a flying lap, is that they make sure that there's no one else in your group that might just be on a mission. You might have just finished your mission, the pulse might be up at 160 beats a minute, you're just trying to contemplate what you did in that lap, and then you'll have someone behind you just getting their heart rate up ready for that one perfect lap. And it doesn't matter whether it's here in Club Sprint or in the pro categories, the methodology is all the same. Get out there, find the perfect line, try and get the perfect lap in, and if it does happen in your session, well, good for you. There's a tactic involved when it comes to, as we said, find some room to do it. And look, we've got 3 big groups of Club Sprint here today, which are really going to display some amazing things. And out there right now, I can see our the Aussie Holden Commodore. Why not? I mean, we've been encouraging all of these vehicles to compete in Club Sprint, and this is Greg Kerber from Sydney Composites with that Commodore utility, the VF SSV Ute. So it's so good we've got him on screen now. That, in theory, you don't think that's a perfect platform for a Time Attack lap, considering we've got, you know, Evos and WRXs in this sort of group. But you know what, Aussie Ute with some aero on it. Josh, you're back here in the commentary box, and as you said, you know this track pretty well yourself, mate. You've done thousands of Ks around here, and I suppose right now are you a good spectator, or do you want to, as soon as you see this, you want to get out there?
Well, ironically enough, I've actually had a hand in probably half a dozen cars competing in this class over the last 12 months, so I am a bit envious watching these machines go around. But look, it's great to see a lot of hard work. Greg on screen that you see here, Sydney Composites, he actually has basically probably the most amount of to do with carbon fibre in Sydney, and then with a lot of the Time Attack Sydney Composites, you'll see on the end plates of a lot of cars his logo. So if you ever need some carbon fibre, mate, Greg's your guy.
Honestly, you could turn up at World Time Attack, and literally, this is the cutting edge of a lot of technologies. Where, you know, we've got the best aero companies in the world here. We've got the best carbon and composite companies in the world. Because really, at the end of the day, when you base your business on a performance element, well, racing's the natural place to display it. And let's see what Greg gets here for his first flying lap. Kerber goes through for a minute 43.056. So far that is well, now 42. So Sharon's come through now in the WRX. So we're already into it. So that's Fabrice Sharon in the WRX, and I knew this had happened straight away, Josh. The numbers start coming up as everyone starts to get their flying laps through. Yeah, well, we're in that part of the day. We kind of call it the magic part of the day here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Really early in the morning, Club Sprint have it the best, nice and fresh. 8:30 a.m. on the track, prime time. This is 4-lap time. So this is going to be the session, as we've got an I-30 close to my heart on the circuit there, lifting an inside rear, driven by Jeremy Morris. And again, Club Sprint, these are the amateur drivers. So Jeremy's regular job is to wrap cars. He actually wraps our HMO customer racing TCR cars. So small world, he's in a Hyundai, very on brand. That's great of him. But like you say, mate, this is the session where purples are going to be punched. It's fantastic to see, and again, Josh, you are the inside man here when it comes to all of this information that I could never possibly fathom to grab. But you know what? You've been in the game a while, you're deeply involved in the industry, and you are right. people enjoying what they've got. And you know what? We've still got license plates on a lot of these cars. I know that, you know, we're nearly clouding the class a little bit. You will see ones getting more serious, but yes, Club Sprint, normally we've got to be registered vehicles. And I mean, how good would it be to turn up on Monday in something like this, you know?
I don't put it past them by any means. The guys who own the car, the Sheepies boys, that is exactly something they would do, turn up on Monday and drive that car. Unfortunately here, little bit of traffic for them there. I hope that hasn't hurt him too much. Hopefully Jeremy gets another crack at it. But back to your point on these being road cars, it is absolutely ridiculous how fast Club Sprint is going now. The winning time for Club Sprint, I'm not going to give it away, but it is going to be very, very deep into the 1 minute 30s. And for a road car, that is outstanding. You're talking TCR cars qualifying first with a 132. You're talking V8 supercars in 29s and 28s. I mean, for a road car, quote unquote, to be that close is phenomenal.
And I've always, for years, worshipped, especially in Club Sprint, but through all of our time attack classes, is the platforms, all the various platforms. You know, we're going to get the Evo platform forever. We're going to have the WRX platform forever. But, you know, where do the front-wheel drive car platforms stay in the future? And we've still proved that on any given day, any platform can be the winner. It's just all about setup. And how also good, a little bit of a driver element in there. A fair bit of it, but a lot of setup is the key.
No, you're spot on. And as Josh Muggleton goes to the top of the 137.8,
well, there we go.
That's boom. That's the first sort of handy time that we've had there. Ruben Martin with a 139.1. That's a little bit away from his PB yet, so there's more to come there. But yeah, exactly right. And another element to this class is that over the last 12 months, the cars have developed, but like you mentioned, still the amateur driver, the driving has developed as well.
Yes.
So what helps me pay my electricity bills is some of these gents approaching guys like myself, Warren, and asking, hey, how can I get a bit better behind the wheel? And that, for me, has maybe been the biggest mod in the last 12 months I've noticed, is the driver mod. So you'll see now the standard is very high throughout the field in Club Sprint 2 now.
Yeah, that's just, mate, and that's good that these guys not only know that it's all, a lot of time it's about the car, they spend a lot of their time and attention on the car and making sure that, you know, we've got the right aero, I've got tyres for the weekend if I'm going to go out and practice, but it is about yourself getting better as a driver. And you know what, if they didn't have that little inner drive within them, they're not spending the money they spend to do this, because this, for them, this is a hobby for a lot of them. So this is the thing. Now, Josh Muggleton, I'm just having a look down here. Josh is doing a few sessions in Club Sprint. He's in a couple of cars by the look of it. So he's going to be out of one and into another.
There's a few people doing that.
Yeah,
the old Mad Dog, Adam Kazmiri, he's doing the same, former Open Class winner. So he's driving 2 cars in Club Sprint as well. So double duties.
Paulie McKinnon, Paul Kovacheski. So we've got 2 944 Pauls. But this is one of the OGs of Time Attack here, and he's been in Haltech Club Sprint for as long as I can remember. The old Porsche 944 for PK Racing, and he's on a fly now, gets through turn 1, of course, that's Advan Corner. Just, again, another platform that you don't see too much of, but you know what, as long as Paul's having fun in that car, we're going to see 944s for a long time to come. And really, as we move on into the future of the automobile, we need the rolling examples to keep reminding people what they were, because eventually there's going to be a generation that won't quite know. I met a bloke a couple of weeks ago, he saw a Fiat X19 and he'd never seen one before, and this guy's in his early 30s.
Isn't that what you order at an Italian restaurant?
An X19.
An X19? Never heard of it.
He's so I said, well, you better go and Google it and see that's something, you know, something from the 70s, you know, it's to appreciate these vehicles. And you know what, the World Time Attack CEO Ian Baker, he's you know, just about the biggest car nut you can have. I mean, other than Mr. Kovacheski out there now having an absolute ball. Smile on his face there, I noticed too. That's good to see. Smile while you're driving, that's good.
Well, he's gone green in his first sector, so this is potentially his quick lap so far. And you mentioned the 994. There's still a big racing presence with the 944 rather. Still a big racing presence, particularly in Victoria with these cars in club racing. So great platform. You know, anyone you speak to who's driven one says they're an extremely well balanced car. And he has not gone green in the middle sector.
He did have a few little issues yesterday. He did have a power delivery issue, that's all I can say. He was calling it, he was coughing and spluttering. Actually found, I think, an issue with the fuel system. They had to clean the filters out. They were checking everything out on it. So he was hoping today he was going to get a little bit more love than he got out of the car yesterday. So he goes minute 47, 8.99. That's not bad, a good settler there for Paul, and as we said, there's quite a few sessions for these guys to get one in, and Paul's always known from the beginning, you know, we've got, as we already know, you'll have 2/3 of this field are here knowing that they're not going to be top 10, but they're here to be the class of 2023.
Yeah.
And as long as they keep coming back to be the next class and the next class, what it does is just inspires everyone else to want to get in there, because at some stage, these guys did their first World Time Attack. Some of them are doing their first World Time Attack today. Which is great.
And this is a big event. You know, this is a big deal for a lot of people. This may be the one and only event of the year, potentially, other than maybe some super sprints in between. But this is a big deal. This is their show, and the whole year with their car, and that relationship is built towards this. So it's an extremely exciting event, and it is certainly something that everyone wants to tick off. It's certainly something that I have aspirations to tick off, and a lot of drivers do. So Kovaceski there, he went PB, which was great for him with a 47, as you said. To give you an idea, anything under 1 minute 50 for a road car is considered fast. Anything under 145 is really fast, and anything under 140 is supercar territory. So, you know, we've already got a little bit of the field in that supercar territory speed already.
And sometimes I think if you were to see these things on a smaller circuit, it probably would exaggerate just a little bit more about the actual how quick these things are, because I mean they seem on camera here when you watch them there, they seem pretty tame. They're not too crazy, but you know they're damn quick. As you said, anything sort of minute 40 on is absolutely, you know, putting a fair amount of effort into your lap. He's back out here again, the utility, and Greg. What did he do in his first one? Kerber went...
for a 41 at it, so pretty good from Greg. I reckon he's got a bit more in there, but pretty good from Greg there. That car makes a lot of power, and that downforce that he's slapped on from the back of the shed over there in Wetherill Park is doing its best to keep everything on the ground. So great job from Greg to wheel that thing around that quick.
Great pictures here on the live stream. Hope you're enjoying it wherever you are right around the world. And for all those people that are coming through the gates for Sydney Motorsport Park here in 2023, welcome to the best, well, I could say the best horsepower party you can have. It's definitely what you would call the cutting edge of motorsport, especially around the world. This is one thing that Ian Baker has made it his dream was to just bring the profile of Time Attack up, but as you can see with
there's
on
a
screen
bit of
now,
there.
I want to talk about the next level. Like these cars are now world famous, Josh. This one has never left the country, but it's already notorious around the world as being one of the baddest Time Attack cars ever built, and that's a pretty good thing to get.
Yeah, well look, I'll give you the hot tip. If this car did leave the country, it wouldn't have as many fans, because it would upset a lot of cars wherever it went.
If that went on an international upset everyone tour,
absolutely
it's
it
going
would.
to do it well. And you know what? That's the epitome of an Australian-built vehicle, Australian ECU in it. It's all very proud. I like to wear the old Aussie flag on the chest a lot of the times, because we're very proud of what we are able to achieve down under. And for all those people watching around the world, one day you must come to destination New South Wales, and you must come to join us here at Sydney Motorsport Park for World Time Attack sometime in the future. We've got 9 international entrants here this weekend in various classes, and we'll get to those. But it looks like this session is starting to wrap up, and as the result, the tail of the tape was Muggle to minute 37 at 888. Martin snuck one in there in the 86, and minute 40 there for Sharon. Down to Luffy, you're hot in the pits with hot action already.
Yeah, mate, down here in pit lane, we can see in the background here the guys at the RB968. They're just warming up, getting ready for their first session in a little while. I was just having a quick chat to Barton Moore. He's really excited about this year. Obviously, they've got that record firmly in their sights, but another record they're looking to go for is that 4 times being a champion. Obviously, we've seen it in the past with the Tilton Evo, and this year Barton Moore wants to become a 4-time champion as well. So excited to see what these guys can do. As we spoke about, we're on that slick tyre. Let's see how fast we can go, and let's see what that record does today.
Thank you, Warren, for that. And yeah, look, that as we saw the footage before we threw to Warren there, that's a few other little milestones that you tend to forget about. I mean, one thing that I particularly found this year on the lead up to this event is that we had so many things to watch, and then you start thinking of the things that you didn't think about. I didn't think about that. 4-time winner, that's a big thing to have.
Unprecedented.
First time on slicks, every team's got a different focus, a different expectation about what they might want to get out of all of this. And, when you go to the top like that, so for Bart to be as, accredited as Bart is, like his achievements in motorsport up till now, and then find, that there's an identity in time attack to be, well, you know what, that's a pretty good thing that's another good thing to put in the resume as well. That's a big achievement.
It certainly is, mate. And look, Bart does a great job driving that car. It'd be an absolute animal to try and tame. So fantastic job by Bart over the last few years and the team there. Look, with this change to the slick for those classes, there actually has been a little bit of, okay, we really need to get testing through the year. In a lot in the past, it's kind of been shelved for a couple of months and then we'll come back to it, we'll have a break. There is no break over the last 12 months with these cars and the change. There's been a massive influx of development to get the cars to work. There's a big difference between going from a semi to a slick and to not only just do it but get the most out of it.
It's if anything, it's not like we needed a rejuvenation. Every year we know these things are at the cutting edge of everything: aero, horsepower, setup, tuning, innovation. But then to see them come out with the same, a slightly different set of goalposts. And as you alluded to in the opener, we're a resurfaced track here as well. So there's nothing the same as 18 months ago when we did this in April.
Not a lot.
No,
it goes the same way, but everything underneath is fairly different. Here's another car here that I've had a little bit to do with over the last few months. This is its third time on track, this car. Catalyst Yaris, owned by Adrian Lin, driven by Andre Tan, a very, very fast track day and super sprint driver in his own right. So this car has some of the stuff that Club Sprint has introduced new to the regulations this year, being a sequential gearbox, which is now allowed now that every other car has paddle shift. So this has a sequential, little bit of aero again from our friend Greg at Sydney Composites, and it is a quick little car. I can tell you it will do a good time. It might not win, but it's going to upset a few cars that think they will.
And you know what? We needed manufacturers like Toyota, like Hyundai, to
more like
correct. I threw that in because they acknowledge a hot hatch is a car they can sell. So if you can do a hot version, you can do a flag. That sounds like a DVD series hot version. It's key, it's used to chair. But the manufacturers, they acknowledge that yes, they need to keep one hand on the performance button because that will sell them cars still. It's the most age-old thing that a manufacturer can do, is just show the enthusiasts that we are car people.
Certainly.
But the moment you turn your head away from acknowledging motorsport or performance, you expect to sell less cars, period.
Yep, and even from a Hyundai point of view, I'm not in sales by any stretch, but nearly 30% of cars are N-branded for Hyundai. So that's the performance division, which is a phenomenal number. I'm sure GR are doing very, very similar things as well. Hopefully not as many, but hopefully they're doing well enough. This second part of Club Sprint, there are some heavy hitters out there, like we mentioned. Adam Kazmiri's out there, Eamon Karmas in the Supra, Andrew Price running Hyundai as well. He's quite prevalent up in Queensland, pushing the brand on track days up there, and they've recently acquired a car that was owned by Hyundai Australia and kind of turned it up to the point where you definitely lose your manufacturer warranty, something we couldn't do with the car. Andrew's turned it up and
just turn him loose.
Yeah, basically turned it into a bit of a weapon as
he's turning this thing loose.
Andre's having a go. Hopefully the onboard footage we sent him is helping out, but you can see there the flashing lights there. That's basically road car talk for the ABS is engaged.
Yes.
So that's something that you won't see as we go up in the classes, but you will see here. Dre, how are you tracking, mate? 30.1 for the first sector, purple overall for the second sector at a 41.7. Let's see how this finishes up. Does he make the apex? A little bit wide at the last corner there, so that hurts. That's one of the corners you need to make sure you get right. That last corner, it leads onto the straight. You're on the power for the longest period of time on the circuit here. And Dre crosses the line. What does Andre do? A 39.2. Excellent work by Dre. That's his fastest lap in that car. and that's a great effort. That's deep into the 39s for him, so well done.
How good's that? And as you said, it's his third time for this car out, and for him to, get the laps in. So in total, how many laps do you reckon he's accrued in that thing before today?
Mate, if that reaches double digits, I'd be surprised.
Here we go. Kazmiri, minute 36, 197. He snuck that in. We were watching the Yaris to the end of the lap, and then out comes Kazmiri and goes minute 36, 197 in that Integra.
Purple's all around. Well done, Kashmiri. That's a great lap. 28.5 for the first sector is fast in any car. So one thing Club Sprint can do is feed some cars some power, and that's certainly got a bit of it.
Well, we were watching our Yaris finish his lap, and you know what? We've got to give these guys, with less experience and less track time, the footage, and then bang, Kazmiri comes in under the back, minute 36, 197 to throw Club Sprint down another couple of seconds. And you know what? It's going to be a little bit like that. Now, look, I noticed that on the timing screens, we've got Muggleton out there starting to lap in, what entrant number was he this time? 87. So I think I did see him out in the other one. So I think he's in the Yaris now. It's hard to keep up with where he is. We've got Nakarata out there now, entrant 62, which was Adam in the Impreza WRX. So we've got a mixture here. We've got another couple of Yarises. We've got the Supras in there as well. But look, I tell you what, here we go. Look at this. This is what we like. This is what we like to see. That's ACL and Moza Motorsport. Adam Clark Lynch, the Toyota Supra. Classic shape, and again, it'll be another classic shape we've got forever,
Yeah, and that's a platform that's developing and growing here, and particularly in the time attack scene. You're about to see a Supra that is very, very much wild coming up shortly with Jonathan Wong in the third session of Club Sprint. But yeah, that Supra there, excellent number plates. I rate that. Tsukuba, yes. One of the great time attack circuits. But yeah, you can see, got a basic splitter, got a basic rear wing. It certainly helps. Even that is on the car now certainly gives it a little bit of stability through the back half of the circuit. This track is an 84% turning ratio, so 84% of the circuit you have the wheel, not centre. So even small little updates like that can help, as we have some of our overseas friends there getting ready to go out later on.
Here comes Kazmiri for another flying lap. What does he do as a backup? A 30, where are we again? 30.
So he cooled it down in the middle, so it looks like he's gone hard, cool, and then another push lap here. So let's see what the first sector time is when he comes around turn 3, and that'll tell us if he's on. He'll have a flying delta on his dash to tell him whether he's up or not, even through 1 and 2. They're quite high load corners, and they're pretty important, so you'll be able to tell if you're on for a lap or not, as he does go purple in sector 1 with a 28.3. That's 0.2 better than what he did in that first flyer, as he's catching some traffic there. Andrew Price should move out of the way, as he does. Pricey went really well through a 40.1 at it. I think that's the PB for that car as well. So that's an excellent job there. You can see Kazmiri front wheel drive, short shifting.
We were told this in the briefing. Let's just, if we keep the cameras on these guys, let's just let this VTAC sing the next couple of laps. Just have a listen. I love the effort that he's making here, obviously. Let's have a listen to the rest of the lap. More out of that, but we're going to get some singing out of these things before the end of the weekend. Here we go, Kazmiri. Oh, baby. Minute 35, 5.95. It looked, as we saw the sectors come up there, and then it's like, well, has he got a little bit more in it? And he's found a little bit more in this session, and that throws the standard right out there for everyone. Remember, the 2022 winner, our previous winner, I think Jamal Assange had to come out to respond to that, but we've got Shoots in this session as well. So Shoots went 38.297, Carvis went 38.756. While we were watching Adam out there's another bunch of minute 30s came up in that group. Look at that loose, as we've got it live on screen here now, which is good. Kazmiri, Shoots, Muggleton, Karmas, Fisher, Martin and Tan, all under that magic minute 40.
Yeah, that's amazing. And remembering what I was mentioning earlier, anything sub 40 is supercar territory. That is extremely fast to have only 2 of the 3 club sprint sessions basically done, and to have 7 cars under 1 minute 40. That's a phenomenal effort. And great job by Kazmiri to go for a second push lap and go quicker again. Normally on the AO52, if you do your warm-up right, you've got 1 peak lap of grip. So maybe tomorrow morning that sets us up for a little bit more from that car again. So if you're doing it on your second run, there's certainly more left on your first. So,
and as you said, this is the session where traditionally we've seen them all go fast. It's hard to repeat that in the later sessions if we get a little bit more heat in the track. Everything sort of saps a little bit of power and energy out of the car. These are those prime conditions where we will expect to see that drop. I mean, honestly, we've got 1 more session left just this morning to see what the next group do, but it's so good to see everyone out there having a good crack. And as you alluded to, Josh, the magic tomorrow morning just might set us up for what the Super Lap shootout's going to look like tomorrow night.
Exactly, because as bad as the track may get through the day, it comes back towards the end of the day, which is exactly when we have our Super Lap shootout. So that's very exciting. What you'll see most of the competitors do after their first run is probably turn some numbers down for boosts, maybe save some engine, some lifing. You can hear some scrapes on the front split there through turn 4, pretty common. They'll turn the cars down, work on some setup from this base run here. So that, I know that's the strategy with the guys I'm helping out. Let's have a crack this morning, see where we're at, and then through the day chip away with either your driving or the setup and go out tomorrow morning again and push.
Yeah, good insight there from Josh on that. That is good. We are in the minds of the teams because this man helps get them all. Well, not all of them, but he gets a fair chunk of them.
Feels like all of them.
Gets them motivated and puts them in the right direction. Yeah, that minute 35, 5.95 for Kazmiri. That's going to be interesting to see whether or not the formal response comes from the last event's winner. But out there right now, we've got the Rally X Motorsport, Jonathan Munro, Evo. May they live forever, the Evo Lancer, in all evolutions. And you know what? I've found over the years that if you're a dyed-in-the-wool Evo fan, you still have a favourite. Just pick between, the first one to Evo 10 and just pick which one might just be your favourite. This is not a bad shape. I don't mind these. My opinion was that they all seem to be a little bit too heavy for my liking, and that some of the earlier ones were the best. But you know what? They can prove us all wrong because they're still very, very quick. Here's Eamon Karmas now in that Supra. I remember our first year with our first GR Yaris and our first one of these Supras, and now look at it. We have got just a few more coming through as people realise you just can't go. You can't go back and buy a JZA 80 Supra. Might as well buy this one.
You pay more for the old ones than the new ones anyway.
I know. It's and even Evos, where they've gone as far as value is concerned, as we'll all cry into our beers later about just the one that got away, the one we could have kept, the ones that have got them now. Well, I hope they just hold on to them forever, because these are the fastest museum pieces we're ever going to have when it comes to the history of the automobile.
Munro goes 45.5. That's his personal best for the session, so did it right at the end. That was the flag there, so great job by him. And again, sets us up for a little bit more from all of these cars later on, potentially today, because there's some PBs that popped up here and there through the session towards the end, which you don't expect to see. But it certainly sets us up for tomorrow morning.
Oh, look, Haltech Club Sprint giving us the goods already with 2 sessions down, 1 more to go. And Luffy, you've got some more for us down in the pits.
Yeah, down here, been having a talk to some of the teams in the pro section here. Obviously, we're getting closer to seeing these guys on track. But one of the big changes for this year, obviously with going to the slick tyre, is the introduction of tyre warmers or tyre blankets to get the tyres into their working range. Just been having a talk to some of the teams. Those tyres have been in the blanket for nearly about an hour now, because what we're sort of searching for is about 80 degrees C or about 175 degrees Fahrenheit as the temperature that they're looking for when these tyres go on the car. Also, one of the changes going to the slick tyre this year, talking to some of the guys out there, what they'll be looking for when they first go on track, it'll be a warm-up lap just to try and scrub the tyre in, get some of that build-up off the tyre before they're ready to push. In the past, with the Pro and Pro-Am, we've generally seen out of the pits a warm-up and they're ready to go straight away. So strategy this year in both Pro and Pro-Am is going to be a little bit different, and things like tyre warmers, tyre blankets are going to add a whole new element.
Yeah, well, there we go. And it was one thing that, we didn't see too much of. Obviously, it's in all other forms of motorsport, you see that. But now we're getting that here at World Time Attack, especially now that we're giving him the slick tyre option. Get that temperature right up. And he said they've been in the oven for an hour, so I reckon they're nearly done.
You know, it's been in the oven even longer. The Hyundai staff setting up the Hyundai zone there for the last couple of days between turns 4 and 5. Head down there, have a look at what we've got over there. Some cool displays, and the big fella, Kiichi Tsuchiya, he'll be there throughout the day as well, taking the Ioniq 5N for some laps, which is going to be very exciting. First electric performance car from the brand.
That's a very big presence down there. I've never felt a presence from a manufacturer as big as we've had here from Hyundai. And you know what? It's not their first year dipping their toe in the water, but this year looks like they've dived right in.
Yeah.
And what an activation for a new product to have, you know, a guy which obviously Hyundai's recognised as is a bit of a cult hero in the tuner world. And if we are going to sell the future of hot hatches, that, you know, you've got an option now with the electric option of.
Well, a lot of brands are shying away from the whole smoke and drift and everything, whereas Hyundai with the Ioniq 5N, it's electric, but they're burning tyres. they're smoke shows. So Tsuchiya's already had a sneaky test run in one or two of the cars, and he's enjoyed it very much.
Now to you, Luffy.
Yeah, look, one of the great things about Time Attack is diversity, and when we look at the cars about to go out in the lane now, we start down the back, we go Lotus, Subaru, Supra, and Mitsubishi Evo here. Again, some great sort of variety of cars out there. Exciting to see what these guys will do out there on track.
Absolutely. And again, choose your weapon. Do you want four-wheel drive? Do you want front-wheel drive? Do you want rear-wheel drive? It's pick your poison. Whatever you want to grab, build it and bring it out there. And, you know, we've got some amazing builds. It's as much about the builds as it is about, you know, the speed. Because, yes, we all look for the fastest versions of something, but you also want to see, speaking about the fastest version of something, this is the man that's seen Kazmiri's 35.595 and Jimmy Assad coming out here, our reigning champion and the holder of our quickest time. I think it went 33 last
33,
year.
yeah, very, very fast indeed. There's Adam Kazmiri in the other car, the Lamb Speed Yaris. As we've got a Lotus out there, love to see it. But this session here is going to be fast. There are some very, very fast cars in this session. We've got as well some drivers who have been mildly employed or asked to drive some cars who don't quite meet professional drivers by regulation, but are of the standard of a very, very good driver. Trent Grubel being one of them.
They're not hacks, is what you're saying?
They're certainly not hacks. I'll give you the hot tip. So Trent there in the automotive WRX. This is a very fast car. I've heard the time it's done. It's certainly good enough to get a medal, and Trent's certainly capable enough to do so. You've also got, as you said, Jimmy Evo in his Evolution Racing Spares Evo 6. You've got Jonathan Wong in a car that has publicly gone 1:31 on a different tyre nonetheless,
right.
But it has gone very, very fast, so that car's capable. So this is exciting. For me, this is exciting.
Yeah,
I know a lot of these people, I'm very pumped to see how they go, because track days you can fudge your times and say, yeah, I went a bit quicker, but we've got the timing screen here. We're going to see what they're going to do. Oh,
I'm glad you're pumped, Josh. I'm glad you're pumped. I know that you'd also secretly like to... Well, you're doing a bit of track time today, aren't you? You're getting out to steer today at some stage?
Not today, but if someone maybe breaks a leg, I'm the first one in.
All right. All right, Luffy, it's heating up. What do you got down the pits?
Yeah, one of the interesting things that's happened over the last sort of half an hour down here in pit lane, if we look up at the flags on top of the building and we see the wind direction starting to come in as the wind picks up. Now, one of the big key factors at Sydney Motorsport Park can be wind direction. It's generally not so bad when we see a crosswind coming into the circuit, but when we see either a headwind on the front straight or a tailwind, it really does have a huge effect on the aero balance of these cars. So it's something that the teams will be starting to have a look at. As wind starts to pick up, it can play a bit of a difference.
Oh, look, you know what? Just when you thought we couldn't live and breathe it any further, Luffy's got a sniff of the wind, sees the wind come up, starts to think about, well, how that's going to affect on track. And, you know what, it's sort of instinct that, we want the fans right around the world in World Time Attack land to be aware of. Because here at Sydney Motorsport Park, We want to get you every single inch of it. Now, Grubel's on a flyer here. No one's really kicked off a flyer. Grubel's the one we're watching on camera here. That big, flat 4-boxer. People still love these things, and they're quick.
Yeah, he's gone purple to the first sector by a solid margin too. So 27.4 out of the first sector. We'll see the second sector light up here. Is it purple again? It is a 40.4. Not as fast not overly faster than what we've seen previous, but the first sector certainly is. He was well past the 100 looking out of the comms box into turn 1 as he comes around the last corner. I dare say this will probably be the fastest lap of our session.
All right, here he comes, Grubel. He's on a fly here for our third group of Haltech Club Sprint, and he throws it down, and he goes 33.493. 33.493, near last event's standard. So look, I tell you what, if Jamal Assad wins it last year or the last event at minute 33 something, well, there's a minute 33.493 from Grubel already, and the numbers start flying through there. 34 for Jamal Assad is his first response back there, and 37.87 there for Garland as well. So there's some numbers being thrown down, but how's that? Grubel 33.493, 34.03 from Jamal Assad only half a lap later.
McKinnon with a 5.2 as well. Another extremely credentialed driver in his younger days in karting, raced overseas in World Championship level events. So extremely talented driver there. Kazmiri throws it in there as well with a 5.1, only less than 200ths quicker than McKinnon. And that time from Jimmy, he was purple in the last two sectors, but a fair way down in the first sector, which is, aero and braking. So tuning to come.
Wow, look at that. 33.493 for Grubel. Jamal Assad, 34.03. And I love how that happened half a lap between each other. Kazmiri, 35.197 to throw it in. And even McKinnon, 35.22. 35.59 for Kazmiri in the previous session as well. So those numbers, they don't lie. This 2023 class for Haltech Club Sprint is putting it on and showing us that, yes, we've still got a lot of little benchmarks to achieve. And yeah, Club Sprints now, we kind of knew, I shouldn't say the floodgates have opened, but man, that's a lot of times sub 40 already.
It's extremely fast. I mean, I can't stress how fast that is. Jimmy Assad at the speed trap is 257 kilometers an hour, and that's before the first turn. So 258 he goes. Grubel's 249. Very, very fast. He got lucky in the lane.
Yeah, I spoke before about the tyre blankets and the importance that they're going to play in the pro class. We can see here in the background on the 968, the tyres are on the car, but they've still got the blankets around them. What they're trying to do is keep that heat in the tyre. They have unplugged them, but these guys are getting ready. You can see Barton Moore just getting in the car. So when he rolls out of the lane, we'll see if we can grab a chat with the defending champion and see what he's got to say about their expectations going into this first round of pro class.
Yeah, well, Luffy's right in the thick of it there as they try and get in to talk to Bart just before that, before he gets it out there for the session. But back to track at the moment with Haltech Club Sprint and Kim Tai on screen there, the Lotus Exige. Very, very gorgeous platform, another platform that we're lucky to have in Club Sprint. Multiples of each is always preferred, but you know what, when you see an Exige out there in its natural habitat on a racetrack, it's good to see, and he's having an absolute ball there as well.
So one of the heavy hitters in Club Sprint, Jonathan Wong, in that Super I've mentioned, has gone very fast, has yet to see the track, still in pit lane. I'm just trying to look out of the comms box. I can't actually see the car in the lane. It might be the end of pit lane, but disappointing if that car can't make it out. That's usually quite a reliable thing. I hope everything's okay with that car and we get to see it run, because it's an exceptional car. It's a fantastic looking car, and Jonathan's an excellent driver as well. So hopefully we can see that car circulate.
And that's the session you would want to come in.
Exactly.
Anyway,
yeah, exactly right.
That's what makes it a little bit odd there. But look, you know what? It's good. Interesting that you noticed that there, because you were looking forward to it, obviously. And look at it, throwing it out through there at the moment. That's Paul McKinnon trying to throw the Rex around a little bit. That's almost unnecessary. That's not the fast way around, though, is it, Josh?
No. Maybe he just wants to get back to the pits soon and celebrate for throwing a 35 at things.
Yeah.
He's still going around. So potentially a cool-down lap followed by another push the next lap, maybe.
Yeah, well,
no other reason you'd go round.
Now Jamal's coming into the pits there. You can see that he's come in. So has the Lotus, but no, he's just sort of circulating still. And here's Mr. Plasma Man out there for his first session of the day. Mikulski already went 35.780 according to our timing here. And here we go. Ryan Marshall on screen. He's having a fair push at this one. Here we go.
Yeah, his first push lap, so 29.6 in the first sector. A little bit down on the very top of the time sheets, but certainly quick enough to get him in the mix of that sort of top 5 or 6 cars from here. So again, a car that's had a lot of time spent on it. You can see it's got some fairly big carbon fibre bits over it, which help it stick to the ground. As we can see him come through the super quick turn 9 here across what looks like a little bit of oil spill from earlier, and looks pretty settled through there. How's it turn? Turns well on the gas here, as you can hear it apply the power, and down the straight he'll go using all the curb. Good lap, looks nice and clean.
All right, let's see what Ryan Marshall's first flyer looks like into this session as he hits the stripe. And that was just about as much effort as you could put into the lap. 39.826. So he gets into that minute 30-something club. And look at that. We're 30s off the page here, Ryan. We're 30s off the page.
This is cool. I mean, Bart's about to go out and, drive a ridiculously fast car as fast as he can possibly do it with no real other guide than just warming up the tyres. So this is pretty special here, watching Bart chill out and just process what's about to go down.
It's not a Lightning McQueen moment, is it? Okay, focus, speed.
It's a bit more serious than Lightning McQueen.
I know it is, I know. I know it is. We're
not much more, though. Bart's not a very serious character when you speak to him. He's always up for a laugh, but it is a bit like that.
It goes to show that there is an intensity to the man, and you've got to have an intensity in order to, as you would know yourself, to just take all those thoughts at once, micro-processing a million little decisions, getting the feedback from what the car's telling you, your grip levels, all of that sort of thing. I'm sure these guys are, they're a next level. They are an athlete in their own. You are all athletes in your own right. That's, at the pointy end especially. And here we go, Michael Garland back out there. Now this is a Rex on steroids. Oh yeah. Let's have a listen. Let's just turn up the boxer here for a few calls here.
So I'm here with Barton Moore, our 3-time champion. Barton, getting ready for the first run in Pro Class. What can we expect? Are we going for the record first time out?
Well, we are. Track conditions are good. We had a really good practice run yesterday. We got a new Yokohama's on, so let's go and give it a crack.
Well, there you are. You've heard it from the man himself. These guys are going after the record in session 1, so let's see what they can do.
Talk about throwing it right in his face. Is it all about now? Barton, you're out there for the first session. You've got 1,500 odd horsepower and about 9,000 tonnes of downforce. Do you go for the record right now and put it right in there? And he just goes, yeah, that's ice in the veins. He goes, you know what, Luffy, it's now. We are going for it now. So wherever you are watching right around the world or here live at track, don't go anywhere, because when these guys lay it down a little bit later on, you will be in the best seat in the house other than being right here, which we all thoroughly recommend. But we've got people coming from right around Australia to be here today. We've got even a team here from WA. It's fantastic scenes here at Sydney Motorsport Park. I'm breaking back with more shortly. The Haltech Club Sprint Class. This is how it ended up, Josh. How about that? Trent Grubel throws it out there. Minute 33.493. Jamal Assad, 30, well, it says there 36.482, but we know that it's a 34.031. Kazmiri, Garland, Mikulski, Shoots and Muggleton, they're all in there. We'll have more information coming through as how Haltech Club Sprint washed up from its first group. I'll break it back with more here from Sydney Motorsport Park. Yeah, there we go. Well, I thought we were going through a break, but we're not just going to a break yet. We're
No
just
breaks here at Time Attack, mate.
we're sitting back here taking a little bit of a breath, chatting amongst ourselves in the background, but it ended up a pretty decent top three already, and Luffy's got more info down in the pits.
Yeah, we just saw Barton Moore roll out in that beautiful RB968. We heard it from the man himself. These guys are going after the record straight up here in session one. The conditions are ideal. The sun has just come out, so there's enough warmth in the air. They've had the tyre blankets on. They're at their optimum temperature. So let's see what these guys can do.
Oh, yes, indeed. Do not go anywhere. Do not touch the set. Do not touch the dial. In fact, like and share to a million friends and family wherever you are. Anyone that's got a pulse is going to get a little bit of a kick out of this. Ladies and gentlemen, officially / unofficially, the baddest time attack car pretty much on the planet. It'll be hard to dispute that, because we do encourage the world to come here, and they've come here en masse again this year for World Time Attack Challenge. We are in the M-Tron Pro category. Joining me on the microphone for these sessions is the chairman, CEO, head designer of A&B Aero, Andrew Brilliant. It's so good to have you back down under.
Good morning, mate. How are you?
Oh, just great. You know, there's no better place than a racetrack, and yeah, no better place than right now to be watching this fantastic creation. Of course, the RP968, Rob Povespec, the owner of the car, Barton Moore, the driver, and it's got just about everything you'd want on a wish list for a time attack car.
Does it have it? Yes.
Has it got what it needs? Yes. And as you can just see, and you know what, Andrew, I hope that people will appreciate that we probably won't. I don't want to talk too much during this lap. We want to hear it before we might pick up what's going on. But
Yeah, that absolute monster billet Thor engine.
yeah, well, we want to hear that. We want to hear Bart. We want to hear that pure horsepower. We want to hear the effort, and we'll bring that all through the live stream for people watching on worldtimeattack.com. But Andrew, your input never changes here. We'll talk to Andrew in just a sec. Warren Luff's got some hot news in turn one.
Yeah, I'm down here, I reckon, in the best place to be able to watch this pro class. We see the guys out there now just going for that sort of warm-up lap. Like we said, the difference this year with the slick tyre is they need that one lap just to start to sort of build some temperature up. Although I don't believe that's a warm-up lap for Barton Moore. You can see these guys are on it straight out of the gate, and that's one of the benefits of those tyre blankets. The tyres are right in their working range straight up, so let's see what they do next time around.
Thank you very much, Luffy. He was right there at the cusp there at Advan turn one, and it's just, well, look, I thought Bart was on the fly, so did Luffy, but I just noticed he did a little bit of a bit more brake temperature there by the look of it, Andrew.
Yeah, you know, sometimes it's, even if you get them out of the blankets, it can take a minute to really get a slick up to temperature, especially the medium Yokohamas. So you might see them still working up to it just a little bit, you know.
So maybe that first feel of Advan at a bit of speed there probably gave Bart an indication of grip level. So maybe he figures, look, a bit more brake by the look of it there as well.
Yeah, well, that's another thing too, is that you've got to get brake temperature, and the warmers won't help you with that.
No.
So there's a bunch of things that you have to get in the temperature window, and so that's sort of the challenge out here, is getting the planets to line for you, you know.
All right, let's have a listen here through into turn 80. You can just tell by the audible language of the vehicle is that that is not trying anything out of there just yet. So I don't know, just some information coming back. And look who's coming right up behind. This is Cole Palsett in behind there as well. So these are pretty much the baddest looking cars you can get anywhere in the world when it comes to maximum attack and maximum aero. Okay, now it sounds. Let's have a listen. I think if he's going to be on one, it might be now. Let's have a listen. Barton Moore is on his first flying lap there. Just making sure he doesn't have any back mark. He's just got to be careful about what's in front of him. Hopefully we've got him in the mirrors having a bit of a look, Rob Newen. I'm sure we will be. Whoa. Not the best way around for Bart there, but I don't know how much that might have affected him. Let's just keep it here on the rest of the lap here. still on a flying lap here. I thought he might have got held up a little bit there by the 350Z, but Bart's pushing.
That looked nice through there.
Ladies and gentlemen, the first official lap coming through here for Barton Moyer as he triggers the times. Flies on through by a minute 20.29. And you know what? I know that word is on the street. These slicks will actually give you a little bit more if you want. If it feels good, if it sounds good, if there's no one in front of you, if Barton keeps on the throttle here. Let's have a listen. I think he's still on one here. That might have maybe not been the fastest, but let's have a listen to the rest of this. He's still on one here, so just as we thought that might have been the first go at it, minute 20.296, held up a little bit there, just a little bit from traffic, but he's up again in the sector. So this is what we've heard that's going to happen. These slicks, they're not just a one-lap pony sometimes.
They are not,
But
yeah.
you can get all the grip on the second flight, so he's still pushing here, ladies and gentlemen.
When we did quali in GT, they'd be fastest on the second or third lap.
He's still on this. I don't know whether that was just whether we heard a pop from that car or someone else.
There'll be a lot of pops and stuff with the traction control coming in, and that's so much power trying to put down.
It looks good. It feels good. It sounds good. Is it good? Are we going to see a minute one something? Here he comes. Barton Moyer flies and say, oh! There it is. There it is. Minute 18. Minute 18. Minute 18. 837. Whoa, I thought the 20 was good with a balk, and then we thought, no. In the past, we've seen guys back out, go and regroup, get some room. There was nowhere to go but wide open space in front of Barton. He goes, well, if it felt good at a 20 when I'm held up, let's send it all the way. Ladies and gentlemen, you have just witnessed history already. Our first ever minute 18 at Sydney Motorsport Park in World Time Attack mode, and that is one hell of a thing to be putting out to you folks on day one.
That's a hell of a record. I think that's an overall track record, isn't it?
It's very close to the overall track record. I know that, open wheel cars, Daniel Ricciardo's faster in basically a Grand Prix car.
That's not an official record.
I know it's not. That's right. So minute 18.8, that is going to be everyone that's ever done half a lap around Sydney Motorsport Park's going to know and appreciate that is one perfect lap.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
And to go after it like that, and you know what, we've seen it in the past. We all get a little bit accustomed to, the one lap that's got to work, and if it doesn't work, you've just got to wait to try and do it again. But yeah, that 20 being held up, and then still out there flat out on that lap, no traffic in front of him. Well, and again, as you said, that grip level comes up after a second lap if you kept cycling the tyres with heat, is that they're going to still give you that grip a bit longer.
Yeah, and it depends a little bit on the conditions as well. Like, your compound selection will gel well with the conditions of the day. So I think the driver will feel that out a bit.
Oh, here we go on track. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome him to the track. That's Yusaka Shibata, the Avu Racing S2000. What an iconic car. We're going to give you a lot of audible here. Let's just let people listen to it to welcome it to Australia. Oh,
absolutely.
Gentlemen, here it is. How about this? An amazing moment. We split the screen. We showed the first ever minute 18 driver coming out of the car. We've got our international visitor, Yusaka Shibata-san, on his first flying lap. So while we're praising one guy, let's praise the other. 30 for the S2000, 30.292, but it's the minute 18 that they're all going on about down there. Look at that, the car owner, Rob Popestead, right there. Luffy's right there with him, so we're just going to gather ourselves, get a few moments to get Barton his helmet off. But hey, Warren Luff, how's that for the lap? Is that what I think he was hoping for? I'm sure we'll find out in a tick, mate.
Yeah, look, amazing lap by Barton Moore and everyone here with the RB968. But let's hear from the man himself, Barton Moore. First time out, 18.8. tell us what this means to you, and most importantly, how much more have we got left?
Well, we'll get to how much we've got left in a sec, but it's meant so much. You know, Rod Pobostek, it's been his dream since he built this car to get the outright lap record here, helped by F1 driver Nico Hülkenberg, and he's done it. Some people thought it wasn't possible, but he's been unwavering. I'm the lucky guy who just gets to drive it, but the crew here, they've just been working relentless. A couple of days ago, we're on the dyno. M-Tron helped us out. We're unsure even if the engine would be going, but mate, we got it. You come and saw me before the session. You knew I had the eyes on, and I knew I had to make a count, and we got a benchmark in.
Yeah, as he said, they're saying they've now only just got a benchmark, and that previous record that he was just talking about, held by Nico Hülkenberg, we see Ian Baker, the king of World Time Attack. That previous benchmark held by Nico Hülkenberg was actually a 119.17 back in the A1 GP days. So it's been a long time coming in the history of World Time Attack, but there you have it, the man himself, Barton Moore, the new outright lap record holder here at Sydney Motorsport Park.
Oh, you know what? I'm tearing up a little bit up here, and I'm sure there's a few tears down there. But Andrew, that's just an amazing milestone to be a part of. And you know what? I started losing it when Baker goes in and starts giving them a cuddle, because I know how much it meant to them, to have Rob get inspired enough to build a Time Attack car, and then to see that evolve. I mean, we need hero vehicles like this in the world to continue to inspire.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows the world what Time Attack really is, to come here and break that overall track record. Nico Hülkenberg, these are big legendary people. And to fill those shoes is such a thing, and you get to see some of the team there. That's Sammy Diasnos, who designed aerodynamics. In the background, I saw Elmer Racing that made the Thor engine for that car. So all those people who worked so hard to get us here, and we can only have as much gratitude as we can for them.
And you know what? So an Aussie-built Porsche with a 4-litre billet, Finnish engine, I think, Swedish. And, of course, the M-Tron, ECU powering it. So M-Tron, the fastest ECU in Time Attack. There it is right there. And let's go back to the lap. And, what I think was, shall we just listen to this again? I think we're just going to listen to it. That's what magic moments are made of, and that is pretty much about a perfect lap as you can get, and it's just an absolute testament to all of the team there in that garage. An amazing effort, and then Luffy straight into him saying, "Oh, how much more is left?" It's like, well, I was happy. I sent the whole world to be happy with what we had there, but. And you know what? Someone that's never given up. He's down there now with Warren Luff.
Yeah, here I am with Rod Popstek. He is the owner, the man behind this beautiful RB968. Rob, tell us what this means. The fastest official car around Sydney Motorsport Park. It's been a long time coming. Tell us a bit about how you're feeling right about now.
It's pretty cool. I mean, that's what we're here for. I didn't really think it was possible, to be honest. I really didn't for a while, but I've known now, the last few years, there's been a potential to do it.
So this amazing car that we see here behind us now, how did the story start? Like, what made you get into World Time Attack? Obviously, at some point in time, it started as a standard 968 road car. Tell us the timeline behind this amazing project.
look, it really starts, I think it's in 2014 with Nemo and those crazy cars, and it was going to be an open car originally, but you want to make it fast, you know? You want to make it as fast as you can.
And I suppose probably the final one that everyone's now sort of wondering, we've just seen you guys break the record. How much more potential is in this car? Can we see it go much faster here today?
It should be able to go faster.
Well, there you had it. You heard it from the man himself. It'll be exciting to see what these guys can do. Also, just talking to some of the engineers on the team just before, they also say now with the slicks, there's potential to run this same set of tyres again and still get more performance out of them. So it'll be interesting to see when we get to the second session.
Yeah, well, there you go, and Luffy getting us all the stories down there, and you're listening to the car owner there, Rob. He came to a World Time Attack, he got inspired, he dropped the name Nemo there, of course, which Luffy drove that year, and just went to prove us, wow, I can build my dream car. I can build something pretty impressive. And look, at the end of that dream, there it is. And you know what? It's good to be a part of when dreams become a reality. That's exciting.
Yeah, and of course it touches my heart as well for Nemo, that, you know, when we designed that car so many years ago, that it could inspire a build like this even now. Yeah, you know what? I'd like to nerd out just a little bit on RP for a minute.
Sure, go.
You know, from an aerodynamics point of view, one of the really amazing things that I see that car do is there's so much work that goes into holding the car at the right attitude, the right height from the ground, and just keeping it in that low right height where there's downforce, but keeping it soft and letting it go through the corners. And I feel like that car just aces that. Like, whenever you look at that lap, you know, we were letting everyone listen to the engine, so we didn't want to talk then.
No.
But you see that ride height would be just off the ground, you know, almost there.
Yeah, and great observations, and to be able to sit there and watch it for the lap without saying anything. It's good to get those observations from some of our smartest people on the planet, and Andrew Brilliant from AMB Aero picking up that information, and Andrew taking a small break now while we kick into a little bit of our GCG Open class, and joining me on the microphone shortly will be Eric Sue. And I'll let Eric talk through his credentials as well. A man that knows his way around the racing industry fairly well. And, hang on a sec. We've got to go live to track here because we've got someone off there. And that's not a good thing to see, unfortunately, especially because it's a Supra. You just can't be throwing those big dollar expensive Supras around. That's John Sievelik in the Supra, just looping it. Look, I think he's okay. He's getting back under power. But, Eric... tell us where you're up to, what's your current occupation, and where do you fit in all of this?
Thanks. Great to be here.
Welcome. G'day.
I'm an engineer at Honda Racing, North America. So we do the Le Mans hypercars, and just do that whole North American IMSA series. And used to compete here back in 2010, 2011, 2012 with the Sierra Evo.
Yes.
A little bit with the Team America Skyline GTR that didn't quite pan out, but I love this event, and that's why I'm back.
A race engineer. You know what? When it comes to lists of credentials, yours truly comes in as the lowest credentialed person here. But when we've got race engineers and aerodynamicists all part of this great event, you know, it just adds that extra angle to it that we love to see. And Eric, what have been your observations since coming here for 2023? Because it's been a little while since you've been here.
Well, you know what? The level of the cars and the builds have gone up even from 2019, which I thought overall is very impressive. Just walking through the garages and checking everything out, the cars are awesome.
Yeah, and you know what? You probably started as an early young fellow, growing up liking cars.
Yep.
You had we talked about our love for Datsuns in the early days, and then you became an engineer, and you're headlong into the racing industry. So your appreciation for good engineering, it's good to see that it's not just a job; it's a job. It feels like if you find a job that you love, you never work a day in your life. Does it still feel like that, or does it still feel like hard work sometimes?
Well, it's both, right? It's hard work, but I'm very passionate about it. I love what I do, and it's been working out great so far.
Passion and inspiration are two of the big things that I think keep a lot of us involved in motorsport and motoring. And here we go, a man after our own hearts here, Eric, a 510 or a Datsun 1600, and that's John Healy in his Datsun, and it's so good to see. I lost count how many of these Datsun 1600s or 510s that I've ever had, but it's so good to see them still out there and being represented.
Oh yeah, absolutely. What?
got that Bluebird front on it. Great aero, and the V-Sport all over it. And it's good to see. We are in that GCG Open class, so that Datsun 1600, fantastic little creature with all the bits and pieces. Now, you still see 510s in the US racing on tracks, or are they nearly gone?
They're nearly gone. I mean, you do see collectors. You see them at car shows and stuff. The occasional street car, but seldom on the track.
Yeah, I mean, that's where they really were, cutting their teeth, I suppose, for race credibility. These cars. So in Australia, they were like full-on rally champion cars over here. So they won Australian rally championships with people like Murray Coote in them and everything like that. But I suppose in the United States it was SCCA.
Yeah,
it was that late 60s. A person called Peter Brock. Completely different Peter Brock to the Peter Brock we have here in Australia, but BRE.
Yep, BRE.
Morton, one of the drivers, that SCCA stuff in the late 60s, the 510 against the Alfa Romeos, it was like small car racing.
Yeah.
And it's interesting that this car in the United States was a track car, and over in Australia we're throwing it around the forests of Australia. But here they are. We love another internationally recognised JDM car that should live forever.
Yep.
Including, we'll even put S15s in the mix there too. S15s, they're all collectors. Do you not disagree that we are basically looking at collector vehicles because they don't make them like this anymore?
Absolutely. And the S15, we never had those in the States.
Oh, you never got a 15 in the States?
Never got 15 in the States officially. I mean, you see a few here and there, but they are definitely a car guy favorite.
Yeah, they definitely, especially here in Australia, and plenty drifting and the like. But our S15 just came out for a run and then back in. That was, I think, Robert Ewan in that car. I think the Dream Project S15. It might have actually been Peter Owen. Let's have a look at the numbers coming up. No, I do apologise. That was Peter Owen in the Owen Truss 200SX S15. We're back on track having a look at Healy just cool down that amazing Datsun 1600. But Eric, it's so interesting that we're continuing to have what we would call a rolling museum, but then we continue to see an evolution. We saw Club Sprint. We start to see all the newer shapes, the more modern vehicles in Club Sprint. But yet when we get back into Open, we sort of are just taking that step back to the traditional platforms that work, and we know that they work. So it might be a while before we start to see a fusion of what you call the more immediate modern era vehicles in this category.
Yeah, I agree. And a lot of times too, these cars start out as street cars and they eventually become race cars.
Yeah.
So that, it might take a few years for them to start appearing on the track. But when I look at this car, I just think of the iconic BRE white, red, and blue. That's what comes to mind.
Yeah, absolutely. It's and I'm sure you bought the other book as well. There used to be a book on how to build the hot Datsun L Series engine, and throughout that book, it was a book on how to build your own L Series engines. But in there were the BRE cars of the time. Warren Luff, more info from pit lane.
How cool is this? Standing down here in pit lane, we have got a Ferrari here at World Time Attack. Another overseas entrant here. Mike Burrows, first time here in Australia for World Time Attack with this beautiful Ferrari there. Out on track just there. You had a little bit of a problem. Tell us a little bit about it.
Well, unfortunately, we just lost second gear. We kind of worried that might happen. Yesterday in our third test session, it was popping from second into third. We kind of knew we were going to have some problems with the second gear dog. And it just tried to shift itself again, and it stripped all the teeth right off the second gear. So it's down to a 4-speed, and unfortunately, it might not even want to go. It didn't want to drop into first coming back into the pit. So we're going to dive into it, see if we can come up with a solution. We didn't bring a spare gearbox, but that's racing, right? So
it certainly is. And also at World Time Attack, there's always plenty of people here to obviously sort of lend a hand and throw parts your way. But what are you thinking of your first experience here at Sydney Motorsport Park? What's your ideas on the circuit? How have you found it? And how's the car been going around here?
I mean, the circuit is awesome. It's everything I hoped it would be and then some. If anything, I'm disappointed right now that I am not out there. I want to be turning laps. I thought this morning, that we got the nice cool temperatures, and despite the gearbox issues, the car feels really good. So I'm going to do whatever I can to get back out there and turn more laps this weekend, because this has been the experience of a lifetime.
Yeah, hopefully we see this beautiful Ferrari back out on track. It's certainly one of the more eye-catching cars out there on track. And if you don't get to see it out on track later today, make sure you definitely come down and check it out, because this thing is beautiful.
Yeah, how about that? Mike Burrows from Stanceworks, that K-swap Ferrari. You just do not see that every day, and what an amazing build. But I would imagine we're still of a Ferrari-style transaxle in that, maybe in the The little Honda's smashing it up a little bit there by the sound of it, Eric.
Yeah, I haven't looked at the install, but I suspect it might be a K style.
Yeah, it's K swap, yeah.
Yeah. But a K style transmission as well. Transverse.
It might be. Yeah, well, it could be Civic based or anything like that because if it's mid-engine, it's probably running that as well. And you know what? Here in Australia, we've had pretty good luck in sourcing bits for people. So maybe if the shout out goes out to people, if someone can help Mike Burrows in any way with another transmission, well, you know what? Nothing's impossible. We've proven that previously here at World Time Attack. We can fix stuff if we can just get someone to help. Right now here on track is this car of John Sabelic, and this is the Toyota Supra that we saw him loop at their nearly early first session there. I'd say cold rear tyres, plenty of horsepower out of the 2JZ, and may we continue to talk about the mighty 2JZ for a long time to come to teach the future generations just how mighty this six-cylinder was for Toyota, and that it's very hard to even eclipse that with any other modern six-cylinder.
Oh yeah, the 2J is just absolutely iconic, right? I mean, it's I'm waiting for this thing to just rip down the straight.
Yeah, we were still waiting for the noise.
I'm just waiting for it.
Yeah, well, one of our briefs is here to let everyone watching on the live stream just a little bit of gap to let the engines do the talking, and we were waiting for some screaming 2J through turn one, but it didn't happen this lap, but it surely will. But yeah, they have definitely proven themselves over the years that this particular combination has gone down in history as being, you know, sometimes cars need decades to prove themselves as a stayer, as one that earns the reputation that it should have to make it a great car.
Yeah.
And you know, I don't think, you know, and even the earlier Supra before this, you know, will eventually get there. We certainly saw that Supra on Australian racetracks during the Group A era here in the 80s and early 90s.
The Supras need to work a little harder though because they're a bit heavy, but
well, they are. Yeah. And that's the thing. Dynamically, though, like balance, you just about get the cars balanced right. But, yeah, one downside of the Mighty 2J is you are going to have a very tail-happy machine. If you want to make all the horsepower you want for high speed, is that you've also got to have a pretty good right foot.
Yeah.
Because these things will just light up because you know that you can have whatever you want out of a 2JZ.
And a bunch of traction control, too.
You're going to need a lot of that. So as this little session for the open class is wrapping up, I can see the checkered flag signs coming up around the place. So this is the GCG open class of 2023. Now, don't forget, throughout the weekend, GCG has this massive garage sale happening. It's a giant garage sale, serious discounts, serious stuff to grab. There's opportunities and giveaways down there at the GCG display, and they're great sponsors of the open class here as well for World Time Attack 2023. But great GCG garage sale kicking off this weekend, and for this weekend only, I understand. So it's fantastic that these guys are going to have a session. Well, I notice that we've also should see Cole come out shortly. We do have a bunch there, probably nearly 20 in the open class. So this is our first group. We do have, I think, 2 sessions, a session each for each group. So as they will roll in this group, no one's really whacked too many numbers down. Sabelic, minute 44, 118. Owen, minute 46, 682. Pasman, minute 47, 163. So, look, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more here at Sydney Motorsport Park shortly for World Time Attack Challenge with more GCG Open soon.
At GCG, we stand behind the products we sell. That's why you won't find cheap knockoffs, no-name imports or subpar turbos on our shelves. We only sell genuine brands that offer genuine performance and genuine reliability. We are the most respected turbo supplier in Australia. GCG, genuine brands, genuine prices, genuine service.
Yes, thank you, GCG, the open class. You can see, I think we're just about to turn it up to about 11 here in a second, because our next group coming out in the open class features a fair few heavy hitters, no more than Mr. Tim Slade driving the Extreme GTR, the R32. What an iconic shape. And we just know how quick these things can be, Eric.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, it sounds like he's warming up the brakes. And, yeah, when this thing gets to turn one, we got to listen.
Oh, look, I think we're going to let the RB do all the singing here, because as much as we were praising the 2J before, we've got to give some space for the screaming RB through here. And if he gets a good lap there with no hold-ups, that will start to throw the gauntlet down. Of course, he was at the pointy end at our last event in 2022.
Yeah.
I call it our 2022 event. It was April last year, and just I think in the last session it had a mechanical gremlin kick in. I don't know whether it just did a little thing to the engine, whether it was a gearbox. But let's have a listen to this RB here in 2023. All right, we've heard enough screaming RB26. We've seen enough corners here for Tim Slade. We've got a lot of big players out there on flying laps too. But let's have a look at Tim Slade's first lap down here for Extreme GTR. It goes minute 27.558. Minute 27.558 for Tim Slade. And that is our hottest open class car so far. And you know what? That's a hard one to beat on the first fly there. What were your observations on that lap, Eric?
I think they're probably not at 100%.
Yeah.
And this car it's a beautiful build, but as a Skyline, it's a bit heavy.
Yes.
1,400 kilos, but it's got a bundle of power and torque, so I'm sure they're going to turn it up.
Look, it didn't look too bad, did it?
No, not at all.
No, it was pretty clean everywhere, as we know. Sladey knows how to get this vehicle around the track. We're on track now, having a look there at Lane Brandis. Now, this is the WA team, so effectively travelling from the other side of the country to be here. It's a good couple of days trip. Oh, geez, Lane Brandis getting plenty of exit there.
I've actually heard they're the WA record holders.
Oh, well, I wouldn't be surprised. And Lane Brandis' first one down, 34.504. I mean, to come down to Sydney Motorsport Park for pretty much, I would imagine, one of their first times ever, and to go 34 is pretty good. Johnny Boston's out there, goes 33.648, so Boston's out there driving the S14, the motive one. And here's Cole Powelson. He's driving the Oldens Alcon STI. So Racer Cole getting double duty here this weekend. Now, I did see Benny Tran, or heard Benny Tran out there, but he's gone off the screen here, so whether or not he's just come in without a flyer, and we have not seen him on camera yet.
Oh.
Whoa, Cole! It's not one of those Sierras that you like drifting through the desert, but he backed that thing in neat.
Well, it is a rally car, right?
Yeah, well, it's got that DNA in it. I thought it was a rally car there for a second. Maybe the tyre's just not quite up yet for Cole. Let's have a listen to the boxer here. Very, very healthy. So we've got a 27.558 from Slade. Ashton, minute 32.017 for Damon Ashton. Johnny Boston, 33.648, not too bad. Brandis, Brandon and Powson. So let's see how Cole finishes the lap, mind you. We've swapped over to an Evo just about to fly, but we'll get the flying lap here for Cole. And let's just see what he can do. Is he bringing it down on a fly? He sure is. He sure is. And look, not a bad one there for Cole. 171 was his best. 38.552 then. But yeah, that's what you get when you back it into the corner like that, and you've got to go into, let's not send it off track mode. And another good one there for Boston. Boz getting a few good laps in 33.648, 34.206, and we're back on camera here with Lane Brandis. That 32 GTS, by the way, this thing. So yeah, it's not the four-wheel drive platform at all, and you don't see too many as the two-wheel drive platform. But you know, hats off to them. They're an impressive machine. Let's get some RB in here too.
Little traction control there.
Yeah. That is the best side for the RB on the exhaust pipe side. On the dump, it sounds really, really good. Car responds well, turns in really well. Really well. And then to drive a rear-wheel drive car with that sort of horsepower does require a fair amount of good setup and balance, so it's not tailing all over the place. And that's been a good lap there for Lane Brandis.
Yeah, he seems to be putting the power down pretty good.
I just thought that was a little soft on that turn there. It didn't seem to have all the power applied. You see a lot of those racers in that corner, especially start to apply throttle. You hear them on throttle, mid-apex even sometimes, because they do trust how much front-end grip they're going to get out of that corner. And especially since, as Josh alluded to this morning, they've repaved all of that area. So maybe that's giving a lot of people good signals that you can really push out of that mid-apex. Still going to make this a good lap, though. Let's have a look for Brandis. Yeah, 34.923 then, so 34.923. It did look like coming out of turn 8 there that it did just hesitate a little bit, or whether or not, you don't know. It could be a million things that happen in the
It didn't sound like he was on the throttle either.
No, it didn't sound like it at all, and that's what I was alluding to. It just seemed like, well, that wasn't full attack out of there like normally, because you definitely go hell for leather from that corner to the last two.
He might be also working up to it, not this not being his local track and all.
And you know what? When you have a look at what Lane Brandis needs to do there provisionally right now to actually try and go near podium, that's not a bad effort for a rear-wheel drive car. Slady, minute 27.558. That was an impressive run. Ashton's 32.017. I know that there's probably a little bit more in all of those, but that's just an incredible indication of just where we are in 2023 for a lot of our classes. So impressive. And I'm just looking at where we ended up in the Opens last year. So we did end up actually at 27.247 with Nathan Morecambe as our benchmark. So to go 27.558 for Slady, that's nearly close to what they had last year. They had a 27.379 last year. So a 27.558 on the first flyer goes to show that they're back in the hunt, back at the pointy end. But I know that we've got a few in this class that might just all shake it all up, including the man I mentioned there before, Morecambe.
Yeah, we haven't seen him yet. It's going to be it'll be interesting to see what he puts down.
No, it's a hell of a session this morning, and you know, as we continue on later into the morning, this doesn't become a preferred condition for these cars, but we still get to see ones that, as Josh alluded to before, in the middle of the day they might set up for more consistent, percentage laps. That won't be a quick one, but then if you can get nearly all of that right, you're certainly going to not knock back the track time. To be able to get yourself into a position that when you do get back to those prime conditions, that you are ready right then to jump on it when it happens. Plenty happening in our venue. Some nice setups starting to accumulate there. And let me tell you, that whole area tomorrow, of course, our big stylised show and shine, some of the cleanest builds that you'll find anywhere, I'm going to say in the world, Eric, because normally you don't know these things turn up until they turn up, and we are in a prime position here on Friday to just let our track do the talking, the paddock, make sure you do the walking, to get around to everything, check everything out. I know we've got people coming in from all over the country and the world to be part of this. A lot of them arrived from overseas yesterday and early on this week. I think you came in on Monday, is that right?
Yeah, Monday.
And where'd you fly in from?
Los Angeles.
LA. We've had a few come in from LA.
Solid 15-hour flight.
Yeah, you're good. You got over the jet lag pretty good.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad.
Yeah,
too bad for me. I got lucky.
You definitely got lucky. It's good that you're here and kicking. You can see that breeze that Luffy alluded to there. We are getting a nice little breeze across. Now, look, the forecast is for fine conditions here. There are some light weather events happening off the coast, so we might be getting a little bit of that breeze as a result of some of that these weather conditions. They did say that through that was actually even going to bring in a little bit of a wind chill factor. I don't know how it's feeling out there. I think we're up for a cracking day at 20 odd degrees.
The wind is going to play a role in the aero, right, and downforce and all that, depending on the direction of the wind too.
Well, that big building on the, coming down the main straight, that big building, if you look at the way the flags are sort of waving there now, is that is coming from behind the building out. So if you are hitting turn 1 at Van Corner at any sort of stretch, you're certainly going to know about that breeze at the end. So our leaderboard for GCG Open looks like this after our first group through. Tim Slade, minute 27.558. Damon Ashton, 32.017. Johnny Boston, 33.648. Lane Brandis from WA, minute 34.50. Shane Brandon, minute 35. Cole backing in for a minute 38.171. John Healy in that Datsun. John Sabelic in the Supra. Peter Owen and Adrian Pasman in the top 10. We'll take a breath. We'll be back shortly with more action live from Sydney Motorsport Park. Thanks for being with us.
Are you after quality performance products for your car? Talk to the people that speak your language. At highoctanedirect.com, we bring you the best deals on all the top brands. Tomei, TurboSmart, Hypertune, Nitto, HKS, Greddy, PPG, Haltech, Extreme Clutch, and much, much more. highoctanedirect.com, your gateway to automotive performance.
Performance tuners and racers trust Bosch technology for their high-performance engines. Precision, reliability and performance. Bosch fuel injectors give you peace of mind, knowing your engine is getting the best fuel delivery. Race after race, year after year. Optimised spray formation for improved combustion, smoother power delivery and better throttle response. Bosch fuel injectors will put you ahead of the competition. Search Bosch Motorsport Australia. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch.
Yokohama.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Plasma Man Racing is a world leader in performance intercoolers and EFI intake manifolds. For over 25 years, we've been at the forefront of performance turbocharged induction technology. When you go with Plasma Man, you go with proven, tried and tested technology, a combined experience of over 100 years in the performance racing industry, and a product renowned
for its quality, appearance, and reliable, repeatable performance. Plasma Man, no limits.
All right, we are in the right place right now at the right time, because not only is the car on screen that we've seen out there for its, I think, first time attack debut, but the man that had a fair amount of input into the aerodynamics has also joined us back on the mic, Andrew Brilliant. Now, a little bit more, I think, GCG open here, but this is an exciting class, and the variety is second to none, and I'm sure we'll pick that Lotus up again here shortly, Andrew, but it's an exciting class, is it not? And
yeah,
that Lotus would have kept you busy.
Oh yeah, it's a beautiful car, isn't it? It's a rolling car show, that thing.
It is. It is an absolute tribute to the. Well, actually, we got into Plasma Man Pro-Am, so our opens just went through us very, very quickly, and we did throw into the Plasma Man Pro-Am class, which we did see the ad for. And out there right now, I do apologise, that's Jason Rex in the GTR, ready to put a flying lap down. This is our Pro-Am class, thanks to Plasma Man. Big shout out to Alex from Plasma Man. Great ad, world-class products made here in Australia, and performance, boy, they on some pretty serious equipment, the Plasma Man stuff.
Famous worldwide, man.
Yeah, it's good. We've got a list of Aussie companies a mile long that you will see on builds all over the world, and that, I'm very, very patriotic and very, very proud of these companies, and I love it when they just give it straight back into where, this is their business. Well, the 35, it's just not happy with the power on early there, but he's handling it pretty well there, Jason Rex. And let's just see what, it's a sexy car too, is it not? I mean, show me one not sexy car here this weekend. Show me an ugly one.
They've really stepped it up this year, haven't they, in terms of just how beautiful the field is this year? Oh.
Well, I mean, it all goes back to when you and I were both children and we got our first Hot Wheels. And I suppose when you go from the first Hot Wheels and you have a little small version of one day you want the real version. And now eventually everyone all gets there. If you want it bad enough, you will eventually get there and you get your own real version of it. And I'm loving this one of Jason Rex, the FE Motorsports 35.
And I think that aero is a bit mix of the Sydney Composites and JKF did the design work to sort it out for that car.
And you know what can you offer a car that dynamically is already still pretty good as a production car? I mean, there's obviously efforts to give it a little bit more rear downforce, and that front downforce very, very important.
Yeah, well, my mentor actually designed that car from the factory, the GTR, so I'm intimately familiar with it, but they just don't have the kind of downforce you'd ever be able to use on a racetrack like this from the factory.
Yeah, well, here we go. Right out here in front of us here in the Pro-Am class is Daniel Callow, but it was the Lotus that just caught our attention. I think it was the wing that got my attention there in the background. It was like, I'm looking at this WRX, but there was something...
The wing with a Lotus?
Very wing with a Lotus.
Yeah.
Yes. All right, we're keeping an eye on here on Daniel Callow, of course, the Car Mods Australia, WRX, been coming to World Time Attack for a long, long time. And, geez, the old Pro-Am class has really expanded in the last couple of years as, these car owners decide to, race their dreams here. Now, this is Matt Plowman driving the Exige for Skura Motorsport. And we've even got a Falcon Ute in there. So we had the Commodore Ute in Club Sprint. Now we've got an out-of-control Falcon Ute in there, which we'll get to in a sec once we see it. But I can even see now out there for the first time ever as well, driving the Life Motorsport, but now re-wrapped Donut Media. Jeremiah out there having a go. How good is this to have actually in this class? Geez, we've got some cars in here that are racing. Jeremiah Burton, Ferris Kortumi, Tetsuhiro Kurokawa, Mitsuhiro Nishio. We have got plenty of international flavour in this class.
Absolutely. This is a massive field in Pro-Am. It's the biggest we've ever had.
Look at Jeremiah getting some downforce there on the straight, bottoming those plates out.
Yeah, that's where you see the aero working. You see the whole car just hunkered down on the ground. When you're driving it, you can feel it. It just feels like the whole thing gets lower. There's no doubt what's going on.
Okay, so wrapped this weekend for World Time Attack, the Donut Media R35, of course, from Life Motorsport in Utah. And they broke the transmission yesterday, so they blew a tranny. And a lot of effort was hinged on getting that fixed for today. So they were at Croydon last night fixing that transmission, and there it is. It's all good.
Turned out to just be a gasket or something inside of it.
It was.
Yeah, it was no big deal.
So fluid where it shouldn't have been, and then no shift response.
Yeah, the rebuild's all the work. And that's Andrew Hamner in SX Developments S13.
Yeah, the 13, the 180SX shape there. Another fantastic platform that really lends itself to not only club sprint all the way through to Pro-Am and the Pro classes, as we've seen evolutions of these. But it's all down to effort too in the Pro-Am category. You'll see a lot of guys that have had a few laps under their belts with these vehicles, but it's such a hard car to fit into any other form of motorsport.
Yeah.
Wait, well, that just went... Nearly swapped itself on its own axis there. That was a very exciting moment. That was a pucker moment there for Andrew Handmer in the 180SX. That was insane.
Yeah, this is another one of the... We have so many of these beautiful homebrew cars out there in the field. This is another one of them.
He certainly felt where the grip level was there once he got all the power down. Having a listen to our maybe the variable LSR in there. Fair amount of you can hear a fair amount of that traction control kicking in with a lot of these vehicles there, where it does kind of appear like the car's developed a miss. Other than that's just a little bit of power management coming there. It's just knocking some power out of the engine the most basic way it can, whether it is just a limit or a fuel cut or something like that. That just softens the car up just for however many microseconds before it restores itself.
Just give you a chance to get it under control. Hey, you know, that's not a bad lap time for Burton on his first time ever around the circuit here.
36.519 is a very impressive time.
And they didn't have practice yesterday because the gearbox went in the first lap.
Oh, well, there you go. So they've got to be impressed with that. Smiles all round. Honestly, if you don't have smiles on your faces by the end of the weekend, you haven't experienced a World Time Attack enough, because at the end of the day, Ian puts all this on for one reason, and that's for everyone to have a really good time and enjoy each other's company when it comes to radical car builds, things insanely fast and good engineering.
Looks like a red flag. What's going on there?
All right, so we might have something detected there we're not quite picking up, but the reds are out obviously for a reason, so we're going to just lock this track down for a sec while we maybe go into recovery. The recovery vehicle is on its way, so that kind of means we might have to go and fetch someone, but already we had Rex in there with a minute 33.254, a very good lap there for him. And, we got, which we didn't see any more of, which was Luke Hando, the Ford Falcon XR6 chute. Here we go, a bit of a replay here. Now, this is this pucker moment we talked about here. Now, he gets mid-apex. I think he's looking for the power on here. And, yes.
I was just destabilized over the curbing and just hard to get back on it.
No, the drift challenge is on tonight, but that's that's fine. Speak of the devil, it actually might... Yeah, no, it was actually Callow there. So I looked at the ute and thought it was the ute, but then I looked in front and it was actually Daniel Callow that they've just had to go and recover him. The fireys were there. I don't see any smoke, so maybe that was a little minor issue there that definitely got the attention. I don't know whether we're having to pick anything up after the car other than the car itself, hopefully.
Maybe he just stopped it in a bad place, you know?
Yeah, well, that's another thing that'll bring the reds out, absolutely. If the car's in what you would consider a dangerous spot for anyone else. And when you have a look at that, are we on track there? We might be. We are. Mm-hmm. We definitely are. So that's why we've had to just put a red on that session, because that has kind of just stopped itself dead there. I'm just trying to make out exactly our orientation of where we are there, but very well, we are around the back, just off maybe the runoff area there. I do not know, but that car has lost power completely. So yeah, we might be able to get him to fire it up and drive it off. That thing's looks like we've developed a traffic management plan anyway. We're rolling it back to maybe somewhere where we can get it off. But
yeah, I mean, if you got a safety vehicle like that out on track, you got no choice but a red flag, really. So.
A fantastic lineup of vehicles in this class, including a Corvette from the United States. A couple of thousand horsepower of turbo LS, which I spoke to Ferris last night. Very, very pleased with the car and stoked to be here. We've got the Dream Racing, Tetsuhiro Kurokawa in the Rotary, the RX-7, all the Rotary fans. They're going to get their fair chance to get into that one. We have Mitsuyoshi Nishio, that S13.
Yeah.
Can't wait to see that thing come out if he gets the chance shortly. Dale Malone driving that Super GT 350. This class is a treat all to itself, the Plasma Man Pro-Am class. And you know who else is a treat? Warren Luff at all this info he's bringing us. Luffy?
Hey, down here in the lane with one of our Pro-Am category guys. Here with Michael. How's the car going so far, mate?
Not too bad at all today.
So what's your expectations throughout this class? What are we sort of expecting time-wise?
Round 31, 32.
All right, mate, I'll let you get back onto it. Good luck out there.
Yeah, that's the way, Luffy. He's right down at the coalface, and I know I'd love to get Luffy into wanting something again today, because I do love watching him drive. You know, his earlier exploits here at World Time Attack, and I know that it wouldn't. You know, if you didn't have to ask Luffy twice if you wanted to have a steer or something like this out there today, I'm sure he'd love it. As a professional driver, you think, well, the last thing you want to do on your days off is work. But I mean, I think, if you want to steer something and steer something quick, you're not going to reject the opportunity. But Warren Luff really bringing it all for us. So back to that listener, you were telling us a little story about that the Super GT 350Z.
Yeah, so actually when I started working in Super GT, my first team, that car was in the garage. That was the last year car when I started working there. So the owner of that was this guy Ogino-san, and he actually was under Suzuki's crew chief back here.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Is that
really
right?
small world, yeah.
Yeah, it is a very small world, very small world. And, these circles that we have, I just don't think they're diminishing circles. I still think that they're a constant circle. If not, we are grabbing new people as we get more people interested, taking it on as a career. And, like Eric has just give us an example before, he's a race engineer. You grew up and you did a degree in, what did you do, fluid dynamics or whatever? What is it?
Mechanical.
So mechanical. So you start as an aerodynamicist, as a mechanical engineer. That's the first degree?
Yeah, you're not supposed to be an aerodynamicist from that, but I did. By the way, this car, I kept coming by, I wanted to see his engine, but he's never had to open the bonnet, so I never could have a look. That's how much this car just keeps running and running,
Yeah. So you didn't quite come in the right way as an aerodynamicist. You came in through as that.
No. Some people probably scoff at me for that one, but
Well, you've done all right. You've done all right, Mr. Brilliant. You've done all right. So I can't wait to see that Corvette out there. We've got a few of our fans spilling in here for today, and Luffy's got more info from the pits.
Yeah, like you said, I can't wait to see this Corvette out on track. And how good is this car when you get up close? This thing is an absolute beast. Ferris, who's the guy driving the car, getting ready to go out in Pro-Am class. Mate, what's your thoughts on Sydney Motorsport Park? Obviously, first time here. How's the car been through testing?
It's been great. The track itself is amazing. You guys have a beautiful facility. Turn 1 is pretty intimidating, I'm not going to lie. I'm doing every bit of 182 right now on the front straight. So to try to turn it in going that fast is pretty insane.
So when you hear him talk about he's doing 182, pretty sure he's referencing miles an hour there. So that's fast.
You know what? It's interesting that he's had time to look at the data and see what he is doing on the main straight before turn 1. But
I think that's just short of 300 Ks. Yeah,
that's a hell of a wrap right there, Ferris. And you know what? For a guy that's one of the quickest time attack cars in the United States of America, to bring a piece of apple pie down here, carbon fibre apple pie, by the way, with 2,000 horsepower of LS and Aussie sequential gearbox and transaxle. So we've got a little Aussie flavour in there as well. But it's interesting, years ago, and a big shout out to our former competitors, Andy Forrest brought down, of course,
that's right,
brought down the WRX, and Andy, I remember Andy coming up to a competitor, maybe like Luffy or Johnny Boston, and said, what sort of speed should we be doing down the straight? And he goes, why is that? He goes, well, I was on the limiter at 188 before the start-finish line. So remember that flat six thing?
Yeah.
So Andy Forrest was doing 188 mile an hour at the start-finish line all those years ago.
And we had a bit of drag in that thing.
Yeah. Well, you needed it because it had a lot of horsepower, that car as well. But there we go. So Ferris is seeing 182 mile an 182 mile an hour on the straight. I don't mind bringing the old mile an hour back in, because honestly, for everyone that's watching right around the world, kilometres an hour is one thing, but mile an hour still, it's an impressive thing no matter which way. So talk about impressive. Now, Andrew, as an aerodynamicist, utilities, how do you attack a utility for aero?
There's a lot of things you can do.
Like that?
I think that's actually a wing, one of my wings on the back of it. It kind of looks like it, but yeah, it's an interesting challenge. But you do actually have a lot of space for flowing.
Whoa! We've just put the kiss of death on him, and he's put the Falcon off the track there. Oh, Hando. I don't know, did Luke know we had the cameras on him, and Luke just trying to light up that Barra 6-cylinder, and it just lit the tyres up, and I hope he hasn't hit the wall with any of that gorgeous carbon. But, we were just talking about how do you aero a utility, and that wing will do it.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of wing in that car.
Now, look, while we're quickly just looking at it sideways there for a sec. Now, as an aerodynamicist, you're already looking at profiles there. You're already, I know in your mind, Andrew Brilliant, you are looking at the way that air comes off the roof line.
Sure.
What does it do after that for the people watching at home?
Oh, it'll just tumble behind it. But, you know, they actually tune that quite well, and they build a vortex in there that'll streamline the car using a vortex. It's really quite interesting.
Yeah, righto. So here we go. Yeah, just...
Oh, he just got into power.
Just too spicy. Just too spicy.
He just missed the wall too.
Yeah, I hope so, because you know you wouldn't keep too many spare front nose clips for those things. But so just looking at that from, I saw that there was no vortex generators on the roof line there. Do you think for a utility where you want to try and clean the air up once it goes into that void behind the cockpit? We'll get that thought from you in a sec, Andrew. I love asking the good questions, and I love when Luffy asks the good questions too, Warren.
Yeah, look, we were talking numbers before, and we're talking about obviously that Corvette hitting that magical 300 kilometres an hour on the front straight, which in terms of speed down here at Sydney Motorsport Park, that is really fast. Comparing it to a V8 supercar just very quickly, V8 supercars raced here not that long ago. V8 supercar tops out about 275 at the end of the front straight, and when we compare that with Barton Moore's lap, the V8 supercar pole here only last month was a 129.2, so we're now looking at nearly 10.5 seconds. In terms of what does that mean on an actual lap, go back 10.5 seconds on the lap on a V8 supercar, and they're only just coming up through sort of turn 9. So it gives you an idea as to how fast these World Time Attack cars are, and obviously how quick they are at the end of the front straight.
Geez, Luffy, when you put it that way, that's, you know, if we started, the 968 and a supercar on a flying lap together, by the end of it, you're putting a couple of corners on that car, on the supercar. It really does put it into perspective, and that's crazy to compare it that way. But yeah, a clear 10 seconds quicker.
Yeah, well, 5 seconds would be, so when I worked in GT, the LMP2 cars were about 5 seconds a lap quicker than us. So that's a car that'll just disappear from view in 2 or 3 corners, and you're talking about double that. So a car like this will just pass it on the outside, blow the doors off it, and you'll never see it again.
Well, especially when you come to turn 1, when if you can get that thing locked in the zone and that aero kicks in at the right speed, that is it's going to walk away from those cars. And look, I know that the supercars, they are a heavier car than the 968. So
yeah, it's a very different thing.
They don't have.
And they'll do hundreds of laps.
And they don't have 50. Yeah, that's right. I don't think we could see the 968 do a Bathurst 1000 one day.
No.
But that's the difference also between having up to 1,500 horsepower and 600 to 650 odd horsepower, which they do have. So there's a few other things that we throw in there. They're weapons in their own right, supercars. But then these are, that's a supercar. What are these things? They're a hypercar, a mega car. They are unbelievable. And you know what? I'm loving that. We might have. Is that maybe all? Definitely carbon everywhere you can on a Falcon, other than maybe the cab.
That's about as much carbon as you can get, yeah.
Yeah, carbon, and you know what? I'm sure there'd probably be a small demand for some of that stuff. Our traditional Aussie Ford Falcon. Nowhere else in the world was that car manufactured other than here in Australia. So for those people watching from right around the world, yes, we're lucky. We've got like a Commodore utility version that we've seen earlier on here today in Club Sprint, and now we're seeing the Falcon Ute there in Pro-Am. So exciting stuff. Good to see a nice Aussie flavour to it all, but we're not too far away from another green flag moment as we continue with more Plasma Man Pro-Am. And have you had much to do with, do you know a little bit more about the S13 there with Mitsuyoshi Nishio at all? Or?
I do not know so much about that car, honestly. Yeah, I know Kurokawa and the RX-7. They're from my island up in the north, Hokkaido. I had a little chat with them and asking them questions about the car, but I don't know so much about that other car. I know Under's good mates with him.
Yeah, well, I mean, it looks like there's a fair bit of under influence in there now. I noticed sort of got some flanks off the back there, a bit of wide body starting to kick in. I did have a look at it. Looking at the slow motion replay here of Luke Hando, and you got to hand it to the guys that want to go and build something unique like that. Because honestly, you park that utility anywhere, and especially if we've got plenty of Falcon Utes in Australia. Yeah. That's got to be the wildest one I've seen.
Yeah,
honestly, the first ever attempt at maybe a time attack Falcon Ute. Well, look,
and it's actually not bad in the rigs either. A Ute.
No, and we're lucky for the people that know all over the world. We talk in the one breath about the 2JZ and the RB, but you heard about the Barra. Have you heard about the Aussie Barra? Yeah. So we're going to keep the Aussie, you know, if we're going to throw an engine, if you're going to talk about some of the best inline sixes they ever made, you've got to say that you've nearly in the same breath as 2JZ and RB26, that you'd say the Aussie Barra engine. It's so Aussie to actually name an engine after a fish, but that's what it is. Of course, named after when that BA Falcon was developed, that was called Project Barra. It was actually it was actually more about the theme of the build of the BA Falcon. This is right up your alley, Andrew. Looking at all this front aero, is that what we call the Infinity Wing?
That is, yeah.
That's Tanuki, right?
Tanuki, yeah. So Tanuki's about to go out, I think, for their first Pro-Am session. So they must have got the steering wheel figured out overnight.
What happened with that?
They had to redo a rack, like a rack had just died on them, and then when they put it back in, it was different. It had the steering wheel 90 degrees out. So the other night, I was joking with Tim. I said, "Why don't you just drive it one-handed? You know, because it."
Yes. Put a spinner on it. Yeah. All right, while we get this Falcon utility out of the way, we have got Mr. Tim Slade and Mr. Warren Luff.
Yeah, guys, down here with Slady, doing double duties again this weekend, obviously coming into a busy time of year for you, obviously, with the V8 Supercar Enduros. But give us a bit of an insight. Obviously, it wasn't that long ago you raced here in the new Gen 3 car for V8 Supercars, now here at World Time Attack. Obviously, lap time is very different between the two. What's the driving like, and how do you recalibrate your brain for driving a World Time Attack car?
It's pretty difficult. I hate that echo on the sound system. It does my head in. But no, it's chalk and cheese pretty much between driving a supercar and one of the Time Attack cars. The supercar, you're almost sort of telling yourself to back off, not overdrive. Whereas this car, every time you jump out, you're basically telling yourself to go harder and harder and harder. And the difficult thing is in a race car, you know, you get lots of laps to try and improve yourself. You know, you start out here and slowly improve, brake later, go faster. Whereas these cars, you're lucky to do 3 whole laps a day, so you got to sort of take big chunks out of it. But I guess there is differences between the classes in Time Attack as well. You know, for example, the Extreme GTR in open on the Aspect tyre is quite a lot different to Tanuki in Pro on the slick. So, even for me, like jumping from car to car this weekend has its challenges, and, you just have to have a bit of a reset when you jump in each one.
Well, there you hear it from the two-time champion, Tim Slade there. Due to go back out there again shortly, and like we spoke about, coming up to Enduro season, so this guy's going to get real busy.
He sure is. He's in good shape, Slady, too. And you know what? You can just keep your hand in. You know, if you're not steering around the supercars or any other car that he can get into, when you've got opportunities like the Extreme GTR and then Tanuki, it's not a bad day at the office, is it?
Yeah, and they've got the team's got a lot to live up to. It's a 2-time champion looking for a 3rd. And with a double entry, so they've got to run that car in 2 different classes during the day. So it's a hell of a challenge.
And he's definitely up for that. That's just fantastic, Andrew. Honestly, when this changed into the hands there of Wayne, was that then he then got on to you about, well, let's put some aero on this thing? Or you'd already contributed to this car in its former Hammerhead days.
Yeah, no, it's just slowly evolved over time. I mean, it was we'd have a scope of operation to do, and who wanted to do what, in what order. It's always ever been a car that only had so many hands on it, so much available labor. So, but yeah, no, finally we've gotten to redo the aero everywhere on this car. So. It's a bit of a reboot, but downforce has gone up, drag's gone down, so we're happy with it.
Oh, is that what you need to do nearly every single time you finish a new kit? You go, downforce is up, drag is down. It's that balancing act, isn't it? It's
yeah. Sometimes you increase both.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes you take drag to have downforce. But that's the nuance of it, right? Is getting that exact right balance, and that's car to car and team to team.
And look, with a shape like the S13, I mean, you normally have this thing, I suppose, for people that probably wouldn't understand, you have to have this sort of body drawn, don't you? In order to create simulation models, you've got to have a real scale drawing of the thing in 3D to be able to start putting your pieces on it.
That car's been 3D scanned at least twice.
Is that right?
Yeah, I think 3 times.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we go from scan to CAD and then make our changes, and they become a reality on the car.
So we talk about tunnel and everything like that. Have we got a tunnel or a diffuser in that?
That is one thing I'd really like to still do on that car if we get a chance.
This is one that I think it's crying out for one. Is the of course Mitsuyoshi Nishio. Now this is going to be an exciting session, folks. So the Plasma Man Pro-Am class, we're starting to look. It's just fruit everywhere. It's the biggest four-wheeled fruit factory that we've ever got. Just the sexiest beast you've ever seen. People wanting to steer and drive something exciting, and what an exciting group these are, including this one, the DM Motorsport Engineering Dale Malone GT300 car. Look, here we go. Dre Racing from Japan for the Rotary fans. He's onto it already, Kurokawa. Now, hasn't that got some slippery arrow on there? Now, that's, of course, a different kit there, but it's a, I think...
Voltex.
Yeah, it was a Voltex system on it, and that is a crazy setup. And it's so good to see them back because they've been here before.
And they're up in the frozen north, those guys.
Are they?
Yeah, the sea ice rocks up in the winter over there.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Looks like he's on a lap there. We'll see if we can get a little bit of that the 13B happening here. Let's have a listen. He's definitely trying out there, Kurokawa, already. Giving him a few little mixed signals there, it's still maybe not up to temp everything, but it looks like he's trying already. Jesus, you can see that arrow kicking it down.
Yeah, I mean, you really don't want to be that much on the ground because you unload the arrow and you ground it out. They've probably just never been in a track this fast, and they'll probably have to add a little bit of stiffness to it.
Well, even just an observation as it started to hit the main straight there, that the arrow kicked in there and that thing just planted itself. No more suspension travel. As you said, it upsets it when it wants to bottom out like that. You kind of lose your seal.
It looks like they're rubbing bodywork on that tire too.
Yeah,
that might be where the smoke's coming from.
We will stick with Tetsuhiro Kurokawa because he is still attempting to put one hell of a banzai run in here. It's got some on it. Let's keep an eye on the 13B here, the last couple of corners.
Hope they don't cut through that tire.
No shortage of wheel spin out of that car. You can hear him really having to feather the throttle there, but that is pushing. And we'll keep an eye on the arrow of this car as it comes down the main straight again. He's still on one here, Kurokawa. He's up in Sector 2 as well, so it'll be a little quicker for Kurokawa. He'd already gone well, he's on a flyer right now, his first flyer. Brings it down, bottoming that thing out, and Kurokawa goes minute 30, 1:24. Minute 30, 1:24. He wants to leave here with our quickest rotary time around Sydney Motorsport Park, and that's not a bad effort. Oh, we've got some screaming cars coming past as well, including Drew Hall in the Croydon Skyline, but check this out.
What kind of power do you think those two rotors will make? Two-rotor.
Look, every day of the week between 600 and 800 if you want to lean on them hard enough. This is Richard Pradini, of course, the now the VR38 powered Ginetta. You don't get too many VR38 Ginetta G55s, but this one, he podiumed in 2022 with that car after many years with it. Now, we've got a red flag for some reason, which we're going to get to the bottom of, I am sure. But look, all we saw there was one flying lap. Just checking our numbers here. Perini went 1 minute 30.626. Minute 30.124 was Kurokawa. Oh no, it's not. It's Mitsuyoshi Nishio. It's off the track, and that might be towards 4. That one. So that's not a good place for him to be because he's a long way from home right there. Whether the thing has completely lost power, if he can get that track empty, he might be able to, if the thing was to fire up, to just take it across into that spill area. But that is not good to see. That is I think it is one of our quickest cars around Scuba. That's why the thing's here.
It's definitely quick at Scuba, yeah.
It's a beast, and it's one thing to be so quick at Scuba. Again, years ago, I remember back then, even sub-minute you were fast, but now we're into the 52s and things like that. So that's a nice measurement, but then Sydney Motorsport Park's another really good measurement. That kind of then becomes the world standard, the world acknowledged time. But look, unfortunately there for Mitsuyoshi, that's not a good start for Team S Complete from Japan. That is a shame for now, but hopefully they can get that thing sorted out, because that is a treat once it's on. What are you spotting there, Andrew?
Oh, I was just sussing out how people were doing in the Sector 1 before the red flag. And it looks like we didn't have a time up for Lee, so I'm not sure what happened there.
Well, on camera now is entrant 13, the Jay Davidson.
For us was going right.
Yeah, Gingerbread Racing Team. Oh, here we go. You know what? We're going to give this thing a fair bit of microphone on the lap, I think.
Yeah.
Because I was listening to this thing while I was up at Credentials yesterday, waiting to get into the track. You could tell this car was on track, because we know we've got only a couple of V8s, barely any. Yep. But then you could tell when Ferris was out there, because that thing it sounded angry. It sounded angry. It's got plenty on tap. Potentially, if you were to wind those LSs all the way up, that is a 2,000 horsepower car. Can you use 2,000 horsepower in that sort of rear-wheel drive configuration? Probably not everywhere. Can you use a little bit on the main straight? Absolutely. We're just towing off one of our international visitors, which is a shame. But hey, Warren Luff, you've got more info down in the pits.
Diggles, I know this is a car that you're very excited to sort of see out here on track today. Ryan Turk has just been warming up this beautiful Supra. Unless you've been living under a rock for the last 12 months, this is probably one of the most hyped cars online in terms of what it is and what it's capable of doing, and we're going to see it out on track very soon. So excited to see this car, and most importantly, hear it out on track.
Yeah, that's another one we're going to be giving the all the camera microphones around the track, and this is part of our brief when we come to these events, is that we've got to give these people what they want, and they want to hear these things as well. As much as visually appealing they are, and the engineering's off the planet, you've got to hear what they sound like as well. There's cars have a soul, and sometimes the noise is part of that soul, and no doubt.
Did you walk up and see that car in the pits?
Yeah, it's incredible.
Oh,
it's incredible.
Yeah.
And you know what? And when we do the big pit walk tomorrow, that's the time to really get up close and observe all of that. He's on track right now, so let's see what he does with this car. Fantastic to see, all the way from the other side of the world, and he's going to bring this thing out for a fair crack shortly. And it's, of course, Ferris Kotumi, the Corvette, one of our first Corvette. Look at this, a bit of Ginetta Corvette action there. That's not bad. Let's just put those two guys against each other for a bit. I'd say power to weight, well, Ferris has still got a little bit more there, I would say, but you can never underestimate a VR38 for power anyway.
No.
And Pereni's just trying to get another one in here. I know that he that earlier run for him, a 36.26 ain't too bad. But yeah, it's like anything, you want to compare yourself to how you went the year before. And he went 33.657 last year to be third. He's already gone 30.
Yeah.
So I'd say he's happy.
Well, and there's probably starting to be a lot of track temp in out there, so it'll be harder to get a new best in the heat.
I just don't know where our quickest time is going to end up this year. Already, as we saw, last year Richard did podium in third with a 33.657. Costa went minute 26.
Yeah.
Of course, so that's kind of like a pro. It's kind of like a pro-am benchmark. But where's it going to end up today? You can already see here on screen here, Kurakara minute 31.24, Perini minute 30.626, and then Rex minute 33.257. So Perini, he's in the mix here again already with this car, and Ginetta's. I know that you're going to have straight down to Warren Luff for a breaking story.
So here we are at turn one. We spoke about this car before. Here is American Muscle, and that front bodywork seems to be moving around a lot. You can see it actually sort of fluctuating, and that maybe that front splitter is a little bit too low. That's probably something that Andrew Brilliant can maybe comment on, but you can see they've got a bit of work to do with that Corvette.
Let's just have a listen, Luffy. Thank you. He was right on the spot as he came down the track there. But yeah, let's have a look at that front nose there. Is it?
Yeah.
I don't know whether the aero was pushing it around, Andrew.
Yeah, so some people confuse porpoising with what's going on there, and that's actually called flutter. That's when the structural flexibility of the bodywork is causing it to move around. And you can tell because it's really high frequency, you see that. It'll be going, where porpoising will be at the rate of the frequency of the suspension.
Yeah.
Bunch of traction control there.
A whole mess of traction control, but let's... Oh, Ferris! No, he's not leaving the horsepower behind. Let's have a listen out of here. He's got a bunch of traction. He's up in sector 2 here, so let's just see what Ferris Khartoumi can do. But yeah, that aero hitting the main straight and watching that front nose do that.
Yeah. Again, that's more bottoming than you probably want to have.
Nonetheless, not a bad lap there. Oh, we can see out in front there, Tanuki's about to have a flying lap. But look at that nose there, Andrew. Oh, boy. Khartoumi, minute 28.215. He's at the top.
Wow.
Minute 28.215. Remember, this is far from his home track. In fact, he's never been here this weekend. And as he said, this is an amazing track. He said that turn 1, though, he said that turn 1 is something else that he's got to get used to. But yeah, now, after his first flying lap, Ferris Khartoumi has come over. Now, look, we've got all eyes on Fawkes is out there as well. So we've got a few others in this class that you've got to keep an eye out for. That's Stephen Fawkes right now on a flying lap. We're looking for early sectors if we've picked him up, but that's not a bad one. Let's have a listen. So he's got a fair amount of effort in there, has Fawkes for this flying lap. So I'd say that there might be a few little cats amongst the pigeons shortly as they all start to find their mark. And there's plenty in this class screaming through here.
Oh, Drew Hall.
Yeah, Drew Hall, 28.911. Drew Hall, the skyline for Croydon Racing Developments, minute 28.911. So 2 in the minute 28s. We've got new standards coming here as far as our top 3 average. Fawkes goes through and goes 36.48 after an early 6.26. Perini goes in there for another 36.48. Fawkes, yeah, sorry, went 32.027, so that was his best. But it was actually Perini that put in a couple of consistent laps there. But how good was Drew Hall? Here he is now on track, I think. Is this right? It is. Let's let this RB sing for the rest of the lap. Because he's on another good one here, maybe.
These things sound good, don't they?
They sure do. You can tell them apart from any other six-banger. Again, if these guys sort of run the tyres they want, this might be the year where you get more than that one lap at. In fact, the next lap after the quick one might even be quicker. So let's have a listen to how he finishes this lap here, Drew Hall. Keep an eye on it. Does he knock the American off number 1 spot? Let's have a look. Oh, 28.300. Oh, how's that for a split between 1 and 2?
That's a fantastic testament to how different the slick tires are, right? That you can go back to back and have the times be that close to each other.
And you know what? Drew's going to try a third one here, and I wouldn't be surprised that some of these guys will just see what that third lap feels like. Just to see, you know what, if I get enough feedback and input and there's no traffic in front of me, why wouldn't you try for lap 3?
Yeah, I mean, if you're learning as a driver every time you go around, absolutely.
Well, Perini goes minute 30.109, so nearly into the 20s. But look at that, Kurakara, minute 31.24. Lee, minute 38.09. You can throw a napkin over the top 5 just about and just show just how tight this podium's going to be already. And this is only our first session at everything.
And I just got to say, coming here for your first time to tip into the 20s, coming from overseas for an international team, I just think that's fantastic, no matter who you are and what country you're from.
That's impressive, yeah, especially when we know that quite a few of the other competitors have been around Sydney Motorsport Park more than once. So
that's right.
Now, look, I noticed that Lee went minute 38.09, so he's sort of flown under the radar there for us. But Wayne Lee, his first sort of, I would say, major event in Tanuki. So that's not bad for the owner of the car.
Yeah, I mean, for his first time around the track here, to be 5 seconds off the record, I mean, all those cars are doing fantastic.
No, and it's good that because I don't think we saw him in open as in the pro class first session there for Slady. So they didn't put Tanuki in that first pro session,
right.
but they let Wayne get into the pro-am and have a good go at it.
Yeah, I had a chat to Dave at GT Auto Garage, and he just said they couldn't get the steering wheel on in time for that first session. Yeah,
right. So Tanuki will be back with some more action in the next category when Pro comes out with Tim Slade driving it. So right now, Wayne's got one down. He's top 5 at the moment, which is not too bad. But how about that for our first session, Kortumi? I'm sure I don't know whether he came over here with aspirations to clean everyone up, but that's not a bad first sort of stint at it under the worldwide scrutiny. Minute 28, 2:15 for the Corvette, and hang on a sec. All right, get your ears on. We won't be doing too much talking here, Andrew. I think we're going to let.
I want to go outside and have a listen.
Yeah.
Honestly.
So this is part of our schedule where we give this man Ryan Tuick the class. We give him the open track to do what he wants. Talking to the team last night about it, because I said, how good does that exhaust sound? And I asked them a few little questions like, what are we? Are we 10 to 1 or are we 5 into 1? He goes, oh, well, they're both 5 into 1 collectors with a crossover pipe, and the exhaust is made out of Inconel. So that's why we're getting part of this amazing sound, is the pipes are a big part of it. Scheduled Judd V10 program to introduce Warren Sayre back to the mic here. Was so good to have you back here at Sydney Motorsport Park, and just in time for a little bit of an audible, beautiful ear bashing.
I don't feel like I can even talk over this, really.
No.
Can I? Just listen to that.
Yeah, it's hard to bring you in on this, mate.
You've thrown me well and truly under the bus. I feel like Dan Mackey.
Okay, you and I will just be quiet together here. Right?
Sound. Ian Baker has well and truly brought back the world. We've got such a unique perspective because we can hear it, and then we can actually hear it in real time behind us as well, and that thing is absolutely screaming. Chris Diggles, Ryan Turek with the demo car. I was actually asking yesterday, Jared Deander is here, of course, from the United States, good friend of Ryan's, and I said, why did he build it? Because he just wanted to build something cool, and I think he's well and truly achieved that.
Look, you know what, anytime you build something cool, you've got the attention of Ian Baker, right? Yes, and for reasons like this, honestly, I don't think he had to. Ryan!
He can't resist. He can't help himself, right? Ryan Turek, of course, a Formula Drift champion. That's perhaps what he's most well known for.
He really cut his teeth growing up, though, in dirt bike. I was talking to him last night. He wasn't really a car guy from the beginning. He was a dirt guy.
That's a really common story, though, right? A lot of guys seem to ride motocross, and then they fall out of the sky from great height and decide that they're safer in a roll cage.
We went through a list of all the broken bones that he's had. Yeah. So, so it's like, oh, good to see you found cars. Hey, let's have a listen here. All right. do not adjust your set. No, there was deliberately no comms there because we needed that Judd V10 to do all the singing. And you know what we do even have a V10 celebration somewhere amongst the program today or tomorrow where we're going to see not one, not two, but three V10s in a bit of a all V10 speed display. But that's a pretty impressive look. Minute 34.487. So he was carrying a transponder there. So minute 34.487. That's pretty good considering we're normally aspirated. And you know, horsepower-wise, yes, it's got plenty, but I mean, it's not the most. It's not the biggest horsepower car here, but it doesn't need to be when it can do that.
Close your eyes.
Yeah.
Just close your eyes. How does it go? Close your eyes and drift away.
Yeah,
close your eyes. Ryan Turek, of course, away from the United States. The world is back, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
Here at World Time Attack Challenge for 2023. My name's Warren Sear. I'm joining Chris Diggles just up here for some of the entertainment features on Friday, kick-off day. But the first thing I heard when I walked in this morning, Chris Diggles, was you just about to explode out of the commentary booth.
Is that right? When it happened with the 18.
When it happened?
With the 18.
Yeah.
It was a big moment. It was worthy of an explosion. As you said, I was going to maybe explode here today anyway.
Yeah.
You made that prediction yesterday that we were going to have an explosion, and it happened in that very first session with Bart. But was it so good to be back? The world is back. Of course, the land of the long white cloud, plenty of wild cars and wild builds. We've got quite a few of those cool cats here this weekend again.
Well, I think it might be it definitely would be the weirdest and most wonderful collection we've ever had here, right?
Yes,
because we've got
mix.
drift cars, we've got V10 demo cars, we call it the Parade of Bulls.
Yes,
and we've got a tank.
And a tank, I can't believe we've got a tank, we've got a hot rod, we've got some crazy drift stuff happening as well. You'll be in the thick of it again with all of that, which I know they were practicing last night, but it's tonight and tomorrow where it's all going to come down, and we've got some of the best drifters on the planet.
We call it the Australasian Drift Champs, right? Because it is the only event that has the best of New Zealand, the best of Australia, plus the invited internationals, all here for one day. Run what you brung. If you earn that championship, then hey, you have well and truly earned that championship.
And how good is it to have your guy, Jared, here as well, to come and be a part of it
voice
too? I don't think it'll be
He'd probably appear on camera just about here.
It's the first time, it won't be the last time we'll have that big weapon around, I'm sure.
Oh, it's not too much. He doesn't know about the sport of drift, of course, one of the founding fathers, part of the Formula Drift circuit. Now, that was amazing, wasn't it? That oral... What would you call it? Oral extravaganza?
It is AURAL. Yes, that's right. It's
thank you for spelling that for us New Zealanders who are tuned in.
It's a fantastic piece of equipment, and it is just unbelievable. You know what? That's the price of admission car. You know what I mean? Like, talk about cars that can be the price of admission.
Yeah.
You nearly well got your price of admission already with a car like that. It is one thing that you've heard about it, Formula Supra. You never thought you'd ever see it in person. And you know what? You had enough notice to know that you better get to Sydney Motorsport Park to see it, to hear it, to feel it in person. And here's the man himself. He said a little bit of a moment there from him. A very good experience, and I'm sure he'll probably mirror exactly what even Ferris said before about this track. You've got to love it.
Yeah.
Anyone that
Charlie's
comes here, love it. So Charlie's nearly ready to get down and talk to Ryan here shortly. But how good is that car? What an amazing build. And again, it's just one of those things you're going to be treated to more than once over the next couple of days here at World Time Attack. And good morning, Charlie. And what a first gig when you get to talk to Ryan.
Good morning, gent. Good morning, gents. Well, I've kicked off really well, haven't I? Ryan, I don't know whether to say congratulations or just a massive thank you. We were a part of history watching you take the Formula Supra around Sydney Motorsport Park. Just what is going through your mind right now?
Just trying to turn the best lap time we can and come back. And, we're competing against ourselves this weekend, but we still want to do what we can to learn this car better and just see what we can do to make it faster out there. And that's kind of where our focus is. And to put on some great sounds for everybody out here that came to visit.
Absolutely. We had rounds of applause as you got out of the car, which is always a really nice feeling. We saw you cheering even as you pulled into pit lane, but we've heard it, we've seen it, but take us behind the wheel. What is it like to spin around here?
This is the fastest track that I've ever driven as far as a grip racing, road racing situation, and it's absolutely phenomenal. Some big turns, plenty of technical stuff going on out there, and I'm still learning grip driving in general, let alone the racetrack itself. So I'm having a blast, and it's just the front straight when you come around on that on a downhill and you grab 6th gear and hold it flat for a while. There's nothing else like it.
Oh, it's music to your ears, isn't it? And we are just in the very beginning of the World Time Attack event, and what a great way to start. So Ryan, again, congratulations to you, yourself, the team. We are so thankful to have you.
Well, thank you. Pleasure to be here. This is a bucket list event for me to come to, and I'm happy I could bring the Formula Super with us.
Oh, yes, more of it, gents. But we've got so much more to come. We've got drift demos, and there's just so much excitement down here in pit lane.
Thank you, Charlie. What a great first interview to start it off. And they're into it. It was. Hey, here we go. This drift demo gets our attention up. Get into it.
Kick it off with the guns. Daigo Saito. No Daigo, no party. He is back, and he is probably in the most competitive car that he's ever been in. A barrel wags. That's Aussie. That's Aussie all day there. Jason Fearon, keep it reek, and keep it reek barrel wags. A31 wagon with the Barra Turbo underneath the bonnet. These guys, of course, are just putting on a bit of a demo for now. This is a bit of a taster of what you get when the lights go down later on up on the hills. Diggs, I know this is something you love to do each year.
Here we go. Lunatic on every corner. That's what this session's all about. How about this, Bill?
Drift hot rod. Levi Clark 324.
Yes.
That's a Mitch Pullen-built engine underneath the bonnet of that. So he's telling me a little bit about that's something you can check out down there in the marquee, down in the pit area, and there'll be a choreographed demonstration later on with Levi, Mitch Pullen, and Ben Wilkinson. That just screams Ian Baker. Yeah, screams insanity.
Absolutely. You didn't. All I had to probably do was send in a photo of that thing, and Baker said, "When can you get here?"
I was actually talking to him about it yesterday. Since the interest that's been generated by that car is phenomenal. It's being invited all over the world already just to take it and put it on display.
Here we go. As we said, wall-to-wall lunatics here in the middle of the day, and
24 of the best in the world going head-to-head tonight, of course, from about 6:30 onwards in the Garrett Advanced Motion International Drift Cup, top 24 format. Jared Deander and I will be your tour guides. I'd say you'd be talked out, but that'd be a horrible lie. You'll just be getting excited for it.
I'll be up the hill with the boys. I'll be up with my own boys. Here's Mitch.
We've seen Mitch Pullen before. Last time we saw him, I think he had the world's fastest delivery truck.
Yes.
He had that 1UZ Turbo Hilux that it didn't quite play the game, but man, it was rapid going up that hill.
He's gone the blower on this thing, blowing LS with this amazing exhaust system on it too. Oh, Levi Clark, yes sir, turn 1. Oh, what's happened? We've lost bits of hot rod.
There's bits of hot rod flying. I think it's just the rear fiberglass panel just a Zeus split, right? This is basically a speedway car.
He's lost his mud guards, has he? Did he have mud guards to start with? I can't remember.
I'll tell you what just happened during that segment there that I thought was pretty cool, Diggs. Coming down the main straight there, smoke side to side, and above that the name Bart Moore and 118. If that doesn't sum up World Time Attack in one photograph, as the cars going side to side underneath a lunatic time like that.
You've spotted that, well spotted, mate. Here we go, here's Mitch Pullen. Yeah, the exhaust system on this thing's worth nearly the price of admission.
Yeah, I was talking to these boys earlier, and the easiest way to describe this is the cars that are doing the choreographed demonstration with the tank later they're impractical competition cars, right? They're just silly.
Yeah, well,
you can't drift wheel to wheel with someone in a car like that because it's got open guards. It just doesn't work.
Yeah,
but it puts on a show.
Yeah, well, he's got bits of hot rod hanging off that thing already, but there's no one here that doesn't have a smile on their face already. And we nearly had a lunatic per corner there. We didn't have enough cameras to catch everyone in one go because
it's Ben Wilkinson, the quad rotor RX-7. That was our third of our drift demo cars. Now, has he just pulled aside there? Because there's still a lot of heat there, isn't there?
There is a fair amount of heat there. We don't have a ton of smoke under there, which is good. But it does have a fair amount of heat out of there, and that's not good for the quad rotor to be where it was. So that's just why we're holding up at the moment. Well, actually, there we go. We get about a lap into the drift demo, and we've got to go out there and recover about 900 bits of debris already because
it's drift 101.
It's a fact of life. You put a drift demo on. You don't say, you know what, boys, go out there and just give us out of 10, give us a 3 with the drift demo. No, it's like, go out there, you know that we don't want you to go 100%. They go, so you means I can go 150%.
Yeah.
And they do go 150%.
We probably shouldn't say things like that, right? Because we say this in jest because we kind of mean it in a loving manner, but those cars, they are every bit as good as the top time attack builds, right? There are no corners cut. Maybe not quite as good as that, because that's a dream build there, right? The Ryan Turek machine put together, I believe, by Race Service
and as
California.
As he said in his interview with Charlie there, he's just getting used to actually doing grip driving, being half his life sideways, to be able to then go out there. You know what? I've got a be serious here. I'm going for. I suppose you've just got to train your brain a different way now. It's like, I don't know. This is where I would normally be trying to cut the car loose to set it up for a drift, and then realise, no. This is all about maximum attack, and it's just an absolute gift to have him here.
In his mind, it's probably I should actually brake here rather than braking traction.
That's right. Or you're reaching for the handbrake lever when you shouldn't be. But some fantastic time. Then you know what? We're just about to get the next little part up of our crazy little intermission. I don't mind a little intermission like this, but the first time ever, Tsuchiya-san is getting to drive the brand new Hyundai Ioniq N, and this is one crazy machine, and you know what? He's just going to give it what Tsuchiya-san loves to do.
Well, what sport did he found, Mr. Diggles?
Oh, well, yeah. Was it a sport to start with? It was more of a way of life. It wasn't really a sport to start with. It turned into a sport. And now it's probably one of the most exciting visual motorsports you can ever have on this planet. But he's just about to get out there and have a crack. And I can't wait to see how this is all going to end up, because there's a lot of focus on Hyundai. They pretty well own the South Circuit area there. They've got it all signed up. We've got quite a few Ioniqs in there, and the whole Hyundai range there, the whole N range. But all eyes of the world are now on Tsuchiya-san. One final chamois. Look at this. One final detail to make sure the Ioniq's looking as good as it can be. And it's so good to have a manufacturer coming in here and going, you know what, this is a great event to let's activate the brand right now at World Time Attack. So I mean, it's a pretty proud moment to be able to have manufacturers want to get in here. Manufacturers actually saying to you, I want to be part of this, because they do realise that in the future they're going to need every customer they can, and you're going to need to tie these guys in and buy these vehicles, and we will. We're starting to see that electric, the electric. I shouldn't say the revolution. It's not an electric revolution. It's been an evolution to this stage where now we've got to accept them. And I'll go back to the early days of Mr. Tesla, right, Mr. Musk. He's the genius, because if he said, I'm going to build an electric car and mass produce it, and then say, oh, by the way, it doesn't have to haul ass, guess what? They did the right thing by saying, let's build one, let's make it haul ass, because honestly, it's hard to pick up. It's hard to make an electric car sound appealing unless you hop in the car and start to drop a few drawers and slam people into the seat to realise, you know what, if it hauls ass, you're still going to sell them. The whole idea that a car that hauls ass, no matter whether it's electric or internal combustion, if it hauls ass, you're going to sell them.
What's that saying? How does it go? Is it win on Sunday, sell on Monday?
It still is. It still is,
and
exactly.
One of the things I've noticed, particularly, obviously, I'm from the other side of the Tasman, right, New Zealand, and these things are popping up everywhere. The Hyundai has kind of become the new hot hatch. It's the cool car.
Win on Sunday, plug in Sunday night. That's the thing. So here he is, Kiichi Tsuchiya-san, ready to put the Ioniq N through its paces, and it's going to be an interesting. I don't know. Did we see any secret rehearsal or practice yesterday? Hey! And by the way, Warren Sands just dissolved off because all of a sudden a 6'5", 240-pound American turns up here, and Jared Deander is here.
Oh, thanks so much.
I don't know how the hell you got from there to here so quickly.
Oh man, I'm a magician, and 15-hour flight and jump right over. Yeah, my name's Jared Deander, proudly the voice of Formula Drift. Thank you so much for having me. I was here 9 years ago doing drifting. Thank you to that man right there, Mr. World Time Attack. He is so proud and so hyped. Not only do we have Keiichi Tsuchiya, a.k.a. Drift King, right? He took road racing, he did circuit racing, and then he developed a motorsport drifting. It was a faster way to get and cut around an apex of a corner, right? And then you got Tarzan Yamada. Tarzan Yamada, an iconic, legendary Japanese driver. He's driving that Spoon Sports Civic. But you talk about evolution, revolution. The future is now, man. EV, there's, obviously we love combustion. We love the smell of fuel. We love the spark, suck, bang, boom, right? Yeah. All of that. But if you utilize EV like Hyundai is doing with this N vehicle, dual batteries, it can go around Nürburgring twice, right? So this Ioniq 5, it was at Goodwood, the debut of it. And look at Tarzan. I have a soft spot for Honda. What's kind of your lineage in getting into motorsports?
Oh, look, Nissan guy from the beginning, but just
Datsun. Go ahead. Yeah, I said American.
Well, we did have, all of our motorsport heroes we used to watch free to air on the national broadcaster on a Sunday afternoon. Similar sort of history, except that, during the 80s, we had an international Group A era that saw us get into turbochargers early. And you know what? That stuff sticks with kids, especially if you want to pursue that all through your life. And now I'm sitting here at 53 still absolutely drooling over
I didn't ask your age. You don't have to age yourself like that.
I did.
It's called equity. And I don't know how much you've been on screen, but the Texas mud flap, the mullet, just it makes you younger, man.
Yeah, it does.
It looks great. I mean, you look so sharp right now. I mean, the camera's broken because he broke the camera over here.
Well, if you put the cameras on Jared and I, you'd see the Beauty and the Beast.
Well, we're not saying who is who.
The 53-year-old Beast and the 43-year-old Beauty.
So I love. I mean, the blue and yellow. I mean, this vehicle in itself has seen so many different iterations over the years, from EF, EG, EK, and now this local and most recent iteration here, Tarzan Yamada. He's going at 25 hours, Thunder Hill. Talked to him about that. He's campaigning this vehicle, and Spoon is just an absolute legend. And again, having Tarzan Yamada, he judged Formula Drift in the very early years. He was part of the Formula Drift family as well.
Well, we've had Tarzan here, and you know what? Ian brought Tarzan here for the first time ever, way back in the day, I think in 2010, and I tell you what, a lot of this part of the world didn't know who Tarzan Yamada was, but we certainly know now. So just soak this up, this amazing Spoon Civic. It's going to be fantastic.
All right, so got some friends watching in the States right now. Shout out to Adam Jabay. And, that's what's really great about all things that we got going on here as far as, Time Attack. Dude, I'm Jared Deanna. How's it going?
Hey, what's happening? Tony B.
Tony, you just got in. Boy, your arms are tired.
Look, absolutely. I just drove up from Melbourne yesterday, so we're here at Sydney. It is an absolutely epic facility. Pleasure to meet you, mate. I've watched you on the television a whole bunch of times. It is so sick to be sitting side by side, huh?
Sick. No, my pleasure, man. And again, thank you to Ian Baker. Seeing these vehicles, we saw a record being broken. That was exciting. Seeing Turk out here, I was just down in the pit. I ran over here. I was like, oh, shoot, drifting's going on. So Warren hold it down for us. But this car, rap out about this vehicle.
Yeah, I just was down in the pits with these guys, and I've learned a hell of a lot about this car and this category. So 2021 Enduro spec vehicle. So it was designed for not peak horsepower. It's designed to get through the fuel efficiently, not use a tire, and have 7 different drivers. So it's got to be comfortable for 7 different people to drive that get through the 25 hours of the event, and they won it in their category, which was amazing. And they got 10th overall, and essentially basically a standard engine with just the Honda management plug-in. Yeah. So the car itself is effectively, like we were saying before, something you could buy on Monday and go club racing with your mates.
It's all about attrition, right? And that's what the endurance racing is about. If it's Petit Le Mans, which is 12 hours, you got 24 hours of Daytona, but the 25 hours of Thunder Hill. And that course, I don't know if you know it, a lot of elevation changes. I mean, it's called Thunder Hill for a reason. Yes. But yeah, it's really cool to have Tarzan here.
And the events run in December, so it's a colder climate. The guys were telling me they had cooling systems on absolutely every single function of the car, but it got around happily, efficiently. One fun fact, they can only change one wheel in a pit stop.
I did not know that.
Not a pair. Only one singular wheel, and they've got to use a manual jack. So I just wanted to share that with all you guys on the live stream and here at Sydney Motorsport Park. So they have to change one wheel and then go and do a whole nother lap to change the second wheel if you want to change a pair of fronts.
Yeah. And we're talking about, again, I walked up here and heard the guys talking about EV and that evolution of what's going on. I have a podcast called Electrify News, an Electrify podcast. I just interviewed Dai Yoshihara, and he's raced EV and combustion both up Pikes Peak, and he will be at 25 hours of Thunder Hill, which is cool as well, and talking about he's going to be driving and campaigning a Honda as well. So just the world of motorsports, I got to tell you right now, between this event and so much news going on, this is really, really great for the aftermarket world. I think that's what's really cool. Spoon is such an iconic brand and builder from Japan, but you look in these pits and just the unique builds and talking about the different classes and categories, this is really aspirational, but it is attainable.
Absolutely.
Would you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. The thing is, motorsport enthusiasts, just because we're talking about electric vehicles in the future, motorsport enthusiasts are going to be there. They're going to adapt. They're going to put their own flair and flavor into all these different vehicles. chatting to some friends down in the pits as well. They're working for electrical conversion businesses to go ahead and convert an older chassis or an older car to fully electric. That is all happening right now. The future is now, and it's really exciting.
Yep, no, I appreciate that, and that's what I've even learned through this journey, hosting this podcast, having fun. You know, I announced Nitro Cross, which it's the FC1X, 1,000 horsepower, all-wheel drive electric rocket ships. It's the second season. Wow. You know, Pastrana, Connor Martell, Connor Daly. I mean, some notable names are out there racing. Obviously, the Ericsson brothers, they helped develop the vehicle. But overall, this EV, and you know, we're about to see that Ioniq go out here with Keiichi Tsuchiya behind the wheel, and they talk about the batteries, but they talk about what I really love here, and just getting the press release, right? Getting the news here. They said it still adheres to their 3 pillars, which is a corner rascal, which I love that. They would need it to be racetrack capability, have racetrack capability, and everyday sports cars. So they still want to harness that emotion that we all, as car guys, gals, car thems, are enjoying, and just tap into that.
Much like being in the hot seat there, running over the ripple strips as we see Tarzan getting into it. You want to feel, you want to have the emotion, you want to have that spine-tingling little buzz, and if they've worked out that they can develop that car as a road car and a track car and a bit of everything with the electrical side of power plant, that's fantastic.
Corner rascal.
Rascal.
I think that's your next tattoo.
Hashtag, Maybe we'll both get it in
Get
Sydney.
a corner rascal. I'm in. I'm definitely getting a tattoo on Sunday, actually.
All right.
Mr. World Time Attack has lined it up, so my body's a passport, so I'm down. It's not a wonderland.
I'm working on that too.
It is a trash pile. My body is a trash pile.
Absolutely love it.
Yeah, I just, what do you think of Ferris? What do you think of Ferris? Did you see I don't know if it's his intercooler or just the radiator, but he split a seam.
Right. No, well, look, I haven't seen it on track as yet. I just got in this morning, so definitely want to go check it out. Obviously, some of your American counterparts that have ventured halfway around the world to come to Sydney and go racing, which is absolutely amazing. We're so happy to have everyone from around the world back, whether you're on the live stream or here. I'm definitely keen to see that car. It looks very cool.
Yeah, he ran earlier today. He got a 126 yesterday. He's looking for a 124.
Okay.
I know Turk, his spotter, Brian Hartsock down there, a.k.a. Biddies, he was talking about times there. He hit 138, Ryan Turk, and then he got down to 134. So he's staying consistent. That's what he got yesterday as well in the Formula Supra.
So I guess how much time in the sim do these guys get a chance? Because I think Ferris was saying it's his first time here, right?
Yeah, it's his first time here.
Turn 1's intimidating.
Is that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes.
Turn
100%.
1 is so intimidating.
Oh, yeah. I was over here. I went live on Momo's Instagram account, and his arrow was clapping and sparking, and I mean, it was very, very aggressive. But he's looking to weld some things up, tighten it up. Arrow is crucial. Talking to some of the guys, I mean, you can only max it out so much on this straightaway.
Yeah, so I guess your downforce, your level of downforce to then speed coefficient, right? Like, that's the whole thing. We're trying to get as much speed. You want the grip and confidence coming into turn 1 because, I mean, it is fast.
He's scared.
It is.
You get here. It's one of those things where do you show it too much respect and you get bit?
Yeah.
Or do you show it no respect and risk it for the biscuit?
Well, there's people that have definitely done that in the past. They've run wide there, and we all just heart in mouth, hold your breath, and you just hope it's okay. Because, look, it can be a 200-kilometer off, and that's just absolutely scary.
You're getting
scary
a call.
things.
Who's calling you? Is your mom calling you? You got to come over for dinner?
We got a Will. There's a Will on the phone. Might be Diggles there. I'll get him back on the phone.
Big Diggles energy. He's out here. I think he's doing his hair right now. That's what
We've got to get the voice a little bit of a break, right?
No, it was a fantastic event. Again, thank you so much. And how do you think it's supposed to be a little warmer tomorrow? What are some other elements that are playing into this? I mean, looking on these pictures, the blue sky, the conditions overall, a little bit windy. You can see the flags in the background. There's a little bit going on. If there's a little bit more time, in a warmer track, I don't know. Like, everyone's got their edge, right? Like, are they used to running in very cold climate? Are they happy to perform in the hotter temps? It is such about the setup and that one perfect lap. Absolutely. I love that hashtag, right? One perfect lap.
Absolutely.
Well, we are moments away from seeing a legend behind a new legend of a vehicle, this Hyundai N, being piloted by an absolute motorsports legend, both circuit racing, road racing, and drifting, because he is the Drift King. Many people, from films to self-proclaimed Drift King, he has been deemed that title for many years. So Keiichi Tsuchiya behind the wheel of this Hyundai N. And again, I have been told it's Hyundai like Sunday. So that's how, I've always been told that. Maybe, as Diggle steals my Heatwave glasses, you look great, bro. Jeez, you know what? I might even gift those to you. Thanks to the homies at Heatwave. We'll see after the event, though. But I gotta rock them. But again, this Hyundai N is just all about a high-performance, mass-production electric vehicle, EV. Like you said, the future is now. This thing is drifting because it has a whole you can access.
The modes out into a drifting mode. And look, this is going to be one of my first times seeing it on track, and maybe for a lot of viewers here at Sydney Motorsport Park or at home on the live stream, thank you for tuning in to Twitch. But check this car as it rolls out. I am so keen to see just how they get the balance. You talk about, we know the 50-50 weight balance is really good for drifting. Have they done that with all these batteries and the electrical components? It's such a fascinating vehicle. And the man himself almost needs no introduction behind the wheel. Is the right guy for the job.
Absolutely, and they have like a drift. It's basically a drift function, right? So it's all-wheel drive, but you can shift it over, and again, capturing the essence. And also, I know with Nitro Cross, the vehicles don't make any sound. They just have a buzz to them. Yeah, but they actually, again, capturing that emotion, they have an N-active sound.
Right.
So they've created their own kind of thing. I know my buddy Vaughn Gittin Jr., he's piloted a vehicle. Woo, he locks him up. Oh, boy.
Whoa.
All right, well, it looks like he tries to initiate and goes off course, and we're going to be seeing a little bit off course later on as well. This evening we have qualifying for the drifting here, but there you go. See, now Drift King, now he's living up to it. So throwing this Hyundai N around, this Ioniq 5, this was debuted at Goodwood Festival of Speed, so making its debut here down under.
Just testing the waters there, obviously throwing the car around. I was lucky enough to go to Goodwood this year. I was
first time.
First time.
What an event.
Incredible event, and I was very, very lucky. I was there on the Friday, which was dry-ish, and then Saturday was a washout.
Yeah.
But being able to check out these cars in person overseas was fantastic, and now I get to look at it on my home soil, which is absolutely epic.
Yeah, so again, this vehicle is capable, and they talk about efficiency, talk about combustion, right? And this vehicle has enough battery power to go around Nürburgring twice and complete two big laps. So again, this particular vehicle, they want to break stereotypes with it, making it fun. Again, talking about, features like the NE Shift, active sound. It means you don't have to compromise, the joys of driving, like I said, we all love. Corner rascal, racetrack capability, and everyday sports car.
That little sticker on the back there, never just drive. And I think that is such a thing, and I'm sure everyone here can resonate with that. Us, like motorsport enthusiasts or car enthusiasts, there's a vibe, there's a tingle, there's something you've got going on when you drive your passion car. And people are a little scared about electric maybe, but that sticker on the back of that car and the exhibition laps, never just drive, do it in style, get out, get involved, but do it safely.
You know what's really cool about this car? And again, everybody has their kind of performance division. I remember seeing this Hyundai N for the first time. I did an event called Red Bull Crashed Ice, and they had one out in the middle of the course. I don't know if you've ever seen that before, the Red Bull Crashed Ice. Yeah. It's dudes that skate down like a slide.
Like skating or skateboarding? Or
ice skating.
Ice skating down a slide. That is insane.
It's pretty cool. So anyways, that's the first time I saw the Hyundai N being debuted, and this division of the Hyundai performance line and vehicles, it's really cool because other things like this, where they're taking into account, they have track maps actually built in and track timing. So that's just that's right. Remember other manufacturers, they'd have a stopwatch, right? Now EV, track timing, evolution.
Amazing, absolutely amazing. I think obviously Nissan were doing that a little bit with the Nismo vehicles and the GDR. They had all of that equipment built in, but I mean, a GDR is a totally different car compared to a Hyundai. And maybe in the past, people looked to Hyundai as, okay, it's a cheaper volume manufacturer. But how many people in Australia, I'm not sure whether you're familiar, the Hyundai Excel Racing Series in Australia is absolutely insane. They get 50 cars plus at any, and these are all old cars from the 2000s that are still going around and racing laps. Hyundai shouldn't be thought of as that cheaper, like volume car. They make really cool stuff.
Have you seen the lineup up there? I mean, there's a great activation up at the top of the hill, the servicing station up there, DJ is a good chill out area. The lineup is really, really solid. Again, I live in the States, I live in California, so EV is a very popular thing, and just the the Ioniq 5, but the whole lineup is really, I'm really proud to just the stigma,
Yes.
and they're really evolving.
They're breaking that stigma for sure. And I think, they're appealing to the right audience. They're communicating with the youth. And I think that as well, especially with Time Attack Racing and what Ian and his group have done here at World Time Attack, is they're bringing the attention to the younger people who like racing or drifting or whatever else, bringing electric to it and really just casting the widest net and getting everyone's attention, and Hyundai seem to have captured that probably better than anyone.
Absolutely, from the colorways to just the performance features. I'm really excited. I really want to drive this car right here because, again, everybody's showing.
Yeah.
So funny, like there's certain manufacturers like don't promote us, don't do. We're not drifting. I know one driver in particular was campaigning a vehicle. The manufacturer said, do not mention us at all. But notably, in their commercials, they have drifting. So I won't name names, but that's what's really cool is when a manufacturer embraces that. And again, this has the N drift optimizer, which sounds like a transformer, but I think troll out, or drift out, but it has N torque distribution for control. It has the hyper responsive N pedal. So they're really driving home the whole N experience. Never just drive.
Yeah, excellent. And look, we're getting crossed up. I feel like the Drift King's getting a real vibe for it. He's getting a real feel for it. And obviously it's going to be a different sort of vehicle. You know that as a petrol car comes on boost, maybe if it's a turbocharged car or, a V8 performance car with heaps of torque, you know what that feels like when it breaks traction. I wonder what that is like to drive. Do you reckon we could sub out, Keiichi?
I'm down, man. I'm absolutely down. Keiichi Tsuchiya, absolute legend. Again, just about 11:15 local time. At 11:30, if you're in the building, guess what? This man behind the wheel, Keiichi Tsuchiya, as well as Mad Mike, Ryan Turk, signing session over at the Yokohama stage. It's going down 11:30 to noon, and then we'll have all the drift athletes signing session. That's 12 to 1:30. So I'm going to go over there. I'm going to head out, and but we are back here again. Warren, you guys are doing a great job. Thank you so much for having me. I don't speak English. I speak American.
You speak American. You'll get some Australian. You'll definitely get some Australian accent going on. We'll certainly get you giving a bit more of an Aussie flavour into the mic. But, mate, we appreciate you. We love the fact that we've got American, New Zealand, we've got the Japanese drivers. We have absolutely welcomed the world back to Sydney Motorsport Park, which is just so refreshing and so awesome to be back, and this event's just amazing.
I love the banner. It says welcome back, and Ian is just such a he's Willy Wonka.
Yeah.
This is the chocolate factory, but in place of chocolate, we have horsepower. We got burning tires. We got all this good excitement going down here. So be sure to tune in today. It's local time, 11:15, so there's a lot. So stay up with us. If you're East Coast, West Coast, if you're back in the States, thank you so much. Hey, thanks for having me,
We
brother.
appreciate it. Yeah, we'll see you around, all right? We'll go check out some cars.
Hey everyone, and welcome to the Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge. My name's Josh Buchan and I'll be taking you for a lap around Sydney Motorsport Park in our lovely brand new Hyundai Ioniq 5N. So come for a ride and we'll show you the way around. Well, here we are, folks. We're in the amazing, as I mentioned, Hyundai Ioniq 5N. The first time this car has circulated the track in this country since its release. And we are down at the main straight here, coming into Advan Corner, Turn 1 at Sydney Motorsport Park, the fastest corner we have on the circuit. 100-meter board, if you're not flat out right up until that point in any category, you have no hope of competing for a win or a podium. Super fast, super committed, well over 200 k's an hour in a lot of categories, and well over 240 k's an hour in the pro categories. As we exit turn 1, you have to be careful. There's quite an aggressive ripple strip. You don't want to get the car onto that and upset the balance. Before coming into turn 2, an extremely difficult double apex left-hander where there's several lines you'll see drivers taking through the weekend. The main thing is though, getting a good exit off of turn 2, pointing straight to turn 3 for this long and again bumpy right-hander. Right here, big bump in the middle of the corner. It can upset the cars. In the really quick downforce cars, you're going to see scraping, bottoming out through those corners, even at 150 k's an hour. Coming into turn 4, well over 200 k's an hour in a lot of cars. It's an extremely fast corner where you need to just think about setting up for turn 5, this next left-hander, past our lovely Hyundai zone on the right-hand side at the South Circuit pits, which you can come and see anytime over the weekend. Track limits at the exit of turn 5, you need to be careful of that. There's a red line there, your wheels cannot go past that. There's a surface change now into turn 6, braking, followed by another bump in the braking zone for turn 6, where you need to just gently caress the car through here. The surface is the oldest surface here on the venue up at turn 6, so it's probably got the least amount of grip out of any corner on the venue. Coming around Corporate Hill now, under the bridge, turning in, it's downhill, more bumps. These are quite long bumps though, so they can actually really be an engineer's nightmare to set up for those long bumps for the car. The hairpin at turn 8 here, again, another one of those open for interpretation corners for the drivers. You'll see lots of different lines, narrow, wide, centre. All that matters though is that when you come off the hairpin here, your foot flat to the floor for the extremely fast turn 9 that we have here at SMSP. Try and turn as late as possible to open up the corner and just gently slow the car down here. You don't want to attack too much and hurt this last little bit here. The last 2 corners, so crucial, particularly this last corner here we have at Sydney Motorsport Park, because it leads onto the straight. Get a good apex, late apex, and accelerate down. At this point, you'll turn all your dials up to 11 on the boost controllers, fire for the main straight, and hope that the lap time's good. 84% of the lap is spent turning, so it's important that when you do get that little breather on the straight, you're making the most of it. So that's the lap of SMSP here at World Time Attack, Yokohama World Time Attack in our Ioniq 5N. Hope you enjoyed it.
How good is that gentleman? What an impressive bloke, and he's on his way back to do a bit of live commentary with yours truly here. He doesn't have to run. You don't have to run, Josh. You can just chill. We've got Wazza in here for a minute or two.
He's a fit man, isn't he?
He is.
What an athlete.
He is. He's a motorsport athlete, you'd have to say, but impressive. Captivates me watching that, actually, because it's a very clear... I see a lot of Luffy in him as well, like, you know, the ability. It's just that ability level to be able to be a really good driver and be a really good relayer of those experiences, to actually describe them in a real way that you just get engrossed with, and very impressive. I'm enjoying working with all of you gentlemen.
Does he have the Luffy level of coiffure?
You be the judge. No, you be the judge.
Good head of hair?
Yeah, you be the judge. Here he goes. Oh, here's a Sachiya-san. What a great drift demonstration. And yes, he's just checking to make sure there's enough tyre under it, because that's the one thing Hyundai can't always guarantee. It's just what your tyres are going to end up at the end of the day. Now remember, as a manufacturer, you can't offer just how your tyres will end up after you buy the car. That's up to you to do what you do with your tyres.
They're definitely more used than they were when he went out to start with, right?
There's a good thing car manufacturers aren't tyre manufacturers. There's a real reason why that doesn't happen.
Very used to the greens, probably slightly eroded now.
Well, one manufacturer is dedicated to killing the other manufacturer, and it's car versus tyre. And you know what? What an engrossing battle that's been over the years. And Sachiya-san, we're right down to the man hot in the hot seat, and down to Charlie, who's got him.
Wow, what a moment for me personally. But arigato, Tsuchiya-san. What a moment. You have brought the future of electric vehicles to Australia. What was it like behind the wheel?
オーストラリアにですね、未来を持ち込んでいただいて、エレクトリックカーの未来を持ち込んでいただいてありがとうございます。どんな感じですか？手応えは。
世界中探してもオーストラリアだけでしょこんなイベント。
It must be the only one in the world. Yeah.
2.2 トンもある車をドリフトしてるなんてオーストラリアぐらいですよ。
It's only in Australia 2.2 tons of the car.
Well, it's very exciting to have the Ioniq 5 here in Australia for the very first time. However, I heard after your testing yesterday that you were only going to give it 80%. Did you stick true to that, or did you give it a little bit more than 80 once you got going?
今日テストドライブしていただいた、昨日テストドライブをしていただいたんですけれども、
はい、
今日のね走りを 80% っていうふうにおっしゃってたと思うんですが、はい、今日はどんな感じで挑まれたんですか？
今日は昨日よりもやっぱりレーシングカーなんでパワーがあるので割と85% で行きました。
It is on a racing car and a powerful, so he tried on the 85% today.
Okay, so he's definitely behaving himself behind the wheel, but of course it's such an iconic moment to have Tsuchiya-san here, but we'll get down over to commentary as cars are rolling out the lane.
Well, it was a very big moment for you, Charlie, and it was an equally bigger moment for us, because any time I see that man and he's here in the pits at Sydney Motorsport Park, it just fills my soul. And Josh Buchan, your first World Time Attack here, where you're deep into it, and mate, you are in the elements out there.
Loving it. I had the opportunity last night to go. I got a call at about 4 o'clock. I was at home thinking my day was done. I get a call from Guido, boss of PR at Hyundai. Hey mate, have you got time at 6 o'clock to come down and show someone around the track? I'm like, what do you mean show someone around the track? He goes, Tsuchiya hasn't seen the South Circuit. Come and...
Is that for a fanboy, mate?
Come down, jump in and show him around. And I thought, well, first and foremost, I don't think I qualify to tell someone like Tsuchiya what to do. Secondly, the language barrier might be a thing as well. But we got it done. He was a great guy. And I basically told him... I had GTR, like that was my car. I had a GTR, and his face lit up, and we were best of mates. So we're deep personal friends now.
But you know what? Honestly, without a word being spoken, if you sat in the car with the man and you gave him 5 laps of your best, and then he gives you, as a passenger, 5 laps of his best, you don't have to... There's no language barrier.
No, that was the amazing thing.
Cars are amazing in the way to translate that way.
We did. We spoke the same language in terms of hand signals and just brake, stop, go, and all the rest of it. It was, it was excellent. He has such a unique style of driving as well, which was extremely unique for me to see, because, like any sport, it develops through the years, right? And Tsuchiya obviously learnt his craft way back, and the way he drove, it's very hard to describe, but he had an old school style of driving and just ragging the car, and that Hyundai Ioniq 5N, it got a work over, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it, that, you can have, it's like golf, you can have a slightly different swing, but you're amongst the world's best. You can have a slightly different driving style that still makes you quick somewhere. But then time would tell over 100 laps just actually who got the car to the other end, though. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
But it's not about getting to the 100th lap. It's about getting to the 20th lap, and you're the fastest that you can be.
Well, the good thing with our end products is they all make us look like gurus. As you can see, a little i20N there having a dip through turn 1 there, and that's Eleanor Terry behind the wheel of that. Again, another Queenslander backing the Hyundai product at track days and through social media and stuff like that. So excellent to see. Again, the Queensland contingent come down and have a go.
I think we need to keep eyes, and there's word to production, we keep eyes on this this car during these particular sessions, because it's pretty tightly strung to the track there, because I'm loving the left-hand wheel dangle. There's something about a well-set-up front-wheel drive car. I start just getting fixated on the back tyre everywhere I see. And she's had some dangle already in this lap. I need to see more of that out of this car. That shows how hard you're pushing. I love it. It's about the front-wheel drive's car, only indication to know how hard you're pushing.
Even in the standard car, out of the box, you pick it up from Hyundai and you drive off and out you go.
You can literally pick it up and then go pick the wheel up.
Yep, these things are so capable. The i20N, straight out of the box, standard tyres, standard everything. They're an amazing car. They talk to you like nothing else on the market at the moment. Bias aside.
Is that right?
Biggles, bias aside.
No. Yep. I believe every single word you say there, John.
A little bit of bias, but bias aside.
But you know what? Honestly, and I'll tell you a little quick history before we talk more about the Eleanor. I like that. Eleanor. going to make her a star right from day one here. The Ellen
red
Restore.
flag, by the way.
She's pushing through. So red flag somewhere else, but Sachia's just getting a few autographs signed in the background. Eleanor's just cooling the Hyundai down after that lap. But I actually worked for a Hyundai dealership in the early days. I was in spare parts department, but then this dealer principal, he came out of retirement to start a Hyundai dealership because he said he went to Korea back in, this would be in the 90s, and he goes, oh, they want to be it. He said, they're the real deal. And I remember my dealer principal telling me that they were coming for Toyota, and they made no bones about it, that they were the level they wanted to get to.
Yep.
And isn't it amazing to watch a car manufacturer develop its own market in Australia, and then at the end of the day, just look where the traditional big 1-2 seller cars went. Well, they're gone now. They're fossils.
Yep.
Isn't it amazing, the evolution of the car industry and manufacturers getting interested in a market and harnessing that market to be, now pretty much the leading car manufacturers in the world.
Yeah, certainly, and that was always Hyundai's vision. It still is now, to build cars for the people. They're not interested in just building cars. They want to build stuff that we want. And speaking to the brass overseas when they come over, the big bosses of N Brand and the decision makers over there, I guess, in R&D and whatnot, that's their goal. They want to build cars that we want to buy. Not that we have to buy because there's nothing else. They want to build cars that we want to buy, and the Hyundai Ioniq 5N is exactly that. Yes, it is electric, but it's our first performance electric. And as I mentioned earlier, they don't worry about most normal brands not wanting a bit of tyre smoke, not wanting sideways. They're promoting it. They want the car to maximise its potential.
It's throwing EVs back in the face of the enthusiasts and saying, well, you do what you want with it. Where some of the other EV manufacturers are saying, oh, save the planet.
Yeah, very PC.
We still want to save the planet, but we still need to steer a car. You know what I mean? You can never deny that. You can never deny that. And you know what? That's got to come from the boardroom down. You know what I mean? You've got to have something in there to say, we cannot get out of motorsport. We must pursue motorsport in any which way we can.
Yep.
And you see how well they did in World Rally Championships and everything like that, is that, that's a commitment. And traditionally, we're biased because we would stay loyal to brands like that actually show you a racing presence. But that's a great setup. And you know what, as you said, you just go and pick that up out of the showroom and take that out there and do what you want with it.
Love that. Got the Toyota being towed back and the Hyundai's at the front of the gate, ready to go.
Oh,
who would have thought?
It's just all falling in your lap, But look at the beautiful class of 2023. We are in this beautiful Haltech Club Sprint class, and every class I call a class, and it's not just the category they're in, it's the class of 2023. You turned up, you were a part of it. You ran your numbers down. Did you have a better year than last year? Yes. Were you 18th this year instead of 21st this year? These guys come here not to predict, podium. They just come here to compete because they know that the pointy end is the best place you can be is not a spectator, but be in the same pit lane as those same cars.
Yeah, absolutely.
To be able to race at the pinnacle, but you can still go and turn a car up, and you're in that same class. I love it.
No, it's fantastic, isn't it? I guess for everyone watching and listening, what you're probably going to see in this session, we're at 11:30 Eastern Time. This is basically the worst part of the day for Sydney Motorsport Park. Times are not going to be Hollywood here. What you're going to see, though, is setups changing. You're going to see probably cars roll out on old tyres, maybe with a little bit less power in the tune if they're turbocharged. And you're going to see cars that are a little bit different to when they rolled out this morning, all in anticipation for tomorrow morning. There's Eamon in his IGL Coating Supra, a fantastic bloke and a fantastic car there. He did very well this morning as well. But you're going to see a lot of cars trying some stuff, and usually from a competitor's point of view, if you're watching your other competitors go around and if they can come close to their time of the morning, that's quite kind of ominous for tomorrow morning, knowing that they've made a gain in the afternoon. So you don't necessarily have to go faster now to make a gain. So this is going to be a very interesting session in that respect.
I also think guys that maybe had something happen in that first session, though, this is their opportunity to still go PB if they didn't have their own luck in the first session. This is a session where, you'll find something. Someone's going to find something here, whether it's a sharpening of the knife or the bottom of the blade. We don't know.
Exactly. So Jonathan Wong's an example of that in the Supra, the purple Supra that didn't go out in session one, which was a huge blow for them. I was told it was a wheel speed sensor in the rear of the car. So DNA Autosport, based in Sydney, are looking after that car. It was fixed pretty much immediately once they identified the issue. Those guys are fantastic. Again, like Sydney Composites, they basically take care of most of the cars here that you see. So they run probably the best show in town.
There's some dangle, big dangle, nice carry, good carry. They're going to start timing how long that wheel's up in the air at turn 2. We have to hang time off that thing for the rest of the weekend. I'm looking for the biggest front-wheel drive dangle that we've got somewhere out there. So our sharp-eyed cameraman might just catch up more of that later. I just love the attitude of all of our different platforms, the way they push. She needed a bit of mid-apex correction there. So that's full push. That's full push. There's no more front grip there on this one, Elenosaurus.
Putting on a show in front of the Hyundai zone there between turns 4 and 5. We love to see that.
She even threw a flame out then. I think there was a little flame out the back. Is that a button on the dash? You can get some flame out of that. That'd be an absolute extra.
PR talk is definitely, we don't have a flame option, but
I wish
I'm sure you can put one in.
Oh, well, every other kid's trying to snap on the street. You hear them all crackle on the street, kids these days. Here we go. Elenosaurus looking for a bit of dangle out of here. And actually gets that power down nicely. That's a nice group there already in Haltech Club Sprint, and this is only the first group out of the 3. So we get to see the full stable come out, I would imagine, this time. For ones that maybe had problems that didn't see them come out in their group, you would hope by now they've had that little bit of extra time to just get things fixed and get out there and make the use of all the rest of these sessions.
Yeah, exactly. Track time is all valuable. I was just told there's a ride height sensor on Jay Wong's Super. Sorry. Thanks, Reese. No worries. I apologise for making a mistake.
You're another guy too that gets pulled up immediately by the messenger service. Yeah,
they do not miss, do they?
It's called feedback. That's, someone could call it criticism. You call it a bit of feedback, and you know what? I call all of that sometimes for people to. I get corrected probably 20 times an hour there, but or shout outs, one of the 3.
Bit of traffic here.
Look at this.
Greg leading the way.
This is the sort of peak out traffic. This is an Australian. This is an Australian Monday for all those people watching overseas. This is what you'd typically expect in traffic on a Monday morning. You've got the WRX there, you've got, the I-20N, you've got another WRX. It is a car show. It's the best bunch of tuner cars you can ever possibly imagine. More excitement than a Vin Diesel movie in one shot. No offence, Vin Diesel, but I am calling you out now to come to a World Time Attack in the future and prepare to steer something for us. But not a Dodge Charger,
Or a plane flying through a bridge.
We got ridiculous. Yeah, it got ridiculous. But let's get back to the cars, Vin Diesel. Hashtag, that's what I should say. Get back to the cars. These are the cars. These are the ones that matter, and you're missing it, Vin Diesel. These things are fantastic. Even in club sprint form, as we said, anything minute 40 around here is flipping quick.
Yeah, so what I'm noticing is there's a lot of green sectors for people in the middle sector. There's some green first sectors popping up, but that goes back to my point earlier. If you're going green in the middle of the track, that's where you're doing the majority of the turning, so that's the setup area.
Yep.
So that probably means you've made a gain as the WRX now gets clear of Greg and the Ute. I'm surprised they didn't space each other out a little bit more than this, but seems to not have hurt car 77 there too badly, which is good for Fabrice's lap there.
It's interesting to get that traffic. I think sometimes they must get a little bit focused about getting themselves up, but then they forget just who else is around, and you might be all on the same wavelength. So all of a sudden it becomes this really fast traffic jam where everyone's just nearly there, but then you want to break free. And I'd love a roster system. Imagine if you said, right, the next 6 laps, you're number 3. In other words, for the second lap, off you go. You know what I mean?
Well, that's what's great about the shootout, isn't it? There's no hiding there, right?
I could watch motorsport all day that way.
Yeah.
Imagine just letting someone loose, chunk, 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 just 20 cars after each other trying to be the quickest. I just love that one shot of time attack. You know what? These guys, just as you said, might have been held up a little bit. And Sharon goes a minute 49.10 for him in that one. So in this session from memory, just a few just getting, as you said, the traffic sort of held everyone up there. Nothing's blowing us up there too much other than, well, Muller's gone 45.621 if that's there. What's that, Entrin 84? That's, Stephen Muller in the VW Golf.
Yep, that's a great effort. Eleanor Terry in the 20.
Yeah.
She did her PB at a 48.6, which is a great time for an I-20N. Got a couple of quick laps, quick sectors. It's tricky putting it together when the track's like this. It's a bit greasier. The UV means that there's like oils in the surface that sort of come up a little bit more, and just, you know, your tyres heat up a bit quicker. It is a pretty ugly surface to drive on when it gets a bit too hot like this. Bit of cloud cover that we're seeing at the moment is going to help, and a big headwind down the main straight is probably going to hurt again. But again, this is all good data, good base to push on for later in the day.
And good fun by the look of it. bit of good fun in there. Eleanor's enjoying that. Absolutely enjoying that. Again, I reckon if we followed her on the next time she came through that hairpin, that we actually zoom in on her face, because actually I was just watching her eyes coming into that corner. It's amazing sometimes what you'll watch if you can see it, and just watching her eyes just for that moment, and then her actual hand movements. It's the physiology of a driver. You don't get to see too much in motorsport. You don't get to see that.
Well, one of the great long-term time attackers, John Boston.
Yes.
He's always usually running the open face, and you can always see him with a big grin.
Yeah. That
can
helps,
you see
doesn't it?
Bozo when he's driving around? I think he's got the full face today, but maybe we can convince him to throw the open face at it and get those big chops out for a nice big smile through the gig.
How good does Mullers golf? There's plenty of these on the streets of Australia, and the hot hatch market, it ain't ever going to go away.
Volkswagen, no comment.
You can throw that in. You can throw that in. Why not? Why not?
No, great car. All-wheel drive really helps in the slow speed stuff. It can take away a little bit from the mid-corner just with the extra diff.
Yeah.
You always find that even in the Volkswagen product, a lot of people would often say the GTI was more the driver's car than the R, just because of that lack of diff to help it turn in the middle of the corner, which is why the Hyundai product predominantly is front-wheel drive. It gives a bit more feel, but the Golf Rs are a proven product. They're an excellent thing, and they do a great job.
And it goes down to exactly, who's in charge of all these technical departments as to what you want to develop and where you want that car to end up. A lot of times it's no fluke that they end up as pretty good race cars, because they're nearly half intended that they've got to go there. So, back to the old 1980s when you had to build a homologation special, but these days you've got to build the closest street legal homologation special, which folds over to be a pretty successful brand. Awesome stuff to see out there. The Eleonosaurus, she's just getting plenty of laps in there. She's very photogenic. She's been showing us a lot of rear tyre there. And there we go. Dangles that all the way around onto the main straight. And she's still got another lap in it. No, she's been waved in here now. So she got every last lap.
Fuel.
Do you reckon? Well, she got every last corner she could then. But then I think she either got waved in or something's happened there, and that's the session. Can we see the checkers there on the...
I don't think so. I think
No?
everyone's kind of just happy with what they've got. Yep. If you've done what you set out to do, you're really only going to get one or two good push laps in conditions like these. As you can see on the main straight, the drifters getting into their work with the tyre rubber they've laid down earlier.
Yeah.
But
See that.
yeah, you're only going to get a couple of laps of really useful data. As you can see, Group 2's ready and lined up with Eamon Cummins at the front there. And we're ready and looking forward to that.
That session not too far away. Our second Haltech Club Sprint class of 2023 out shortly. But right now we'll take a break and be back with more from Sydney Motorsport Park shortly.
Are you after quality performance products for your car? Talk to the people that speak your language. At HiOctaneDirect.com, we bring you the best deals on all the top brands. Tomei, TurboSmart, Hypertune, Nitto, HKS, Greddy, PPG, Haltech, Extreme Clutch, and much, much more. HiOctaneDirect.com, your gateway to automotive performance.
I'm Fraser Ross, driver number 59, McLaren 720S GT3, and my McLaren features the latest Motorsport ABS system from Bosch.
Motorsport ABS is my greatest asset in the McLaren.
I'm able to change settings each lap depending on the grip available, wet or dry, and it gives me the confidence I need to win. Motorsport ABS can improve even the best professional race drivers' braking performance because it has the individual control over each wheel. When quality and performance matter, I can rely on BOSCH Motorsport.
Fantastic to see the beautiful blue Australian skies at Sydney Motorsport Park. Destination New South Wales is where you're at. We're at the 2023 Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge. We're currently ready to kick off the Haltech Club Sprint second group. And joining me, Josh Buchan. Great scenes here, and you know you're more than emotionally invested in some of these cars because you've had a fair bit to do with some of them.
Yeah, so in Group 2, driven a couple of cars that are out in Group 2, that one there being one of them, the IGL Coating Supra. Drove the i30N Hyundai Fastback you see there when it was owned by Hyundai. It's now privately owned. And run out of Queensland. Andrew Price is behind the wheel of that. He does a great job. He PB'd this morning in that car. So more work to do from them, I'm told. They actually changed the motor over the last couple of days to a TCR engine that we supplied. So hopefully a bit of horsepower boost for them there.
Was that a rush of blood? Or just it was like, you know what, let's just put this in it.
It was a rush of something. Yeah. Maybe blood that was the colour of oil. But yeah, TCR engine in it now, which ironically is just a standard motor, but we had some spares. In it went.
Here we go. Beautiful Advan turn one, and that Supra in full flight, looking fantastic. And that's Eamon Karmas, is that right?
Yep, that's Eamon there. He runs Leading Edge Detailing, and IGL Coatings is one of his major suppliers that he uses.
So that's officially the slipperiest Supra we have.
That would be the most ceramic coated Supra.
Yeah, I bet you it would be. It looks like it is.
In the world.
It's smooth, it is sleek, and it is in this fantastic Club Sprint class. We lost their timing there for a sec, so we don't know what's happened there.
That's all right. So Eamon, he actually uses this car regularly. He picks up his, kids from school, does the school run, brought everything that you see on that car, tyres, wheels, spares, fuel, all in the boot to this event here. And he's still, he's doing 30, I think 37.2 or 38.2 he did in the first session. But again, supercar fast for something that's rather reliable and that he uses on a regular basis.
Just refresh my memory on what we'll be looking at weight-wise there. They're not
light by any stretch, no. And obviously in Club Sprint rules, you can't lighten the car by more than, 10% or something like that. So so that would still be well over sort of 1,600 kilos with a driver. It's an extremely heavy car. And you can see Eamon at the end of the lap, on the semi at the end of the lap, you start to fight the car, hold on to it.
Yes, there he is. That's the edge, all right.
That is the edge. So Eamon doing a good job. I've just literally gone timing on my phone. Where is he? What's he doing? And he's just gone 39.8.
Wow, 39.8. There you are. And got every last little ounce out of it on the last corner. But yeah, that's one of our fastest 1,500 kilo cars around here anyway.
So like around SMSP here, the kind of halo lap time for a track car, if you're just a regular track day goer, is that sub 40. So that's kind of like the magic number around here if you really feel like you're going quick. And to do that, middle of the day, second run old tyres is a great effort. He's carrying on with it here. I don't know how it's going so far. If I just look at the times, but 29.4 for the first sector. Again, very good. You can see the ABS flashing there. Or majority of the cars in this session will still have factory ABS, factory traction control, and stability control. You'll probably run with a little bit of stability off or in sport, but they still retain the factory settings for ABS, which once you start really pushing, you can kind of be limited by them.
Yes.
Where you need motorsport ABS to come into. We just saw the plug previously, but...
well, I mean, it's another industry which, it sort of evolved over the last 30 years. A lot of the time it was all factory stuff, never heard anything from factories, and now it's an industry in itself. A motorsport ABS system that allows you a fair degree of anything you want. And isn't it amazing that, you know, when you still see a car on the edge, you just can't think that technology's got anything else to do with that other than that was the driver's last chance. Look at this two, side by side. Oh, another one out there now, entrant 74. That is Adam Clark Lynch, the ACL and Moza Motorsport Toyota Supra. And the Scuba license plate's awesome car, and doing pretty well too.
So what is interesting is Adam Kazmiri's just gone green in the first sector in the Honda Integra that he's driving, which is a phenomenal effort at this time of day. So Kazmiri going on with it and going green in the first sector. This one. They've got, look at the Yaris go.
Get out there.
Bit of opposite lock action. Obviously, that car doesn't have any aero on it, so you can see it moving around a lot more than some of the other cars that are more planted on the ground.
He's all a picture of concentration. In there is Wesley Tang. Wesley Tang's right into it here. Yeah, look, it's a hell of a problem to deal with when you've got all this gorgeous traffic around you, but it doesn't constitute to a clean lap if you just got to make your way around people. Oh, they do. They're all trying to do their own thing, but you don't also want to be flashing high beams in front of everyone. It's not that kind of sport.
Yeah,
it's flashing
tough.
people say, get out of my way.
It's tough. You've just had the belts tight, the grip tight on the wheel, you know, white knuckle. You've just done a lap and you're cooling down thinking, how did I survive that? I think you've got cars coming up behind you. It is a tough job when you're not regularly used to it to manage traffic on the track. The benefit is we're all going the same way as the 7. That's a great example of it there.
Whoa.
The 7's come around Advan corner there and seen the Yaris and kind of rolled out of it. And when you're rolling off the gas at sort of 200,
that's
you've got to be fairly careful.
That's Rahul Victor. The RX-7 just having all sorts of moments there. It's the wrong part of the track to be finding the limits on, but he would go all the way out to the ripple strip coming down into Advan. And, they had no other option there, I suppose, other than just let it get into the grass.
I think I remember watching him in the shootout last year. He was loose.
Yeah. He
was not mine.
He's popped up on my memory bank before Rahul Victor. One thing you can't say badly about Rahul is it gives it a fair old crack out there.
Yeah.
If you don't know where the edge is until you go over it, well, that's Rahul on more than one occasion. He gets plenty of camera time, by the way. But we're looking at, again, I think, the nation's smoothest Supra trying to do another backup run here and getting plenty of lap times. A whole bunch of good times as a good days and good weekends racing. This is Adam Nakarata. So Adam Nakarata in the Goddard Rex Impreza coming in through Advan on a flying lap. Yep, we've got it all back on screen now. That was lovely.
Excellent.
So these guys just enjoying themselves. And yeah, look, the club sprint class has evolved to a point where, you know, if you can get in with something, whether it's an old, honestly, I shouldn't even call this thing an old classic, but kind of is these races. And anything that we're sort of seeing has got a bit of age on it now, to be honest. Some of the age-old platforms that, you know, continue to work well are continually to be able to be into the grasp of these motorsport enthusiasts. We may not be all professional drivers to an extent, but if you can have something sweet to drive and compete with in different events, well, you know, club sprint's where you can bring it. Here we go. This thing's just menacing. You know, he's just getting ready to do something here, I think.
Yeah, let's hope so. The car looks fantastic with its livery, big N on the bonnet. We love to see that.
It does.
Uprated aero, big front splitter.
But it looks almost TCR, even though it's a club sprint car. You hear what I mean? Like a sprint car now becomes it's a rolling race car. You put the right aero on it, and it's a rolling race car. It looks menacing just by itself. Speaking of menacing, here's Rahul.
Back at it again. He's on the track this time, coming into 2, which is a start.
Yeah, he could probably go a bit both ways, Ray. He could be a bit in the drift comp and a little bit in the time attack, but he's choosing time attack. Yeah, give us some more of that smashed carrot there, Rahul. Give us a little bit more of that flame. Our rotary fans, we've still got plenty of rotor fans. Where's Rahul going now?
No pistons, just problems.
No,
classic
come on,
rotary.
you can't.
What's going on here? Let's hope it's okay.
You're being rotorist. You know. That's the look it up. It's it's not racism, it's rotorism. You know, when you're against the. What'd you say? Well, it was a good term though.
No pistons, just problems. I can't remember where I heard it, but it stuck with me. In all seriousness, I do hope that car's okay. It did shoot quite a big flame in a spot where you're not really off the gas, so hopefully that thing's okay as Andrew Price comes around turn 2 on a hot lap here. So it'll be interesting to see what this car can do. I haven't seen this car in the flesh since it changed hands properly, so watching the behaviour of it relative to how I remember it when Hyundai owned it, it's come quite a way now that they could sort of think outside the box of being a little bit closer to factory. It's now a little bit further away from factory, and it's alignment error. It's got bigger wheels and such, so you can see it doesn't lift the wheel as much as the i20. It's a bit stiffer across the platform. No brake lights in the corporate hill. That always means you're going quite quick, unless he's disconnected them. That's always a good trick. Keep it tight, big rev on the downshift. I think we need that motor back, Pricey. Not too hard, please.
That wasn't too bad.
And I think he's buttoned out of it. But, yeah, just ran a little bit wide at turn 8 there. It's a very tricky corner to get right because it's downhill, and the road actually has a little bit of camber, so you have to fight how much speed you can carry in there, knowing that the road surface will pick you up right in the middle of the corner. But if you overshoot it and you miss that, you won't get it at all. So it's a very tricky corner, turn 8 there, and looks like it just caught Andrew out there a little bit.
Well, any consolation there, looks like he's lit green in sector 1 there at one stage. Is that right? He's come through good there?
Yeah, that's right. So good signs for that car and that team moving forward to later on today and tomorrow for the rest of the event.
All right, so Nakarada's having another crack at it here. Keep an eye on our Bug Eye Rex. Let's pick up a bit of, for all the Subaru fans, let's pick up some microphone on this thing for the lap. Let's have a listen. We talked him up, we talked the good talk up. We thought we were going to have about 4 or 5 corners of flat strap boxer engine brilliance for all those people watching right around the world, because we know it's all about the sights, the sounds, and the smells. And sometimes with the live stream, you've got to give it the sound. And there's some corners here, like, here we go. We get a bit here. No, he's not quite there yet. You know what's hard growing up where I live in Brisbane? My next door neighbour, she's a rally car driver, so she's got WRX rally car, and her son's driving a Liberty RS as a P-plate car.
There you go.
So I got Boxer every morning, mate. I get Boxer at about 6 in the morning every morning.
What Subaru reliability joke can I make to that?
Oh, you know what? Don't start there. I mean, you've been sinking the boot into all of them there, Josh.
No, I don't hold back, mate. I know who pays my electricity bill.
Yeah, he's doing pretty well.
So, a bit of a recap on that second session. There was a lot of green sectors. Only really 1 or 2 laps that were green in general. One of them being Andre Tan in that Catalyst Yaris that I mentioned earlier. They had a bit of a misfire in the first session. Looks like they fixed that. They've gone 4/10 quicker in the second one. So great effort there from Dre and the boys down there. Look for more from that car tomorrow. Another one of its siblings here, the Lamspeed Yaris. You'll see Adam Kazmiri, and that's that car's sister car, basically, in the next session. That looks like it could be, just an early version, development-wise, of what the other Lamspeed car is, with big power, big gearbox, big aero. So we'll see Adam Kazmiri in that in just a moment.
They're just such a nugget, aren't they, the GR Yaris? Toyota needed to hit the mark pretty well with the car, and it has captured the imagination of a whole bunch of enthusiasts, including this guy out there, Wesley Tang, having a ball here in Club Sprint, thanks to Haltech. We're having so much fun here, we need to take a break, and we'll be back shortly with more action.
Plasma Man Racing is a world leader in performance intercoolers and EFI intake manifolds. For over 25 years, we've been at the forefront of performance turbocharged induction technology. When you go with Plasma Man, you go with proven, tried and tested technology, a combined experience of over 100 years in the performance racing industry, and a product renowned for its quality, appearance, and reliable, repeatable performance. Plasma Man, no limits.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new.
The Bosch Motorsport BR540 high-flow in-tank fuel pump sets a new Bosch standard for quality and performance. With class-leading fuel delivery at high rail pressures, it's ideal for both boosted and non-boosted engines, suitable for most fuels, and compact in size. The BR540 suits high-horsepower motorsport applications. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Yokohama.
We've only got started here at Yokohama World Time Attack here in 2023, Haltech Club Sprint class. It is high noon in destination New South Wales. I'm here with Josh Buck and Chris Diggles here, and all of our great crew. Andrew Brilliant, Eric Sue, that Jared Deander, that quiet bloke, you know, Tony Bish, Charlie, we've got them all. Luffy. It's been a great day so far, though. What do you reckon, Josh?
It has been, and we've got a great session here underway with the third quickest group of cars in Club Sprint. All the heavy hitters are out there, and I'm very, very keen to see what happens over these next 15 minutes.
Yeah, as you said, it's not going to be a big percentage improvement, but and again, we are copping on and off cloud cover, which plays. What is it with cloud cover that just makes things mess a car up? You know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah, I know. It's
weird.
what we dream of, right?
Yeah.
It just takes a little bit out of the surface, temperature-wise. You know, it just gives any extra bit of cooling that you can get helps cars as highly strung as what you see here. So we're on camera there with the Ryan Marshall WRX.
He's having a crack here. Definitely out there to make these laps count. Having a bit of a listen through here. Let's see if we can get our ears up on this boxer. Off and running on a flying lap with not much traffic looked like in front of him, so that's good news for him. And this is Ryan Marshall from Ryan Marshall Motorsport. Good push, good push, good push. Little mid-corner correction there, but he's going to be off on one. Just looking to see what he's lit up. Has he lit anything up there? Not yet, Josh.
Just having a look. He'll come across the line. A couple of cars have gone PB. Ryan PB'd in the middle sector, not overall. What is interesting, though, is Jimmy Evo, Jamal Assad, in the reigning championship car in Club Sprint, just went faster in the first and the third sector than his PB lap, not faster in the middle sector though. So again, like I mentioned, signs for tomorrow that if Jimmy can go quicker,
he's right, but he's right there. We've just seen the footage here, so we've got this gorgeous Lotus coming around, but guess who's just in the background looking for some space? Jimmy Assad. He is might just see him in this long shot. No, he's still not there.
He's just done a lap. This is his cool-down lap, so he might be coming in. He might do another lap, potentially.
Well,
but
he snuck that in. He went completely under our radar then to put that out there. But you've read the board pretty quickly there, Josh, and found out that, that was impressive. 2 little impressive pieces of brilliance. But what happened in the other sector? That's the thing. We didn't see anything.
Well, look, the middle sector is that really chassis section of the track, and if you don't have brand new tyres and it's not quite the right conditions, you're not going to go quicker than what you were previously. But what is interesting, going quicker in the first and third sector where you need a little bit more horsepower. So maybe the thing wasn't quite turned up in the morning, but definitely more to come from Jimmy tomorrow.
Yeah, that's. Do we grab another session with these guys today? I don't know. We might have one this afternoon, don't we? That might just. You just don't know what happens in that crazy session. If we don't, I'm living in hope that we could. You know what I mean? If we can get it, we can get it. If we don't know. Here's Jimmy coming into the pits now on screen. Meanwhile, we've got what is that? Paul McKinnon. Yeah, here we go. He's on a push. He's on a push here, is he?
Yep, so Paul did a great job in the first session, doing a 35 in that car. So, again, another very capable WRX there that we have. So, we'll see what his sector time is coming out of Sector 1. Again, a little bit more horsepower of a sector, and he's rolled straight out of it. So, he would have seen on the Delta. He doesn't have it there. Here's Adam Kazmiri finishing a lap.
Watch out here.
Starting one, rather.
All right, we've got to keep our eyes on this guy, righto. Let's all eyes on him. Let's have a look at what Kazmir is going to do here on this flying lap. This could be a big impact in this session if he gets it all together, but you know what? The odds are that it won't be, but I'm going to see if we light anything up here.
You need the big shift cuts and auto blip on the downshift. Firing in, just making it into the corner. Good through 4 and 5, a little bit wide through 5 there.
It's on it though.
Just on track limits out of turn 5.
Now, this is all still push for Kazmiri. He's going to make it count. What does he need? What does he need? Maybe 34 something here. Who knows? Who knows? We got something green there. I don't know yet. He's still trying. I'm not looking at the screen yet. I'm watching this thing. Oh, might be out yet.
Hopefully,
might be out. That was a good few corners if it was.
Oof. Yeah, 9-8 to the middle sector, and Paul McKinnon in front had moved out of the way anyway. So nothing groundbreaking in terms of that lap yet.
They tease you for 3 or 4 corners. They push, they're pushing, and then you get there, you think you've got 3 more corners, show me everything, and then it's like, oh, not happy with something. And you know what? We're never going to know exactly every scenario that we see out there, why laps are cancelled or something didn't go right. You can unlock 1,000 stories per session about things that just came in that affects their progress. They've either got to abort something or it wasn't right from the start. He's going to push here again, McKinnon, by the look of it.
Yeah, going for a second lap. Clearly wasn't happy with turns 1 and 2 when he did them on the previous effort. If he comes out of here hot, it means he'll probably be on it a little bit more. Yep, so he's clearly happy with the Delta there, so he'll press on.
Yeah, there's some big push there. Here we go, here we go.
Yeah, that's scraping on the ground. So you'd have skid blocks under the splitter so that you're not actually damaging the splitter. Turn 4 is quite notorious. You're downhill, there's a lot of compression. If you're going to bottom out somewhere, turn 4 is usually one of the first spots you will.
Just about the red line there, mate. That was all the way out. I love a boxer getting rung. That's what they're supposed to do. He's smashing flames out everything. Just watch out. Just watch out. We've got a car there right at nearly apex. He's going to stay out of the way, you would imagine, because Paul's going to still try and make this count. I think he's okay. Is he okay? He's got room. Geez, he didn't have much. He didn't have much room there. That's maximum effort. McKinnon is pushing through here. Geez, didn't give him much room there.
No, that was a little bit of, hey, look, I'm on a lap, mate. Yeah. You should have got out of the way. But again, when there's such a speed difference, it can be quite hard to spot cars sometimes.
It's on one.
And the WRX was slow enough so that the other WRX could get around. So let's see what this time is. quite quick to the first two sectors, 35.4, which is very close to his time he did this morning. So for me, that's probably a net gain. That's a gain as far as I'm concerned relative to this morning. So again, I think tomorrow morning the times are going to be pretty close and pretty hot between the first few guys.
Well, even that's just 2 tenths. I mean, that's just so reflective of where they are at with the car. It is just ready to go. That every hit is representative there. They've got a nice bunch of them, so he knows what it's like.
It's funny,
it still looked fast, you know what I mean? Because you can't tell 2 tenths. You just look at, well, that corner's fast, that corner's fast.
Oh, God, in the driver's seat, 2 tenths feels like forever.
Yeah. Well, and normally a lot of the times, if you're that focused on the lap, I imagine you can pick exactly which corner where you weren't quick. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
You could tell. You could probably tell that there might be one that you didn't quite get, and that's why you're down.
Yeah, you just feel it in your hands whether it's on or not. But it's funny, when you're that close to your PB from the event, it's a strange feeling. You're not quite as fast. Car might feel a little bit better. So you know you've made a gain, but it's not relative on the stopwatch yet. So it's a bit of emotional control through the weekend, managing, making gains, making losses, finding time and not finding it. So it's all part of the game here at World Time Attack, is controlling those emotions and being ready to produce a lap time when it counts.
Yeah, and it's great fun. And we're not racing on a professional series here. This is what you call the very best of gentleman racing, done in the spirit of speed. And still after that session, the Haltech Club Sprint class top 10 looks like that. Trent Grubel, which we haven't seen yet. Jimmy Assad backed up a 34.03.1 with another tight one with 2 faster segments than that 34.03.1 shows. Adam Kazmiri, 35.148, very close. We know that is another one there, of course. So we've got the JDM Yard car and the Land Speed car. So Kazmiri's 3rd and 4th. McKinnon pushed very close for Pulse Racing on that session, but still win at 35.226. Mikowski yet to see. Garland not yet. Buggleton, Shoots and Aben Karmas make out our top 10. And one more session here, I think, to go. If we rack them all up, or we might be 1 or 2 coming out. I don't know where we're out in the schedule. We're enjoying the day, though, and there's so much more to come on our schedule. And you know what? We'll gather a bit of paper here and get a few things sorted, and we'll let you know all about it after this brief break here at Sydney Motorsport Park World Time Attack Challenge. Who can believe it's even Friday? What a great place to be.
Now that you've got the power, let Haltech control it with our complete vehicle control solutions. Haltech have a wide range of vehicle management systems, solid-state power distribution devices, and display dash solutions. With Haltech, your engine has never been in better hands. Whether you're building a Time Attack Monster, a Street Warrior, or a Resto Mod Cruiser, with Haltech, we've got you covered. For more information, visit haltech.com or visit your local Haltech dealer.
Gorgeous conditions, amazing conditions out there. Yes, the track's heating up. The action certainly isn't going away, and we've got perfect weather forecast for today and tomorrow here in beautiful Sydney Motorsport Park. The 2023 Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge. Chris Diggle's here. Great work there from Josh. He's off again. He's got another 500 commitments. Andrew Brilliant back on with me, and we're going to talk through the quickest run around Sydney Motorsport Park right now. The world record.
Absolutely flying through there.
We don't have to do much talking here. Let's let the Porsche do the talking right now. do you say? What do you say about that? What do you say about that? We are live. No, this is not a recording. This is real life right in front of us now. Not only did we just see the quickest lap here at Sydney Motorsport Park with the quickest time attack lap, you would have to say, the biggest lap of the year. Lap of the year, Andrew Brilliant.
Yeah, you know, I saw a lot of places in that lap where they improved from last year. So
yes.
They had their previous best a few years ago. They've really cleaned it up.
So Bartonmore out there on track. These are live pictures as we are into the M-Tron Pro Class session. And we are at 12:15 on a beautiful Friday here in Sydney. Here we go, first lap. He's into it, he's into it. So Bartonmore is into it. Cole Powson's now out on track in back play. But right now, all eyes back on Barton. Let's have listen through here. No, the attitude of the car is showing me that he's not quite ready yet, Andrew.
Yeah, maybe he just, you know, you make a little mistake or you don't feel the tires are just right and you back out for a minute.
Here we go, now, here we go. Tim Slade and Tanuki. Oh, that's pretty good.
Not bad at all.
Ladies and gentlemen, we were waiting with bated breath as we were watching Tim Slade unfold a lap. Its first ever full combat lap in Tanuki, and only to come onto the main straight with a red flag. Cole Powson up behind a red flag, and the RP968 gone deep after turn one. Now look, it doesn't look like it's gone down there in any other sort of speed, other than that thing is stranded, stricken in a place that you wouldn't normally expect it to be.
God,
Andrew Brilliant, you can't write that into a script. That is drama of the highest degree in 1 minute 20 something time period.
And that's a tough break for them to finally try and put a banker lap on the board and they just get the red flag right there at the start finish.
We didn't talk for a reason there. You were listening like I was listening.
Yeah.
I'm finding more and more that we open these cameras up and we listen to the microphones. You don't want to talk because you want to listen to the vehicle and what it's doing. So Warren Luff, what do you think about what you've seen just unfold?
Well, like you said, we just saw Bartonmore come down the straight in the RB968, and it was very quiet and not going as fast as it should. Having a talk to the team, they think it might be a drive shaft failure. They're not 100% sure, but obviously there's something mechanical that's gone wrong. So these guys, as you can see behind, they're sort of huddling, trying to sort of work out an action plan of what's going to happen next. But hopefully they can get that fixed and get back out there.
Look, that's interesting news. So I can see something hanging down there, maybe, Andrew, so maybe they're spot on there. Obviously, Bart would have been relaying back to say maybe it's got no drive or something. That'll explain why it's so stricken. He's just had to put it somewhere.
That doesn't look like a drive shaft, though. But, I mean, he could have taken out chunks of bodywork or God knows what.
But that's look, you know what? They hadn't... Well, we thought that we were going to see a flyer. He got, you know, probably 3-4 corners in and remember aborted the run.
Yeah.
Then the cameras pick up Tanuki.
Yeah.
And Tim Slade, honestly, man and machine, got a few laps under each other now. And to see that thing in action, and you were listening like I was listening to it every lap, it's like Tim's nailing this thing to the wall.
Yeah.
This wasn't a 85% lap. That was 110% lap. It was on a mission. And you and I just go, come on, one more corner. It looked good coming on. And then there's a red flag and he's an R35. And it's like, Cole, you can't be there. And then you realise, you see the red flag and go, well, he's only doing what he's directed to do.
Yeah.
And that's slow down, not speed up. So don't go on the flyer, roll up. and then poor old Tim is on an absolute screamer. It was lighting green up everywhere there, and you and I were transfixed. That VR38 just doing it. Tim's throttle, Tim's introduction to the throttle through different corners there was interesting as well. That he's really tuning into the torque characteristics of the VR38. And even look, let's while we're looking at the 968 get total fear for the moment, just reflecting back to that minute 18. How much torque is that 4-litre engine making? Like when you watch that back, you know, it's not a buzzy machine. Like, you're not having to go up and down through the gearbox a lot in that car. Like, there's one corner there where he takes the one gear from one corner to the other. I think it was between 5 and 6. So that thing's got monster torque, which seems to help that car lock in and just deliver the physics it's got.
Yeah, I think he's actually mentioned that he's struggling a bit to drive it with that much torque. Like it's a bit of a learning curve.
Oh, yeah, some bits out the back there, just early. Some bits out the back there. Oh, whoa, hang on. Okay, yeah, well, something... That's the stuff we didn't see before, that if we called live would really make it. It's almost like, something is locked, drive line up or something. Luffy's got some more breaking news after we've seen that Breaking Bad.
Yeah, I'm down here in the lane with Tim Slade. Tim, obviously just prior to that red flag, we saw you there on a lap. How was the car feeling, and what did you think the car was capable of?
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea what the lap time was like compared to the couple of laps we did yesterday. Yeah, the balance was a little bit different, but the tyres are different to what we ran yesterday as well. So I'm not sure if the difference was from the tyres or the track condition being a bit hotter in the middle of the day as opposed to the end of the day yesterday. So yeah, didn't get to complete the lap, so I'm not sure without looking at the data what the lap time is going to be.
Yeah, as Tim said there, the interesting one is obviously with the temperature down here now. Talking to the guys from the RB968 crew, they said air temperature's up by about 5 degrees compared to what it was this morning, and obviously that's going to have a big effect on track temperature as well.
Yeah, there you go. It's always this crazy time of the day where interesting things happen, and we've just seen a whole bunch of that just unravel on us just after high noon here at Sydney Motorsport Park. So in 1 degree there. Honestly, I thought Tim should be very proud of that lap. That looked very fast, very well driven. The car looked quick. It's not like it was deceiving us, Andrew. That looked very quick.
Well, look, I mean, I think that engine just doesn't sound as high-strung as the SR did, so it'll be putting the power down, and they're doing that car should be over 300 Ks on the straight. But the frustrating thing for this team right now will be they've only got a really small number of sticker tires to put on that car. So they've probably just burned down a set to get this point. So I think there's a bit of that frustration. Even if you've done a really good lap, and so now you've got the confidence of what you can do, whether the stars are going to align for you later and you're going to be able to put that together again, that's another question. So I think as a driver, you'd be frustrated with what you have lost, even if you've gained, you know?
Yeah, well, that's it. They're going to give him another chance hopefully soon. That's why he's staying in the vehicle. But, yeah, that recovery mission for 968, that was the footage we hadn't seen, we weren't privy to. We were locked on Tanuki for the lap. And then in the meantime, and again, you can't write the scripts here. We have bigger drama than Netflix could ever gather. You know, we develop more twists per minute than any Netflix series. And you know, I'd binge this all year. But that sort of drama that just pops up. You know, reality TV is one thing, but this is the real reality TV. This is stuff happening right in front of us at pretty much the cutting edge. It's almost like where motorsport meets Top Gun. It's pretty much right at that you know, isn't that a cut? It's right there. It's a mixture of about 900 different things, and every single bit of it, with Ian Baker as part of it, makes it fun, extremely fulfilling and enjoyable. And you know what? They've got probably one of the most professional teams here, and that team, the RP968 team, they'll be into that to make sure whatever that is, hopefully can be salvageable, because I still think deep down inside they want, you know, it's one thing to set a number, but everyone always likes to back it up.
Yeah. Well, and you know, let's give credit to Bart for if that was a drive shaft, it looked like he clutched in pretty quick and was able to save it. That can go really wrong if that hangs on.
And you know what? If they were privy to letting us have the in-car, as much as we had the in-car for the record lap, I'd love to know what that felt like inside, and then, you know, I'm sure we'll get the diagnosis between now and the end of the day as to what may have happened once they pull that thing apart. But
yeah, it looks like something hanging down in the front too. But it's a transaxle car, so something could have broken off in the front.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's maybe it's back to the torque we were just talking about. You know?
Yeah.
torque will normally destroy everything if it's indeed something related to that. And once in a while, you do need to find the weak point in the combination. So whatever that weak point was, it's just been found, and they'll solve that. You can only simulate so much for that, I suppose.
Yeah, we still got tomorrow. We still got tomorrow, so
Still got tomorrow, and we've still got the rest of the day, and we've still got Luffy giving us all the news from the pits.
So we've already spoken a fair bit about tyres today, but when we actually have the two tyres here on the ground, you can actually start to see the big difference between what we've run in the past, this being the radial tyre, this is from the Extreme GTR, and now we come across to the slick tyre that obviously all Pro and Pro-Am cars are running this year. Now, talking to the technicians from Yokohama, a couple of the interesting factors about this slick tyre. In terms of actual overall weight, one of the big things in World Time Attack is the weight of cars, and the unsprung weight is also a big issue for cars out there as well. This tyre represents nearly a 20% saving in overall sort of unsprung weight compared to this tyre. In terms of compound, they're not too far apart in terms of the overall compound, but the construction of this tyre is where it really sets itself apart. And in terms of overall contact patch, because you don't have any of the grooves to sort of obviously what would normally be there for sort of getting rid of water, you've got about 20% more tyre overall on the road. So 20% lighter, 20% more rubber, similar in terms of compound, and this is a tyre that can regularly be seen sort of in GT500 and GT300 categories in Japan, and used even here in Australia in sports sedans and all around the world in a numerous amount of categories.
There we go. He summed it all up in there, and the man knows the tyres, no doubt about that. And yeah, how about that? Everyone wins. It's like everyone wins.
Yeah. So me and my motorsport stories. Did you know that slick tires was an accident?
Was it?
Yeah, they said they'll go faster when we groove them, and they didn't have time to groove them. And then they went faster, and everyone was like, "What happened with this no grooving?"
Some of the
I think that was back in the 50s.
Yeah, well, some of these things happen by accident. You know, it's just sometimes those things can. Well, back then it wasn't as much technology as there is today to work out things. You had to just do it by the seat of your pants, and I suppose one way that was to the stopwatch.
Yeah.
The stopwatch was the thing.
Right.
You know what? And that's all you need sometimes for a lot of measurements. Really, the stopwatch is about the most.
Stopwatch is king.
The stopwatch is king. Math is king, and the cars are king. We are just warming up here at Sydney Motorsport Park, and as you can see, Friday we're pretty cool. We're pretty lax. We've got a lot of time attack action happening on track. We've seen a bit of a drift demonstration, which was fantastic. We've got a bunch more action planned, not only for the rest of the day, but tomorrow. And Saturday's always a massive day here. And for those people that are watching on the live stream, wherever you might be around Australia or the world, it still ain't too late to be here tomorrow. Just saying, you know, with flights, you can be here. Suck it all in. You've got to come and see it for yourself, what it's all about. And tomorrow we really shine. But we're going to enjoy it all the way through to the evening, including, here we go. Is this Racer Cole back out here? I think it's got to be.
It is, yeah. And I think so. While they're in different classes, I think him and Faraz have a thing going about the fastest US car to ever run here.
There we go. So now it's a fastest American battle now.
That's right. And Cole's only hanging on by a 10th right now.
Is that
He's got
right? Is that how
to prove.
close it is?
That's right.
Is that how close it is?
It's really close.
You know what? That's another little emerging story that you can't talk up before the day.
That's right.
Is to say, well, who's now an American lap record? Who's the fastest rotary? I mean, there's still a few out there. Some bragging rights. It doesn't hurt. And
we have the two fastest cars from the US right here on our soil right now. So
in history, let's just also say in history. And you know, if that means just a smidgen of interest back in the good old USA to say, come on over and prove yourself over here. Well, the more the merrier. If they can do it, and you know what, we need pioneers to do that. Sierra with our first American team to come here, and you know what, and even that sort of turned almost into a World Series when you brought an Evo from Japan to race an Evo from the United States. Yeah. It does become like a World Cup. You know, and you may or not like soccer, but I love my motorsport internationally as much as that. And this turned into a World Series of time attack. Australia, I still think, is leading, but if we are getting the American teams interested, we know that we're going to have, the Swedes, the Swiss. You know, we've had them before. They are making plans to come back. There's some agendas that we all don't know about, but they do include Sydney Motorsport Park somewhere in the future, and you know a few yourself. So we're in a very, very healthy place. Insane vehicles and insane information with more from Luffy now.
Yeah, I'm down here in the lane with Cole Pollard. Cole, obviously you're on this side of the garage last year and helping out with commentary. How good's it be back behind the wheel?
Oh, this is where I belong, man. This is it. And so it's so good to be back here, be in Sydney, the GTR, taking a steer in the open class 43 car as well. And it feels good, man. Thanks for bringing the good weather.
So how important is bragging rights of being the fastest American here so far?
You know, it's kind of more important than anything else, I think. You know, we carry that beef across seas. So, yeah, it's good to be here. Hopefully we can put on a good show and turn some fast laps.
All right, mate, we'll be watching. Good luck.
Thanks, Ollie.
Oh, that's another smile on the dial up here. We're all smiling about that. To him, it's more important than anything at the moment to defend his, you know, his pride. It's a little bit of American pride. It's about, you know what, I was one of the first guys to come and actually do it. You know, in the footsteps of, you know, the Sierra team, and we need that. And of course, right from the start, we've had our JDM friends here as well. So Avu's out there now, of course, with Shibata Yusaki. So this is our World Cup that we talk about. This is the World Cup of Time Attack. It is Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge. This is the M-Tron Pro Class of 2023, and not a bad little representation here. Now, they're not all going to be within half a tenth of each other, but these are all accommodations that need to be appreciated, that when you come here for the first time for the whole year, whatever you do is the world record, pretty much, for your deal.
And there's no track like this place, really. I mean, like back home, back in Japan, we've got Fuji Speedway or Suzuka, but none of them have anything like Turn 1. Turn 1 is so special. And this is such a well-rounded track. Like, you got to do everything well here. It's not like you can just have power and no downforce. You can just have downforce and no power. So it's, I think it's a special experience for them.
It's a little bit organic, just what this track brings to the sport of time attack racing. Very technical, just long enough to that your stuff holds together. You don't want 3-minute laps. You'd like something that you can get done in under a minute and a half. That's always good. Plenty of opportunities to make it all perfect. It's a gorgeous car. Love the wrap on it, and it's got a fair amount of Australian content within this car. I think the car was actually named Sydney originally. Yeah, so it was a dedicated build. And Life Motorsport, well, they've gone from strength to strength in the United States there in Utah.
It's been a long run for this car. I mean, they've been on the top of the pile in the US for quite some years now.
Oh, well, we're going to let a bit of VR38 go around here for all you people listening. Let's have a listen to Cole. Mid-corner, Cole. We're going to listen to you come down the straight. What a good lap, Cole Powelson. All greens everywhere. Greens everywhere on the screen for everyone. Yeah, minute 27.252. Minute 27.252. And here's Tim Slade. Unfinished business. Tanuki on a first flying lap. We've got greens everywhere. Let's see what he does. Representative for him. Oh, 22. Hey, minute 22. Minute 22.347. That's got our attention.
He's getting on the board, and that's not too far off of that car's best, so he's got a little bit of work to do.
Considering that you're looking for a baseline, and that's a nice baseline run where it feels good. Okay, here we go. This is Yusaku, the Avu S2000. Let's get a little bit of F20 action, or is she K-swap? I think she's still F20. Gorgeous little car. He was green on the first couple of sectors there. In fact, all of that was looking very, very good. And there's earlier minute 30.292. That was a 38.36 and change. So it's interesting that yes, Slady's not opting to try that second lap. The feedback we're getting with these tyres is that yes, you can get a couple of laps out of it if you cycle them right and they give you just enough fun for a couple of laps before the grip gives out.
That team's trying a few different brands of tyres, so I'm not quite sure where they're going to wind up with that.
Yeah, but hey, minute 22.347 kind of puts you second, right, which is not a bad effort already. And, you know, that was a good lap from Cole there. That looked very entertaining. And I was watching him for every second of that lap. And that was fantastic stuff. Now, look, we're going to get down to the news where it's happening down with Warren Luff.
Well, I'm here in pit lane with the man, Barton Moore. So you go out, you break the record this morning, and now you break it. What's happened? What can you tell us?
Something, whether it's a lap time or the car. Oh, look, I think it's something in the drivetrain, maybe the right rear axle or something like that. So, look, it might mean we might struggle for the last run of the day, but we'll fix it. We'll be back tomorrow.
Yeah, we look forward to seeing you guys back tomorrow. So you've got enough parts and everything like that. I suppose we spoke this morning. How much more potential do you still think's left in this car? What can we expect to see tomorrow? Come on, give me a number. I'm throwing it to you now.
Mate, we'll be here tomorrow to go faster. There's definitely more time to be had. I'm only disappointed there, not that the car broke, but we want to try a couple of things. The hotter track, maybe we couldn't go faster today, but tomorrow we'll lay down.
All right, mate, we look forward to seeing what you can do tomorrow. Thanks, man.
I love when guys like Barton Moore, who've raced a certain type of motorsport all his life, starts using the words "time to lay it down." You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? For a professional racing driver to start talking about laying the snack down, I like it that we're changing the way the races are looking at it. We're going to lay one down tomorrow. It's like, that's the attitude. You're kind of bringing a bit of bounty hunter grudge to it, where it's like, we're going to smack them. You know, it's not like, well, we were the most consistent and the fastest. No, we're going to lay it down. I love that.
Yeah.
Bart's addicted to Boost. I think that's the thing. Boost and Aero. That should be a thing on a T-shirt. Addicted to Boost and Aero. And there it is. Minute 18.837. I could look at that number all day. Cole Powelson, though, even though I see minute 28.117, we know we've got to throw Slady in there at 22.347. Shibata Yasaku had a good go with the S2000. Got very close to that minute 32.92. Rob Newman, we haven't seen this session yet, but Tanuki, we know, was up there at around second with that minute 22.347. Entron, Australia, bringing us the pro class. Entron, great Aussie ECU company. We got more action coming up after the break here, so don't go anywhere for too long. After these messages, more from Sydney Motorsport Park.
Get your turbo from the people who live and breathe turbochargers. You want a bolt-on factory replacement? We got it. You want to upgrade your turbo? We got it. You want more boost for your race car? We got that too. And if your turbo experiences a rapid, unscheduled disassembly, we can repair it. Most of the time. GCG, the turbo experts.
All right, we are back on track. Andrew Brilliant taking a well-earned break because, you know, if he watches Aero for too long, he needs to have a cup of tea and a lie down because it's just his life. He can't get enough. We've got to cut him off. We've got to cut him. You throw that Aero out there and he just laps it up, loves it. But you know what? We thought we were replacing with another bloke that loves to eat this stuff up as well. Eric Sue, you are back and you're in your element, mate. What's happening?
I spent some time talking to the competitors in the garage, some of the open class competitors, and got some backstories, some specs on the cars. It's good field out there.
Good to be able to get out and grab that information. And it's a nice walk over there, mate. But you did you jog over, did you? It's a couple of kilometres there and back.
Yeah, it is.
You make it down here?
For sure.
It's a good track. But so what impressed you the most that you saw that you hadn't seen before?
Well, I've never actually taken a close-up look with the Dream S15.
Oh, yes.
That thing is beautiful. Like the engine bay and all the details in that car, it's great. I can't wait to see it run.
Yeah, well, we haven't seen it out yet. Is that right?
Not
today?
yet, no.
Okay, so it's ready, though.
Yeah. I think that's going to be the Group 1, though.
Oh, okay, that's right. So he'll be in that other group. But we're out on track now. We step it up a little bit. I think we are in that GCG Open class where you do see refined combinations coming out of all bits and pieces. Datsun 1600 with some red on it now. It can't be two Datsun 510s here today. That one's copped some red something all over it.
Spray?
Yeah, that's was John Healy.
Yeah,
that
it was all blue before.
Yeah, so it's copped some red. For some reason, it's been hit with some red paint. I don't know who come up with that idea. Owen Truss out there. Peter Owen now on screen running his S15 around the place. And what did he go before Truss? It'll come up shortly once they get the first flying lap. Yeah, so yeah, we've kind of gone round. I'm sure that wasn't red like that, unless if we patched stuff. I don't know. That's interesting. There's got to be a story there. Sorry, Eric. There's got to be a story with that. Why that's turned up that way? Because I certainly can't remember it being splattered like that in the first session today.
I don't believe it was.
Yeah. So anyway, it's got some on the tyre too. So whatever's happened there. It's not a fire suppressant, is it? I don't know whether it's like an extinguisher.
No, I don't think so.
Anyway, there'll be a reason. We might get to the bottom of it eventually, but they're both on flying laps here, Healy and Truss, so they're not mucking around. They want to get out there and have a bit of a go. Peter Owen and John Healy coming down through Advair Turn 1. Oh, he's given a little bit of room there. Such a nuggety little car. Again, the square bodies will never die. As much as that we know they're not aerodynamic, but there is something about a square car that always makes a good race car. You get enough lumps and bumps on it, they mean business. And again, if you wired up 5 different car enthusiasts and showed them a variety of different vehicle body shapes, square cars would trigger different parts of your brain, I reckon. There's just something about what you prefer in a vehicle. And I still dig the boxy Datsuns, I still do.
Yeah. It is a bit reminiscent of a tissue box on wheels there.
It is very much a tissue box on wheels. I like that he's got that late Bluebird headlight treatment. I do love those original JDM 510 tail light and headlights that they got that we didn't quite get here in Australia.
Yeah, we didn't get them in the States either.
And it's great that you still see them out there. And again, may the Datsun 1600 live to be 100. May all these cars live to 100, and so you can just show the history of an automobile. As long as an automobile manufacturer is still around, and even the ones that aren't, every vehicle that still remains is a rolling example of an industry, of jobs, of the history of manufacturing in industry, personal transportation. One of the most crucial things that were ever introduced into modern society that truly revolutionised transport in the world, independence in the world, and a whole industry based around the automobile. And, I don't want to drive electric scooters everywhere in the future. Give me a Datsun 510 every day.
There you go.
Here we go. Come on. What's he pushing through here, Healy? He's got a fair bit of effort on it. Let's have a listen. As soon as we put the cameras on him, here comes the oversteer.
Well, that means he's going for it.
All right, so here we go. This is Darren Bishop having a crack. Gorgeous example of the Evos in every single class. They are just, some of them are just dazzle us with that final little level of preparation on them that just appreciates them so much, and that they might end up living to 100 too, the Evos. I'm sure they will. The Datsun 510s have got a head start on them, but they'll end up, they already are a classic. If you've got to judge a vehicle about how rare they are and how expensive they are to buy, that's your... Mind you, it's funny, I'm sure that you could get up, a 20-year-old Evo and a Datsun 1600, the Evo's still going to sell for more.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't think there'll ever be any $500,000 Datsun 510s out there. No, I don't think they'll ever get to that. But, we can try. For all those people that have still got them, hold on to them. Don't let them fall into the wrong hands. All right, so he's on a flyer too, so here we go. This is one of the cars that was really impressing me on the lead-up. This is actually Adrian Pasman in the Silvia. It's got the K24 in it. It's like a match made in heaven, and it's a good-looking car.
Supercharged with the road trips?
I think it is too, isn't it?
I hear that the car is actually designed to just turn laps, not so much a time attack car. But
yeah. All right, we just watched this S15 get a few corners in. It's down to Warren Luff with more news.
Well, here's something really exciting that we haven't seen here before at World Time Attack. This is straight out of Formula One. I'm here with the guys on Jet 200 now. This guy standing here, he's got some high-vis flow paint on. So what they're going to do is literally 60 seconds before the car goes out, they're going to spray it over just so they can see how the air's travelling over the car, how the aerodynamics is working. Now, obviously, this is right up Andrew Brilliant's alley here, but this is something really cool and to see at World Time Attack that people are always innovating and trying new things and really trying to push the boundaries.
There we go, because guess what? I bet you that Datsun 1600 got a bit of flow vis before then too. So that's interesting because I was wondering why we were seeing this Datsun that was covered in something. Guess what? It's a bit of this flow vis. Have you ever seen that before there, Eric?
I have.
Try that, or you do all yours in the tunnel?
I have. I just don't remember it being red.
Yeah, okay. Well, it looks like it could be red, or there's a bucket there, but there we go. So that explains the 510. It's had some flow vis on it. So they're looking at obviously airflow over the flares and just over the back of the car there, so over the roof and then onto the wing. So that is interesting what's going to eventuate out of that. I certainly hope at the end it just peels off. You know, you would hope. Honestly, if you've got to get the thinners out for that, mate, it's more of a pain, really. Let me tie the cotton bits back on, you know. Let me super glue all the cotton back onto the side of it. But yeah, there we go, some flow vis. So do not be alarmed. That is not a random act of vandalism. That is actually science at work out there, folks. There we are. Give us half a lap, we'll jump to all sorts of conclusions. And this looks like this Datsun's been vandalised, but he was the first guy out with the flow vis. Luffy brings us the story. It all makes sense. Yeah. So no, Heatley's car hadn't been hit by a couple of kids. It's actually showing. And again, I suppose you just can't go out there and circulate. You've got to go out there and push as hard as you can and just see. But it's going to be interesting to see if we can get some close-ups of that once they finish as to what they're actually seeing with that treatment. Here we go, a little bit more angry boxer going on here. We might let this one breathe a little bit here shortly. It's cranky and it's on one here. This is Liam Hooper. Let's have a listen. Indeed, Liam Hooper is having a whole lot of fun out there. Listen to this, mid-corner stuff.
Using the entire track.
I love this part for the eardrums. Yeah, that thing was certainly nervous, sort of mid-corner on a couple of ones there where Liam goes to make it change direction and it sort of gives him a little bit of a balk on it. But he's done enough laps around here to know where the limit is. You want to talk about where the limit is? There it is, Liam Hooper. Right in front of us. Just keep the cameras on these guys. For some reason, they might feel that they're being filmed and they put it on because that was maximum push. Pop it out the flames. Here we go. Hooper 35.58. So that is a better time for him. Minute 35.588, so it's good when they light them all up green. You know they've improved, and you know, if that was his first hit at the track today, that's not a bad representation. Yes, you could clean it up on the odd corner because that thing was certainly nervous. And as far as real estate, yeah, you nearly bought half a block of land there, just outside the boundary. So that was not a bad one. What do you think there? We're both looking at it, listening to it,
and then the angry boxer actually sounds pretty good when it's. So long as it's together.
Oh, here we go. So we're right on it. So look at our flow here. So this is the paint that we thought the kids had vandalised the Datsun, but they hadn't vandalised it. It was actually scientists have vandalised it. And yeah, there we go. So there we go. A lot of Andrew, brilliant. I wish we had a third microphone here right now. Andrew's looking at the paint. A lot of square inches. Look, he's seeing it all. Yeah, you can see how I could misconstrue that as vandalism. It kind of does look like it, but I hope that's
It looks like he ran over a can of paint.
Yeah, it did hit a can of paint. Maybe, as Andrew said before, you know, they used about groove tyres. Maybe one day someone accidentally threw a can of paint over a car that was going fast and go, wow, did you see what that did? Very good. That's interesting stuff. And I think they were going to do another car there where they gave it a quick paint. But there you can see that little bit of activity around off the back of the roof line there. And it's definitely got a lot of attention here from guys either definitely taking photos of it and giving it a fair hit there. And maybe, I suppose, even up under the back of the rear wing, it might sort of give you an idea of what it's doing. But Andrew doesn't need paint to tell him where it's all going, do you? It helps, eh? He can just see air. He is almost like the air whisperer. He's seeing the air. So nothing has opened the eyebrows just yet in that session for GCG Open. But let me tell you, it's not too far away from a little bit of that popping up. But at the moment, Tim Slade did get not a bad one down to start with the Extreme GTR, minute 27.558. Damon Ashton put a good one out there at minute 32.017. John Boston in the Sylvia. Lane Brandis all the way from WA with the GTS Skyline, and Shane Brandon, our 5th out of the 10. Cole, well, that should be Jeremiah. John Healy in the Dado with the paint on it. John Sabelic, Peter Owen, and Adrian Pasman, our 10 so far in GCG Turbo's Open class. And look, I'm going to tell people in advance. You know they talk about, you know, when people have sales in stores, people camp out and ready to open when the doors open. Well, the GCG garage sale, I think, starts tomorrow here. So GCG are having an amazing garage sale here in the at their display here at Sydney Motorsport Park, and I think they're saving that up for tomorrow to let rip. So if you want anything you'd possibly ever want for your build, or for Christmas, or for friends, or for family, you might have to maybe camp out and get yourself close to the GCG tent tomorrow for their great garage sale. There's some amazing stuff to not only buy, but you can also give away as well. They've been involved with World Time Attack for a long time, and there's a couple of they're giving away a couple of famous steering wheels. That's right. You can buy anything from the GCG tent and be in the running for one of 2 Under Suzuki's own dry carbon steering wheel, signed by Under Suzuki himself. So there's 2 of those to be given away, but you just got to buy something from the GCG garage sale tomorrow to put yourself in the chance to win one of those there, Eric. Could be you, could be me.
Well, if it's a garage sale, you'll want to get there early too.
Well, you know, it's like swap meets, I suppose, and everything. You've got to get in there early. So when they all open that up, that's going to be on tomorrow. So, you know, grab all that great World Time Attack merchandise today. Save a few pennies for tomorrow's GCG garage sale, and make sure, remember, Christmas now, blink and it'll be Christmas, Eric. So this is a great opportunity for everyone to grab this merchandise while you can, because we do special stuff here for World Time Attack, available from our tents down there in the amazing Trader Rally, which is going to be lit tomorrow like you wouldn't believe. But here at Sydney Motorsport Park on a gorgeous Friday afternoon. Can't believe it's Friday. Here we go. This kid's back. Someone arrest this kid. Look at the damage he's doing there. No, this is all just to check that airflow there. Now, again, you don't have to do obviously both sides, as you would imagine. You just want to see a profile. You want to see one side, the way that is coming off the roof down through that area, whether you do get some swirl. I don't know what you might get in that area, but that's got to go on just before they go out in that session. And while that still has time to probably, you know, go off and thicken, is that is going to be ready to go. So, yeah, that's on there. You can see it dribbling. Yeah, that's really playing with the OCD that I've got, and that I normally got to get a rag on that. But look, he's into it. He's given it a bit of a touch-up on the front there. Look at a bit of green off the back there. Who gets this job? Can I get this job? I want this job. Where do you get to paint race cars with our visual paint, our speed paint? So there we go. Some interesting stuff being tried out here at Sydney Motorsport Park. And you know what? I love it. I love that we're able to show you stuff that you don't normally see. And we're in GCG Open class. I think Johnny Boston's in there ready to go. I think Hawko was going to be driving this as well, but because it is his. But I think Boz gets the keys this time. And he's ready to go. Oh, look, we're even taping the door up there, so super serious.
Yeah, I think they're
trying stuff. Right, anyway, here we go. Right on track. we'll see how that pans out at the next lap or two. I'm sure we're going to get some footage on that. Here he is, warming up here, entrant number 39. That is Nathan Morecambe driving the Gas Evo. This is the one we might have to keep our eyes on here, Eric Sue, because we know that this thing can perform. All right, we've got some quick news coming out of the pits down there with Warren Luff as these guys start to warm up.
Yeah, I'm here with John Healy, the driver of this amazing little Datsun 1600. John, we've just been talking about this high-vis paint that we've seen on the car. How's the car going so far, and what was the purpose of the paint on this little beast?
Car's been going well. We only finished it in typical time attack fashion yesterday, really, so first time driven it this morning. Yeah, look, the Viz thing is part of the aero. I'm not sure how aerodynamic you can make a brick, but it's just to get an idea of what's working, what's not really. So.
And how's the performance of the car been going? Obviously, we saw this car here last year. I fell in love with it last year. Obviously, you and I sort of have a lot of dealings through V-Sport and all that sort of stuff. It's good to see you back behind the wheel. Where do you think the potential of this car lies? I think with someone decent in it, could do like a 36 somewhere, but if I can go a little bit faster than last year, I'll be happy. So. Well, I did actually bring my new helmet that I got from V-Sport recently. Jump in, mate. Good luck, buddy.
You know what? I made that call this morning. Luffy was ready to go at any time that someone said, Luffy, engage. Now, more talk about engage. We might have to go for a bit of 4G63 action here on the microphones. Let's have a listen, Eric, and let's see how he tries this lap. Looks like a pretty good lap so far for Nathan Morecambe. The thing very angry. I mean, he's definitely getting the foot down here because that thing is bucking and weaving, bobbing and a-weaving. All right, he's lit the green up here a couple of times, so let's just see where Morecambe can put this thing as he finishes a flying lap here in GCG Open. Goes through for a minute 20, minute 27, 6:42. Oh, number 2 spot, minute 27, 6:42. This afternoon session just got lit by Morecambe, minute 27, 6:42, just behind Slady's first shot this morning. So what a good number there for Nathan Morecambe. How did you see it there, Eric? Did you see as much bouncing and protest on that lap?
Yeah, the front end set up pretty stiff.
It was pretty stiff, wasn't it? And with four-wheel drive, the thing just multiplies itself. And look at that. They've got the big face they put on the front of this, the big jaws. Andrew Hawkins, the owner of the car, Mr. Motive, he's Bozzo's given it plenty. I wonder if that throws the paint off doing that, you know.
He's got 730 horsepower, so there's a lot of power to try to control with just rear-wheel drive.
He's just nearly not needing the front wheels there at all there, Boz. He's really pushing that car hard. So let's just see how he goes on this one. I'm seeing if he's lit up a few, he's lit up a bit of green here, has Johnny Boston. So let's have a look where the Sylvia comes through now. Boston, yeah, minute 34.72. Minute 34.72. So that is a good number for him. A good number. In fact, that's the PB so far in the car today. So that lit up green everywhere, including that 34.72 there for Boston. So that is a good number. It worked well. And, you know, this session, I think we are starting to feel a little bit of a cooling effect on the track. This track is actually coming probably around to a point where, you know, we're seeing some stuff like Morecambe. That was close. Minute 27 there for Morecambe. And live footage here where we are just observing. Yeah, I suppose that's it. After you watch it, you can just see, yeah, look at the swirling off the pillar there. The old drip channels around the windscreens, eh? You still run those things. Look at that for playing with aero. I'm sure Andrew doesn't simulate old drip rail channels off windscreens. You do, he does. Of course he does. Because look at that. Look at all the windscreen chrome moles that you get around those windscreens. Just the way the paint sort of came off the corner of that. It's got 900 aerodynamic paradoxes in one little screenshot there. It was just many paradox. What do you call more than one paradox? Paradox eye? Is that what it is? I don't know.
Paradoxes?
Paradoxes, just a lot of paradoxes. That's all I saw when I saw that. And Andrew did just miss looking at that footage there, but he doesn't need any more stimulation, does he, today? So, but that was funny. You know what? That was at a level I could understand. It was paint on a car, and the way the paint ended up, it's going, okay, I get it. I get it. Andrew just sees air everywhere he walks. So I just needed a paint reference. It'd be interesting to see what the Sylvia looks like when they bring that Sylvia back after that. He's on a fly here too, by the way. So this is Ashton out there having a crack. And that's Damon Ashton. So there might be another little shake of the tree here. Trying to see what he run there before Ashton. I think he'd gone, 32.017, but you just never know. You just never know when you first see that first session, just what they found or what they may have lost yet. Let's just have a look. Still a man of decent effort there, and some guys are smoother than others. You know what I mean? Some guys style, they don't wrestle it, but you know, they can still be quick. You watch the guys that you look like they're at 11/10, but really they're beating the car up. That's their style. Then you've got guys that just don't look like they're fast, but they actually are quite smooth. But
I think a lot of times it's also the car setup.
Yeah, that some of them do lend itself to that too, don't they? But when man and machine get in perfect unison, it's a beautiful thing. And we're seeing pretty close there, but as that's all tightened up a little bit. So look, we haven't seen Slady there yet, but there's Morecambe's improvement in that session, minute 27.642. Johnny Boston nibbled it down a little bit to be on podium at the moment provisionally, but you know what? It's a long time between now and tomorrow afternoon as to where that's going to be. But geez, wouldn't it be good if you can get in the 5 by tomorrow afternoon? Because that's the one thing. We've got our podiums, our 1, 2, 3s, but we've got our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5s. The Super Lap shootout that we do at the end of the event tomorrow. So you do get an opportunity for someone in maybe number 5 at the last minute do what we want them to do, and that's actually, you know, deal one little knockout punch there.
And that's at the end of the day, like the magic hour, right?
It's no better way to do it. It's a motorsport version of UFC, if you may, except there's 5 fighters in the fight, not 2.
Yep.
But you're throwing not even a tenth between Slade and Morecambe there when you spread that up. So, we're talking about Skyline and Evo, the 2 most powerful platforms in this class for now. And then an S15 and a rear-wheel drive car in here after that. So getting a little bit of data and information there. The paint after a lap, I suppose it might be done by then. That was a good lap, though. I wonder whether or not there's any feedback to see if they want to go again, because that was pretty good. That was pretty tight lap there for Boz. He might have had a little bit more in there, but no, out he comes. Happy with that. Might be another milestone for the car, which is good to see. And I'm sure we'll know what the paint looks like soon.
Speaking of Andrew, he said they would be happy with the 130, so we'll see if there's more in it for later.
All right, so here we go. This is one we haven't quite seen out there, which we will focus on just for a moment. That's the Dream Project S15 with Robert Ewan driving. Could be a little sleeper here as well. It hasn't quite shown its hand, this car, but Rob Newen, one of the best drivers we've got in this country in Time Attack, famous for Mighty Mouse. Again, that's a retired enigma that's sitting in a shed. You know what I mean? It's proven itself years ago, and any time that something stokes him to bring it out of retirement, he might. But
he did say he needs the motivation to bring it out.
He needs another quick front-wheel drive Time Attack car to try and take him. And if we ever got Will L. Yang back, honestly, you'd almost pitch that as the ultimate front-wheel drive UFC shootout, I reckon. Mighty Mouse versus... Mighty Mouse is... he's not bringing all the horsepower in comparison to what Will would bring, but it would be a good battle anyway, just because you need someone to come along to get your attention. Luffy's got more amazing automotive juice for us to digest. What have you got, Woz?
Wow. Yeah, we're talking obviously about this car going out and obviously the high vis paint, seeing what they could do. These guys have just gone 3 seconds faster than what they've ever gone before. John Boston driver, Andrew Hawkins. Andrew, tell us from your perspective, we could see the emotion for you. Yeah. It's been a massive labour of love, this project. Yeah. How's it feel?
Honestly, last year was a total nightmare after a bunch of changes, and we decided this year we had to change everything that made it unreliable. The actual package didn't really change. It was like wiring loom, and it was a 30-day rebuild with our crew. We got Bozo back in, and yeah, that was literally what, his second or third flyer. He said it would be 2 seconds quicker on new tyres, because we PB'd by a tenth on our first lap. And then when we saw the number come up, we thought 1 minute 34, and they're like, nah, dude, 1 minute 30.4. I'm just...
And the man himself, John Boston. Now, John Boston, you've probably driven more cars at World Time Attack than anybody in World Time Attack history. You get to pilot this car. How did that lap feel?
Mate, it's sensational. Like, it's been a 15-year project with Hawkeye. It's been through all the stages of car shows and road cars, and then to where it is now. You know, it's reliable, and we can actually work on getting the car to go fast. So, you know, we PB'd first thing this morning on old tyres, and as Hawkeye said, I thought it was go 2 seconds faster. Now we're 3 seconds faster, and I think nearly the fastest silver in open class. So it's awesome for the boys to have that sort of effort.
All right, we're going to Charlie down there in the lane, and she's got some more info for us.
One thing you absolutely cannot miss here at Sydney Motorsport Park this weekend is the GCG Giant Garage Sale. A little bit of a tongue twister, but it is exclusive to World Time Attack, and you will not see these offers anywhere else. Save big dollars on your turbos, intercoolers, gauges, sensors, pumps. There is so much, but you cannot miss it. It is only here for this weekend. Now here's Brett from GCG to tell us a little bit more about the discounts.
Well, thanks for that intro. Yeah, today and tomorrow, massive garage sale here. We've put everything up to 35% off. So if you're in the market to buy any of this performance product, especially a Garrett turbocharger, which is one of our specialities, get down here because you can save up to 35%. For those of you that aren't here and you're online, you may be streaming this, you can buy it on our website as well. We have a special click-through for World Time Attack fans, so jump online if you're not at the event.
Fantastic. Thank you, Brett. Not only do you have to be here, you can also do it online, and every single entry automatically goes into the GCG competition, which could see one of 2 steering wheels by Suzuki himself. It's signed by him. Absolutely exclusive, worth over $1,500 each. So make sure you purchase something this weekend to automatically go into the draw. It's going to be won by someone very lucky at 5 p.m. on Saturday.
And of course, don't forget Christmas not too far away. It's a great opportunity to do every single bit of Christmas shopping here, and you don't have to go and rush around at the end of the year. Grab it now, max that credit card out. That's right, I'm officially encouraging irresponsible spending. Get in there and grab that gear, because, you know, you might get one of those under Suzuki signed steering wheels as well. And again, another great company which really does help us out a lot. And you know what, 35% off, that's a hell of a good saving. I was looking at all those turbochargers in the background and going, you know what, I'm at the age now, I'm at the ripe old age where I can afford a few things, right? I've never bought a brand new turbocharger out of the box in my life. I think I'm going to go and treat myself. I might go treat myself. I need something for the 2J, so we might end up getting one of those back. So Eric's taking a well-earned break because he's ingesting everything we're seeing here as well. Andrew Brilliant's, I don't know, written another couple of notes or whatever. He was in there studying something. It just doesn't stop around here. We're just getting bombarded with information left, right and centre. And you know what? I wouldn't have it any other way. Look, I couldn't do this 365 days a year. I just couldn't. But I'm certainly loving doing it with you guys for the next couple of days. It's great to be here.
I had to do this every day. I'd die of a heart attack. I promise
you would, wouldn't you? You know, once in a while you like to sit down and watch a nice, gripping, binge-worthy series and, take yourself away from the realities of life, and then you realise what we're actually dealing with is the most intriguing story it's never been written, because you can't write it. You just can't write what's happening here. There are too many circles of destiny here that are all intertwining for one big weekend. Everyone's got so many different agenda stories to get to where they are today, and all they want to do is just get out on that track, and when they're out there, they're free.
Adrenaline junkies.
Yes.
So we get
Yeah, and that's my second open challenge to Vin Diesel to come to a World Time Attack, because I think if he gets out there for that 1 minute 18, he can be free.
He's a beautiful man.
He is a beautiful man. If he's a car nut, he should be here. So we need Vin next year here. We can get Vin here. Honestly, I mean, Ian tries to break the internet with all of these really, you know, the full legit stars of the car game. But you know what? If we did bring in, imagine if we did bring in him in the Rock next year, we'd be selling the place out, I think.
I'll drop him a text. You know, he's on my call list.
Don't tell me you're doing an aero. Don't tell me you're doing an aero kit for Vin Diesel, are you?
I wish.
Oh, can you imagine that? Send him a business card. Oh, by the way, Vin, if you ever plan on getting serious about your car credibility, call me. You know,
I can't improve the aerodynamics of his hairstyle, though. He's got that down.
No, well, that's it, mate. You put that thing in a tunnel, mate. You can't improve on that. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. All right, so look, this is shaping up to be something interesting too, because we are coming up here with some numbers here in the Plasma Man Pro-Am class, I'm seeing. And here they are. So out here he comes. That started to crack our attention out there now. We've got Jeremiah Burton getting a lap down. What did Burton do? He went 34. Oh, Jeremiah, minute 34.539. 34 for Galino. Hang on a sec. 34.422 for Galino. So we've got some numbers coming at us left, right and centre now as we bring the cameras back in to hard focus on some of our competitors that are starting to get our attention on track. Oh, here we go. That is just the sexiest Lotus on the planet. And I'm not biased. Yeah.
I am biased and I love it, yeah.
Oh, you know what? You know what I think makes it is that just that paint design. Like, you don't do paint design, but that just makes that car. It just makes everything look so perfect.
It is the dark horse, isn't it?
It is the dark horse. This is Batman in a car, right?
Yeah.
This is Nelly Batman right here, and it's a fantastic addition. And again, it's good to see new cars, guys getting inspired. Matt Plowman in the Skewer Motorsport Lotus Exige. Let's just keep an eye on how he goes here.
Well, that's more than 5 seconds off of his last session out, so that's a nice chunk.
And this is a K-Series Lotus Exige
right,
too,
yeah.
So it's no short on horsepower. He's loving it. Let's have a listen. Let's listen to this one again.
It's just a smidge underdamped on the bump stops.
There we go. The call from Andrew is a little underdamped. There you go. Spotting stuff. Look at this thing now. Look at it go from here. This is where it's at its element. This is where it's been designed to be. In its element. And Plowman goes 32.937. Great run for that car. Greens everywhere for him. Great lap there for him, and that is just a gorgeous machine. And how many laps do you reckon Matt's had in that car since he's had it in this evolution?
Here at Sydney, that'd be like his probably 4th lap.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh boy, he's going to have stuff everywhere to improve on, and you can just tell that car's a lightweight, like, you know, because when we don't have all the speed on it, you see how much the thing moves around when it doesn't have all the speed on it. But you know, when it does, when it gets to that sort of the aero zone, the thing just, you don't know how heavy the thing is, because it's artificially about 3 times its own weight by the time you get all that aero. Oh, not this poor old XR6 again down in here in trouble.
Oh.
TikTok Racing, Luke Hando.
Smoke doesn't look good.
He's gone bush again. So we've got to go looking for him now. He's scooted off somewhere. But here we go. Back to the car we saw this morning here. A neat deal.
And he got loose again.
Andrew Hardney. Now remember, he did that in the first session where he got himself a whole lot of caught up. He's just rolling in there after that little lap to say that maybe we're just... Hang on, we've got recovery now too. So here we go. Recovery's on the fly in the background there.
Yeah,
so
I think that was going to get flagged.
Yeah, well, again, look, where is he now? Probably turn 3-ish there, coming out of there. Something didn't go right for him, and unfortunately, that utility is not giving him any love at all today. It's a hell of a build, I must admit, but it's getting all attention for the wrong reasons. And
they said it was all right in that spin earlier. It didn't touch anything, but...
Yeah, well, we don't know how he ended up there and whether or not we caught anything on a replay, which we'll see if we can find, or whether or not it was just rolled over, wounded and pulled over to the side of the track. So it's ironic that we're sending a Commodore ute out to recover the Falcon ute. So that can be insulting, especially, when you bog a Nissan Patrol and you pull it out with a Land Cruiser. There's a lot of pride swallowing there, you know what I mean? So I always, because you'll see, I don't know, 4x4s are probably a big thing, in the US and, in Australia. We have a whole 4x4 culture. So it is, patrols and Land Cruisers, and then you'll see on the back of a patrol it'll say Land Cruiser recovery vehicle, and then you'll see a Land Cruiser saying patrol recovery vehicle.
I've pulled out SUVs in my little four-wheel drive Jazz, honestly, or where we live up in the frozen north. People get stuck.
Hang on, we got all sorts of stuff going on here too.
What is that?
We've got something in pit lane. So that was the recovery we saw in the background. It was not going onto the track to grab the XR6. In fact, we've had two dramas unfold within a minute of each other. So we've had the utility out on track off limits, and then we see issues with. I'm trying to think whether we are. Is this the other?
Janetta?
This is the other Janetta. It is Janetta-ish, isn't it? It's the G50. Might be Anthony Shaw. We've got anything on screen? Yeah, so Shaw was in there too. So Anthony Shaw with his G50 Janetta's the one that's encountered issues in pit lane. So obviously he'd come out of the pit exit, nearly done a lap, and then there's been something that's given him grief. And look, it's turned into something a little bit more serious.
Is that fluid on the ground, or is that the fire stuff coming out?
They've had to put that fire out, obviously, right where it needed to be, and that's why the recovery was racing down in the background when we saw the S13 coming in. And look, doing double duty, the Commodore's out and gone, and we're just going to try and get this Falcon started again. Boy, turn your head for 1 minute around here, and all hell breaks loose.
Yeah, well, at least we haven't oiled down the track. We'll take that as a positive.
No, well, whatever this Falcon's encountering there, I'm sure he's a little bit frustrated, not feeling that race car love that some teams get to, that magic time when you've done enough preparation and you've done enough testing that things just go to normal and you actually have a pretty good day. You actually might have a chance to laugh and smile. Some of these crews, they're doing the exact opposite out there. And unfortunately, our Janetta's been sprayed to get a fire out. And that's an absolute shame. But, look, at least, if at worst it's just now a little untidy from the fire suppression, and I hope whatever's happened to it, they're going to fix that. But, how bad's the fire? Normally you're taking out all sorts of components, wiring, you name it. Especially if you've also got some carbon components and you burn those things. Well, you're looking to... change some of that stuff out if you burn it. And I suppose that's what's one advantage of keeping things still all metal, fabricated metal, is that if you do have a fire, you don't maybe lose that stuff in a fire, where carbon stuff will just go.
Yeah.
And it's ironic. It's these things have been, they don't do this unless you appreciate the challenges that comes along with it. But that's a shame for those guys. The Ant Racing team, they were looking to. Have a good run out there, but fire's interrupted them for the moment. And our friend out here, Luke Hando, can't take a trick with the Falcon.
Those fires actually get worse when you slow down. Because when you're moving, it'll blow the fire out or keep it small. So when you finally get into the pits, that's when it'll just...
It's got room to get it everywhere. Yeah.
So that could have been what happened. Like, they knew they had a problem.
And then he's brought it in. So he might have felt some heat on a lap, like something has lit up, and then it's just maybe... All right, well, while we sort out a few issues around the track, Luffy's got some more hot news.
Yeah, hot news literally there. Here I am with the driver, Anthony. Obviously, we saw what happened there in pit lane. Tell us about it from your perspective, what happened out there.
Oh, I was just coming down to turn 2 and just sort of had a backfire, and I heard the exhaust get louder. I thought, that's a bit different, a bit weird. So went a bit further, and as I got further in the lap, I could smell smoke. I thought, this is not good, better come in this lap. So I'm talking to my team and said, look, I'm coming in. Time I got to the last turn to head down the straight, I looked in the mirror and seen flames. I thought, that's not good. So I got to the end of pit lane, I pulled the firebomb. Just had it mentally in my head. Once I see flames, I've got to pull the firebomb. So I pulled the firebomb, and the fire is right on it. So I got it out. But hopefully not too much damage. I'd say the side pipes come apart and just blowing hot gases into the side part of the car. So not good. We'll see if we can get it going again.
Yeah, look forward to seeing you guys back out there, and fingers crossed you can get back out there.
Yeah, I hope so. Thanks, Ozzy.
Well, there you go, and he was on it. He knew he had a problem, and then, as he said, he just thought he'd get it into pit lane. Don't do it out there on the track, but in pit lane where we can grab it early. Right now, we just got to clean ourselves up a little bit, dust ourselves off, and we'll be back very soon here at Sydney Motorsport Park with more after this break.
At GCG, we don't just sell turbos, we also service and repair them. Rebuilding a turbocharger is a complex and intricate job that requires a mixture of patience, expertise and specialist tooling. With over 100 years of combined experience, GCG technicians are undisputed experts in their field. GCG, the turbo experts.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Performance tuners and racers trust Bosch technology for their high-performance engines. Precision, reliability and performance. Bosch fuel injectors give you peace of mind, knowing your engine is getting the best fuel delivery, race after race, year after year. Optimised spray formation for improved combustion, smoother power delivery and better throttle response. Bosch fuel injectors will put you ahead of the competition. Search Bosch Motorsport Australia. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch.
Plasma Man Racing is a world leader in performance intercoolers and EFI intake manifolds. For over 25 years, we've been at the forefront of performance turbocharged induction technology. When you go with Plasma Man, you go with proven, tried and tested technology, a combined experience of over 100 years in the performance racing industry, and a product renowned for its quality, appearance and reliable, repeatable performance. Plasma Man, no limits.
I'm down here in pit lane with our reigning GCG Open Class champion with Nathan Morecambe. A few dramas in testing out there yesterday, but good to see the car back together. Missed the first session this morning. How's the car feeling? What can we expect out of this car again this year?
Oh, we're definitely going to give it a go. We missed the first session shamefully, but the boys did a mega job last night and this morning repairing the car after yesterday. We went out in the second session, gave it a good shakedown or a good banker lap on the board. Now we know where to go from there, but definitely coming for Tim.
And how confident are you of going quicker than, what was it, 27.2 last year? Are we able to see somewhere in the high 26s this year, do you think?
That's our goal. Lap record of 27.2 last year. We want to definitely move it to the next bracket and get in that 26. With the few issues we had yesterday, we're not sure if we'll get there, but we're definitely going to be pushing for it though.
All right, mate. Well, best of luck, and we'll be watching for you.
Thank you.
Oh, yes, indeed. So I like at the end there again another guy that's bringing a little smack to it. I'm coming for you, Tim. I like that. You know, it's a little WWE. It's a little bit of everything. It's that little last little bit. I'm coming for you. I like that. Now, motorsport doesn't have too much of that because we're too busy fed it where you're actually dicing corner to corner, side by side. No. The stopwatch, your own time, less distractions, more focus, and I like a battle that you can fight. 10 minutes apart from each other.
I like that camaraderie where it's like, you're friends on Friday, but on Sunday,
Well, I
game
like
face on.
I like all these little mini battles that are happening, like the Cole Powson battle with Ferris Kotumi in there, and you know what, we don't rule out Jeremiah yet either in that sort of area too. He could come in there and have a bit of a go. So here we go. Check out this. This is Richard Perini back again. VR38 powered Ginetta. Just even listening to this thing, bottom-mounted splitters here. You don't get too many days when you hear this much carbon being dragged around the track, do you? This is plenty getting dragged around.
The sparks are the titanium skid blocks.
It's good quality. It's good quality. Just listening to this thing. We've got a few guys starting to pop up on our radar here now. A few names like Lee, Hall and Folks out there. We're keeping an eye on Richard Praniti at the moment. So let's see what he can do. The Ginetta on this flying lap. It didn't look too bad for him. Rolls it through, minute 30:6:07. Right after him was Davidson on a flyer now. And then here comes... who just flew through there? We're just going to see who's on the flying lap there.
Lee's on a flyer.
Yeah, so Lee's on a flyer. He's out there getting a few runs in. This is Plasma Man Pro-Am. This is our class of 2023, and the numbers are very, very interesting indeed.
Lee, Folks, and Hall are out there on flyers, it looks like.
All right, there's some numbers. He's throwing this thing around out there now on screen. That is Stephen Folks, the Bitten Motorsport WRX.
We got everybody out now.
Yeah, Davidson's out there. Kotumi's out there, so keep an ear out for that Turbo LS. We're going to let that thing sing. If we can get a lap on that thing again, I'm happy to listen to that again. This could be a good lap there for Folks too, trying to light a couple of numbers up.
He just does lap after lap on that thing, hey? Every year that guy comes back and just goes around and around.
Oh, here we go. The Croydon car gets a run in there. Hall ready to try and put one down, but we're keeping an eye on Folks. Oh, here we go. What did Lee go through? There we go. 28.46. Minute 28.46 goes right up there. All of a sudden, we've got 3 cars in the 28s in Pro-Am. 3 cars in the 28s, and here comes that V8 Corvette. We pick him up somewhere. Cortimi goes, yeah, 27.567 now. So, Cortimi, 27.567. That slipped under the radar. So there we go. That didn't even make sense until we saw it pop up there. I was just 10 seconds ago talking about 3 cars in the 28s. Cortimi goes 27.567. That's our quickest American time around here.
Let's see, Powelson's done a 27.252 and Cortomi's a 27.566.
There we go. So it's still, Goal's still in front.
Yep.
27.567, 20.
Oh, this is heating up.
Oh, here we go.
Got a 3-way battle going here. Cortimi, Hall, and Lee, all just within a second.
Cortimi. 27.567. 27.252, yeah, so Cole just in there, 252 to 567. And we're not keeping an eye on all of our stuff here. I mean, we're keeping an eye on Perini now, but we've got stuff screaming. Hall comes down on a flyer. What does Hall give us? 28.641. 28.641. Perini still on a flying lap here.
Everybody's hungry for this Pro-Am podium.
Yeah, well, Cortimi's done what he's done. Again, just under... out of the gaze of our cameras here. He snuck around and just lights the timers up with a 27.567 in that Corvette.
That is a fast time for this time of day too. It is not a cool track right now.
Here comes one for Richard to back it up. So what does he go? He goes 37.42. Oh, geez, he's been consistent. Minute 30.6, minute 30.7. So that's a good couple of bankable laps there. That looks good, and he's still trying here a bit more because remember, these tyres are giving them all a little bit more love, where it's like, well, you know what, instead of trying 11 corners under full noise, let's go 14, 15 corners and see if I'm still getting that grip signal.
Yeah.
And if it's enough, I'm going to keep going. Oh, okay, so flying through.
There's a noise.
Is Folks. We've got Kurikawa out there, minute 31.24, so he snuck in there as well now, Kurikawa. So Tetsuhiro
almost in
Kurikawa.
Yeah.
So they're all, maybe he get a 20 out of this thing if he's keeping his eyes out. Meanwhile, Drew Hall trying to piece together a perfect lap. 28.3 for him, puts him in second. Lee third, 28.460 from Tanuki. So he's giving up the ghost here, maybe, by the look of it. That body language shows me that Hall is out of the throttle or not. I don't know. It's at 3/4 to me. It's not at full tilt, so that was a run. Kurikawa just got to get through a little bit of traffic here. He's probably so polite. He's probably saying, excuse me, yeah, bit of Ricky Bobby, excuse me. So that's a great car to watch. It's one of the sexiest RX-7 Time Attack cars out there. Like, it is.
Yeah.
And even Andrew Brilliant commenting on the beauty of it.
I love that color too, and the air is nice.
It is a good colour. Perini runs another one through. Did a faster third section, but still a minute 32.77. So he's closing in on the minute 30.1 that he ran before. So whether he's got another one in it, let's see whether Kurikawa's got another one in it here. Bit of mid-corner attitude adjustment, but he's throwing that 13B to the roof. Let's have a listen. Let's get a bit of 13B in here if he's going to fly it here, Kurikawa. Oh, look at that, aero-wise. Yeah, look at that work in that tyre. Oh, it gave us a few little signals there that wasn't particularly happy.
Yeah, I'm sort of suspicious of the bodywork touching in the tyre. You'll cut a tyre down real fast like that. Just because of where it happened, you know. Well, that could be something else.
Yeah, that's that full aero attack there, where it's running out of suspension travel. You can't plant the tyres any closer to the ground than that. And if you are getting the bodywork down on it, as you said, it can be a machine that'll just turn that tyre right down. So
and they'll never see that kind of speed at Scuba.
No.
So I think a lot of the teams have a bit of a learning curve with that here.
Well, that's the other thing too. You are right. We tend to let them go a little bit harder. It looks like it's hard to tell from here, but
he's limping on something.
Yeah, that total aero load is definitely discovered here, especially that main straight. That's the ultimate test for any aero system, as that's normally full noise. And as Ferris was saying before in the Corvette, 182 mile an hour onto the straight. You'd imagine if anyone can go 180 plus mile an hour down a straight, that's perfectly, that's the ultimate real simulation there, including the deviations in the road, because I suppose that's the last little part of the whole aero package, is that if the surface that you're driving on isn't straight, you've also probably got to make allowances that the aero can fall within that. As you said, you can't have it down too low. You can't bottom the suspension out to the point that the aero wins and the car doesn't. But now he's out of the car, whether or not something's played havoc under the hood, and he's decided to turn it off. But Kurikawa is stranded out there in just near turn 4, I think. So we are just waiting to recover him. Look, it wasn't without any sort of result there. He did manage to get in a decent number, a minute 31.24, which is 5th there in our leaderboard for Plasma Man. Ferris Kortumi, yes, improves. Minute 27.567 without us seeing it.
Yeah.
And you know what? If those guys have got GoPro or everything that we can get that uploaded to someone, we want to see that on the live stream. So I'm sure, Ferris has normally got cameras rolling with that combo. We'd love to see what that looked like, because you know what? We were focusing on other cars in the field when that snuck out. So it'd be interesting to see in the future, something to look forward to out of the cameras of that Corvette.
And all of our top 3 within reach, So we got a good top 3 going now.
Yeah, that's amazing. It's amazing. You can throw a napkin over the top 5 so far. It's been fantastic. But you know what? What a beautiful Friday afternoon here. Blue Mountains out in the distance. More action coming up here at Sydney Motorsport Park after these messages.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new.
I'm Fraser Ross, driver number 59, McLaren 720S GT3, and my McLaren features the latest Motorsport ABS system from Bosch.
Motorsport ABS is my greatest asset in the McLaren. I'm able to change settings each lap depending on the grip available, wet or dry, and it gives me the confidence I need to win. Motorsport ABS can improve even the best professional race driver's braking performance because it has the individual control over each wheel. When quality and performance matter, I can rely on Bosch Motorsport.
Today is Thursday, the day before the World Time Attack Challenge weekend, and all the cars are here ready for testing and practice. So come with me, we're going to do a little pit walk and check on how the teams and drivers are going.
So some changes that we've done leading up to today was paddle shift, the Hollinger sequential. We've got a bit more power, and we've got a new livery on it as well.
Awesome, and what are your goals this year for World Time Attack?
Obviously race myself, get that perfect lap. But yeah, we want to go a bit faster and obviously try to get the 3-peat. So we've won 2 years now in a row. We're trying to get the third one.
Cole, how is it going testing here with this car today?
Well, I was having a really good time until I hit the racetrack, and on the second or third lap, we lost one of the clutches in the transmission. So, unfortunately, we're going to have to take the thing back to the workshop, pull the transmission out, split it apart, repair the clutches, and get it back for tomorrow. So, hopefully, we're not going to miss any of the time sessions, but unfortunately, we're out for the practice day. So, valuable track time is lost, but I think we're still in the fight.
How does it feel like racing here in Australia compared to back in your hometown?
This is the big one. This is the biggest event in the world when it comes to Time Attack, and it's just an absolute pleasure to be here. I love this track. I love this event, and it's good to see all my friends. So despite some setbacks, I'm in a really positive place, and yeah, so happy to be here.
And overcoming the setbacks, who will be the driver driving this weekend?
So we actually have 2 drivers. So I'm driving it in Pro Class, and then we have Jeremiah Burton from Donor Media. He'll be in Pro-Am Class. So he's been doing some professional racing back in the States, but this is his introduction to Time Attack. So we're just kind of throwing him in the deep end of the pool, and I'm sure he'll get it figured out.
I mean, honestly, I feel like I'm at home. The car felt really great out there. It just was a little bit slick, and from the rain last night. But hopefully this next session it kind of feels a little bit better.
Awesome. And the Corvette build is not usually the typical platform that we normally see in World Time Attack. Tell me more about the idea behind this car.
It's just the simplicity of it. The Corvette is a great sports car, and it has a lot of racing pedigree. So when I first started building a Time Attack car, I wanted something that had that history behind it. Also, everything about it is large. So it handles the power, it handles the torque really, really well. And yeah, just the idea behind it is, the less drag I can make, the more aero and downforce I can have, and the most power I can get with the biggest tire. We don't have stuff like this in the U.S. This is like one of the most extreme Time Attack cars in the U.S., but then we have the RP968 sitting right here. So like the level of builds that are here are far more extreme than what we have in the U.S. So it's really cool to see like this many Time Attack cars gathered in one spot to come here and race.
Pumped to be back here in Australia. It's been a while since the last time I was here, and really excited to drive the V10 powered Supra out here in this beautiful racetrack. It's challenging, it's fast, and it definitely takes a lot of guts to drive it quick. 2022 GR Supra is the chassis. We stuck a Series 1 Judd V10 engine, so naturally aspirated V10, revs to 11,000 RPMs. It's a 4-liter, making about 630 horsepower at the rear wheels. Made it to a Hollinger RD6, so 6-speed sequential trans, and it sings on track really well.
Today. There's so much more to see coming this weekend, so come to World Time Attack on the 1st and 2nd of September. See you there.
Hey everyone, and welcome to the Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge. My name's Josh Buchan, and I'll be taking you for a lap around Sydney Motorsport Park in our lovely brand new Hyundai Ioniq 5N. So come for a ride and we'll show you the way around. Well, here we are, folks. We're in the amazing, as I mentioned, Hyundai Ioniq 5N. The first time this car has circulated the track in this country since its release. And we are down at the main straight here, coming into Advan Corner, Turn 1 at Sydney Motorsport Park, the fastest corner we have on the circuit. 100-meter board, if you're not flat out right up until that point in any category, you have no hope of competing for a win or a podium. Super fast, super committed, well over 200 k's an hour in a lot of categories, and well over 240 k's an hour in the pro categories. As we exit turn 1, you have to be careful. There's quite an aggressive ripple strip. You don't want to get the car onto that and upset the balance. Before coming into turn 2, an extremely difficult double apex left-hander, where there's several lines you'll see drivers taking through the weekend. The main thing is, though, getting a good exit off of turn 2, pointing straight to turn 3 for this long and, again, bumpy right-hander. Right here, big bump in the middle of the corner. It can upset the cars. In the really quick downforce cars, you're going to see scraping, bottoming out through those corners, even at 150 k's an hour. Coming into turn 4, well over 200 k's an hour in a lot of cars. It's an extremely fast corner where you need to just think about setting up for turn 5, this next left-hander, past our lovely Hyundai zone on the right-hand side at the South Circuit pits, which you can come and see anytime over the weekend. Track limits at the exit of turn 5, you need to be careful of that. There's a red line there, your wheels cannot go past that. There's a surface change now into turn 6, braking, followed by another bump in the braking zone for turn 6, where you need to just gently caress the car through here. The surface is the oldest surface here on the venue up at turn 6, so it's probably got the least amount of grip out of any corner on the venue. Coming around Corporate Hill now, under the bridge, turning in, it's downhill, more bumps. These are quite long bumps though, so they can actually really be an engineer's nightmare to set up for those long bumps for the car. The hairpin at turn 8 here, again, another one of those open for interpretation corners for the drivers. You'll see lots of different lines, narrow, wide, centre. All that matters though is that when you come off the hairpin here, your foot flat to the floor for the extremely fast turn 9 that we have here at SMSP. Try and turn as late as possible to open up the corner and just gently slow the car down here. You don't want to attack too much and hurt this last little bit here. The last 2 corners, so crucial, particularly this last corner here we have at Sydney Motorsport Park, because it leads onto the straight. Get a good apex, late apex, and accelerate down. At this point, you'll turn all your dials up to 11 on the boost controllers, fire for the main straight, and hope that the lap time's good. 84% of the lap is spent turning, so it's important that when you do get that little breather on the straight, you're making the most of it. So that's a lap of SMSP here at World Time Attack, Yokohama World Time Attack, in our Ioniq 5N. Hope you enjoyed it.
Yeah, he was on a fly there, Josh, but we'll be back to him a little bit later on. But let me tell you, we've been hearing some stuff around the back here of Sydney Motorsport Park that's been music to a lot of people's ears, and you know, plenty more of that to come a little bit later on. But let me tell you, an absolute treat here on a Friday afternoon. Tony Bish, first time I've had a chat with you today.
Yes.
You met Jared DeAnder live on air for the very first time, and then and hey presto, what's it like when you meet someone you've only heard about and you have to talk straight away?
Look, talk about the hot seat, mate. I've looked up to Jared. I don't want to pump up his tyres too much there, but I've looked up to him as a bit of a commentary god in the drifting community, and that's kind of what I've done here. And it was like in the hot seat, and now I'm meeting this guy. That is what World Time Attack's about, right? Bringing people together from all different communities all over the world with the same passion and love for motorsport.
Oh, look, I loved the guy as soon as I met him, because he handed me a beer yesterday straight away. It's like, oh, is that the way... You know, is that the way you...
That's how we communicate.
Is that how you meet a new person? Well, okay, yes, you know, refusing often offends, but, you know, anyway, carton later. No, look, that's not true, not true. Jared doesn't drink that much, but a larger-than-life character. You could tell just between you guys rapping there, you know, you're both across the brief, and you can just see, you know, Jared's been doing this for a very, very long time, and it is so good to have our American friends here. In fact, from people all over the world, as you said, it's like a family. It's like it's a reunion. You have it every year if we can, and you know, right across the world.
Yeah, we're like unspoken communications and feelings. Like, you know, we're just talking about some cars going past before. The feeling that you get and the excitement that you get, we are all united by it. It doesn't matter what parcel of land you were born on, and what type of automotive
vehicular thing that you bring to the table,
Yes.
it is the same level of excitement and absolute tingles that we get. I love it.
Yes, look, that's come up a few times this week. I've cried today. I've laughed. I've cried. I've got goosebumps a few times today already. And you know what? I think that's just, we're not deliberately trying to make that happen. It's just something that if you could make something mechanical, organic, that's kind of what it does. And especially when you throw in people and visitors from all over the world, there's no language barrier there at all. We're all on the one page. Well, most of us are. Some of us go and do lunatic stuff like this. Bitch.
What is this?
Going on?
That is an all-terrain vehicle with plenty of extra wheels. It's an unusual amount of wheels for World Time Attack. Usually it's about 4. That thing's got 6.
Now, I did hear some information that a tank would be involved in some sort of drift demonstration. So if that's the case, I think we're going to have to get Warren Sayre in here to get a little bit more research on what's going on here, because I have a funny feeling Woz can fill us in on a bit of this stuff.
All right, Woz joining me up in the box, mate. You've got some secrets to share. What is the story about this tank?
Well, look, so what you're watching on screen, that is the entire security personnel force of New Zealand.
Ah, good.
Yeah, that's what that's here for.
So there's no one protecting the borders in New Zealand. Don't worry about it.
You can now get in with an apple, okay?
Okay,
you're all right. No, look, I believe by definition that is an armoured personnel carrier. And based on watching my son play video games, I don't think it has a big enough shooty thing to be a tank.
Right, okay.
What I'm more excited about, and the reason you and I are here, of course, drift commentators. We're excited about who's about to come out and put on a little display around him.
Yes, and look, I've not really seen any drift cars yet this weekend. Obviously, that's a big part of why we're here at World Time Attack, the International Drifting Cup, which is great. But obviously, we try and put on demonstrations during the day for all the Time Attack fans that are tuning in from all over the world. They might not get to see the drifting later on in the day, but they get to see some drifting action with the sunshine here in Sydney. And yeah, I'm interested to see what the go is with this tank.
Ian Baker calls it mototainment, right? We're not in the motorsport business. We're not in the entertainment business. We're in the mototainment business.
I like it.
Whenever he's involved in anything, you know it's going to be good. And when you know that you've got guys like Levi Clark, Mitch Pullen, and Ben Wilkinson coming out, it's going to be a show.
It's going to be good. It is going to be good, ladies and gentlemen. If you've tuned into the live stream, welcome. Obviously, it's Friday here in Australia, so you might still be at work. Obviously, it's Friday wherever you are tuning in. Thank you. We really appreciate. We hope you enjoy the upcoming shenanigans that is.
I know there's a number of Kiwis tuned in who are working hard on a Friday afternoon.
Of course they are.
Just gone about. It's pretty close to 4 o'clock there, so probably about beer o'clock.
Beer o'clock on a Friday, and they're tuned into World Time Attack.
And what do you get to? What's better? Will it go with a beer and some chips than a tank? 3 lunatics and drift cars, right?
Can't wait to see it.
We're going to throw the hot rod drift demonstration. We've got the Spoon Civic demo coming up as well. I know the boys downloaded a whole lot of information around there. And then we've got the drift field coming out to do a bit of a drift demo.
Awesome. Okay.
So plenty to look forward to this afternoon. And that's kind of all going to lead us into the Garrett Advancing Motion International Drift Cup, which is the qualifying is going to be for tonight, Tony. And then we're going to be running battles tomorrow.
Correct.
Interesting format. I had a really good chat with Jared about it yesterday. You and I probably a little bit more, I guess, used to the top 24 type format. He was a bit, I mean, they just have a bigger class over there, right? So they run 32. So you can hear that noise building, Tony. Who's it going to be? Is it Mitch or is it going to be? Can we tell? Can we tell by the sound alone?
They sound similar. There it is. That is a Mitch Pullen S13. This is a brand new vehicle that they've only really just finished in the last couple of months. It has had some testing out at Queensland Raceway and around the traps, and just by following them on socials and watching what the Mitch Pullen team are doing, that car looks absolutely awesome, and I'm so stoked to be able to see it here. And there is another Mitch Pullen engine in Levi Clark's drift rod. What a vehicle.
That is the silliest thing you could possibly see on a Friday afternoon in Sydney. An armoured personnel character, a tank, and a rat rod being drifted on the main straight. And they're going to keep doing this, right? But that's one car.
Okay.
So Mitch Pullen coming to shot, that's 2.
Okay.
There's a 3rd, right? So the easiest way to describe this as well is that I wouldn't even call these competition drift cars. These are the most impractical drift builds you can have, because who doesn't need a 30s Ford with a big engine and open wheels in it?
Well, when I was chatting to Levi earlier, as we were wandering around, we were doing the driver signing down there in the paddock. That was quite cool. And I had a chance to catch up with Levi, and he said, oh, look, I've always wanted to build a hot rod. Bought it years ago, left it in the paddock, and then obviously when we were in a bit of lockdown situations here in Australia, they got to work. So the Exceedi team and the rest of his supporters all got behind him and said, hey, we're going to create this absolutely tyre-frying machine. And I'm so grateful to be able to see it. They're coming past our commentary box now. We get to see it in person, and that is moving at a rapid rate of knots down the front straight at Sydney Motorsport Park. Wow. Have a listen to it, folks.
Just Baker's madness at its finest here at Sydney Motorsport Park. This is a little warm-up drift demonstration around the tank. The boys out there. Mitch Pullins.
Whoa!
Such a different note, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Engine just a completely different note.
Well, I guess depending on how the headers have been designed, I know Mitch Pullins, you can see the puffs of flames coming out of the bonnet. So his exhaust pipes wrap right around and shoot out the bonnet, whereas Levi still do feed underneath the car and out the back.
This is unique for us because we're watching this on the screen, Tony.
Yeah.
The fumes are actually filling our commentary box.
I can smell
right
it.
above where the tyres are being destroyed down below us. I think that tank's still coming down the main straight towards it now. What they did tell me yesterday is that the tank's only got a range from the driver's seat. You can only see 3 metres either way. And because it's a tank, it just keeps going. So
just sort of
what happens. So.
Put it in drive and send it down the front straight. We'll be all fine. And we'll let these maniacs go and tear tyres around the tank. How cool.
They're going to go around it now. Rodeos, I reckon. They got rodeos around it. Higgs is getting excited. Andrew Brilliant's getting excited. There's no aero out there for you to take advantage of, Andrew. I don't think there's any downforce whatsoever on Levi Clark's car whatsoever. It's probably the most horrifying thing to a person like yourself.
A brick. The aerodynamic coefficients of a brick, but it turns the tyres really well, and we're happy with that. I can see everyone up on the rooftop there at Sydney Motorsport Park on the front straight. We hope you're having a great time, and we hope you guys tuned into the live stream having fun as well. This is Motorsport Entertainment. Baker, you've done it again, mate. Oh, have a listen.
Just filling up the airwaves there of the passionate crowd here at Sydney Motorsport Park on a beautiful Friday afternoon. Levi Clark, 324, and Mitch Pullen from Pullen Spec Engines behind the wheels of the respective LS-powered machines. A little bit of mototainment for you as the tank makes its way. Now, I reckon, we've been talking about this, Tony.
Yep.
Now, we've been talking Diggles, Big Dig.
Oh, yeah.
The Big Digs energy tank.
Oh,
the Big Digs tank.
Maybe
Went there.
It's Diggle's company car from now on, I reckon.
Diggle Plumbing. Now, who's that in the back? Who's that in the back there? Is that?
There are some characters inside this machine.
Now, is that Matt Hall? Maybe. Is that?
No. I can't quite see on the camera there. We can zoom in and find out.
Mystery guests back there.
Win me. What's that sticker on the side of the thing? It looks like there's a QR code.
You need to, if you are in the crowd here,
yes,
you need to go and scan that and find out what that's all about.
Look, now that has a number plate. That has registration in Queensland by the looks of things. Tank U. So that is an interesting vehicle if you see it cruising down the motorway up there in Queensland.
Well, what sort of vehicle do you need to get a slab of 4X these days?
Yeah,
is that fair? Or?
Yeah, is the Bruce Highway that bad up in Queensland that you need a 6-wheel mobile? Everything's a drive-through. Yeah, absolutely. Everything's a drive-through in this machine. I wonder what it is. Like, what's the chassis? Is it a tank? Like, is it actually a tank? Someone confirm that.
I'm sure. Look, the great thing about our job, Tony, is that we are wrong.
It doesn't matter. Yeah.
I, in fact, think it's a helicopter.
Okay, all right.
It might be a helicopter or a rubber duck. Let's have a look here. Let's have a look. It is a 6-wheeled, armoured personnel character.
Oh, okay. All right.
Elvis Saracen. It's owned by Mark Trueno.
Oh, Mark. Okay.
He's competed here before as
absolute
a driver.
Character. Yeah.
38 powered AE86. It's 160 horsepower, which is just about enough to get you around Queensland. Yeah, sounds right. Out of a 5.7 litre Rolls-Royce B80 straight 8 engine.
Okay.
So a lot of 8 flavour out there.
I know Mark's got a lot of really cool cars, and this is an unusual one. I wouldn't have expected this one to be in his fleet of automotive brilliance. But anyway.
Now, it has a top speed of 72 k an hour. Now, I'm not a smart man, But if you have a top speed of 72k an hour and you can see about 3 metres, that makes it. That's probably a reason for it needing to be a tank.
Yes, just like you said, everything's a drive-through in a 6-wheel machine like that. Just send it down the Bruce and go over all the potholes and everything else.
Oh, to further this, my research now tells me it weighs 11 tonnes.
11.
So it does 72k. Where is Andrew Brilliant when we need him? 72k an hour at 11 tonnes. How many walls is that going through?
There you go. Yeah.
He's probably worked it out in his head, has he? Straight away, just sitting there.
All of them.
The answer is everything.
Yeah.
So that was a little bit of entertainment for you this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The hot rod drift demo. We're just lining up Tarzan Yamada in the Spoon.
Yeah.
You did a lot of research on this. Going to throw down to Charlie in the pitch. She's got some news for us.
Well, engine management software powerhouses Haltech are back supporting the World Time Attack Challenge again for another year and naming rights sponsors of our club sprint category. But to make it even better, Haltech have brought a bit of international flavour with them this year. Now, Rich, tell us why and how have you brought America to Sydney Motorsport Park?
Well, Charlie, it's the first year that internationals have been back after the COVID crisis. We love this. It's an international competition. It's the World Time Attack Challenge. So we had to bring some of the world to World Time Attack. As you said, we're the club sprint sponsors. We love those guys who do the DIY stuff in their own garage. They put in those hard hours themselves. So the perfect guy for that was Mike Burrows. He has built that Ferrari, the K24 Ferrari, in his own garage. Over a number of years, he's been working on it, and he's our type of guy. So we thought, Mike, why don't you come over here to World Time Attack and hang out with us at Haltech?
Well, of course, Mike is hanging out, but there's plenty of other people hanging out, getting up close and personal to all the products here, getting them hands on some fantastic merch. So make sure you come and check out Haltech. They're right near the dummy grid here at World Time Attack.
Oh, thanks so much, Charlie. And great little hint head down there to Trader Alley. Tony, I know you've been down there.
Yes.
I know you were checking out the World Time Attack merchandise stand earlier.
Look, I'm a scab as much as I could possibly be, but look, it is worth paying good hard money for. You're supporting the event, you're showing off that you care about the event. Grab yourself some merch, a t-shirt, a hat, or whatever the baker's got cooked up down there. I'm certainly going to do the same. I've got my jumper from a few years ago that I wear dearly, that I absolutely love.
I wasn't going to say scab, I was going to say follically impaired. Hey, your moment to shine, Tony.
Literally.
Unload on me as far as information.
Look.
All about this car.
Yeah, look, I had a chance to go down to the pits and see the guys from Spoon, and this Honda Civic is a very unique vehicle, but also not that unique. It is virtually a standard type of engine in this car. It was built for an endurance race, the longest endurance race in the world, mind you, the 25-hour Thunder Hill in the US. So it's a combined Japanese-US collaboration project to take on the 25-hour enduro race. So the important part of this category was to create a vehicle that was efficient, that was comfortable to drive, because there were 7 different drivers in this car. So it has to be comfortable, it has to be equipped, it needs to be fast, but they can only really use the engine management programs to tune the stock ECU. So it's got a Honda package that is added to the stock ECU. Standard fuel tank, standard, obviously, body. They weren't allowed to modify the body at all. But the roll cage inside this machine was designed on CAD by the chair slayer himself, Rob Parsons, from Hoonigan. So any of you Hoonigan fans, designed this roll cage on CAD, and it is that much of a tight fit that it is stitch welded to the body of the car. There's no gussets, no nothing. And these were all part of the regs of this 25-hour endurance competition that the team actually won. They won it in this car, and they were 10th overall with all the other open class cars at this particular event. Very, very cool. One fun fact that I didn't know, and no one, I don't think anyone here, unless you heard me earlier, they were only allowed to change one wheel at a time in a pit stop. One wheel. So not a pair. You have to change a front left, come into the pit, change that front left, and go and do another lap to change the front right. It was all part of the tricky conditions of this event, and the team won it in this mobile, which is very, very, very cool.
Very amazing backstory there. I feel like you just delved right in there, didn't you? I'm kind of wondering whether anyone drove it as ruthlessly as Tarzan is at the moment.
Look, Tarzan gets in.
He's not out there for just a Friday afternoon drive.
No.
He is trying to get home to Sydney's wet
to
watch some NRL or something. I don't know what he's up to, but he is not holding back.
Look, the car may not be the fastest car you see here this weekend, but
he proved my point.
He's pushing. He's absolutely pushing. That is running wide. It might not be the fastest car you see, but it was built for endurance and it was built to get that 25-hour race done. And that's why we're here doing exhibition laps, and how cool to have Tarzan Yamada in the hot seat, sending it around Sydney Motorsport Park.
Did they give you the result? Where did it actually end up?
Yeah, so they won the round. Yeah, so they won their category, and they were 10th overall in the entire event. And I'd imagine that there's some pretty serious cars in this 25-hour endurance race. But yeah, like I said, it's a 330 horsepower package. It's a reasonably standard-ish package that you could just go buy a car from Honda and go racing.
So if you were looking at coming to World Time Attack next year, if you really wanted to, you could go and buy a car like this and you could jump yourself into Club Sport probably.
You could, yeah, absolutely. There
bit of fun.
There are still cars available, and obviously with enough tuning parts, with obviously Spoon and some of the other, other suppliers getting on board, then yeah, absolutely, there are enough tuning parts to make this thing work.
Just go and walk Trader Alley, right? You probably put together a package now for next year.
There is a serious amount of traders down the end there, and yeah, there's quite a few stickers on this car. So yeah, that is where that's how it's built. I think Motul 300V on there. Bit of a shout out to the Motul guys.
Oh, I did feel that Richard's beard was looking quite fetching as well down as well, and I see that they've flown in some Kiwi blood as well. I saw James Kirkham down there as well.
Yes, indeed.
Nice of them to take a break from the mountain slopes of New Zealand.
Yes, very nice.
Full of Australians, apparently.
Yeah, everyone from Australia is travelling all over the world at the moment.
Why are you guys going to New Zealand for our cold weather while we're here for your warm weather?
Maybe we didn't get enough of the snow. I don't know. Like, there's not a lot of snow in Australia, but anyway.
On behalf of Ian Baker, I hope we never ever get snow at World Time Attack.
No, we'll be fine.
Now that I've said that, Ian will find a way to incorporate a jet
like
ski
snowmobiles
of some sort into something on the main straight.
Yes. All right, very, very cool to see this car and to have the exhibition supported by the guys at JDM Yard. If you're not familiar with them, Honda experts here in Sydney. They've got about the fastest all Honda bodied and engined car. So I think in drag racing, obviously, you get to a point where you are starting to throw all different engines at cars or whatever to go as fast as possible. But they do hold, I think, it's the Australian record. It's sub 10 second. It's like a 9 point something in an all Honda drag car from here in Sydney. So very, very cool. Very cool to have the guys from JDM Yard collaborate with the team from Spoon and to bring this car out so that we get to enjoy.
True cult brand, right? Well, Hondas just have their own following, no matter where you go in the world, amongst the time attackers, amongst the drag racers.
Yeah, very, very cool, very passionate people. They're all about the lightweight, the cornering ability, the stopping power and all that sort of stuff. We don't necessarily have to have the most powerful machine to go fast and to get it done, to get the job done.
I have always marvelled at people who go to like a drag event or something and unbolt like the entire front of the car. The passenger seat comes out, the glove box, everything, the mirror and everything else.
Yeah.
It's great to see Tarzan Yamada out there, a true legend of our sport. I would actually class, if we were ever to do a Hall of Fame, Tarzan would be amongst the first inducted. I think he's been here every year that we've been here, Dave. That would be fair? Yeah. He would have been here every year that we've been here behind the wheel of something. Just brings his own unique flavour, his own unique personality, and I think it was he and his family that were cruising around maybe yesterday.
So he's been here 5 times. He's won the event twice. The first time he was here, he was driving the Cyber Evo, and he won the event in the Cyber Evo the first time he was here at Sydney Motorsport Park. That's quite a feat. Other side of the world, not quite the other side of the world, but certainly you travel and hopping in a car, maybe a track you haven't driven. Well, it isn't, there are probably not so many simulator laps that he could have done at the time, probably none.
Hang on, did simulators exist back then?
I don't know.
No, probably not.
Probably not, right?
They probably looked a bit like Sega Rally.
Yeah.
8-bit
pixels.
So coming in like 2027, there'll be a simulator that you can have Diggle's voice talk over the top of your lap.
Soothing sound of the dig.
The sound of Big Dig's energy in your house.
Love it.
Oh, it'd be great. You'd have to buy add-on packs, like add-on Tony B,
Ah.
add-on Andrew Brilliant. unlock gold master level for Jared Deander.
Yes, and we know he is running around. He's going to join us up here again later on this afternoon.
Oh, look, he's got a lot going on. There's so much to see here and do, right, at the event. I mean, and thank you so much to our key sponsors and partners of the event, Destination New South Wales Government, and all of our traders who are here. There's merchandise for sale, there's trade rally, there's just so many cool cars down there at the moment with bonnets off. It's probably the right time to go and get up close and personal. I think there'll be a lot of probably game faces will go on tomorrow. Today there's still a smile and a little bit of time left to perhaps get that lap in. Maybe I heard you guys talking a little bit earlier about the conditions. If it gets too hot, maybe the time's not going to be there, the Sabo, so maybe it's a bit more fun, a little bit light-hearted this afternoon. Now you can go get that little selfie. I think
it's the time to go out and explore and to enjoy everything that Sydney Motorsport Park has for this amazing event. But yeah, the hot time is really getting those laps done earlier in the day, and then going back over the car, reviewing data, whatever you need to do, and then tomorrow morning they're going to go full steam ahead to try and break records and go hard. So if you're watching on the live stream and you're at home and you are somewhere in Australia probably, maybe international if you can get here, some of your Kiwi mates, we can fly them over. It's only a 3-hour flight, they can definitely get here. Come down to Sydney Motorsport Park tomorrow for one of the coolest, if not the coolest car event in Australia.
So the crowd's on the fence there, signal that our drifters are about to come out. So that looks like, is that old Ricky Bobby himself, is it? Robert White.
Robert White.
Robert, I am retired White. But I'll come back for your event.
Oh, I'll come back for that one. I'll do the next one.
Is that Luke Kiesma?
Yes, I believe so, yeah. We've got a couple from WA that are over. Rob White, Make It Super, the Super Cheap Auto 370Z. If you've seen their ads on television, you'll have seen that car jumping and doing demos and all sorts of crazy stuff. It's great to have that support.
That is Luke Kiesma out there in the Salem tyres on the side of the machine. So one of the most interesting things, Tony, is always just to pick up which tyres they're running, right? I saw a lot of Tri-Aces yesterday.
Yep. Trice is very popular in our national series. So
Valeno's here?
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. Yep.
Valeno's sort of that's the sticky one at the moment.
Valeno, Zaknova. I think people are sort of playing around with Tri-Ace a bit more than anything. In the competition level that we have in Australia, the high-tech series, they're very much the tyre of choice.
So you're going to be subject matter expert here. So where's Luke Kiesma at the moment? Is he sort of, he's an emerging talent, he's a proven event winner? What do we know about him? It's hard, right? Because you guys are all over the country.
Yeah. So obviously he's certainly getting out there. I've seen a bit of buzz online about their team and what they're doing, but having a campaign based in WA is real challenging. Our series this year was basically a Victorian series with a Queensland round. Unfortunately, we couldn't quite make a full national series happen this year, but certainly next year is going to look pretty cool, and I hope to see some of the WA contingent over here and doing what they do best, down our front straight.
Just munging the front straight side to side. So from memory, if I've watched enough of these videos, these guys are clicking off 190 to 200k an hour, right at the top of fifth, and they are allowed to do turn one. That is why the drift demos are a little bit shorter than perhaps we might have thought, but they are allowed to drift up around turn number one there. And Andrew Brilliant would be looking at that arrow going, what is going on there? I tell you, Andrew, the reason for that is because there were not enough cable ties and duct tape used. And that is Glenn Ormerod. Now, Glenn Ormerod, I remember the first time we saw Glenn Ormerod here. He's one of the guys who's worked his way through World Time Attack. Came out originally in the old square Corolla, right? He was, I always thought of him as Bo Yates' protege.
Yes, that's kind of the buzz around Glenn, and the car was very much made in the image of Bo's old championship car. Obviously, a 2J power plant in that chassis, and taken a few design cues from Bo, and obviously that car's still here. Saxon Moyes is now the new pilot of that car.
That was Taylor James just briefly on screen there, the 2NZ from Tokoroa in New Zealand, and that is Danny Probert all the way from the Northern Territory, the big body.
XD Drift, what an awesome machine. It's certainly a unique drift car, and it doesn't have a live axle diff. It's got an independent rear end. It's got a whole heap of engineering under this car. But I don't think he'd be upset with me if we're going to sort of give away a few secrets. And he's got another car in the build, and it is a very unique drift car that there are none in Australia. I can't wait to see it. It's going to have a Barra power plant similar to this. Obviously this XD does have a Barra under the bonnet. but his new drift car, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, you and I have done the same stalking. I think I know what you're talking about. It's definitely one of those things that is well worth following each and every one of these drivers on Facebook just to see what they're up to. So Daddy Probert, I think off the top of my head, is XD Drift, is it
XD
right?
Drift, yep,
XD
absolutely,
Drift.
yep.
And he's another actually who debuted here. That would be Jordan Sanderson, I believe.
Yes, correct.
Now he's one of the guys who is doing double duty in Australia at the moment, correct? He's pro sporting and doing.
So the story,
pro sport and pro, and are they the same here?
Well, so he registered for Pro-Am, or you know, to get started. Basically, this is his first year in competition drifting in Australia. He's got a lot of support from some really great sponsors. And they said, mate, back yourself. You've got the ability. We're going to help you. So we're going to have a second car. So this is his pro-level car. Right. This has got the Winters quick change diff and the big engine, all the zoo gear. It's the full house car. But he's got another ute that is the setup basically for the street type instead of the semi-slick.
Michael Jin, you know, now Michael Jin, funnily enough, I discovered is actually from Christchurch in New Zealand before relocating to Australia. Yes. The Dory junkie, and good to see Link Engine Management on board with him. That is the most Japanese-inspired looking Australian drifted car here.
Yeah, I'd say so.
That is the old. That sort of throws back to the old video option days. The big
early
body.
2000s. Yeah.
Feel that vibe?
Yeah. Early 2000s, like I remember the old Blitz livery on the R34 and all that sort of early 2000 vibe. Definitely has that sort of style about it.
Speaking of things that always look pretty and well prepared, Matthew Hill.
Matty Hill's car, that's had a bit of a birthday. I was just talking about
Matty Hill.
Right, sorry.
Yeah, not his car. I mean, his car's usually all right too, but Matty Hill. Matty Hill always takes care of his own livery as well.
Yes, he does. Yes. Don't know if he's an eligible bachelor. I don't think so. So back it off.
Look, I heard some smack talk yesterday actually from one of the other teams who reckon that ever since Matty Hill got married, he'd lost his ruthless edge as a drifter. And I won't tell you where that came from. I will throw that out there because I'm all about creating a show tonight.
I love it.
If we have to get guys fighting in the pits, then we will.
Yep.
Right? As long as they're not from New Zealand, it's fine.
Now, you can't come here from over the ditch and then pick on us, all right?
Look, I do. I've been doing it for 13 years. This is what we do. This is kind of how we roll.
Wow.
Matty Hill just gave us a great demonstration of what you're going to see tonight, right?
Yes.
That's just that big, flowing, open lap.
Yes.
It is just all on gas. It's off onto the bitumen. There's been a very, very distinct line asked for, though, by the judges, which is very technical.
Well, what I've seen, I mean, this is only my first time, second time now with World Time Attack International Drifting Cup, but I've been a spectator here for the last 10 years, so I've heard your voice 1,000 times over.
It's annoying, isn't it?
No, it's good. I love it.
My wife tells me that regularly.
What I've noticed is they've extended the track, or they're allowing them to go well past the ripple strip down there on Celebrations Hill. So Celebrations Hill later on tonight, obviously tonight and tomorrow, that's the drift hill on the last turn. The cars go really deep. So they've either extended the bitumen there to make that work. It looks a little different.
I think one of the best finals we ever had here, my distinct memory, is Rob White just on full song with that NASCAR power.
Yes.
Just singing up and just wide and just perfectly tandeming off the hill, and it's one of those iconic memories of the hill, right? If you haven't been to World Time Attack and experienced the drift at night, and I've got no doubt that it's gone to another level too, because we haven't really been here with the lights here to see what the imaging is going to look like, and it's going to be phenomenal because it's always been quite dark. As we see a few more cars being released. So
yes, Ben Barnes from Queensland. Central Queensland. So Burston Rockhampton supported, won his way through to get this ticket to be here. So competed in Drift Masters and basically won his Guernsey to be here at this event. This is a new car build. He was piloting a VY Commodore Drift Ute that he was driving so well. That's what he won Drift Masters in. He won it in a VY Commodore Drift Ute.
Is there anything that screams Australian drift more than a VY Commodore Ute winning?
How you going, basically, yes. Wins the event, gets a ticket to World Time Attack, and he's like, well, there are going to be some serious cars there. I'm going to need to step up my game, and he's built this whole new car. So very, very cool S13.
I love that story, but it's also such a drift thing, right? Like, if I'm not building my car the night before the event, I'm not going. That was Mitchell Jeffrey we just saw coming down the straight. Now, one of the things, Tony, we probably should talk to is that we do have 2 reserve drivers.
Sure, okay.
So we have 2 reserve drivers, so they will come into competition if one of our top 24 drivers fails to...
failure, something, yeah.
Basically fails to take the position. So, as I understand it, Mitch Jeffrey is 1.
Okay.
And I think it might be Warwick Hill is 2.
Okay, all right.
I believe that is how it's structured at the moment. I stand to be correct on that, and it's drifting, right? So it might happen. Ben Barnes is having a bit of fun down there.
Well, there's a lot of pressure on the machines, and especially, I mean, we're not drifting turn 1 tonight. Like, turn 1 here at Sydney Motorsport Park is not part of the line, but
let's do that. Let's just tell Baker we'll have a competition. Wildest entry to turn 1.
Could you imagine?
Yes. It would be 280 kilometres an hour.
Insanity.
It would be Daigo backwards.
Oh.
Followed by Mike at 278, followed by everyone else at 277.
Yeah.
Something like that. Hey, I had a random thought too, right?
Go.
You've watched this event evolve.
Yes.
And something I've observed, and I'll drop this into conversation tonight. I believe that if I said to you, guess who's going to have the lowest horsepower car competing tonight, who would you think it was going to be?
Oh, jeez.
And I bet you won't come up with the answer.
I'd have to go through my list to try and think of all the cars. I mean, I know some of the most horsepower cars.
Yes, and we all think that way.
The least horsepower car.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe Anthony Billick, but that's a lot.
Yeah, so I spoke to Billick yesterday, and he's north of 600.
Okay, I'm out. I don't know.
What if I said to you that I reckon one of the lowest horsepower cars here that's going to put on the wildest show, Mad Mike.
Stop it.
Mad Mike.
Is that, how much has it got?
I think the stat he put up was 390.
You're kidding.
So
yeah, right.
And we've seen him do clinical things in that car in New Zealand. Like, he will still stick it right on the door because Mike doesn't hold back.
Because what's that chassis? What did he bring over?
That is the MX-5, right?
MX-5,
so that's been through a few evolutions, as with most of Mike's cars. And shout out to New Zealand Performance Car. I believe that Mike and Tony between them would have the record for the most cars ever featured in New Zealand Performance Car in the various iterations of builds. Tony, of course, is his partner and is a car builder of repute as well.
Amazing. I think, because I remember that car, that had a really serious package in it when it was first built. And I think he was saying that it's almost scary, right? Like it was, because it's such a short wheelbase and the amount of horsepower and everything it had, it was actually scary and almost unusable or just a real challenge. So dialing it back with a different driveline package.
Part of the Mazda FD program, I believe, it was sponsored by, and it was about 1,200 odd horsepower. So it was a little bit of a handful. It didn't quite behave the way he wanted it to, and I think if he had his choice, he'd bring the OG, right? He is just surgical in the OG. You're not going to beat him in that Series 6 RX-7.
Yeah, okay.
All right, so as we take a look at the picturesque front straight that looks somewhat different than it used to before, let's go to some commercial messages.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat. Downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new.
I'm Fraser Ross, driver number 59, McLaren 720S GT3, and my McLaren features the latest Motorsport ABS system from Bosch.
Motorsport ABS is my greatest asset in the McLaren. I'm able to change settings each lap depending on the grip available, wet or dry, and it gives me the confidence I need to win. Motorsport ABS can improve even the best professional race drivers' braking performance because it has the individual control over each wheel. When quality and performance matter, I can rely on Bosch Motorsport.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to World Time Attack. The world is back in Sydney. Tony Bishop. How are you?
Absolutely rapt to be here. If you've just tuned into the live stream, maybe you've just knocked off work overseas or wherever, we've still got a couple hours of business trade here that people are dodgily watching. I've been getting Instagram stories and all sorts of things from people who are tuned in from all over Australia, enjoying the telecast of World Time Attack. Thank you to everyone that we can see you guys up on the top of the pit wall, everyone on the fence, in the grandstand. Look at the pictures of Sydney Motorsport Park. The sun is shining. Epic cars are in the pits. We're just stoked to be here.
Oh, we're having a good time, aren't we? Yeah. Thanks to Destination New South Wales and New South Wales government for bringing us back in, letting the Kiwis in, letting the Americans in. I haven't yet worked out Charlie's distinctive tone as to what that is.
Definitely of a British origin, but I don't know how many years of.
Let's not go there. We won't. I don't want to see you and I don't want to see you and Charlie fighting later.
No.
I was kidding about that. So Tony and I are here because we're part of the drift commentary team. We've just finished up the drift demonstration out on track, and we are about to go back into club sprints. So we will welcome Chris Diggles back into the commentary hot seat shortly. He's just he's rehydrated. He's bubbling along. He hasn't exploded yet from record-breaking times unfolding this morning. So welcome back in, Chris Diggles.
Welcome, Diggs. Back in the hot seat. Had a bite to eat. Had a bit of a look around.
Seeing the YouTube clowns. I mean, gorgeous, man.
You've got to have a good time. It is the most fun you can have with your clothes on, I think. World Time Attack Challenge right here.
We can't drop the guard too much, but you know what? It just encourages you to be rebellious. There's something about Baker's, like as a kid, you imagine if Baker was a kid, if you ever went over to Baker's house, he probably had some stuff whipped up, you know what I mean? And you can see that now that he's an adult. He sort of whips up a bit of a frenzy.
Yes, have a bit of shenanigans in his back pocket. It's like, hey, let's go, let's have a good time, and that's certainly what he has created. And the rest of the team, huge shout out to the epic amounts of people behind the scenes to get this event off the ground every year, and they do a great job.
Oh, you and Woz, just listening to you guys there in the background there, bouncing off it there. And, you know, we live for moments like these, and we're having many more of these, I'm sure, from now on, including this afternoon sessions here where I think we're kicking back into club sprints. So, Bisho, this is going to be fantastic. I can't wait for the first time, I think, ever. I'm going up the hill with my sons and his mates tonight, and we're going to watch those drift battles like you wouldn't believe, because you know what, Woz did bring up something interesting. It's like, guess who's got the least amount of horsepower here tonight?
Yes,
Mad Mike. But as he said, guess who's going to do one of the biggest shows tonight? And remember, he is a competitor. He's not a showman. There's showmen, and then there's competitors. And I haven't seen a guy that's as competitive as him.
Yes.
He made a point the other day when I spoke to him that he is coming in underpowered. He said, I want to prove something, that you can still compete with no horsepower. He's actually coming in the exact opposite of what everyone thinks you need to win. And you know what? I'm going to watch that journey, and wherever he finishes tonight, remember we've kind of got a few other pros in there like Dave. You know, what's it going to be? Mate, for a long time, I haven't frothed much over drift stuff, but you know what? The more I've got to know these people and you guys, the more I appreciate that this is a motorsport version.
Oh my God!
Well, it's a version of motorsport UFC in a way. It's a mixture of motorsport, jiu-jitsu. It's boxing. It's every form of wheel work you can get.
Are you getting soft? Are you coming over to the hoonigan sort of all the all the shenanigans out on track? Like I think we've won over the man Diggles. Like I like that. It is definitely a show.
He's got it. Yeah, look, I get it. I love it all. You know, maybe it wasn't I didn't love it, I was intolerant of it, but now I'm actually less drift intolerant and enjoying it. And you know what? When I see that XD, every time I see that XD, I just get a smile on my face as well.
Excellent.
But we're going to hone in here right now, because I tell you what, Haltech Club Sprint, this might be just the spot where maybe we hone in on this. And just see whether or not we do see some improvements. We've been wrapping through the categories here this afternoon. Myself, Chris Diggles, and of course Josh Buchan will be along here very, very shortly. But Bish, what are you going to do now, mate? What are you off to?
I'm going to race down to the pits. I'm going to check out some of the vendors. I'm going to have a chat to some people down there. I'm going to go G up the drifters down in their pits, see what their team's all doing. So I'll leave you guys to it. Josh, I'm going to pass the baton to you. Enjoy yourselves up here. Catch you guys a little later.
Oh, don't you work too hard, Bish.
I won't.
Don't you work too hard, son. Don't you work too hard, mate. You just go as hard as you can, mate. You can only go so far in adrenaline, mate, and I still feel that's enough to get us all the way through. So Josh, tell us, mate, what's been happening out there? you've been soaking it all in.
Yep, it's been a busy afternoon. What an operator Tony Bishop is, ladies and gents. What an operator. I am hearing the club sprints out 10 minutes earlier than what we had in the schedule, so we're running the time here, which is fantastic. So I get the jog on all the way over here, and mate, you can't shut Bishop up. He just keeps going. What a weapon.
And you know the thing that annoys me the most out of what you just said is that you run here, you're still not puffing, you're still not sweating, and he just turns the mic on and goes, "Thank you, Tony Bishop." You know, it's a little bit superhuman. I think,
you wouldn't read about it.
No.
Wouldn't read about it. No, it is all happening in the pits. So obviously, this being our third session of the day, it is a lot cooler. The reason I'm not sweating this time on my run is because it isn't as hot as what it was when I ran over here for session number 2 at around 11:30. So I think you'll probably find a little bit more action in this session relative to what we saw earlier. Remembering a couple of cars went green in a couple of sectors, so perhaps now it's a touch cooler. Track condition might be a touch better. Maybe some of those cars that found some speed through the day, but not necessarily in a full lap, are going to come out and potentially set another representative time this afternoon.
And apart from that race, it's the individual race. They all face each other, where it's like, you know what, I just got to get close to what I was expecting today. Not you know, whether it was the first session, the middle session, or the last session. Is somewhere progress, somewhere stability for some of these guys. But I don't think I've seen it as tight as we've seen this year with club sprints. More minute 30s than ever before. And when you think about that, it's alarming that they're coming on like that. You kind of half don't expect it, considering that, you know, what they've been allowed to do. They should have opened up a bit. But just how close has everyone got with their various combinations here. This is an amazing split.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. I mean, I was speaking in the pit lane to one of the OGs of Time Attack before, the Spartan, Nick Callis.
Yes.
If he's down there in pit lane, I told you I'd give you a shout out,
Beautiful
mate.
man.
I was talking to Mr. Metropole himself, and he was saying that in 2011, I think it was, he won Club Sprint with a 1:44. Now look at Club Sprint, nearly 10 years later, and we're 10 seconds up the road. 10 seconds. So
the performance is staggering. And you know what? Even when you looked at what Callis had back then, I mean, not too much different as cars in the same category. It's like, well, they all grew 400 horsepower between now and then, but it's not just all about horsepower. It's just about the availability of componentry that you just upgrade. Remember, we still stayed on the same tyre for so long, so it can't be that. It's got to be everything else in the car.
It's a lot of different factors, and yeah, you're right. Turbo Tech is probably the thing that's moved on the most in that time. You know, boost control as well, ECUs, all that sort of engine management stuff is a lot further forward than what it was. So cars can run with more power for longer, easier on the motor, and run cooler all at the same time, just with updated equipment. So it's pretty special to see. And I'll tell you what is special. I'm going to plug it again. There's an i30.
Yeah, right.
i30 and Jez Morris, hello mate. He's out there doing a great job in the Sheepy's car. So what's he done there? 46.6. That's an exceptionally fast time for a car with no aero on it. That's a great job.
That's a good thing too. And again, back to weight in that car too. It's not the mega lightweight because they just aren't. Their DNA doesn't allow them to be as light as like this thing, for example. God, this has got to be 890 kilos dripping wet. Mark Collingwood, the MX-5, all NA. And he's an OG as well in Club Sprint. Been doing it for a while. Team to QB Drive. And look, you know, proudly has the MX-5 NA license plate on it. A little bit of lungs out there. And you know what? Fun as well. Fun all day. You'd steer that thing around all day.
Yeah, definitely. And for anyone watching who hasn't driven one, they are some of the best fun you can have in a car. The OG MX-5s. They're such a well-balanced, really naturally, you know, car that speaks to you so much. You drive one and it's actually like driving a Formula 4 just with a bit of caster. That's probably the biggest comparison I can draw. They move around, as you can see. They do everything right. They turn, they stop, they go. Fantastic car.
Very chuckable little nuggets, and they will, hopefully they live to 100 as well. I'm wishing all of these cars to be 100 years old one day because when you make a good one, you make a good one. And what a great little combo. We've seen him evolve this car over the years. And look at that, 48.448. That's still a good number for him. Remember, every year he brings the water pistol to the gunfight every year, and he's not afraid to admit that that's, you know, what happens. But it's just his car, it's his combo, and he does what he wants with it. And it's so good to see that he continues to bring that out, Paul Collingwood.
Yeah.
Mark Collingwood.
And as I said earlier in the broadcast, anything under 150, a standard road car is going to be very, very hard pressed to get to. That's an exceptional time. Anything sub 150 around here is considered quite fast, and it's not until you get really in low 40s that you're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of car off the showroom floor.
Here's a fun fact right now. So Mark Collingwood, 2023, minute 48.44. 2022, minute 53 last year.
Wow, 5 seconds.
5 seconds quicker than the MX-5 was last year. So, yes, it looks like the upgrade has happened. That's like, you know what, I'm going to give it a 2023 fresh. And Mark Collingwood is 5 seconds quicker than what he put in there last year. And then here's another guy last year too, Kovaceski in the 944. Went 48 last year. He's just gone 48.508.
But he went 47.8 earlier today. So, again, more improvement.
Well, isn't it amazing that, you know, 365 days, or in this case nearly 18 months since he's put that car around this track, that you can be just that sharp with it than you were 18 months ago. I like that. I like
it's
that.
A great
Those
effort.
combos do it. Another bit of MX-5 action here. Entrant number 92, that is Hairpin Hooligans, Daniel Holohan in the MX-5. That's a little cranky beast. Haven't heard of his name here before. Let's just see what Holohan comes up with. It's first number for him at minute 55.888. He'd gone a 53.547. So who knows what's lurking under the in the fenders of that MX-5. But all I know is that on screen right now, this guy, Jeremy Morris, is screaming the I-30N around there like it's no tomorrow.
What is interesting in this session is it looks like it's now a tailwind into turn one for these cars. So probably early on in the club sprint session, that's not going to make too much difference to some of these cars. But when we get to the back end of the session, that's definitely going to make a difference to some of the quicker cars in club sprint into turn one that have a little bit more aero working for them. A tailwind into turn one can make the car a little bit loose going through there, and it can kind of knock your confidence a little bit for the lap. But if the teams who are running the cars or the drivers notice that there is a tailwind, think of the other hand, going into turn 4, it's a headwind. Going into turn 9, headwind. So, you know, it can work for you as well as against you. So you'll obviously be a bit quicker down the straight, but you might not have so much grip coming into 1, and then the opposite for turns 4 and 8. So all big ticket corners that are affected by wind direction.
You surely have put your finger to the wind on every corner here by the sound of it. Mega kilometres around this joint to be able to go turn 4, just different. Geographically knowing just which turn gives you what. You have done some laps for a young fella, mate. You've run a lot of laps around to be able to sniff that out.
Yeah, well, look, the flags here, the lovely flags that everyone puts up are a dead giveaway. But that's the job of a racing driver. Is any information that you can squeeze out of a venue when you're stuck behind the wheel of a car is information, right? So whether it's, you know, a meter board that we have out there for braking, or a sponsor board that's now out there that's not normally there on a track day that happens to be in a good spot, flags, you know, windsocks, all that sort of stuff is information, and you need to use it all when trying to go for tagline of the event, that one perfect lap.
Indeed, one perfect lap, and then you go even further with that information, and then, you know, you're as you said, you're referring to your Delta readout. That shows you that there's no point pushing anymore. And back in the old days, you just had to go by your own instinct. Shall I, you know, is it worth another lap?
Yeah.
Do you find you're saving your stuff by knowing not to waste anymore?
Yeah.
So to cut down waste, especially when you are trying to bank one lap where you've got to make every corner count. The circumstances that come in between that, and as you said, information. It's an overload sometimes for me. I love that you can, back in the days, and if you look at old footage like, you know, Pete Gagan steering HK Monaros around, and the car is just not perfect, but the racing, like, there was some skill that you had to appreciate. And, you know, you're going from cars that were absolute pigs and guys driving cars that were absolute pigs to cars there now that you can so finely analyse that, you know, that information. it's just too much sometimes. But here we go. I'd love to just see. Mate, I have seen it on hot version, you know, when Tsuchiya goes to these 86 days in Japan and they race 2086, you know, all the circuit 86.
Do you think that they've spoken to each other and that's what's going on? The old model versus the newer one are going to do a hot lap battle?
I'd still love to see a Miata fest, right? So the top 20 quickest Miatas just go each other. You know, I'd just love to see who's got the baddest Miata in the country because, you know, pound for pound, whatever. I mean, it's a nice little lightweight battle. Collingwood's probably, as we said, he's a little bit undergunned being NA, but I don't know what's packing on board the white one.
There certainly are some quick MX-5s heading around. There's one in particular that does some endurance racing, the Herrings. Todd Herring is the guy who drives it, turbocharged MX-5. It's a very fast car. It can easily lap in the mid-30s around here. So they're a super capable platform. Again, like I mentioned, balanced chassis, throw some power at it, and a decent tyre, and away you go.
Yeah, we're glad that so many Aussies have grabbed onto that one, and worldwide. It's you just don't know what's out there. You know, honestly, if you go looking, you probably find it all. But if you know what's hotter here in Australia, we know that it's probably multiplied around the world. And you know, 944's Kovacic has been doing that for years, and for him to get out there and go minute 47.899 to improve on what he did last year. Last year, Paul went 48.10. So this year, 47.899. So, well, 18 months later, he goes 47 with the car. I'd say the little gremlins have gone, the little fuel system issue that he had. Yeah, there is that. So that makes a big difference coming halfway through, getting into turn one, that you probably get that win out the bottom of the building there. It's interesting, isn't it, that we get that little dynamic that normally on any other day you wouldn't think matters, but on days like this where, you know, we kind of rely on the dynamics of a car to the last millimetre and then ask a few other things to help you control it to that millimetre, and then you throw a bit of a gust of wind in there and mess it all up for everyone. It's amazing. You don't think about this stuff too much until you get to events like this where it is so important. The Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge here at Sydney Motorsport Park. It's hard to believe it's a Friday. I wish every Friday felt this. No one would take us. Well, actually, I should say, don't want to take a sickie. Everyone would take a sickie if we did this every Friday. And I'm sure we've got a lot of fans out there that may or may not have taken one today to be here. But you know what? At the end of the day, we only get to do this about once a year, or since the last one, 18 months. But you know what, when we do have this horsepower party, a lot of people want to turn up, and it's great that you've all been here to join us, whether you're watching here live around the venue or right around the world on the live stream. World Time Attack Challenge 2023. Chris Diggles, Josh Buchan on this afternoon for our next session of Haltech Club Sprint. It's a decent class. No one's sharpening up yet, but you know, we've got a couple of players that we can see on that list now that are yet to present one yet. But God, what are we? 35-1, 35-1-4, 35-1-9, 35-2-2, 35-7-8, 35-8-0. That's mouth-watering stuff. We get to that Super Lap shootout. We want to get in that top 5. And then if we're going to have some sharp ones in that top 5, we don't mind the odd little upset during the Super Lap shootout.
Well, look, looking at that, you've got 3rd to 7th fighting over that 3rd spot. So, you know, tomorrow morning when the times are probably going to be at their best, you might have a car in P7 that knocks out a car for P5 that goes on to score a podium. It can be as simple as that. So it's very, very close for that 3rd spot. I think 1st and 2nd are a lot closer than what the times suggest, 0.6 between them. I think those cars are closer than that at the moment, unless Trent has anything left to throw at it. But I certainly know Jimmy Evo does in the Evo there. He's got more to show than the 34 dead. So I think 1st and 2nd still certainly up for grabs, and I think 3rd is a 5-way fight for sure.
Never thought it was going to be this tight, considering that the scenario really hasn't firmed it. You know, we just knew we had to see what the class of 2023 looked like, and then. Now, we can't write this script to make it this tight. You just can't do that. That's unheard of. You think any of these guys are on the phone to each other during the week to work out their combos before the weekend? They haven't even met some of these guys. They turn up, they don't know what the other guy weighs exactly. You don't know what advantages and disadvantages your car's got over another one. All that we know is that you can put a tenth between 4 or 5 of them and go, well, that wasn't planned.
It's fantastic, isn't it?
Some of the best rule makers in motorsport can't get it that top.
No, correct. Some of the bigger categories haven't figured that one out yet.
No, there's no parity there.
Through the year, particularly at track days and such, everyone here knows kind of everyone. Yes. And they do all know roughly how fast each car can go, but they don't really know when everything's turned up. And, I did my PB and the sun was out, or I did my PB and I skipped a corner, or I did whatever.
You didn't go Sunday.
Exactly. There's all this sort of rubbish that gets thrown around through the year, and that's what's great. A lot of people on this list, on the leaderboard, do get to show how fast their car really is and how fast they really are.
And then they focus at events like this. You actually do get to focus. All of a sudden, that timing card has only got all you guys on it, and then you realise, well, hang on. Instead of on a day where there might be, 100 times up there, you realise, hang on a sec, this is actually us. This is our class. This is our group. Avon Karmas is on another flyer here in the nation's slipperiest Supra. But we've got a few out there now. Tang's back out there. Rahul's out again. Watch
Rahul. Hold him back.
Muggleton, Newen's out there as well, and Nakarata. So they're out there doing their things behind the scenes, if you may. But right now we're focusing on this Supra's flyer after a bit of a warm-up. And, this class is good value for money too, because as much as it is about trying to set a time, it's also more laps where it's like, you know what, I paid a winner, I want some laps, you know what I mean?
Yeah, certainly.
You want because halfway through it, you've got to realise that this is probably why I do it, is that it is the fun part of it, and that you want a fair percentage of fun out there and not a lot of heartache. Another one of our wound-up Yaris's here. So that one is Andre. Is it Andre?
Andre Tan.
Tan.
Dre, he goes by the name.
Dre.
So yeah,
so rapid.
Dr. Dre. Literally, he is a doctor.
Dre. Is he?
Yep. Is indeed.
So Dre, he's not a surgeon. I was going to just come up with some really wicked nickname for him, but we'll give him half a lap. He's a dentist.
He is a dentist.
Well, he'll certainly be drilling down on.
He'll definitely have the teeth gritted. That's for sure. So Dre's out there. Chipping away again. Improvement by Andrew Price in the i30N fastback. So he's finally dipped under that sub 40. So excellent work. I know that was kind of their goal heading in here, based off some of the troubles they've had. So that's a great effort there.
Oh, Ben Shute showing lots of front end chatter. Yeah, no, he had a lot of front end chatter there too. It's like the whole front nose cone was shuddering on its mouth. So that was giving us, you can almost hear that in the background. I was watching it live, and we've just got a slight delay on what we're seeing and what we're hearing, and you can just hear that thing shudder through Advan. He managed to survive up the other end there, but that was some scary moments pushing it through turn one there, still at speed, trusting that what was happening at the front was actually working, but definitely stunted at the outcome.
So there's definitely a lot more green sectors popping up than what there was in the middle session of the day, which is great to see. There's Eamon again. He'll only come in when he runs out of fuel. That's pretty standard for him. So he'll pound around all session. Currently hovering around the low 39s, which is about half a second, 6/10 off his ultimate PB. So again, good consistent car, good consistent lapping by Eamon. His driving's come a long way in the last 12 months as well. So another one of those ones who's worked on that. Between last year and this year. There's Dre just crossing the line, 46.0. So that would have just been a bit of a warm-up lap. Don't shock the tyre too much. And now it's all warmed up. This should be his push lap in the Yaris.
Well, I'm happy to watch Dre through here. Let's just see how much of that bit of the Yaris dangle. That's what we're going to be looking for. It's how much dangle can we get out there out of these cars. So far, I think we've still got Hyundai's winning the dangle rates there.
By length of the straight.
Some big lift out of there.
But if you have to listen to this thing on the upshifts, it won't shift out of turn 4 here, but out of 5 and out of 6 has an awesome flat shift cut. So
let's have a listen to the rest of the Let's have a listen to the rest of the lap here. Let's have a pick up on it.
Dre's rolled out of it there.
Dre's rolled out of it. We had the other Yaris just maybe getting into his peripheries. He came over the hill, and it's like, well, let's not arrive at the same place at different speeds. He's backed out of it. It was sanding good, the little three-banger. They can make some snot, those little three-bangers. They really can. It's an amazing combination that works so well. And here's another one that's just etched in time as being one of our performers. Jonathan Munro driving the Rally Art Evo. And where was he? Let's have a look there in the list here today for Munro. Earlier, 45.531 for Munro out of this combination. So that's not too bad for Munro. Apologise for that. I just found 45.531 for him has been his best so far. And he did that on the 5th lap today. But let's just see what he does in this afternoon session. You get a bit of clean run here, not a lot of traffic and nothing distracting you. You can put a good one in. It's just about as much of a tactic as anything else you could possibly do in the car is getting a good escort through your session. And everyone's keeping an eye out for each other and realising if you are slowing down, do exactly what we just saw there. Get the hell out of the way. Everyone scoot out of the way. Someone's coming through.
Come on, mate.
We almost need a revolving light on the roof of everyone that's on a flyer. Flyer, put the light on. Anyone in the mirror, you can tell that guy's on a flyer.
Traditionally, the sort of international symbol for I'm on a hot lap is the headlights.
Yes.
And you know, if you quickly have a peek in your rear vision mirror and you see a car with the headlights on, that's your signal that they plan on having a bit of a dip. So it's hard with these. Some of these will have the headlights in. Some will have stickers on the headlights for partners and whatnot. So sometimes it's a bit tough for that. And if you're not used to an event as such, then dealing with traffic is something new. So, again, another element to these guys' league rounds.
Cranky 86 back out there having a go. Let's just see what happens this time for Ben Schutz. That's the Cranky Harrop supercharged 86. Let's get in a bit of blown boxer here. Yeah, there we go. Great one. Now watch the nose on this. If he gets to push it through there, he was pushing the limits of aero last lap around there with the nose. Oh, he's just backed it off there. Like that previous lap, that nose was just shuddering all over the place under a top speed load there. But he's backed off there. It was a good lap up till then and went through for a 38.845, considering his best had been I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong one there, but not a bad run there for the 86, even though he had to get out of it, Benny Schutz, an earlier 37.338 on lap 3. But the 38 was as good as he could go. Here's Jamal. Now that the cameras are on him, watch out, world. Anything can happen here. Come on, Jimmy Hazard, first turn. Let's go.
I think that's our mate, Rahul, in the RX-7.
Oh, no, that's Rahul. No, that's Rahul. Sorry.
I think you're right, though. Anything could happen.
Yeah, well, it's I got all excited then. There's a couple of things I'm anticipating I want to see, and then Rahul pops in the middle. He distracts me, scatters the brain for a moment, but he's doing a pretty good lap here. How good has he gone so far today? Look, tell you what, a 39.782, as you said, it's in that sort of magic, that's pretty quick club.
Yep, sub 40, that's first box tick when you come here in cars such as that. So sub 40, that's kind of job done. I don't know what his time was last year. I can't quite remember. I think he made the highlights package for other reasons.
He sure did.
But I wonder if he had a bit of a moment there. Yeah. He's rolled out of it again. We saw in the previous session, have a listen what's going wrong with that. Oh, there's the Evo 10, probably in its more natural habitat, just wide of the tarmac. Hopefully it's okay as he's over at the Hyundai zone. There is a service centre there where we're doing checks on cars, but we will not accept Mitsubishis. Hyundai only. So unfortunately, you can't stop there.
He's keeping the hate going here. Well, you know what? It's just ribbing. I love the ribbing. It's like we're ribbing them all. They've all got everyone gets into every make for a reason, and that's a nice little ribbing in there. Now, look, just quickly back on our mate Rahul. He actually finished 10th last year with a 38, so it's not like...
Okay, so he hasn't PB'd yet.
It's not the human headline.
There's more to come from Roll.
He's fast and he's spectacular.
So, based off that, if the cars move forward, he can make his way into the top 10 later on through the weekend. So 38.7 gets you 10th. That's from Eamon in the IGL Supra. So I know he can go quicker than that. So I think the battle for the 10 isn't finished just yet.
Well, here comes Nakarada on his flying lap, having another crack. The lights are still green. These guys are going to try and find a little bit of space to put one down. And that's not getting any narrower, those margins. Any wider, those margins. They are definitely tight in the way that we are lining up the odd little one here. Nakarada goes minute 43.369. We're still following him here after that flying lap for him.
Now, did he make the checkered flag? Because checkered flag is now out. So I don't know if he made the flag or not, but he's just gone PB in the first sector. So I'm hoping for his sake he did. Couldn't quite see. If the timing's still picking him up, then I'd suggest he has. But
let's have a listen.
PB.
Let's hear for the effort there. He's still having a bit of a crack here, so he's going to get that. He's going to get that message eventually here. But I suppose can we run it to the? Can we run it to the line still again? Whether or not he's seen that, or sometimes you might just have been looking at your dash on the way through.
Well, if you're on a cool down, you would have started to slow the thing down already by this stage. Usually, it's at the turn 6 corporate hill you slow down. So he's carrying on. He's either haven't seen the flag or he made it. Hopefully he's made it, because he's just gone green in the first 2 sectors. So he's on for his best lap of the session, which is going to best his 43.3. Let's see, as he comes around the final turn, where this is going to put him.
That would have felt so good that you didn't want to get out of it there. Like, you might be staring the checkered flag down, but I'd be putting that thing through the stripe there with the foot right down. He gets it through and he goes 42.819 and goes quicker again for himself. So, yeah, when it feels good, I suppose, get it in at the death, and he has.
Yep,
so,
great job there. Half a second off the previous PB. Things only doing 218 at the speed trap, so things obviously hustling through the corners. 218 is a lot slower than what the fastest car in the session is, up towards 260.
Not a bad effort to get that in just at the death of that session. Haltech Club Sprint, I dare say my spidey sensors are telling me there might be just one more little group in there that we haven't presented, because I've seen the names run through the last 2, and I just know that the ones we're seeing on that top 10 just might be one group away very, very soon. So let's have a quick look right now in this session, how it wrapped up. No real massive improvements other than what we've seen already. Trent Grubel, minute 33.493. Jamal Assad, minute 34.03 and change. Adam Kazmiri in 2 different cars. The JDM yard car, minute 35, the 1, and minute 35.1 for the Land Speed car. So Kazmiri putting 2 different cars, half a tenth between each other. McKinnon there in 5th place, and as we go out to the 20th there, still plenty of quick times. And look how many minute 30s we've had, up to the 17th position in the minute 30s. So that's a hell of a list for, I think, the first time ever. And I'll do the counting right now. Last year, I think, we got to 12 cars in the minute 30s. We're now at 17 cars in the minute 30s. So that's a hell of an increase over the last 18 months. A whole bunch more in that minute 30 club. And even then, have a look how many now in that low minute 40 area. And it's a hell of a great class out to 36th spot there with Daniel Holohan. So down to the lovely Charlie with more news from the pits.
Well, most people would know Bosch for its power tools and OEM automotive products. What you might not know is it has a rich history in motorsport. And Blake has joined us from Bosch to talk us through the 100 years of Bosch motorsport history.
Yeah, 100 years of motorsport, believe it or not. The cars obviously looked very different to what they do today, with aeros and big tyres and turbos and all that sort of thing. Our founder, Robert Bosch, actually started out making magneto ignition for race cars in Europe back in the 1920s. Had a lot of success, worked with, the early Mercedes and that sort of thing, and the business has developed into obviously a large automotive supplier, but also the motorsport side of the business has really flourished. And today we're seeing, some fantastic implementations of systems like our Motorsport ABS, but also the sensors, fuel pumps, injectors that a lot of people will be more familiar with.
It's wonderful to see Bosch in action here at Sydney Motorsport Park, but talk us through some of the equipment we can see right here at the stall on this beautiful Nissan.
Yeah, so this is Chris's 180SX, which is a fantastic build and a great example of what can be achieved with, high-level components. So he's got some electronics of ours there, injectors, throttle body, fuel pumps and so on. But what's tucked away in the corner there is what's really interesting to a time attack crowd, and that's the Motorsport ABS. So I think a lot of people are familiar with ABS as a safety system in road cars, but Bosch has actually taken that technology and developed it specifically for motorsport. So it does still perform a safety role, but by breaking the each wheel to its absolute maximum limit, you're getting a lot more deceleration and maximum control into corners. And we're seeing that as about a second or 2 seconds a lap here at Sydney Motorsport Park, where when you're dealing with the times these guys are doing, like, that's a big chunk of time. So yeah, some fantastic performance to be found, and that's running in about 20 to 25 vehicles here today.
So exciting to see it here for the World Time Attack Challenge. But make sure you come over to the Bosch Motorsports stall. They're right here in the paddock, and you can get your hands on some products with 100 years worth of motorsport history.
That's it. Is a great yarn indeed. Thank you, Charlie, bringing us all the information. Some of our great event partners here at Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge. We are in that third group of Haltech clubs, Brent and Josh Buck, and this is where a few of them have got the pulse up already. Our attention has been grabbed, and it's Paul McKinnon out there, Pulse Racing, trying to improve. We've got a whole bunch in that Hot 35 club.
Yep, these are where the heavy hitters are. These are where this is where majority of the top 10 are. There's Trent Grubel back out, missing the middle session of the day, just being too hot for those guys. So I dare say this will probably just be another systems check to confirm some of the stuff they may have changed. Trent a little bit wide through 5, stayed in it though, no problems there. Jonathan Wong as well in that purple Supra has made it out. He assured me the car was fine. Systems check in the second session, and that amazing Supra's finally back out there. But we're still on here with Trent, and he's certainly not holding back anything. He's only 0.3 down in the middle from what he did earlier today. So very, very close. This middle sector's been a bit scrappy. It's probably going to be a bit further down again. Another 0.4, but this is going to be the quickest lap we've seen in club sprint since the early morning.
Look, he's getting some good out of this lap. If anything, it's just to reacquaint yourself with the vehicle another time. It is that benchmark that you are trying to get close to. And you know what? If you're pleasantly surprised, you're pleasantly surprised. Let's see what this lap does for Grubel. And it, through that session...
33.6.
Yeah.
Very, very quick.
33.6. After that earlier 33.4 that he did virtually on the first lap, Grubel, by the look of that. So
he went better in the final sector there. First two, as we sort of mentioned, were a little bit scrappy, but that third sector is faster, which shows promise again for tomorrow morning when the track temp has come down a bit and the greens go back on.
So to find something, that's it, to find something. And as you said there before, it's not just about, look, you don't think they'll improve, but you still might find something, and in still finding something in that last session. Good afternoon, ladies. Nice to see you. Out enjoying the Australian sunshine. Very lovely.
There it is there. Here's the Supra J. Wong. Weapon of a car, as I mentioned. That thing has gone 131 around here before. Not on the same tyre. It was on a different tyre, but 37.0 for his very first lap. I think that's quicker than what he did last year in the event already. So, or at least equals it or comes close to. So, good first lap. Systems check for Jono. He'll press on, and he'll definitely be in the frame for that top 5 come later on.
Hold the phone, hold the phone. Jamal Assad has registered a lap. So keep an eye out for an errant Evo in the area. He might be picked up on the cameras here, but we have seen Jamal Assad's name pop up on timing. I heard him come down the main straight behind us here, so we may not just see where he is.
He's at 2:59 on the speed trap too. That's the fastest that I've seen. It was 2:58 when he did his 34.0. He's gone green to the first sector, which was his worst sector in that 34.0, so he's faster to the first sector than what he was, and we know he's gone quicker again in those other 2 sectors. So look for Jamal to improve on his 34.0 potentially on this lap.
Very impressive. Let's just keep an eye. Now, there we go. A little bit of the flying Jamal. Let's just see what happens from him. We're following him now. Now, again, it's all about traffic too. Just the wrong time for someone to pop up. Oh, look, it is the Supra. So, look, he's done the...
No, excellent work. That's classy from Jono. Saw him a mile away, got out the way. That didn't hurt at all, which is excellent.
He's having a crack here. He's trying to have a crack. Jamal is trying to have a crack. He saw the time of Grubel's out there and go, well, that's... Oh! Oh, Jamal! Jamal's hit the corner. He's hit the
peeled
corner.
the front left out of it.
And he's ripped the whole front corner of the car out. Oh, Jamal Assad, you could tell he was on a flyer, absolute flyer. And for whatever reason, all hell broke loose. And look, you know, you thought, yeah, he can wash it off here. He can run off here into the grass, but just could not avoid the end of that banking. And he has given that a fair whack to the point that he's just ripped the whole front of that car out. So that is not what you want to see for last year's winner. And, you know, he wanted to put a good run down, and we knew that this car's capable. Horsepower is not a problem, but sometimes things can just, you know, when you combine horsepower with a whole lot of grit and determination and then throw in that whole, I shouldn't say desperation, but, you know, that hunger, and sometimes this is what it looks like at the end.
Well, hopefully the Fireys are on their way there, because it looks like Jimmy sees that there's something alight under the hood of that Evo 6 there. So, yeah, just a moment between the last two corners at the penultimate corner. It's such a fast corner, even though it's considered one of the slower ones around here, and the offset of the road where that Lotus is right now can upset the balance of the car, and Jimmy tried to hold onto it and it just wasn't enough. And I've actually never seen a car hit that piece of wall before. It's extremely unlucky. You see the car go sideways, he catches it on the wheel, but it's just not enough. The thing's going so quick, and it's just so unlucky to hit the very end of that piece of wall.
No, it's, you know, once that hit the wall and knocked that off, it was then the next dig into the earth that just pulled that whole wheel and stub off there, and that's not good to see for the guy that, you know, he was trying to win three. He's you know, he's won a couple. He's been in Club Sprint. You know, I was just about to call him Mr. Club Sprint up until, you know, these moments, but that's some big effort there. And here we go. We're going to see this in real time. Let's watch this replay again here, Josh.
So he's tipped it into to 10 here. It's stepped out, got the opposite lock on it, did everything right, but just the angle of the corner where you're looking, you naturally want to keep following the road. And yeah, that Evo just went straight, didn't it? And unfortunately, there was nothing Jimmy could do about it at that point. And just where the wall tapers off, rode the wall. If it was normal height, I feel like he would have just bounced into it, but just the angle of that cement, he's ridden it, and it's peeled the left front straight out of it. I mean, hopefully there's no damage to anything extremely expensive under there, gearbox, diffs, stuff like that, because you can see the drive shaft is on the floor. So obviously to be a front wing, I don't know what they're like for spares, but I'm hoping for the team at ERS and everyone down there, they can get out tomorrow, because that's certainly not as much as what they've got 34.0. They were certainly going to be moving and shaking coming into tomorrow.
If that wall was 2 metres longer or 500 mils shorter, that would have been a different scenario. You know what I mean? If he had just missed it, he would have watched them at a time to get that into the grass. If it was 2 metres longer, he could have just bumped into it. Sometimes that just bounces the car off it. But, gee, he just cleaned that thing up at an angle that, you know, that's an unlucky angle for it to happen at. And, you know, this is such an unpredictable sport in any which way. But you know, he certainly had a huge effort there in trying to recover the vehicle from that lose.
Is the Marshal pulling up with the shock absorber? So that's ripped the tower out as well.
Yeah.
So that's significant. So unfortunate thing for that. If that is the shock, then that's peeled it straight out of, as I say, the tower. I hope there's no damage where you can't physically put another shock back in. I hope it hasn't ripped the actual strut out of it. Yeah. So yeah, it's look, he probably hit that wall at a good 100 k's an hour, and that's cement. So yeah, big impact.
That was one hell of an impact for Jamal, but they are going to get that thing on the tilt tray quick sticks, and obviously we've got some of the session which we're going to try and recover there. But that's a big one for the man that, you know, all we wish is the success for Jamal. He really did just sort of blow the record away last year and did pretty well, and you know, it was good to see an early battle with him and Grubel there numbers wise, and that, you know, that was shaping up to be quite a mouth-watering scenario. But who knows what might happen in the next 12, 24 hours, whether or not they have a fight at trying to fix that, or it might be quits. We'll have to wait and see. But Charlie, we've got some more news happening from the paddock.
Well, one of my favourite things about the World Time Attack Challenge, turbos, turbos, turbos. So I've come over to Garrett where it was all happening with a wide range of turbos right here in the paddock. And Tim from Garrett is here to talk us through what you've got on offer here this weekend.
Yes, thanks for having me. And Garrett's happy to be a big sponsor of World Time Attack. And today we have the stand with all of our newest products, the G Series product line, which has new turbine wheel aero for higher efficiency and higher flow, and new compressor aero. So we have turbos ranging from 250 horsepower all the way up to 3,000 horsepower per turbo. A lot of these cars aren't using all of that power, but we also have one of our newest product lines, the GVW wastegates, everything from 40 millimeter, 45 and 50 millimeter, and then all of our drop-in products called the Power Max product line. So these are vehicle-specific turbos that you can drop in and get more power from your car. So all of that under this little tent here. We've got some apparel and everything else. Yeah, definitely looking forward to having everybody in tomorrow. We have our local distributors here, so if you have any questions on, if anyone has questions on pricing or product availability, they'll be here to answer any questions.
It's fantastic. We are very excited to have Garrett here all weekend at the World Time Attack Challenge. Come on over, talk to the guys, get all the knowledge about turbos, because we love them here at World Time Attack.
Today is Thursday, the day before the World Time Attack Challenge weekend, and all the cars are here ready for testing and practice. So come with me, we're going to do a little pit walk and check on how the teams and drivers are going.
We went out for the second run then, and really good. The car's great. Our pace is bang on where we want to be, and now we're just going to abort the last session just to fix the car and make sure it's all good for tomorrow.
So I saw you and your team were celebrating just earlier. Was it just because of that reason?
Yeah, we got our own goals, and we've hit a lap time that's very good for us.
That's so exciting. So big expectations for this car this weekend.
Look, there is. Look, it's no hiding it. We're a whisker away from the lap record. 119.1 set by F1 driver Nico Hulkenberg in an A1 GP car. So our mission, and Rod Pobestek's sole mission since he took on this project, is to beat that record, and that's what we got our eyes on.
And earlier you were in the car with Daigo Saito. How did that go?
Amazing. I mean, that was the highlight of my day, being in the drift car with him. The guy's amazing. He's nuts. We're on the start line. He hits the NOS button, takes off, and it was out of control. I was giggling the whole way.
We've only had one session so far. It was earlier today. We just had a little gremlin which we know we can fix and get sorted for the weekend, but that's what today's for about, is just to brush out all the little kinks. We've had a few test days leading up to the event. Everything looks positive to go out and give it a big red hot go tomorrow.
Now you had a dramatic win last year. What are your expectations for this weekend?
We're going to try and go back to back. We don't want to leave it to the last minute to shoot out again. It's good for the crowd and everybody, but we just want to set down that banker at the start of the weekend and then come down to shoot out and maybe turn it up and go for one more.
I'm joined here today with Shibata-san, all the way from Japan, with this Arbor S2000. Shibata-san, こんにちは。
楽しみにしてた。
楽しみですね。じゃあ今日の目標って何ですか？
まあそのね、自分の力を出し切りたいっていうところがね、今回の目標なので、まあ世界の、トップチューナーとどれぐらいこう戦えるかなっていうところが、今回の目標です。
So far, so good. The first session out was everything that I hoped it could be. This track is awesome. I can't believe that I'm actually here. I'm excited for tomorrow. I think we've got the car as sorted as we can, all things considered. I think most of what it will come down to is me getting comfortable and finding my own limit on the track. I'm just here to have fun, to learn more about the car that I've built, and to learn how to continue to build an even better car.
How does it feel like driving here in Sydney as compared to back at home?
So we only got to drive this car 2 times before we put it in the container. I mean, we finished it at the last minute. We had 1 week of a complete car. We got it to the track on one weekend, and then the second weekend, and then I think the week after that it went into a container. And those were 2 half days of testing. So I've only got probably, let's call it, not even an hour of seat time in the car, period. And I'm just stoked to be at this event. So.
Hope you guys enjoyed that little sneak peek of the pits today. There's so much more to see coming this weekend. So come to World Time Attack on the 1st and 2nd of September. See you there.
Well, we all know Plasman as the naming rights sponsor of the Pro-Am class here at the World Time Attack Challenge and competitors themselves in the club sprint class. But Shannon, you've brought along behind the scenes very exciting technology that everyone can get a real taste of here this weekend.
Yeah, so we thought we'd do something a little bit different this year and actually bring some of our 3D printed prototypes just to show people sort of the technology that we use and how we develop the products, you know, so that basically that you know that what you're buying is guaranteed to perform.
Absolutely. So it's intake manifolds and intercooler technology that we are seeing right here in the cars at World Time Attack as well. You were saying that grassroots is where it all began, and it's just you're so passionate about supporting it.
Yeah, certainly are, and that's why we you know, we participate here as well as we sponsor the event. You know, we're testing our products just as much as everybody else out here. We're torture testing them. You know, we're here to show what we can do.
So make sure you come on over, see Shannon and the team and all their breadth of knowledge and all the technology that they have right here on show in the paddock at the World Time Attack Challenge.
Geez, we've got some good manufacturers in this country, and geez, we just do world-class stuff everywhere you look. Sydney Motorsport Park, it's an absolute picture here. Destination New South Wales, a beautiful Friday afternoon in sunny Sydney. As, yes, unfortunate sight of Jamal Assad's stricken Evo getting taken off on the tilt tray. Not what you want to see, but you know what? This weekend's prides itself on a little bit of drama stuff you don't normally see, and that was sickening to watch. But this is what happens when it's all about 11 out of 10 effort. It's about really trying to put a hot one on, and that's how quick it can turn on even veterans, you know.
Yep. Oh, look, when you put everything on the line, it's as simple as this. If you're going to race cars, you're going to crash cars. And unfortunately, it happens. It's part of the game. You try and avoid it and do everything you can to mitigate that. But unfortunately for Jimmy there, had a moment, a very rare moment where something went wrong. Hopefully those guys can clean it up.
Yeah, not a good story, but I tell you what, we've got a little bit different story to take our mind off for a moment. There's Warren Luff.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Look, down here in the lane, getting ready for the final pro class of the day. One thing that we have noticed as the day's gone on is this wind keeps picking up. Again, the wind direction is still sort of travelling across the circuit, so it shouldn't be giving the guys too much problem. But I went down, had a talk to Barton Moore before. They still need to do more repairs on that RB968, so they won't be back out here this afternoon, but they're gearing up for a big attack there tomorrow. So they know what the car's capable of. That he said he's really happy with how the car felt out there earlier today, and they again know that the conditions will probably be a little bit better suited to even break their own record first thing tomorrow morning.
There we go. Some news there from Warren about that. Is that, yeah, whatever the repairs are, sometimes you'd love a bit of thrash cam in there. You'd love to just see what sort of, to what extent they're working on it, but obviously to the point that some repairs are being made. That wind is a little bit picking up there. Have a look at that there, Josh. That's up again.
We can see some exhibitors have actually taken the tops off the tent. That gives you an idea of how hard it's blowing down on ground level. So certainly a factor, particularly with the faster categories as we go through the lineup. That'll definitely make a difference. And even in the club sprint session that we have just now, the fastest cars in club sprint are definitely aero affected if conditions change like that.
Yeah, no, that's going to play up a little bit. In fact, for the rest of our categories, including Open and Pro-Am, is that, you know, we are a lighter car there, is that wind is going to probably exaggerate that even a little bit more. But, hey, the conditions are what they are. We can't change them, but I certainly love the idea that we're still blue skies and beautiful sunshine and a little bit of a cooling breeze. And look, I don't know what that breeze is going to do for this afternoon and into the evening, but I tell you what, Drift fans, you better rug up tonight. You better come in full song. and you better get ready to wind it up once we do all of our drift battles up the back here tonight for our International Drifting Cup presented by Garrett Advancing Motion. It's going to be a great combination of pure motorsport and outright entertainment. It is virtually a motorsport version of UFC. One-on-one drift battles, and I'm sure you've seen the odd drift battle in the past. Have you ever thought of having a crack at drift, Josh? The cap is the right way round at the moment. You know what, if I look twice back at you, all you need is a few blonde dreadlocks at the bottom and you could be Mad Mike's brother.
Potentially. I'd take some of the merch they've got. But I've done a little bit of drifting, and certainly not competitively, but I'm a dirty hoon deep down. I love sliding a car around. Is that Tsuchiya I can see on camera at the Hyundai zone? So if anyone wants to get a look at Kichi over there, head up to the Hyundai zone, up the South Circuit, up towards turn 4 and 5. But a bit of wind is the best thing for some drifting. It clears the smoke quicker.
It does help you see the battles a little bit better. You know, you get a few one after the other and the smoke doesn't get away. Is that you get the next guy's drifting into nothing. And it is purely, especially here, like, you know, I don't get to see too much of it during the year, but this is a pretty good place at night to really see these battles heat up. And yeah, so make sure that you get plenty of that merchandise. You know what, now's the time to go and grab the hoodie. Let me tell you, you're going to need the hoodie tonight. Geez, we've got some action happening down here on the long shot. Either someone's smoking some meat, or we've got some other issues down there. Something's cooking up down the back there, the old...
Maybe some stationary drifting.
Yes. Look, here we go. So look, we have sharpened our pencil, and we are ready to crack a little bit of that out. Josh is out for the moment to go and maybe just play temporary fire warden and just make sure that thing's not going to catch on. And he'll be back a little bit later on. But yeah, make sure you grab those hoodies with the merchandise while you can, because if you are sticking around like we encourage you all to do tonight, the Garrett Advancing Motion International Drifting Cup up the back, if this breeze is around, you will be feeling it, so make sure you rug up. So Andrew, brilliant, we're back underway here this afternoon. So yeah, news that 968 RP968 is doing a few repairs. What's the news out of these boys?
Yeah, I mean, I think they just had a bit of a struggle last time to get it done, so they're going back out. Hopefully we'll get a good shot this time with the clear track and no more red flags.
Well, this is M-Tron Pro category, so no RP968 this battle, but we will expect to see a little bit out of Tanuki here, and you know what, less traffic, maybe more opportunities for him to get that flying lap in. So he's the first one out here on track. He's going to have plenty of opportunity to do it. But remember, we have seen that headwind come up. So well, I shouldn't say headwind. Depends on where you're standing, I suppose. But this breeze that is running across, well, actually, it's nearly almost going. Well, it's still coming across the track a little bit. So from coming down the main straight from left to right. So anyway, let's just see what Slady does here on a flyer. Watching the aero, here we go. Let's listen to Tanuki all the way around here.
It's a little bit of touchdown there in turn 1 on the tire.
Didn't look too bad through that sector. Andrew brilliant as he starts to bring it down the last couple of corners. Here we go. Looks good, looks good. Tim Slade, he's lighting greens up everywhere. Tim Slade goes minute 20, minute 2:04.56. dang, that's about the damn fastest that thing's ever gone.
That is a new record for the car.
Minute 20.456, so that has set the new benchmark for this car, and that is the quickest time it's ever done around Sydney Motorsport Park, period.
That is a big step for them. That is a huge story for them.
Well driven Tim Slade, by the way.
Absolutely.
Here comes Dale Maloney. Let's go for a bit of VR 35, shall we? VQ 35, ready? Hasn't been a bad lap here for this car. I tell you what, Robert Ewan really getting the best he can out of this package. An impressive vehicle, is it not? Still as ageless as it was the first day it was brand new.
That was a special car in GT in those days as well. It was sort of had a legendary story of downforce back then.
All right, let's see what Robert Ewan can get out of it here as he flies it through. It already went 39.231, 38.573. So what a good number for him too. Minute 38.573. And here we go, Tim Slade, minute 24.56. That'd be the quickest Slade he's been around here too.
Oh, that is awesome. I think that's just a big story for everyone involved.
I hope these guys are happy with that achievement, because you know what, we haven't seen anyone really go 19s other than the Porsche, so it's a hell of a thing to know about.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they made some setup changes. I think they're starting to dial the car in, and I think that a 19 is very realistic for them tomorrow.
Oh well, 19 anything to actually see. Eventually more than one car ever run a minute 19 something's very impressive, right. And that is knocking on the door. Minute 24.56, and as we've already heard from a few of these drivers, and even Luffy alludes to it when he talks to them about it, how much more is left with it, because you know infinitely you can have another 100 horsepower if you want.
Yeah,
it's 4/10. You can have the horsepower you want. It's like, where do you want to fit it in to let the rest of the car not let the horsepower upset the rest of the car.
Sure.
So they want all that speed, carrying ability through the corners. They need that grip level, but where are you going to find 4/10?
Yeah.
If you've got an attack effort of a certain amount, where do you want the power in between that to try and find your 4/10? Because that'll bite you the other way around.
Yeah. Or if you lose the reliability, you have a hand grenade and you can't make all the sessions you need.
And you know, to use all that horsepower for niceness instead of evil.
Absolutely.
And it can bite you, as we've seen horsepower bite a few guys. Gorgeous car, and as you said, you know, it was a pretty big thing when it came out, the GT300, and it's a fantastic car. And here's another fantastic story, because he's got the hot news from Tanuki's pits. Luffy, you've got him down there.
Yeah, I'm down here with Tim Slade. 1 minute 20.46. That's the fastest this car's ever gone. Clearly the fastest you've ever gone around Sydney Motorsport Park. Tell us what it felt like, and most importantly, how much more has this car got left in it for tomorrow?
Feels fast. Yeah, it's pretty brutal in these cars. I guess they're so stiff, a massive amount of grip, so teeth chattering stuff. Yeah, there's definitely more in it. We tried a different tyre this morning. It wasn't quite as good, so we're back on the tyre that we done most of our running on, and car definitely feels a lot better. So I think there's still a bit of time in me. I think we could probably dip into the 19s. Not sure if we'll have quite enough for the Porsche, but yeah, it's a hell of a lot of fun, and I guess the main objective for this weekend was to go faster than what it's been before. So it's nice to tick that one off and yeah, see how much more we can get.
Well, fingers crossed tomorrow, mate. Look forward to seeing you back out there.
Yeah, how about that one? So the hot news there, Tim Slakewick, has he ever been around there, and bringing in that physical aspect about that these things aren't a peach to drive at all. You know you're in something. And you know what? You can only feel more human when you realise just how much more of everything mechanical around you is dominating you. How do you gel with something that's trying to resist you so badly? And you just got to give them the same set of basic controls that you use in any other vehicle and go, right, I must control you.
Yeah.
To the best of my skill, I must control what this thing has become. And you can see Slatey sort of a little bit disassociating himself with the machine. Like he said, it's not pretty. It's not a pretty thing to drive.
Well, we could see it a little bit from out here, like what he can't see in the cockpit.
Oh! Sorry, I got a bit excited there, only because we saw Yusaku's son just do something crazy there. We're going to have to catch that on the replay, I'm sure. But the best thing he could do for the RB Racing team from Japan, Shibata Yusaku, decided to just go exit stage left. Because we just caught that coming onto the final turn there, Andrew. We just got a little bit distracted. See if we can grab a replay there from what happened to our friend there. He was on a flyer. Yusaku had gone a minute 32.92.
I wonder if he just pulled it into the pits at the last second, or did something go wrong there?
I saw air under the back of that car. I am sure we saw the back of that car. Here we go. So here's the replays. He comes onto the main straight here. Now he pushes still here, onto the throttle here, gets some oversteer, gets a double hit at the apex, and it still didn't want to turn. So then it is out on the ripple strip, and look at him trying to bring it back here. Then it goes bang, bottoms off. There we go. There, yeah, it did. It just bucked him right out of there. It was at a...
Yeah, you got to bring that in.
He was trying to get through that corner, still under power, and ran out of room.
That was some quick decision making there.
That was very, very quick decision there, and hats off to Shibata Yusaku that you survived that. But yeah, that is a peach of a vehicle, is it not? It's just So on the outside looking in, when you go to invest as a manufacturer into a Super GT program, how many zeros do we put on the end of the budget for that sort of thing? Is it it's a multi-million-dollar path, is it not?
Yeah, well, that was actually the first car done in the new wind tunnel facility at the Nissan Technical Center.
Right.
So that was a $30 million wind tunnel.
All right, let's start with the $30 million wind tunnel. Right, tick. Right, what else did we do towards the Super GT Nissan? So that was Nissan's brand new $30 million wind tunnel, and that's gone in it. Now, there's some good stories coming out of here, and Luffy's even got more for us down out of pit lane.
Yeah, from the $30 million wind tunnel, also our $30 million commentator up there in Diggles.
Gosh.
But I was just having a chat to the guys. So these guys also had a tail shaft drama this morning, so they've missed part of the day, but the car's back together. They're really happy with where the car is. But the interesting thing is when we've spoken about tyre development and obviously going to the slick tyres for this year, remembering this is the only car in the field that was ever designed to run on a slick tyre. Obviously GT300s, they race on the slick tyre over there in Japan. So last year when this car ran, they had a lot of troubles trying to sort of develop the car and make it work on the groove tyre. So this car, it's kind of coming home now, being back out on that slick.
No, that is good, isn't it? It's amazing how things just, stay the same, but yet we change, we evolve. And that is an interesting little fact there that, yes, this car had to adapt itself to even be a part of our program the last few years. It had to adorn something it never had done before. But now it's just right at home. We can put them slicks on it and just let it loose. And honestly, how do we compare with that? What do you do for an encore? We'll find out shortly after a break here at Sydney Motorsport Park. More coming up from our Open and Pro categories and Pro-Am of the World Time Attack Challenge. See you soon.
Are you after quality performance products for your car? Talk to the people that speak your language. At highoctanedirect.com, we bring you the best deals on all the top brands. Tomei, Turbo Smart, Hypertune, Nitto, HKS, Greddy, PPG, Haltech, Extreme Clutch, and much, much more. highoctanedirect.com, your gateway to automotive performance.
Now that you've got the power, let Haltech control it with our complete vehicle control solutions. Haltech have a wide range of vehicle management systems, solid-state power distribution devices, and display dash solutions. With Haltech, your engine has never been in better hands. Whether you're building a Time Attack Monster, a Street Warrior, or a Resto Mod Cruiser, with Haltech, we've got you covered. For more information, visit haltech.com or visit your local Haltech dealer.
What a beautiful Friday afternoon. Sorry, thank you. A beautiful Friday afternoon. We are into our last session of the day, the Ford GCG Open anyway. And joining me on the mic now, Eric Sue is back. And Eric, it's time feels like it's going faster yet so slow at the same time. It's a weird day. I just don't want it to end.
But you know, the crowd's out there getting it's really busy over there. There's a lot of people now.
Well, I think the reality is Friday, only so many people can come to a Friday event, and then, you know, whether they knock off early and then take in a little bit of the evening, and then tomorrow I hope the rest of them will turn up, and, you know, we want to fill this place. We want that pit walk to be as busy as ever, and I just can't wait. And it's so good that you guys have made the effort to come from all the way from the other side of the world. And, you know, it's just one of those things that we all look forward to. It is almost like it's like an automotive Christmas, isn't it? It's Christmas
Yes,
in
it
September, really. It really is. And you know what? And even for the new people, and you know what? You guys are veterans. You and Andrew, you've been to a few of them. But look at all our American visitors that are turning up. Cole's probably been spreading the word as well over in America. So you're going to come. This is cool. And they're all going to go back and they're all going to tell their friends. And I just think we might get invaded, and that's a good thing. Like, let's bring them all out.
Yeah, I saw a bunch of Americans that I didn't even know were coming.
Is that right?
Yeah,
is that right?
That was really nice surprise.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is what it's all about. Tourism, motoring tourism, and Destination New South Wales World Time Attack at Sydney Motorsport Park. What better way to spend a weekend in September? Johnny Healy is out there punting around. We heard Owen scream past there in the 200SX in the background, but all eyes are back on this Datsun 1600. It's had the vandalism paint removed. He now knows that he needs to get rid of every windscreen channel around the rear windscreen trims. There could be half a second in the windscreen trims on this car. That paint, obviously, we saw it twice coming out. He's pushing. Johnny Healy, you heard him in the interview say that if he had a faster driver in it, that this thing could peel out a 30-something. So I don't doubt it at all. Healy's gone 40.433, so he does think there's a 30 in it somewhere. He might just get it himself there. You never know. Entrant 42 out there now, just with us. Justin Gorjanix, the MRS, Close Enough Racing. Now, that name is very familiar. We've had him running before in the MRS, but here he is now having his first crack from memory here today. Have not seen him. Have a look at our open class platforms come up there. Skyline GTR, Evo, Sylvia, Evo 7, Evo 6, S15, R32, Evo 7, and a couple of Rexes at the back.
That's all your favorite street cars.
Just about every single favourite one, which are now so collectible and so expensive, it's ridiculous.
That they are.
They are super ridiculously expensive. So we've got Pasman out on track, Sabelic out on track, Healy, as we've seen, Bishop as well. Owen puts one through, minute 47.484. We see a flying lap for him. And earlier 46.443 there for Owen, so he's just throwing in a settler there.
It turns out Bishop missed the first session, but he's going to put on a set of new tires for this one.
Oh, yep, splashing out and splurging. Gorjaniques just scored a minute 43.476, so that's the best for the MRS this weekend. But then again, if it's only the first couple of laps, have a look at that. It says lap 2. That's all he's had so far. Healy's had 10 laps in the 1600, and he's gone another PB. And there's his 30. Hey, he wanted a 30 out of this car. He just went minute 38. That's a PB for the 1600. Minute 38.975. Johnny Healy, you got what you wanted. Got what you wanted. That was quick. Maybe it was the paint. I don't know. Entrant 48, that's John Sabelic now in the Supra. What was his lap? 46.64, so a little bit off his earlier minute 44.118. But good sectors there for the MRS, and minute 38 for him. Healy, yeah, 38.975. Sorry, Gorjanique's minute 43, sorry. Owen, that earlier one there for Hooper, minute 35.051. Hooper's come out of nowhere with a good one. Hooper's come out of nowhere with a good one. We didn't see him just do that, Hooper, but there it is. So Liam Hooper in the WRX has been operating under the radar and peels out a good one for him. 35.051 puts him in the mix. Minute 45.139 for Owen, so that's another improve for him. So he's lighting up some green here this afternoon. Yeah, maybe it's just coming back for some of them, Eric.
Yeah, I was talking to him earlier. He was working on his braking points for turn 1 and stuff, so I'm sure it's going to get quicker.
I know we've had the breeze blowing around. There is a slight element of wind chill factor there, so yeah, maybe we are a little bit up on horsepower. 45.139, yeah, we saw there for Owen. Through there, and as we said, a good one there for Healy, minute 38.975. Gorjanique's minute 43.476. Hooper, minute 35.051. But right now, our eyes are out there on Liam Hooper for one more lap just to see whether or not, as we said, some of these guys, they are finding that, a change in that tyre strategy gives them another lap or so that they can really find more grip.
Yeah, the flats seem to be blowing almost like a tailwind, too.
It's doing all sorts of crazy things. And obviously it varies on how it affects every car by, its overall weight and wheelbase and setup. So let's just see, he's still trying here. I mean, he is trying. That'd be a fun thing to drive. Listen to that thing going.
Oh, yeah.
He is trying very hard here, Hooper, to do better than the 35.051. He'd love a 34-something. We haven't seen Brandis out as yet with the 34.504, but Hooper's trying to belt out another good time here. He's still trying, he is still pushing. Still push for Hooper halfway through the last turn.
He's in a bit better control this time.
Has he lit up anything green? Not really that I can see, but you know what? It might just throw us out of timing right now. Let's just see Hooper's fly there for him. Didn't see it. 35.051, nothing else. There we go, 34. There it is. It just popped up late. 34.868 is an improvement for Hooper. So Hooper puts it up a little bit now, but yeah, still 3/10 away from Brandis in 7th. But geez, that's a good run for Hooper. I'm glad they're finding what they want out there. And I don't think we're done yet. For a few other guys are trying, like right now, Darren Bishop here on screen.
Looks like he's pushing this lap.
He is green in 2 sectors there. He went minute 31.819. So let's just see whether he can get it a 30-something. Here we go. Oh, no, yeah, 31.976. That's 2 tight laps alongside each other. So, still got to be happy with that grouping. It's hard to PB every single lap you do in your life. And, sometimes you've got to push as well. And as we spoke to Josh earlier on today about, you might know a corner where you weren't as quick as you were, so you've just got to cop it and go, well, you know what, that was still a good consolation lap. And I think sometimes they know which corner they stuffed up, so they almost give 11/10 the last however corners they've got, try and compensate for the bad corner.
Right.
It's like drive it like you've never driven it before for the last 4 corners because you stuffed up that corner.
That's all you could. With time attack, you only have 2 laps, right? I mean, 2 laps of good tire temperature.
Well, that's it. And if if your little window runs out, it's a little hard to try and peg that back.
Exactly.
You've almost got to wait nearly a whole day or another session to try and do it again.
Yep.
They do get enough time on track, which is good, you know, but you also don't want to be held up too much in traffic. So that sort of on-track stuff, you know, doesn't play a huge part, but we have seen it turn up once in a while where it's like didn't quite get enough room to pull off what you wanted to do.
Yep.
And you know, when you rattle off 11 corners so randomly and recklessly, you don't know that guy's 3 corners ahead of you decides to call it quits, and by the time you get him, just at that one moment where it counts, he's only, you know, he's a foot away where he shouldn't be, and you ruin your lap.
Yeah, it's total bad luck.
Yeah, so I mean, it is a little roll of the dice sometimes to get that. Now look, it's like we're all trying to find a bit of room. We know that Bishop here on screen is probably trying to cool it down. We know we've got the S15 behind us there, which I think would like to get a flyer in. And, you know, now's a good time to sort of warm her up to try and get it into that, let's do another flying mode. And he's pushing here again. He's not giving up on this one either. I think he's winding up for one more tilt. And why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? The checkered flag's out, so guess what? Fun's over. How about that? Because you know what? You can't know inside unless you physically set a timer inside for how long the session is supposed to be. You wouldn't know that you're nearly out of time.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have started a hot lap like that. You would have called it quits. But then when you're ready to go, the checkered flag's there. What can you do?
Yeah, well, if you had a radio, the crew could be telling you.
Yeah, no, that's a point too. Sometimes that information comes in handy, but I was ready for one more flying one from him. I was enjoying his intent. I wanted to see exactly what he was up to.
Yeah.
But we don't have to wait too much longer to see a little bit more of our GCG Open class of 2023. That's Shane Brandon going to have a go here shortly by the look of it. And look, no big improvements there. However, I do see a certain GTR. There it is, and the man that's just come out of, you know, Tanuki, he's got to get in this thing and, you know, plug the brain back in and focus on what this car gives him back as far as feedback's concerned.
Yeah, it's got a load of different calibration in the brain.
Honestly, like, I couldn't even imagine how you go to, I know it's all seat time and that you would, you know, it's the same track, only minutes apart from when you were in a completely different vehicle, completely different setup.
Yeah.
You know, we've gone from a probably 1,400 horsepower V6 rear-wheel drive car that might be a couple of 100 kilos lighter and more aero, and then you hop in a car that's four-wheel drive, maybe similar horsepower,
similar power,
but then,
four-wheel drive.
Then that different feedback that the car gives you.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You know, you've got to wring the neck of one of them, and then, you know, you've just got to hold on to the neck for the next one and ride it. But we'll find out shortly. And you know what? I think we want to open the mic up a little bit for some of these screaming RBs. But between then and there, we've got more information from Warren Luff in the pits.
Yeah, look, as you said, touched on it earlier, Tim Slade back in the Extreme GTR now, going from rear-wheel drive in Tanuki into this all-wheel drive, both putting out about similar kind of horsepower, but obviously that's guys like Tim Slade, they're in and out of cars all the time, so it'd be interesting to see what they can do. Obviously, we saw Nathan Morecambe in that last session go incredibly close, and he sort of threw down the gauntlet saying that he was coming after Tim Slade in this next session, so it'll be interesting to see as track conditions, it's starting to cool off a little bit. Ambient temperature is dropping, but again, this wind is still going to create some kind of drama for these guys out here. It'll be interesting to see whether Nathan Morecambe can topple Tim Slade in this session.
Yeah, it's a good yarn. It's a good yarn. We love that, Warren. I love that. You know, he remembers Nathan wanted to race. I'm coming for you, and you know, we're going to talk up that battle here. You know, a good battle at a distance, if you may. It's all going to be about how much track area you get in order to execute the set plan. But, yeah, this is an exciting period of the afternoon, and I don't mind that they're in the same kind of group and the same kind of session, but this could be one that we might just see a little bit of a tickle. No one's expecting anyone to go too fast, but look what we saw in the previous session. We saw a lot of people light the green up, and who says that this one, Brandis, hasn't got a little bit more the more laps they put into this car. So Lane Brandis coming out in this session too. All of our different combinations. If you love a good Nissan, you're going to have plenty in here. I think we better let a few RBs sing in here.
That's a great idea.
We just might have to let these things sing. There's Cole out there having a go down too. He's driving the Olin's Alcon STI. Johnny Boston out there. Can he grab another second somewhere out of this car? Who knows? But that he's in third at the moment out of the group. So Slade, Morecambe, Boston, Bishop, Ashton, Ewan, Brandis, Hooper, Brandon and Powson, our top 10 so far in GCG Open. But this is their last session of the day where they can put a number on. They just got to find some space to execute the plan. So this would all be about you getting that last bit of tyre temperature up, trying to get that brake temperature up. But yeah, keep your eyes peeled for Tim Slade shortly. Warren, what do you got down there?
Yeah, I got some good news from down here in pit lane. We spoke to Mike Burrows with the Stanceworks Ferrari here behind us this morning. They had gearbox problems, stripped second gear, huge amount of problems, and he was doubtful they'd be able to get going. Well, as you can see, there's a huge amount of activity going on behind me here. Had to talk to the guys a little earlier. They've found the parts that they need, so really excited to see this car back out there tomorrow. I'm sure if Enzo Ferrari was looking down to see one of his old Ferraris with about 1,000 horsepower in it, he'd be definitely having a big smile right about now.
But you know what, I think if he's looking down too, he'll remember the name Honda. He'll know where he saw them in Grand Prix racing in the 1960s, so he knew they were coming. I think Enzo would have had an eye on the competition even back in the 1960s, but yet to see an evolution like that, you know, the K-Swap, the mighty K-Series. Again, where does that engine go in the history of all Honda engines? When, of course, you know, you've had a deep affinity with all sorts of motorsports and manufacturers, but, geez, Honda's done some good engines over the years.
Yeah, I think the K is like the embodiment of the ultimate Honda engine, right? Like, it's so well loved across everyone's doing swaps, right? K-swaps.
But remember, it all came out of a production car. You know, the 24, the 24s came out in mass-produced vehicles of all different evolutions. And you know what? All they were trying to do was power their passenger fleet, and then actually, you know, the hot rodders get on them and go, "Gee, stop building these amazing design engines because I want to rev this thing to 10," and they will go for your life. And here we go. I just love it. Just love every evolution that's gone through there. And even here now, a scream there as I think we just heard Tim Slade go for a settler out there. Oh, we've got Ewan out there as well. So we're keeping an eye on here our Evo Lancer, but we've got Cole going through in the background, Ewan in the background, Brandis in the background. But we are just focusing on what Shane Brandon's going to give us here because he is in the mix here in that top 10. Got a fair bit of stuff, including Benny Tran up in here, because we haven't seen Mr. Tran. We haven't seen too much of Benny Tran in the Integra, so it's maybe his time to just remind us who the hell he is in this class, because we know that thing is capable of
He's
making
green in the first
steps.
two sectors as well.
All right, so Tran, he is going green in various areas. Let's see how the rest of the lap comes. We'll be watching in the background. Here he comes now, Benny Tran. Oh, something's come off. It could be the belt. I see a belt come out from under the car. I just caught something with a little green strip on it, but that thing is not making maybe the power that it has in the past, and that's still, for him, a 31.124, virtually coasting the whole length of the straight. So running, I would hazard, what I saw there was like a belt. It looked like a belt.
It might have been a supercharger belt.
And because they are notoriously supercharged, a lot of the BYP Hondas, they supercharge them. The magic belt, when that thing comes off, and we're back to an NAK series, which still ain't no slouch, by the way. So even on the engine, it still had plenty. Flying here through for Newen, minute 28.776. So yeah, Newen got a good one down. Boston's out there as well. Brandis goes 35.277 as their first lap of this session, but an improvement there. Here comes another one now flying through. Cole goes minute 34.665. So Cole gets himself up into to ninth there. Hooper now in 10th. Here comes Boston on another flyer. Boston goes 31.235. What else we saw in there was Trans. I can't believe Trans coasting, minute 31.124. I mean, it was literally coasting. It's now not more, it's doing less than coasting. It's clunked.
Yes.
It's kaput out the side there. Now, look, I don't know what happened to the whole combo, but when the belt comes out, I mean, that thing was on a march up till then. He'd nearly run out of gears coming down onto the main straight. Yep. We see the belt come out. We see the progress diminish. He's looking in the car, trying to get some sort of indication of what's happened. Probably didn't catch the belt coming out the back like we did, and still goes 31.124.
Amazing.
I wonder if we got the replay of him when it came out onto the main straight, because that was the biggest clue we had of why that Integra is banked over on the side there after that run. So, I mean, he was on some good numbers. He'd lit all the sessions up there, and then here it was ready to go, whether it was wheel spin, I don't know what it was, but he was pegging that thing, and you can see it start to flap under there, and then out it comes. You get a glimpse, that internal glimpse of the green, which I know some of the high-performance blower belts have got something like that on them. Are we back to live? I think we are. So the thing might have... No, it's not. This is where it's just come down, and he's decided to park it here. So this is where he's come down the end of our Advan corner. And, you know, there's just no way you can sneak back into the pits from there, so he's had to put it over to the side. But that's an absolute shame, because up till then I still couldn't believe my eyes, because he was coasting Eric for a while, and then the timers rolled down to a 31.12. That's got to be one of the quickest roll-off laps I've ever seen. So that was on an absolute charge.
Run out of turn one, and, you know, maybe the TC kicked in and it caused the belt to fly off. I'm not totally sure.
All right, we've got live pictures from Luffy. What's happening in the pits?
Yeah, just had an update from the guys down here. The rear head drain has come off. When they came in, this thing was smoking quite bad, and you could definitely get that smell of oil coming from out under the bonnet. There's a huge amount of activity, people sort of moving around and everything like that, but one of the guys just gave us that little bit of an update, so hopefully they can get this fixed. I don't know whether they'll get back out in this session, but we'd love to see this car back out there tomorrow.
Yeah, look, you know, some of these things, there are these, just the odd little niggly fitting that will, you know, catch you out sometimes and rattle loose. And as we know, these things aren't built for comfort; they're built for speed. So yeah, they're going to be hard on everything if it's a fitting or something like that. They're talking about a rear head drain.
Yeah, that particular fitting is really hard to reach. It looks like he's down there with a mirror even.
Yeah, you know what? These they're gorgeous, gorgeous vehicles in every single way, but geez, there's some little fiddly bits on it where it's like if that goes wrong, it's like all of a sudden it is surgery. It is a form of surgery. You don't want to pull engines out or have to do anything like that. You'd almost try and cut a hole in the firewall just to get to it. You know what I mean? For sure. What do we do to go in for the operation? Well, I think if we can open the firewall up, we can get some access. But that's whatever that is, they're going to try and solve that out. But you can even see there the mechanics were on it there, and he's trying. Especially when you're trying to diagnose a leak, you just got to try and see where it stops. Look in one area and then say, well, where do we find the source? Where exactly is it doing it? Could have it been doing it from a drain? Has it pushed a gasket out? Has it done something else? You know, we can track, especially if you are doing, you know, 200, 300k an hour down a straight and through corners, a leak that starts, you don't know sort of exactly where it might have begun from. But if you're smelling that, you're getting a little bit of fuming and smoke, you've just got to err on the side of caution and go after it, because you certainly don't want to drive it again until that's solved. That's a shame, absolute shame. I mean, he put on a lap which I just thought was going to light us up there, Benny Tran. It's still popping up on our screen here, like it was quick in all the sectors. And then for that last sector where it just, we saw that belt or some rubber device or something coming out the back of the car. But look, we'll get to the bottom of what's happened there. And Warren, you got more information for us coming from pit lane?
Yeah, I'm here with Michelle Guy, the owner of this beautiful Extreme GTR. Not quite like what we'd like to see, where it comes in with a bit of smoke, but obviously this car, it's been around for a little while now. Obviously we've had some great success. How confident are you the guys will get it back out there for tomorrow?
Very, very confident. Yeah, we've got a great team. We've got the best there is, I think, on board at the moment. So it's taken me a while to get there, but I think that we'll be fine. We'll get there.
Yeah, I was talking to Tim earlier. He loves driving this car, and we know that it's got a huge amount of untapped potential. So fingers crossed you guys can get back out there tomorrow, and look forward to seeing it back out there.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, it's a tribute. You know, we've not been known for years, Australia, as the quickest, home of the quickest GTRs in the world. And, you know, whether it's circuit track, drag strip, whatever, we seem to be holding our own. And, you know, that is just one of the baddest 32s that you'll see anywhere in the world, hands down. And, yeah, just sometimes can just be nobbled by that one errant little fitting that happens, and then Eric pipes in straight away to go, oh yeah, that one's a hard one to get to. I like that we can tap into other guys' info straight away. You know exactly what they're talking about there.
I know exactly.
And that's not an easy get to down there, is it?
Not normally, especially with the engine shifted back like that.
Yeah, no, it's tight in there. It's tight in there. We are just going to keep an eye on what's happening here in pit lane. But you know what? Let's go back down memory lane. We don't have to go back too far. But let's just take us a little bit step back to some other activities that we have seen here today. You want to see a lap? We'll give you a lap right now. Ladies and gentlemen, can't get sick of seeing this thing. boy, oh boy, oh boy. I mean, it's like you're watching the fastest video game you've ever played, and that is not a game. That was a real deal. The quickest time attack car, quickest car around Sydney Motorsport Park. They've got it, the first ever minute 18, and how good did it look. Eric, Sue, you and I just sitting back there watching it, and even Eric, after we've seen it a couple of times today, just marvels on how bold, you know, and how confident that he is through turn one, and just flat through turn one, and but just full confidence in the car. Crazy. You never get sick of seeing that lap. That's pretty much, well, I should say one perfect lap. It's a perfect lap, but it's not one perfect lap yet, because as they keep saying, there's another tenth or something around there. There could be, and they're working hard to get that fixed. I love this car, and Newen is driving it here this weekend. It's this fantastic Dream Project S15. Newen goes through and does a lap, minute 29.082. He's been 28.776 in the car, but it's a gorgeous thing. Here's the Team Brandis from WA. Let's pick up on some screaming RB here for the afternoon. Screaming RB on a Friday afternoon, because you know why? I live in Australia, where we can do that. That's the automotive freedom. I'll be able to hear a screaming RB on a Friday afternoon for all of its citizens and for those watching around the world. And the RB, it will live forever as one of those legendary engines. And the S chassis, as we can see here, that'll live for a long time as well, because again, Nissan were on a tear with these sorts of cars. They were building beautiful vehicles, and they are going to forever be emulated. Long after the manufacturer have done with them on a racing program, it's up to the rest of the world to take up what was there and race with it, because honestly, there's only so many platforms that are as successful as the ones we're seeing here, and it's going to be a long time before we see other platforms emerge that can be as dominant as what we're seeing.
I think that Dream 15 S15 might be, the Dream Factory S15 might be the one to watch. I mean, he's right up there time-wise.
Well, he went that 28.776 there before, so if they can piece it all together, it's going to be another good result, and you don't know where it might end up. If that's it, so he goes 28.776, so he's actually on the podium already, and really he's the closest, I shouldn't say threat, because Morecambe and Slade at the moment kind of seem like they're out on their own little battle there, but it's just how the rest of, let's just say that five. And when you think about that, now that Benny Tran threw in a 31.1, gets him in the shootout, unless something happens between now and tomorrow afternoon, where a 31.124 is not enough to get into that top five, because I know that if you go and go a 31.1, look at the gorgeous jewellery. Now, that's man jewellery right there.
Absolutely.
That's man jewellery. You know, I don't want handbags and too many flash things. Some people like those things. I like those things. Yeah. They're nice things.
The thing with that engine bay is when you look up close, it's actually very nicely done.
I like all of that. I like the neat engineering, the packaging, and you know what? Everyone's just got to. Even some people go to the extent of how they want it to look, what colour they want. What do you paint? What do you coat? You know, what do you make out of carbon? What do you keep in sheet metal? And the whole packaging deal. You know, you wouldn't see too many where you go, that's identical to that one, or that's identical to that one, because every time you go and have a look at one, they're not all, you know, the turbochargers all aren't in the exact location as each other. The intercool angle, all of that stuff, everything, the piping diameter. Like, you can go through all of these pits and everyone's got a different philosophy on what works. But then when you come to the end of it, all of these philosophies are great, but then you throw 2/10 per second over 5 people or whatever. And you go, well, mate, that's... You can get it a whole lot of different ways, you know. It's variety with parity. It's hard to do that in motorsport, variety with parity. And, you know, we don't wave the rule book too heavy around here, especially when you put one rule in there, unlimited engine modifications. I like that rule. That's a good one.
It's the best rule.
It's a good thing. It is a good thing. We are in Plasma Man Pro-Am. And we have got a little bit more unfinished business to do here. And it's going to be interesting to see how the rest of it runs out this afternoon. Eric Zhu, thanks for your input and feedback. And, well, overall, man, you're just an easy bloke to talk to. You're a car guy like the rest of us. And he liked that man jewellery as much as I did when we saw it come up there. And helpful hints too about, you know, cylinder head drains on RBs. I never knew they were going to be that hard, but he go, we just needed someone with an extra opinion. Go, oh yeah, that's going to be a hell of a thing to fix. So that's it. But it's good. All of this info, honestly, we're tapping into so much information from all of our great broadcast team here today. It's great to have Andrew Brilliant back from A&B Aero, and you've calmed the nodules down a bit, mate. Still, or you're still buzzing with what you're seeing out there?
Oh, I think this is really exciting year this year. I think Pro-Am is what I'm just super locked onto right now. I just love how we're having a potential three-way battle here. That's a rare thing to have, maybe even four-way. So I'm just looking forward to see how things go.
Yeah, it's a tough little group here. Jason Rex has just rolled through in the background trying to see whether or not his 32055's any improvement there to have from him. Out there, Nunzio Galino in the Evo 10, I've just heard popping past us here. I mean, he literally popped past. We've got Handmer out there as well, so that's entrant 25. Andrew Handmer in the SX Developments, Sylvia. So we've got all sorts of combos out there. Malone, I think we've just heard Malone out there in his car, that V6. So it is an interesting little battle, this group. Plasma Man Pro-Am. I think we've got him in 2 groups here, so let's just see how they go. It's everything from Ferris Kortumi's minute 27.567, Drew Hall minute 28.30, 28.46 for Wayne Lee. So Tanuki's going to pop up in here, we hope. Richard Perini minute 30.109, so close to a minute 20 something for the Ginetta, and then Tetsuhiro Kurikawa minute 31.24, oh so close to a minute 2 something for the RX-7 as well. Dream Racing. Having to listen for a little bit of effort here from Jason Rex. Pushing the 35 out. Now, look, not lighting anything up green there yet. Nothing's alluding us too much to any improvement so far. But, hey, let's give the guys a chance. Give them a lap or so. Get themselves into a groove. Let them get settled. Rex was good on that last session by the look of it. Oh, how's this for a recovery? Now, this is the Ginetta that lit up. As he said, he lit the firebomb up in the lanes. I think he said the dump pipe or something. A little bit of the exhaust came off, started to cook the inside bodywork and started a fire.
That's not been too bad.
And then he had to hit the, as he said, he had to hit the fire bottle. He'd rather hit it in the pit lane than out on the track. Nunzio Galino is at Evo 10 we're looking at there. So welcome, Nunzio. And he's having a hell of a good time out there. Now, look, where did Galino go before? He's gone minute 34.422. So he's in 10th overall so far in the Plasma Man Pro-Am class. And, you know, they like to think they've all got a little bit of unfinished business. Oh, that sounds so sweet. The GT300 car, Malone, probably ready on a fly. There's a few of them starting to gear themselves up. You don't go out there for a bit of circulation and a conversation, do you? Yeah. You're going out there to just try and knock a 10th off or something.
I think we're probably trying to feel out a bit. You know, there's a tipping point where the track starts to cool off. You know, there's a peak temperature that happens in the late afternoon. So it could start heating up, start cooling off, and the lap times heat up. But we'll see how it goes.
Well, you know, I think, you know, if we do get this cool change in, you know, we get that slight drop in air temperature, is that, you know, we're all up on a bit of horsepower.
Yeah.
We're all up on a little bit more. Sometimes that's just the eclectic mix you need. Handmer goes minute 35.677, so that's the best for him. Rex goes minute 31.561, so there's some all green zones for everyone. So That's not a bad improvement there either. So 31.561, the best one there for Rex. So that's 6 so far. Now here goes Galino trying to improve. He's been quicker in the second sector. And Galino goes, 32.941. So Galino improves as well. That's even tight down to 9th and 10th there, Plowman and Galino. So good, impressive movements there by some of our competitors in this class. Handmark, well, he did all right there in the 180SX. Here he is again.
Running on probably the same tires from last year, knowing.
Yeah, is that right? Is that right?
Is that going to go?
Let's see what he gets up to here. We've got Shaw out there now as well, which is entrant 21, and Anthony Shaw in that G50, Janetta. I'd like to know what's in that G50. I did have a bit of a look before, but we'll get more info a bit later. But Warren Luft out in pit lane with more updates.
Yeah, look, just been talking to the guys at Extreme GTR again, and we actually have the fitting in question that's caused the problem. So what it basically is where it screws in there, the oil fitting comes through. There's a small little grub screw that goes in the top there. We always talk about in motorsport a $2 part that let things down. The little grub screw came out. The O-ring fitting that goes in there for the oil line came out, and that's the problem. So they're confident they'll get it fixed, no problem. They've just got to wait for it to cool down now.
Yeah, that's right. The car would have been up to war temperature, but how about that little grub screw? Like, you know, you can't plan for those sorts of things. Just when you think you have to over-engineer everything, and then you've got to over-engineer a grub screw for it to rattle loose, and that's all it takes. It's that tiny little part on it that just lets something go. And you know what? The results can be way more than just the smoke in the car, or thing can light up when it was to come loose. And it wasn't detected. Oh, look at him halfway through the corner. You're right. Those tyres might be just near the end of them yet. Might be near the end of them. But let's have a look. He's lit up. He's lit up a session there where it's a little bit better, Handmer. But let's see what the backup run is here for him. Hey, 34.959. Maybe he's just getting started.
Yeah.
Maybe he's just getting started, because that look, loose is fast in that case, because that was a little bit loose, but he was fast. Like that time doesn't lie.
Yeah.
Handmer found something there, like maybe driving it on its tippy toes. He did a great job. And Shaw's now out here to maybe start something. It was really good in the second sector. Malone's going to give us a bit more V6 love here in a sec. Let's have a listen. And remember, these guys, don't they still run the small intake restrictors on these things? I mean,
he would have taken those off.
We can unbottle them a little bit there. We can unbottle them, yeah, because they, they were forced to run to a certain sort of horsepower limit, just about.
Yeah, they were really heavily limited.
So they were a heavily restricted car, in order to remain competitive. And that's one way they seem to regulate motorsport to keep it clean, is they just give you a designated airbox inlet and inlet to intake orifices that you've got to run with, and that's it. If it makes the racing tighter, that's good. But, outright performance, things should do that forever then. If it's at the throttle like that, you wouldn't think there's too much stress on everything.
Yeah, and the name of that class was GT300, so it was meant to be limited to 300 horsepower. They were a bit more than that, but...
No, we don't. No apologies need to be made for the sound of these things. They are gorgeous things to sound, to listen to. Oh, and we caught him on camera. Dale Malone caught him on camera. Busted.
You jinxed him.
Well, it's the camera, you see. we put the camera on him, and they cook it up. They cook it up a little bit there. But Dale was having a real good crack at a good lap, and it looks like it's just turned turtle on him. He's trying to do a big burnout then, just try and spin it around.
The TC stopped him.
Yeah, is that right? It just stopped him dead, didn't it?
I don't know.
It stopped him. It sensed all that wheel spin and said, nah, you're not having any of it. So here we go, mid-corner. And then it's almost like he gave that a fair pedal before he gave it up, and by then it was already too far around. But, that's what's going to happen when you're still having a fair go out there. But, he's all back and good now. So no 350Zs were harmed in this experiment, and he's going to be okay for the rest of the session. The GCG Open class was good. The Plasma Man Pro-Am class right now still giving us plenty of action, as you can see. And, what we saw today in M-Tron Pro was just fantastic. It's been great all the way through all of our fields today. But this Pro-Am class, it has expanded from what we've seen in the past. Like, that's a pretty healthy field of vehicles there, and we'll nearly be 20 odd that are dabbling in this particular category, and it's a pretty tight group. But some improvements that we did see in there, just incremental improvements. No one jumped over the top of each other performance-wise, but it certainly makes that top 10 and that, more importantly, that top 5 just sharpen itself up a little bit. So, there'll still be a few stanzas in order to try and, execute a little bit better tomorrow. That first session tomorrow morning is going to be, one that we've got to, pay attention to, because that's where it will be ultimately spectacular. And then, if the numbers are going to fall early, I just can't wait until we see how the rest of them try and shuffle to see whether someone else that's not in the 5 gets in there before the end of the day, someone that we don't put our eyes on until later on. And I can tell you already, you can't write this script every year. You just can't write this script. The stuff that's happened today, no one can plan, predict or plot anything in this deal. This deal just throws you up every curveball under the sun.
Motorsport Stories time again.
Thanks for joining us, folks. Thanks for sticking with us. Day 1 here, the Friday at Sydney Motorsport Park. And are you going to throw me a motorsport story out of the blue here?
Yeah. I was just going to, we were off the air.
Yeah, you thought about something.
So I have a good friend. His name is Fuji, who is the driver of that car. And his debut race was 06, and I was there at the race. His first time ever in GT, jumped into this car and just stalled it on his very first second in the car. Every camera in the whole place on it. So Dale, don't feel too bad.
There we go.
That was on camera there.
He was okay. Look, sometimes you are going to have to put yourself in the way of swallowing a bit of pride. But there you go. You remembered that exact moment.
It just brought back memories for me.
Is that right? Yeah. Same car. And,
exact same car.
How old were you back then, mate? Come on, let's tell you. You're only
06. 27.
27-year-old Andrew Brilliant in there. Big moments, and memories stored forever.
Suzuka circuit, had the big eyes. I'm in Japan.
My goodness. Yeah. What a dream, what a journey up to
pouring
there.
Rain. It's pouring rain too.
It wasn't really pouring rain. That doesn't sound surprising.
Just drenched, yeah.
There we go. Amazing days, and that
Eric's laughing because he's got days like that.
Yeah.
Sebring especially, I'm betting. Yeah.
Rainy days, not the best days for there, but no chance of that. We've got some gorgeous Australian sunshine here for the next 24, 48 hours, and a great action this afternoon and the evening, and then tomorrow. Hold on to your hats. It's going to be a big one. Where you've come from to be here, whether you're watching on the live stream right around the world, we thank you for being a part of the class of 2023 here at Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge. We've still got a little bit of Pro-Am thanks to Plasma Man coming out there. There he is, Richard Perini in that Ginetta with that VR38 on board. Is there a 29-something coming out of that car? He's going to have a go. You can be happy with all your PBs until you realise you want another one.
That's an endless story, that one, yeah. PB was over the minute you did it. The next PB's
another PB and another PB and another PB. Oh, Nev. We've got Nev Scott helping out with some spare parts coming and all sorts of things. So there's a few little rescue A few rescue missions happening throughout the place. We are not even on the beginning of a thrash cam out there, honestly. If we had one camera free enough to go around and film some thrash right now, we've got thrash happening. If we started, you know, RP968 and worked our way around, I mean, you know, stance works, you know, if they've done the transmission fix like they have, you would certainly imagine by the, you know that you're in a pretty good country when you break the gearbox in your case-swapped Ferrari in Australia, in a country you've never been, and they go, we can fix it.
Yeah.
That's better roadside assistance than you'll get out of any Ferrari, I think.
That's a very special thing about this event, too. It's just how many people come together to help you when you have trouble. I can't tell you how many times I've been working with teams that have come from overseas, and just the help and the kindness that's come from the community here is just unreal.
Well, you know, I would imagine that there'd be quite a few experts out there in repairing Honda transmissions, and I think that they've jumped on board and taken up that, because, you know what, that'll make great content for Stance Works and everything too, you know. Yeah, and JDM Yard, all the help from the team there that's come and made sure that that car gets what it needs, and you know what, it's an absolute treat. We saw it yesterday rolling around the place, and you know what, I saw it in photos, I saw it on all the press, and I thought, you know what, that, you know, it's an impressive car, but I got the last 5% of how impressed I was with it when I saw it in person. And then you truly appreciate it. And you know what, I think that's the thing about seeing a car in person. You can watch YouTube forever until you see something in person and watch it roll by in front of you that you truly appreciate it for what it is. It's got its own presence that you'll never get on a screen. So what did he do here, Perini? He went out and tried to get himself in. He went, look, he's on a good incremental here. He went minute 30:109. His ultimate goal now, if he could put one through, he's good in this segment too. So let's just have a look how the rest of this lap pans out for the G55. I can see a screamer in front of us there of Drew Hall, but let's have a look at Perini as he goes on through. 29.6.
Oh, he's cracked it.
29.6. Perini gets himself a 29, and it feels so good. I think he wants to go again. Mind you, we've got Drew Hall in there, of course, the Croydon skyline out there. We had someone making all sorts of noise coming past us here.
Sounded like him.
That was Wayne Lee, so that was Tanuki, 27.54 for Tanuki Masters. Tanuki just did that behind us. Wayne Lee, 27.54. Is that right? Wayne Lee, minute 27.54. Is that? We're seeing that on the timing. We heard that behind us. We didn't see that on the camera. We were seeing how these laps were panning out. We saw a PB for Perini, and Andrew Brilliant's got to put on a set of glasses.
I was like,
he's had
that last number right?
He's had to put the glasses on because guess what? Wayne Lee in Tanuki is at the top of the pack in Plasma Man Pro-Am with a minute 27.540. I would say it's almost imminent that there's a Corvette response to that coming, because that was a number that you weren't expecting. I wasn't expecting. You know what? Richard Perini wasn't. Well, I'm sure he was hoping for a 29 something.
I
you know what?
Been hoping. I was hoping.
You were hoping.
Yeah.
You know what? Is he on another crack in gear? Perini, is he trying to get one more lap in there where it's really good? What's better than 1 minute 29 than a 28.7? Hang on, what's happening there? He's wound the dial up. So is Hall. He's wound the dial up. He's ready to try and get a flyer in. We might stay with the screaming up. Oh, I tell you what, we caught the end of Kurakawa in a little bit of shenanigans out near about 5 or 6 there. We caught Kurakawa mid-drift almost just then. It's all happening. Here we are a couple of minutes ago, chilling, Friday afternoon, beautiful day in Sydney, Australia. Then bam, whack, kick. We've got stuff cracking out everywhere. Perini taking nearly 2 seconds off in one session. And then out there, Wayne Lee and Tanuki, boing, #1 spot. And Kurakawa-san playing all sorts of silly tricks around the back behind us.
So
here comes the Corvette's response.
They didn't get the memo, the shootouts tomorrow? We got the shootout today.
No, guess what? They didn't read the memo. I tell you what, Kurakawa, we're keeping an eye on him. Look at the side. Look at the side plates just giving us that spark. He's going to have another crack through here, but there is a Corvette out there that we must track. We're going to hunt the Corvette. It's out there somewhere right now. They're flying out there now. Davidson's out there. Look at this, Wayne Lee. You've got to give that man a round of applause, because you know what? When you chase your dreams, sometimes you get to stand in the middle of them and go, this is the dream. And that's a cracker for him, flying down through. Here we go. All right. Ferris Kortumi getting the hang of this Australian time attack. And he's putting the power down. He's not mucking around either here, this fellow. We are not mucking around out here, ladies and gentlemen. So he is not up in the first sector, but you know what? This thing's got big horsepower from here on end, and there's a little bit of time to stretch its legs. It's got some long corners coming up where he can make all that horsepower count. If he can get out of this corner nice and straight and get that power down, it'll have that 180 plus mile an hour top end charge. He's not bad in the second sector. How does he respond to Wayne Lee all the way from the other side of the world? Kortumi goes through for a minute 27.016 and goes back. Minute 27.016 and goes back to the top.
Wow, his sector 3 was up heaps, so he's cooking some power in that thing.
That is a crazy one for them, and you know what, Tanuki, Wayne Lee, don't get too far out of the seat, because if it feels good, son, do it again. 27.016 from the American within 2 minutes of Wayne Lee's leading. Minute 27.540. Ferris Kortumi goes with not much warm-up. Minute 27.016. You've got to appreciate the skill of the man. You don't know the cut of a guy's jib until he comes and does what he's been doing in another country and does it in your own country to realise, wow, that is one class deal. All right, we need a bit of RB now. Let's get a bit of RB here. Not a bad lap there, a little bit untidy in places, but it's only because it's gifted with so much horsepower. It's about how do you package the whole thing in to be smooth in the middle of all of that when the power's coming on in such a way. But that's not a bad lap he's pieced together here. Drew Hall hasn't really lit up any sort of incrementals that gets us excited, but it's going to be a pretty good fact-finding mission here for him. You notice he's got that paint around the back diffuser, so he is...
Yeah, doing a little bit of flow of his.
Yeah, doing a little bit of flow monitoring. Look, he still picks in a pretty hot bottom half. A PB in the last sector goes 28.562. Geez, if only the rest of that lap was as good, we would have been looking at a different number there. But how's this Andrew brilliant? It's blowing up big in this session already. Yeah. Wayne Lee did a lap that we didn't see, but then you've had to put the old spectacles on to make sure that was exactly what we were seeing, and I had to do it.
It was down to the hundreds.
I'm in here squinting as well, making sure that what we saw was what we saw, but the timers don't lie. Sometimes that stuff just catches us unawares, just pops out and bites us, and then Kortumi nearly did the whole thing undetected as well.
That's right. And I love this time of day. You see the shadows get long, and it's hard to see on the camera, but it's getting a bit darker here, so you start seeing the rotors glow, and and the track starts getting better, and we'll see really good times can come out at the end of the day, like we've seen in the shootouts in the years past.
He wants to have another go here, Drew Hall.
Yeah.
Or it's just one of those guys that gets back to the pits really fast. You know what I mean?
I think you feel it out. Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Like you can cool it down, or you just don't muck around. Have another crack there.
You're on a medium slick tire out there. You can. Those things will do a stint, right? So there's no reason you don't have to. You can keep going.
And again, if he's watching any of the information that he can get live in the car, if anyone had relayed to him that, you know what, that last sector was actually quite quick, you should now try and get the first two sectors to back it up. So let's just see what he does here. We're not lighting anything up here that's grabbing us. And yeah, he is a bit of a fast finisher. There he is.
Oh, there he goes. You're right. He was.
He's into the pits. There's no mucking around.
You called it, buddy.
No mucking around. Yeah. He's just like, you know what, let me hustle back, you know. And sometimes I think that's the best, personally. And I know everyone talks about cool down laps and everything like that, but sometimes I think that's the best way to get back, and just get out of the way of someone that is there. The best thing you can do if someone's coming at you, if you're really cooling down, you become this really slow-moving target, where if you are moving at three-quarter pace, at least you're still a fast-moving target there. Your instances where you end up in the same place, the odds are a little bit, bigger odds that you're going to end up there, because you've got someone travelling at a speed that, can get out of trouble faster than a slow-moving one. And we've already seen a few little tiny close calls in early traffic this morning. But since then, everyone's been kind of good at it. So it's worked out well. Well, we do need to take a breath, because guess what happened in that session, Andrew?
The whole game got up. That's what happened.
It changed. We saw PBs for Richard Perini. We saw PB for Wayne Lee. We saw PB for Ferris Kortumi. And that's how it pans out now. Ferris in first place, minute 27.016. Minute 27.540 for Wayne Lee. Drew Hall, minute 23.0. Richard Perini from the 29s into the 28s in one session. Tetsuhiro Kurokawa not quite cracking the minute 20s yet in Dream Racing. RX-7 in fifth place. Jason Rex, Jay Davidson, Stephen Fox, Matt Plowman and Nunzio Galino rounds out our 10th in the Plasma Man Pro-Am class. And you know what? Hot on the heels from our friends in the United States of America. Warren Luff's down there with Ferris Kortumi.
Yeah, definitely one of the happiest men in pit lane right now. Ferris, 127.01, so close to a 26. How did it feel out there?
It felt like a mess. I felt like I had no idea where I was going. I just knew that first lap was horrible. So I was like, let's try again. And then I think I drove even worse. And then the very last couple corners, I was like, I'm just going to send it through here and see if it sticks. And it stuck. So I was like, oh, crap, let's go. And I didn't think it was going to be faster, but I was like, I just need more laps around this track. Like, it's so hard to try to figure this track out one lap at a time. And being from America, like, I'm at a disadvantage of learning the track. So I don't think I really learned anything that time because I was such a mess, but we went a little bit faster, so.
So how much more potential does the car have? Like you said, obviously tonight you'll go back, have a look at some data, go through some vision, getting more of an understanding of how the circuit is and everything like that. How much faster can we expect to see this car go tomorrow?
I mean, I came hoping that I could do a 26. I think we can drop another 10th. I mean, the rest of it's just learning the track, really. I mean, it's a lot to learn. And every time I think I figure something out, I do something wrong. So the one perfect lap is something that's always haunting us and so hard to do. So if I can just kind of string some things together, get a little better under braking, I think we can maybe drop some more time, but I guess we'll find out.
Well, we're definitely excited to see what this guy can do tomorrow. I know that you're going to be smiling going into tomorrow's action, so look forward to seeing you out there.
Awesome, thanks.
Good job, man. That was good. Thank you.
How good is that gentleman, and how humble is he? And you know what? How crazy is this other fine American gentleman out here now having a crack with this fantastic Judd V10 powered Supra, the Formula Supra from Ryan Tuick, and joining me on the microphone, my good pal Warren Sayre. And we don't have to do much talking during this session.
Well, I think we got stopped last time, Doug.
Yeah,
there was too much big digs energy.
Well, let's just let the Judd V10 energy take us through the rest of these laps here. For all those people watching, not only here but around the world, let's cop some V10 lungs right now, shall we? Ryan, baby.
Is it the best sounding car we've ever had?
I've got tears in my eyes. I don't know why I've got tears in my eyes,
eyes.
but why can something sound like that and we all acknowledge that as going, dude, that sounds hot?
I was trying to work it. I don't think you can paraphrase into what it's for people who aren't actually here.
That's crazy.
It's hard to actually try and equate it to any sound in the world. It's completely unlike anything else we've ever had here at World Time Attack. Ryan Turek's machine is an absolute masterpiece.
I'm a big fan of 10,000 RPM. You should be too.
He did that just to prove a point.
Yes,
Right?
yes, I did.
By Ryan Turek. What an amazing automotive symphony. Are we timing him, Mr. Dukes?
I do know that he's running. He is running a transponder on the car, so I do know that he's out there trying to actually improve on his own records out there, and I think he did put it in for a 33.572. So there we go. So there's our live time on that. Minute 33.572. So out of those two flying laps that we just, seen, heard, experienced, embodied, out-of-body experiences for everyone here. That's again, as I say, that's a price of admission car to me, honestly.
You've had quite a good day, haven't you?
I have. I've had a lovely day.
You've had a lovely day.
I've had a lovely day.
It's day one.
Yes, I've had a lovely day.
And one of your favourite disciplines.
Hang on, we've got some
Pukiko. What are those? I'm in the wrong country. What are they? Pukikos?
Yeah, they're done. They've seen it. They're on the way home. They only came to see that, so they're on the way home.
Now those are not what you affectionately call bin chickens, are they?
No,
That's not a bin chicken.
They're more like a waterfowl.
Right.
If they stayed in the middle of the track there for too long, they were going to be more foul than that.
They'll be air fried is what they'll be.
Yeah, a bit of Judd V10 right up the front of you. So looks like they've dodged it. But yeah, they've had enough. They've seen it. And you know what? This is the best thing about these events. Not only killer builds, but it's the sounds, it's the sights. We've got some Screaming 20B that people are coming for tonight. We've got V10 Judd that we've heard. We've got that celebration of V10 again tomorrow. But there's just nothing wilder than that thing.
Well, did you mention the 2,000 horsepower RBs that you're here for a little bit later on? Did you get to that yet?
It's hard, we get a bit blasé here in this country now that we can say we've got a couple of thousand horsepower RBs laying around, but this is just the country we're in. Our animals can kill you. For any of our tourists that come over here, our wildlife's the deadliest wildlife in the world. Our cars are pretty sharp as well. You know what I mean? So it's a crazy thing to see. And boy, when he comes in, folks, make sure when he pulls the thing up, and now we might just follow him here for a little bit as we bring the Judd V10 in, and I want to make sure we give this guy a huge rap when he gets out of the car again, because there's a whole lot of thank you we've got to say to him for putting this way, showing us what this car is all about. He wanted a super different build. It had to haul ass as well. And remember, he's kind of been in slip mode for many, many years, and now he's trying to get into grip mode. And it's an absolute treat of a car to see. And you know what? Only people can copy after this. That's all they can do. You can't do anything else after this sort of thing. He's done it. He's the first to have done it, and I like it. I like it a lot. And let's see when we pull him in here whether or not we can... he's probably going to go right to the garage or whatever, or just check. But we'd love to get a big round of applause for that guy when he pulls it up there. So he's going to go in. But give him a round of applause. He can probably hear you from there. Ryan Tuek, the most awesome sounding Judd V10 powered Supra that you'll ever see. The very first anyway. But I'm going to go take a cup of tea and a lie down. I think Tony Bish should come in for a little bit there and get us through the Tarzan Shenanigans show, which is just about to happen here with the Spoon Civic. And you'd be good, I'll be back.
I'll stay here, mate. Tony B, resident Spoon expert, about to jump on to the microphone. Mr. Diggles refuels after giving us his absolute all as he does each and every year here at World Time Attack. You welcome back the world, and there is perhaps no other signature sound of the World Time Attack event other than Chris Diggles' is, I would call it, Tony, relentless enthusiasm.
Relentless enthusiasm is very accurate.
Well, it sounds better than saying he's a nut job on the microphone, right?
Look, we love Diggles. We love his energy, and certainly deserves a bit of a spell. And yes, we're going to be getting into the Turbo Smart Flying 500 coming up shortly. But the images you have on screen is the Spoon Honda Civic endurance machine piloted by Tarzan Yamada.
Yeah, now you have you've given us a really thorough spiel on this so far, Tony, and you and I are over here while Jared's he would have been here for Ryan Turek, being a fellow countryman, but he's in the driver's briefing at the moment for the drifting, which is going on later tonight.
You'll be at that, yes.
I will be at that, you'll be at that, hopefully half the crowd will be at that. Now, that is not being live streamed, so it's important to point out that if you want to see the drift qualifying, you do need to remain at Sydney Motorsport Park. So once the Flying 500 is over and done with, then make your way up the hill for the best possible viewing spots. Is Tarzan still not taking it easy on that car?
Look, we want to see him giving it hell. You know, we want to see the limits of this car. And like we've touched on earlier, if you've joined in for the live stream this afternoon, thank you for joining us. But this car was originally built for under controlled conditions for a 25-hour endurance race. So, you know, that doesn't sound like, you know, sort of building a car to race for 25 hours straight is very different from one perfect lap. You've really got to build the car that will last, that has reasonable efficiency with fuel, that doesn't eat tyres and brakes and all that sort of stuff. And they had 7 different drivers in the car, part of the owner of Spoon, or the founder of Spoon, some of the American drivers, some of the other Japanese factory drivers. So they needed to build a car that was so good to be able to do lap after lap after lap without failing. So the stock, it's basically a standard engine with engine management. It's got a Honda package on it. Obviously a whole bunch of other trick suspension and braking bits, but nothing too crazy. So if you were thinking of getting into Club Sprint or getting involved with Time Attack, rock on down to the Honda dealership, go and pick up a Civic, and let's go racing and have a good time as Tarzan's sending it around.
You don't spend some money in Traders Alley tomorrow, right? Well, Time Attack, there'll be bargains to be had. I'm quite enjoying watching the rear wheel lift.
Yeah.
Tarzan's driving it that nicely that he's getting the rear wheel up in the air there.
Yeah, just pitching it,
Fuel cap open as well?
Yeah, the flap.
Fuel cap's open. Okay, we're doing a fuel stop.
Active Aero, DRS, whatever you want to call it.
Change to another one of the 7. No, it'll be Tarzan all day for both days here at World Time Attack Challenge. The world is well and truly back. Tony B.
Yes.
And Warren's there on the microphone while Big Dig's energy is out of the box. Andrew Brilliant also doing a great job here today along with Eric Sue. So a vast field of commentators bringing you various flavours, styles, fields of expertise.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Yeah, really, really great to have the world back in Australia for this event. And I love seeing all the build-up to this event, all of the buzz around the world saying, hey, this is one of the most pinnacle events of Time Attack. And I'm like, this is my home country. This is amazing. And I really love that. So very, very cool.
Yes, I mean, sometimes there's not that many things Australians get publicised for.
Oh, come on.
That they get dragged through the media for. But, I mean, this truly is a world-class event, right? Yes. This is the pinnacle. If you're going to mark something down on your calendar and you're going to build a World Time Attack car, you're going to build it to bring it to Australia. And I've got little doubt there are people tuning in on the live stream right now going, this is where we want to be next year.
Absolutely.
I know every year out of New Zealand there are numerous entries want to come. Really interesting hearing Chris and Eric and Andrew talking about like Ferris. And the time it's taken him to adapt to the circuit here, but clear class and pedigree that he's been able to demonstrate is going faster and faster. And I think we look forward to seeing that as that evolves over the weekend, right? Because the track will, I think everyone Warren, Luffy and Charlie have kind of picked up the flavour. Tomorrow
morning,
first and second sessions.
Yes,
you're going to want to be here.
That's the time. It's Sydney Motorsport Park early in the morning as the sun's coming up and as it's cooling off from the morning and then getting a little bit of heat into it, but not too much heat. It's all about the setup and just getting the perfect conditions, the perfect setup for that absolutely epic lap.
Except if you're a guy, what's the gas aircraft service? Nathan Morecambe. Nathan Morecambe, right? Because then you wait till the last lap of the last session and just smash everyone.
Absolutely bust it out. Yeah, well, that's an impressive drive. Very, very cool.
So Tarzan Yamada out on track at the moment doing a demo in the Spoon Civic. This will be running throughout the weekend. You can see the car on display. I believe it's in the is it in the marquee, Tony?
It is right out front, like right in the middle of the Traders Alley area. They've got a really nice setup. They've got parts and bits, all Honda bits and pieces there, because the people that brought this car over, JDM Yard from here in Sydney, they're Honda experts. They're the guys to see if you happen to be into anything Honda flavoured, whether you want to do drag racing or circuit or whatever. They're the people to see here in Sydney. I think I was reading a little bit of deep dive that I did on those guys. A 9-point-something second Honda, all Honda powered drag car.
Do they build the Honda that Adam Kasmiri won a couple of classes?
They had a hard race on the
yeah,
side.
that was
Yeah,
as well.
EG, I think.
EG Civic, yeah. Kasmiri drove that to a couple of victories here. So they've certainly got pedigree in Time Attack.
They're the people for Time Attack, they're the people for Honda knowledge, and they've made this collaboration work between obviously Spoon and Honda and getting everyone together from Japan, from the US, and bringing it all to Australia and putting on a show for us so we can sit and enjoy.
And we mentioned it earlier, so you might have missed it, but we were talking about Tarzan and his contribution. He probably is one of those first guys who you would, if you're thinking Hall of Fame at World Time Attack, how do you go past the guy who won the event?
Yeah, on his first year.
Yeah, in his first Cyber Evo. So that is why Tarzan is treated like absolute royalty whenever he's here.
Absolutely.
Each year, really approachable guy, always taking photos with people.
And look, he's wheeling that. If you can see these images, if you're around the circuit here or obviously tuned in from home, he's wheeling this car around the circuit.
Tarzan seems like the kind of guy too who probably is going to enjoy the car getting a little bit looser.
Yeah.
As the tyres are starting to, what he's been out there hammering it for 5-6 laps each session.
Yeah,
so he's probably given it a fair beating. So he's enjoying it.
And then down past us in the commentary box, absolutely flying past right here. As the sun's going down, we get to look out the window, and this place just looks absolutely awesome.
I haven't had the pleasure of being here at night yet with the new light investment. Was it $30 million, I think, the New South Wales government put onto this?
We'll certainly give them a bit of a pat on the back for supporting motorsport and allowing, what we enjoy to go on right into the evening. And this place lights up so well. And there's been a number of, I think, supercars have raced here a little bit. There's been a bunch of other categories that have raced here of an evening. And, we're going to be under lights later on for the drifting qualifying. So that's going to be great.
And if you tuned in on the live stream, so it's definitely in a place and a location where you can bring the family, right? So you come and have Thursday and Friday here at World Time Attack. Kids and missus maybe can do something, or the other way around.
Yeah.
They might want to come to the track, and then you can go to the Blue Mountains, you go to Tauranga Zoo. There's a whole lot of stuff that goes on within New South Wales.
Yes.
That's all very family and tourist friendly. So you can have a bit of a mixed bag weekend away in Sydney, should you choose to.
You're really central to what New South Wales has to offer. You're right in the middle of the suburbs. It's only sort of 45 minutes or whatever to the city, and it's very accessible, very easy to get here. So if you're tuned in at home and you're umming and ahhing about coming down, we want to see you here tomorrow. It is going to be an awesome day.
The best part about this, right, is a Kiwi and a Victorian who are promoting New South Wales.
I know.
Telling you to come here, right? Come here for World Time Attack. That's really what we're telling you to do. Come and support the people who support the sport, who keep these amazing machines turning the wheels of industry right behind them. I mean, you think about some of the legendary brands. Spoon is a legendary brand, and you think about some of the other brands that have been developed in conjunction with World Time Attack, right? You can see the
collaboration
sponsors,
work.
See the sponsors on a number of the class, right? Mtron.
Yes.
Right? Who'd heard of that? In reality, who had heard of that sort of before the Time Attack evolution and Turbo?
Absolutely.
Another one that sort of comes to mind as we're about to see these. I'm going to be honest. It is ridiculous to have 2,000 horsepower.
Have you had a chance to go and look at the pits down there?
I haven't.
500.
I haven't yet.
I just went for a walkthrough, just doing a bit of notes. Obviously, we'll get the man himself out on track in this very, very epic Hyundai N-Spec vehicle, all electric, iconic N. Have a look at it.
The Ionic 5N.
5N.
Ionic 5N.
Because it's the N class, or it's the N category. It's the performance spec of Hyundai. This is by no means a standard Hyundai.
Okay, so that's a button, right? My understanding is that that's a button.
He's going sideways.
He's going sideways. So in this car, my understanding is that there is a button that you push that turns you into Suchiya.
Amazing.
Yes, it comes with competent. Like many of you have wondered, is there a car that I can buy that turns me into the Drift King himself? Yes, there we go.
It is. And I feel like as the days progressed and he's done some more laps in this car, he's really getting a handle on it and he's feeling a lot more confident in it. This car's only just debuted at Goodwood, in the UK. So it's a brand new thing. We get to see it here at Sydney Motorsport Park, which is awesome. A few fun stats. I went through the spec sheet on this car. It's a twin-engine electric engine, so it's got a front engine and a rear. So the rear engine has 282 kilowatts, the front engine has 166. So between those two engines, it punches out a lot of power back to the tyres that are getting absolutely torched right now. Normally runs a 21-inch wheel with, just a casual Pirelli P0 tyre. All that sort of specky sort of stuff is kind of cool. Fast charging in 18 minutes. From 10% to 80% in 18 minutes. So you can go out for a session like this, plug it into the PowerPoint and have another go in 20 minutes time if your tyres last.
Well, they're not going to last if you keep pushing the drift button. But he's having some fun, isn't he, Tsuchiya-san? And it's great to see him back here on Australian soil, back in a place he does love. He's always got such a big smile on his face. Really approachable guy as you see him walk around the pits. There are some signing sessions with him tomorrow, Antonio.
Yes.
Missed those. So I believe you're facilitating a couple of them on the main stage, and then there are also some VIP things. And
it'd be a bit of fun.
I think if you also are that way inclined, you can also walk up to South Circuit and go and see the Hyundai experience up there. They've got a number of other vehicles up there, because then you can do that.
Wow!
Then you can do that.
That was really crossed up.
I think he's having a lot of fun out there, isn't he? It must be great to be Tsuchiya.
Absolutely. Fly in.
Yeah, fly.
Rock on into the track.
Here is the Ioniq 5N. Go and play with this.
Get the keys. I don't think there's keys with this car, right? It's just an on switch. Get the on switch fired up and go and send it sideways. There's a really cool sticker on the back of this car. We spotted it earlier today, and it's the first time I've seen it. Never just drive.
I did see that tag.
I love it. It's not just a commuting vehicle to go to and from the shops to get, milk and bread or whatever. Have some passion behind your drive, and that's what the N is all about in the Hyundai business. It is very, very, very cool and driven by passion, as you see Keiichi Tsuchiya doing. Crossed up.
He's having a lot of fun. He's going to find the absolute limits right out the outside there. Tsuchiya-san, maybe we should remind him that he's not actually in the drifting.
Yeah.
Because we relentlessly ask every year.
Yeah, come on in.
Yeah, come and do a demo lap. Have a go. If somebody goes and says that right now to him, he'd be a starter.
Absolutely.
Right.
I wonder who's going to loan the car. I reckon anyone would, to be honest.
Well, when Josh gets back up here, we're going to ask him, right? We'll see if Josh can twist an arm. Because I think I heard Josh say before he dabbles a little bit in a little bit of drifting as well.
I didn't know that about Josh.
I thought I heard him say that before when he was up here. I'm sure he said he'd done a little bit of local level drifting. So I'd almost be really curious just to see what would happen if you actually had a crack at the drift section in a car like this. This is a perfect test bed for it.
Well, he's our man for Hyundai on the ground. He's such a big advocate of the brand. Obviously drives their automobile in TCR. Very, very cool category. Very epic car. But yeah, he's such a good guy to have as part
Round
of
it
the
goes.
business. And just
there's the limit.
Overcooked it that little bit.
How fast did it just accelerate again? Where's the 0 to 100 on this thing?
0 to 100 was 3.4. 3.4 in boost mode, so 478 kilowatts of power. 478, 3.4. 0 to 100, and then a top speed of 260 kilometres an hour.
And I assume that that's really more just limited to the gearing, right? That's in the car.
Yeah,
it would probably go. I imagine it would. Yeah, I imagine it could potentially. You could mess around with it. I reckon this is probably his final lap, and I reckon it might be going around before it comes back into the pits.
Yeah.
If anyone's going to donut it, and I'm not saying
we're not baiting him.
No, but if anyone might donut it and try and maybe, do you reckon he can Super 6 one of these?
Oh, why not?
Because he's finding the limits of the track. I mean, if you're going to come to Australia, find the limits of Sydney. Find the limits of Sydney Motorsport Park.
Turn it into summer nats a little bit and get on.
No, we're not going to do it. We're not going to do that because then there'll be people out there in jandals trying to make it do burnouts on the track.
Jandals? What are you even talking about?
Sorry, you guys call them thongs. And it confuses everybody else from an English-speaking country.
Yes.
Or an American-speaking country, as Jared would say.
Absolutely. There's a
I think
definite meaning.
I think he's done. Here,
he's got the indicator on.
He's got the indicator on. So as Suchiya-san comes back down pit lane, please make sure you know that he is most welcome back here in Australia. The world is well and truly back here at World Time Attack for 2023. If you missed the earlier announcement just because we were flooding you with a whole lot of information, the drifting is on tonight and it is not being live streamed, so the only way to see that is to hang around and watch that. And with that, we will go to a quick commercial message.
Now that you've got the power, let Haltech control it with our complete vehicle control solutions. Haltech have a wide range of vehicle management systems, solid-state power distribution devices, and display dash solutions. With Haltech, your engine has never been in better hands. Whether you're building a Time Attack Monster, a Street Warrior, or a Resto Mod Cruiser, with Haltech, we've got you covered. For more information, visit haltech.com or visit your local Haltech dealer.
At GCG, we stand behind the products we sell. That's why you won't find cheap knockoffs, no-name imports or subpar turbos on our shelves. We only sell genuine brands that offer genuine performance and genuine reliability. We are the most respected turbo supplier in Australia. GCG, genuine brands, genuine prices, genuine service.
Well, there you have it. What an opening day of action right here at Sydney Motorsport Park for the World Time Attack Challenge. Warren Luff and Charlie Barlow. Luffy, you've been quite the news hound today. I just saw you before running up and down the lane, getting all the stories. You've enjoyed yourself, haven't you?
Yeah, look, every time you get to come to World Time Attack, it's always a great day. It's been a hectic day. It's been a very busy day, and it's been a record-breaking day. Most importantly, we've seen some amazing lap times. None more so than Barton Moore. That record-breaking lap, finally breaking that long-time lap record, helped by Nico Hulkenberg, current past F1 driver. Here we have up on the big screen. Let's just watch this and enjoy.
Lucky as we see the closing moments of that epic lap. We're going to head over to the onboard, and of course, no one better to talk us through what it's like to be heading into turn 1.
Yeah, obviously coming down the front straight here in the RB96A, tops out about 280 kilometres an hour, and with the amount of error these cars are, this is absolutely flat. There is not a single bit of lift here. Now looking for the braking marker coming down here into turn 2. The BOSCH ABS system working overtime coming in there, down through the paddle shift, getting out nice and wide. The run off this corner is so critical. It's been resurfaced down out of turn 3, coming down into 4 and 5. This is where things like the aero start to come into play. Again, late on the brakes here. You've got to sacrifice a little bit here at turn 4 to get all the way back over 5 for the run up to turn 6. Again, you can see him just so smooth behind the wheel of that car. He's just making it look so easy. Turn 6, simple 90-degree corner, and coming up to what's affectionately known as Corporate Hill, a fast-flowing left-hander downhill. Again, you can just see how well this car sits on the ground. Into turn 8, hard on the brakes. Again, trying to square up the exit. This is where the traction control working hard. And coming into this last sector, it's been resurfaced up through here. Turn 9, high speed. Get it in there, use all the inside curb, get out wide, get that slingshot onto the front straight, and again, all that 1,000 horsepower struggling to get to the ground, that traction control working hard, and that is a record lap.
Well, it's what we're all here for, isn't it? In the chase of that one perfect lap. And I think that is quite possibly the closest we have both ever seen to one happening right before our eyes. And Barton did it before I'd even had breakfast this morning. So such a big moment for that team as EVs come into our life. Oh my gosh, what an iconic moment it has been to see Suchi out on the track today. He's been really enjoying himself. I managed to tick a massive personal box and speak to him after he jumped out of the Ioniq 5N, and I asked him, how hard did you go? And he looked at me and he said, about 95%. So he's looking after it, but it's just wonderful to have such major international talent back, Luffy, because it's one of 7 internationals that are here this weekend.
Yeah, it is. And you touched on something before, that Ioniq 5N, the EV from Hyundai that's here on display. We just saw it out here doing donuts and everything like that. And it's that, I suppose, that next chapter of World Time Attack. It's that how are EVs going to affect the way that this sport is going and the way that it grows, because you look at the way that the EV culture and how every manufacturer in their performance market now has a high-performance EV. Like, we look at that Ioniq 5N, it's running 2 electric motors. We're talking big power, 0 to 100, 3.4 seconds. It wasn't that long ago. That was the territory of hypercars. That was kind of to be doing those sort of times. And now we're looking at that's coming from the EV. So it's going to be interesting to see how that evolves with sort of World Time Attack and how the EV market really starts to affect in motorsport. But like you said, it's been great to have some international competition back here. The internationals love coming out here. Obviously, the last few years we haven't been able to have them out here. But talking to our international drivers, they're also finding just getting up to speed here at Sydney Motorsport Park has been a lot tougher than what some of them have thought. Obviously, they've used simulators, they've been able to sort of get some practice in, but they're really finding this circuit quite challenging. None more so than this high-speed turn 1, because like we spoke about with Barton's lap, the amount of error that these cars have got, the downforce that they can generate, you've got to recalibrate your brain. Even Tim Slade was saying, getting out of the Gen 3 sort of Camaro that he normally races in the V8 Supercar Championship, hopping back into a World Time Attack car where not only you're arriving at turn 1 a lot faster, but there's no braking. It's a barely a lift in that car, and then you tip it in there. Your mid-corner speed compared to a V8 supercar is some nearly sort of 50 kilometres an hour higher through turn 1. So definitely looking forward to the action on day 2.
Oh, absolutely, and the big question is how much faster can they go tomorrow? But sticking with the international flavour, we've got the guys down with the Ferrari in the open class, unfortunately seeing gearbox broken today. But I think what we do need to give a big shout out to is how they applauded their Aussie comrades and said that they've really rallied around them. You know, we've had, JDM Yard have gone down there and helped them out with a gearbox, because in the Ferrari you have to remove the whole engine to be able to fix that, and there's a whole bunch of people crowding around it on the hoist. So I think it's a real testament to the World Time Attack community that that's what we do when the going gets tough.
Yeah, it certainly is. I was down there having a good chat to those guys with the Ferrari, and they were really sort of disappointed this morning when they had that gearbox issue. They've travelled a long way. They've been really excited about coming out here and wanted to be able to put their best foot forward here at World Time Attack. When you look at the stats on that Ferrari, it's 1,000 kilos and barely over 1,000 kilos. It's an exciting car, and it's great to see, like you said, the World Time Attack community rallying around and helping those guys out, getting them the parts that they need. When I walked into the garage about an hour ago and saw them with the car in a million pieces and pulling everything out, and I asked them, did you manage to find the parts? And they all just kind of lit up, and they were so excited that, like you said, people have been able to sort of help them out, get them the parts they need, and they're really looking forward to getting back out there tomorrow. So again, it's probably one of those really exciting cars. I'm looking forward to seeing that car back out there today. I'm a little bit of a Ferrari fan deep down at heart, so it's going to be exciting to see that car. But again, the buzz amongst everyone is that we're back here. We've got the internationals, and obviously, like we said, the big talking point today is that lap of Barton Moores. But I think the more interesting question is how much faster can they go tomorrow? Even just watching that onboard of Barton, watching the outside of the car, it looked very controlled. There was no moments, even on the onboard camera there was no moments where he was having to fight the car. They've done an amazing job getting that car so well sorted, and Bart obviously does an amazing job driving it. But my first question to him once he got out of the car was, how much more have you got left in reserve for tomorrow? And he's quite confident there's still a fair bit left in there, and they can go a lot faster with that car. So it's going to be exciting to see, number one, what the conditions are for tomorrow. I think if we've got cooler conditions in the morning, there's a lot of rubber that's gone down today. I think there's a chance that we're going to see them go not only a little bit faster, but could we maybe even dip into that next bracket? Can we maybe even go sub 118?
Oh gosh, that's a big prediction, but the news hound has said it, so we'll have to see whether it does play out tomorrow. Now we've got the Flying 500 coming up very shortly, and I'm very excited for all the action tomorrow, but we'll just jump over for a quick break before we head over to the Flying 500.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new.
Plasma Man Racing is a world leader in performance intercoolers and EFI intake manifolds. For over 25 years, we've been at the forefront of performance turbocharged induction technology. When you go with Plasma Man, you go with proven, tried and tested technology, a combined experience of over 100 years in the performance racing industry, and a product renowned for its quality, appearance, and reliable, repeatable performance. Plasma Man, no limits.
Yokohama.
as the sun sets on day one of the World Time Attack Challenge for 2023. We are not done. We are gearing up for the Flying 500. Now, as the cars come out, Warren Luff, you were talking just before, you've got a little bit of insight into the Flying 500.
Well,
You're a man of so many talents.
Well, at last year's World Time Attack, we actually did some giveaway hot laps, and I was actually lucky enough to drive one of the Lamborghinis that was part of the Flying 500 last year. Now, when you talk about horsepower in World Time Attack, sort of 1,000 horsepower is about sort of the common number. Some of these Flying 500 cars are putting out 2,500 horsepower. And this Lamborghini that I drove last year, so I took someone for a ride around the circuit. Now, that's set up the Flying 500, so they're sort of a more like a drag radial tyre that's on it, so they're not a great handling tyre for going around corners. I remember coming onto the front straight at Sydney Motorsport Park here, standing on the throttle in this thing, and I kept changing gears out of just fright. Wasn't even looking for where the revs were or anything like that. I got to the start-finish line and I saw 295 kilometres an hour at the start-finish line here. Some of our World Time Attack cars are barely just getting to the 300 at the end of the front straight. These are some of the fastest cars that you are going to see. And the idea of the Flying 500 is it's a rolling start and then they stand on it. The horsepower, the traction of these cars, they are a sight to the scene. There's some amazing cars. There's a lot of Lamborghinis here, GTRs, Tiranas. We can see them on the big screen over there now starting to come around into position. There's one of the Lamborghinis. Not sure it was the one that I drove last year, but they are some exciting cars. And the man that has all the news and info on the Flying 500 is our good mate Diggles up in the commentary box. He's not had enough of World Time Attack today. He's going to stick around and do some more.
You know what? When too much horsepower is never enough, and thank you, Charlie. Thank you, Luffy, for the lead in. We ain't done yet by any stretch of the imagination. We have got ourselves a cracking combination of all sorts of horsepower. We are. We hope we've got you back live there. We just see so much horsepower it rocks the axis of the earth. Tony Bish, we've just had a huge big power surge in here. But I hope everyone's hearing us back on ops there because we went black there just at the wrong moment. But we're back.
I think that's everyone just very excited, going to get their cameras out, filming, getting excited for the Flying 500, and for the first time. It's a side-by-side battle. The Turbo Smart Flying 500 is a head-to-head, side-by-side battle. So it's basically just a grudge match. You're rocking up to the line and you're going flat out down the front straight, and whoever crosses the line first wins. But this is the first time we've done a side-by-side.
Well, you know what? It's also the first time that we, look at the average. This is sort of the average Aussie horsepower that we've got laying around on any given day. And we all got sent one way, and now we're all just coming back with our horsepower. And, geez, pick your poison. We've got R32 GTRs. We've got badass Evo Lancers. We've got blown and injected Holden Ute. We've got a Lambo to throw in there because, we love a purple Hurricane in the mix. Some Evo 10 action or Evo King.
Evo King, that car has... I cannot believe the build quality. It's not just about, having a couple of thousand horsepower to throw around. The thing is gold-plated, mate. It is a phenomenal machine, and it is well worth having a look. If you get a chance to go into the pit there and have a good look at these cars later tonight or tomorrow, that is one to check out. It is Mickey Mouse.
It's going to be hard just while we just quickly decipher what we've got out there. We've got lots of entry numbers there. We've got a general list of all of our different categories, different cars, of course, Evo 9s, R32s. You saw the blow and ute there of Nelson Granger. I'm sure we're seeing in there. I'm looking for I've got Daniel Dow in there, which is that grey RS3. That thing went 850s at Jamboree a couple of weeks ago. Or 860s it ran. So be wary of RS3 Audis these days. They're the new package that seems to surprise everyone.
He said to me he's only got about 1,100 horsepower. I've only got about 1,100 horsepower rocking up to the Turbo Smart Flying 500. I'm like, but you've got grip and that thing looks like a rocket ship. So very keen to send it down the front straight.
We need to see if we're going to get some numbers back to us somewhere through. We might get it through the mic here. But let's have a look at our first roll race here. It's Giuseppe Tamarello against the Evo, and off they go. And look, the Hurricane, it's just got too much for the Evo this time. And look, if the Evo had to start again, he'd love to do it all over again. But the stalled in gear or well.
It's just rolling down the front straight there. Nothing like not really under power. It's just kind of just driving off normal. It's yeah. We'll come back to you with that. But that's the Purple Hurricane from Precision Racing Workshop. Really impressive bit of kit.
Well, the GDIR here in the RS3, hazing the tyres there, and the Pulsar gives up the ghost, and it's Daniel Dow. Daniel Dow there in the Audi. Now, look, we don't have the numbers as far as speed is concerned, but this is Johnny Habib in the Holden Tirana. I'm sure it is. What's it say? Yeah, does sevens on the licence plate. Johnny Habib, nearly 600 cubes of big block Chev, and it's going to just show that the OG Street Tirana can to dish it out to some of the JDM here today. But as we said, big block Chev powered Tirana. That is a 7-second car.
That rumbled the commentary box. That was absolutely awesome heading down the front straight.
Listen.
Whoa! Wow!
Oh, Australia for you. 2JZ in the RX7, blowing big block there for the Aussie muscle, the utility, Nelson Granger. How's the blower wine? I love my blower wine. I love blower wine.
It was over in the blink of an eye. I felt the rumble come past the box, and then they're at the end of the straight already, having a turn around.
This RX7, Michael L. Cooley, it's got a gas 2J in. It's nearly a 6-second car, that thing.
Unreal.
License plate LOL13B,
yeah,
I think that's the
what
license
rotary?
plate. Yeah. Now, does Hawko get a go here? So has he got the car back here? So we've got Andrew Hawkins driving. Is that him? And we do have, we're looking at entry 502.
That Evo, the turbo is hanging out in the grille. You can't quite see it, doesn't protrude through, but where that grille with the Mitsubishi badge is, it's all turbocharger in the front. Absolutely impressive bit of kit. Let's see how they hook up and get down the front straight.
I'm loving a bit of head-to-head, side-by-side flying 500. I mean, you know, the roll racing revolution is here in this country. It's certainly big around the world, but you have not seen Sydney Motorsport Park until you see some rolls like these guys. Let me tell you, the industry is rocking and rolling. And, of course, we've had the Flying 500 for a long time here, where you get to see out-and-out horsepower cars go for it to a speed trap. And you know what? How good. Let's just make a match up here and see all the different battles. So we are ready with some of that original OEM four-wheel drive track, or in this case, rally-inspired production vehicles.
Yeah, you're looking at, you know, Mitsubishi Evo, and you're looking at Nissan GTR. You know, they probably battled it out over the years around racetracks in the 90s, and they're here to go side by side down the front straight. Turbo Smart, Flying 500 head-to-head, and away we go.
Oh, Monster's got some. He has got some there. Mixed Motorsport, they got a couple of really quick Evos in here, and geez, he just stood him up there big time. Stood the GTR up big time on that one.
1,450 horsepower, according to our notes. This is serious weaponry on track.
I saw Giuseppe Tamarello wanted to bring the Huracan back for another lap, and you don't blame him. It feels good.
Yes.
Nelson Granger, you better bring that back. Johnny Habib, you better bring that back. We get a couple of goes here. Why not? Bit of side-by-side action. Turbo Smart head-to-head.
So R32 GTR is certainly the flavour of this category. There's half a dozen of them on the list here. So I went for a walk down in the pit area, and can I tell you, these cars are worth checking out. Go and have a look later on or tomorrow. I just cannot get over the size of the turbos. The engine bays are all immaculate. Like, these are serious cars that go fast, but the build quality is amazing. Some of these workshops, phenomenal. And this is a demonstration of their products and the way that they build epic cars.
Yes, pick your poison. Just absolutely pick your poison. Australia is absolutely jam-packed with weapons like these. All right, keep an eye on here. The Huracan's ready, but the R32 gets a good run. And we're on, boys. We are on for a side-by-side battle there. But the Huracan. Who can beat the Huracan, honestly? That's a great little battle there. It was even there for probably the first couple of 100 metres. Yeah. And Giuseppe just gets it. Here we go. Daniel Dow ready again. And had a very successful jamboree a few weeks ago up at in Queensland.
So
they're starting to
8.6s,
I think this thing ran, and a very impressive car. It just gets it done.
Yes,
you know?
yes.
I wouldn't say it was the hardest leaving car off the super prep start line, but down track you can just see the horsepower.
Yeah.
Here though, this is the thing that makes these cars so good over the semi-no prep surface. They pick up. All right, Daniel Dow, don't get the super too much. Kick 2J in beside him.
The sound coming down the front straight. Motorsport Park. Wow.
Yeah, Berserk takes another scalp there. So 5-cylinder over 2J.
The only German car. No, there's probably not much German car left of that thing, let's be honest. It's there's a lot of bolt-on bits and pieces, right?
Well, you can get lots of bits for them, but I mean, it went a fair way unopened before they really sort of got into the car. I think they ended up getting the thing into the 9s pretty easy before it's now in that 860 area. And they're all here. Look at this one, JDM King license plate there. Our early Evo, I'd call that like the 3 even. One of my favourites was that one because it was light. They were the lighter Evos around. Still got that 4G63 power, and you know, the feats that chassis was able to produce straight out of the factory was incredible. And then, of course, you know, delving into the World Rally Championship. So you know, may they live to be 100 these cars. It looks like they're all having a bit of fun out there.
And it's still so clean. I mean, obviously it's a prepped race car and everything else, but this is a car from the early 90s. You know, this is an impressive bit of kit.
Yeah, and look at the GDIR. Still he hasn't worn the, that's got to be detrimental, the sticker on the tyre, surely. Surely. Now, look, you know, some of these aren't even on our list here. They've just turned up, and, you know, we've got a GDIR here.
So this is akin from Power Tune GDIR.
Yeah.
I haven't seen a GDIR on the street or on the road or anywhere. Like, you don't see these cars anymore.
Yeah.
But we've got a rocket ship ready to take off.
The baby Godzilla here. Here we go. Coming in crack here.
There was tyres.
Oh, yes. That is a whole bunch of fun. Well, when I say fun, terror.
Oh.
Like that's a terrifying little vehicle. Oh, here we go. Now, big Johnny Bibb's big engine.
So JDM versus Aussie Muscle, eh? Or it's Chevrolet Muscle, right?
I might be even selling this car short. It looks like a Bibby's, but it might not be. I need to see the plates on it. It's got all the stuff in the back that makes me believe it is, but it might. I'm just trying to check the back plates on it.
Oh, it looks like he's just rolling past, and maybe no, it's still on. I was going to say we turned the candle gone out, but no, she's still alight.
No, he's just.
We got it going again.
Yeah, maybe just not in. Maybe took off in seconds. That thing is an OG Aussie street car from a long way back, and you know what? We need to get the world to see what Holden Tirana looks like out there, because you know they're another thing from the 70s, which we're going to hold on to forever. They had a big input into Australian motorsport. Here we go. Oh. Insane. They're all insane, these things. There's more than enough horsepower out there for everyone. And you know, some of our head-to-head stuff, when we get them all lined up tomorrow for a run, you just hang on to your helmets, because it's going to be dynamic. And remember, we're going to try and whittle them down. Like, that's the thing. It's like the head-to-head's good, but you know, ultimately they'd like to know who the king is. All right, here we go. So we're going to.
It's a bit of the bragging rights in it. It's a bit of the flex and bragging rights and getting it done. It's workshop v workshop, car manufacturer, all that sort of stuff.
But how's this for cool, folks? Yeah, LOL 13B. That's Michael El Khoury.
Yes.
That's the FDRX7 with the gas 2JZ on board. And as we said, this thing's not, I think it's gone 7 flat at 200 mile an hour. That's pretty much what it's done in the quarter. So this is no slouch, this RX7. However, Hurricanes are just the ultimate weapon, the ultimate acceleration weapon. The downside to the RX-7 is that it's a 2,000 horsepower 2J. That's its downfall. It's because it can only be so much wheel spin before you lose a race.
Actually getting grip,
You know, the Hurricane may be conservatively 1,500 horsepower, but it uses the 1,500 a lot better than the 2,000 through the back tyres of the RX-7. And that's still got an IRS in it, I think, from memory too.
The numbers are just staggering. They're absolutely staggering. And here we go, down the front straight.
Oh. It's got plenty. They both got plenty of that Hurricane. Giuseppe Tamburello, if he can keep the transmission in it by the end of tomorrow. I tell you, well, this could be a winner too. This Audi is quick. Whoa, here comes Godzilla! Whoa! That was our best one of the day so far.
And that was skatey. That was a little left to right wobble. Held onto it, kept it buried. and you would have been able to see the other car, hear the other car, and then you can't help yourself, right? Stay into it, get over that finish line.
Yes, it's exciting when you want to have that sort of horsepower, and you know we've still got a lot of license plates stuck to these cars too. So this is where a nice snapshot of some of the most insane steroid-ridden Australian street cars that we've got. You know what, we're giving a really nice snapshot of some of it, and that is that Turbo Smart head-to-head Flying 500 concept. Still got a few more there you can see wanting to come and have a bit of a go.
Yeah. Turbo Smart being a supporter of this category since the World Time Attack inception, basically. They've been involved, 25 years in Australia, made locally down the road, I think, Wetherill Park, and products sold all over the world, and no one has won World Time Attack without a Turbo Smart component. How's that for a fact for you? Incredible equipment, and we love the fact that they're throwing their brand name behind this category.
All right, let's have a listen to the 2J. He's got to try and get this thing hooked up again. Here we go.
Just come out of the throttle as you come past us.
Obviously, the most potential they seem to get out of these cars, once they get to this horsepower limit, is they are going for the automatic transmission. A lot of the guys are using the 3-speed or Turbo Hydro 400 or something like that. Normally is the transmission of choice. The 3-speed seems to be very, very popular. The Power Glide's popular as well. It's just amazing how far you can go with that sort of combination. Now, that is Mr. Johnny Habib himself.
Amazing.
Now, I think if that's Hawko in his R32, I think he said he ran an 860 the other week with that thing out here at Sydney Dragway. So, these guys have got the time slips to back themselves up at the drag strip. But yeah, Rolls just lets you just put it all out there on that set. It's not prepped. It is a no prep style of surface. We're not laying the sticky down for you. So you've got to make use of what you've got out there. And look at that thing. That Evo's just ready to go in there. Evo King. Oh, this will be a battle. Hold on to your hats, Evo fans. We're going to let this one eat. We're going to let these boys eat here.
Son and father, like the different age groups of generations of Evo. Here we go. Yeah, looks like Evo King just hasn't got away again.
That needed to be bigger than I thought it was going to be, because I know, like, potential.
Yes.
That thing's just having a little bit of an off afternoon here, and he just wants to. And this is the thing when you get to turbocharger size and everything like that, is that you need to have a look at when you make big horsepower. It's good when the thing's up on the snail, but you got to get it up on the snail first. And in 500 metres where you're on a rolling start, we won't just go, I'm not ready yet, can I cancel? You can't cancel.
Can I go again?
Once you're engaged in battle and you get directed to roll forward looking for that traffic light, you've got to be engaged, ready to go. And if you give up the battle, you give up the battle. Yeah, that GDIR is, it is a GDIR, isn't it? Aren't we? Aren't we a GDIR?
Yep.
It's definitely got the GDIR hood on it. Okay, he's going to
have a go.
Don't give the Hurricane a head start.
Here we go.
Oh, he was giving it to him. He was giving it to him. He got the Hurricane's attention there. I don't know whether Giuseppe was really watching too much the rest of the way, but he definitely had his attention there.
Again, braking traction again. We saw the tyres lit. I mean, the whole point of this is as fast as you can, probably without the tyres spinning. You want to get the grip to the ground.
When you're four-wheel drive at 1,000+ horsepower, that's a beautiful thing. And to get it all down like that when it works is a treat. And you know what the Hurricane is that. I've done a little bit of no prep, no time drag racing stuff of late, where we are on an unprepped surface in Coralban in Queensland. We call it Horsepower Valley, but when a Lambo turns up, it's nearly game over.
Yeah.
They are just such a good production vehicle for that. When it's time to go drag racing, no prep mode.
Yep.
Yeah, look, bring 2,000 horsepower if you want, but a Lambo's going to do you with a little less. Here we go. Nice battle here, but
got to get away again.
How's even knowing that he probably needs a little bit more track under him, but remember this is the way the concept works, does it not? Is that we are not on that super sticky surface, so put it down as much as you can, and they are doing it.
A bit of heart in mouth sort of moment, right? You're a couple of 100 metres down the straight, and and you feel the tyre shake and it's going to wobble around, you're not as confident about the grip level, and you're running opposite direction of the time attack cars and everything else. You might be on the wall side of the track, not the maybe potentially rubber downside. It's so variable and it's so exciting to watch.
And you know what? It's good to hats off to the ones that are doing the hot laps like this, because it's definitely, they want a rematch here. Hawko wants a rematch. Oh, Johnny's going to take him. Johnny's going to take him to the line. He's going to get the GTR a go. He said, just go after that, Johnny Habib. Another lap there for him. Hawkins is trying to give it to him. You can hear the thing on the cut, on the shift when he
just
cuts
solid
the
flat
ignition.
shift, yeah.
But geez, Habibi, nothing can stop him at the moment there. He just grabs top gear in that power glide and lets that 598 cube big block with 2 kits go. That's a nice run too. That's a good. Oh yes,
solid. That looks like double barrel. I think that number plate double barrel from Croydon Racing. I think that's what it is. We don't quite have the numbers. We can't quite see on the telecast there, but very impressive bit of kit. Very impressive bit of kit. Wow. The cars, the factories, the workshops that are pushing out these vehicles are just amazing. And it's obviously it's a bit of a flex, but it is a credit to the work. People like Matux, you know, they're here. Precision Racing, Croydon Racing Developments, Mix Motorsport, Billet Automotive Buttons. All of these guys, they're doing such a good job. 999 Gas, you know, these names in going fast are the names, right?
They are, and I need the blowing ute back in my life again there, Nelson. I don't know whether he had any issues on that last run there, or whether he just needs to top up the alcohol tank in it, because that'll be one of the thirstiest things here. And you notice everyone else is getting plenty good gas mileage out there, but Nelson, one big black, he's had to go get some alcohol in it. Here we go, Hurricane. Who can beat this thing? It's hard to beat. It's a hell of a sleeper, is it not, the FD with that 2J in it? But no, that is a hard car to try and match. We haven't seen him in the Audi go yet. Him in the Audi would be a nice one.
Yes.
So Daniel Dow and Giuseppe Tamarello would be a nice matchup here. Beautiful Friday afternoon sunset. Look at that. That's where the battles are going to be happening shortly around these corners. For tonight's session of the the Garrett Advancing Motion International Drifting Cup quali.
I will be up on that hill cheering the guys on. It's going to be a good afternoon.
And as we've repeated before, we ain't streaming that tonight, so you're just going to come up with one fresh and live. There we go. Oh, it's tight. It's actually how I think it might have been Evo. I don't know.
Wow.
We're in the wrong spot here in the box to see that live, but I saw it from the long shot, and I don't know, folks. What did you think? We had Audi there in front of the Evo. That was a tight one. I know that we're looping them through quick, and we probably don't have the luxury of too many action replays, but that was a tight finish. Daniel Dow, I thought, that 5-banger, that dual clutch transmission. Here we go. We're rolling off here, so we've got a bit of H pattern versus DCT here, right? So
Olin's action replay. Let's go. See if we can spot who gets over the line first.
He's out there. He's the Evo. I think it's the... Oh! That was a tight finish. That was tight. I don't know. I think because honestly, there is that much horsepower in that Audi. I wouldn't be surprised if Dan got him in the last inch there, because that was coming on strong. There is a micro difference in total time lost between gear changes between your DCT and that H pattern. Okay, we're going to the freeze frame. We're taking it to the... Oh, that's Evo. It's Evo there. There we go. He was fast coming in there, Daniel Dow. He was fast coming in.
Wow.
That was the tightest race of the day. And that's all we try and hope for, is a good couple of tight races. You know, rolls, you can pluck 20 runs out and find 3 really tight ones and a lot of walkovers.
Yes.
And, you know, it's hard sometimes, but when you see a tight race, you'll wait for those. Here we go. They want a rematch.
A bit of purge.
It's Johnny Habib versus Andrew Hawkins again. And, you know, after you, sir.
Let's switch sides of the track. Maybe he's preferring the grippy, grass side of the track rather than the wall, but...
No, he's got it this time. He's got it this time, Hawko. He got it over Johnny Habib that time, but so far that's Hawko 1, Habib 2.
Are we seeing a little bit of the grass side of the track maybe being a little bit more maybe a bit more gripped up. That's where all the time attack cars have been coming down, all the rubber down. Maybe it's a bit dirty over the wall side.
Maybe Johnny just ran out of some nitrous in one bottle and needs just to give it both kits again and just see what happens. But this thing, I can't wait. Look at this. If this is going to be him versus the Evo there, or is he going to run the Supra? I think he's going to go and have a run there. I can't wait to see what this GTIR does next. That is an amazing combo. He'll eventually get those stickers off the tyres.
I think breaking traction halfway down the straight, maybe he shouldn't have the stickers on the tyres. Maybe that's half the battle.
These guys, they can't get enough here. They're having a ball. I love it that they are doing that for you fans out there watching in the main grandstand and on the live stream, because it sure as hell looks fun watching a little bit of good old-fashioned high horsepower roll racing. 2 JZ versus SR20. Too much of a head start, but do you need that much when this thing goes? Yeah, that's too much. That is too much car. That GTIR. That is too much car. That dynamically, that thing's kind of up in the air. You can almost drive it on Fraser Island by the look of it.
Wow.
It's got that much ground clearance on it, and that thing. And this is the way they should look. If you can get a GTIR that low with that four-wheel drive and that horsepower, it's going to be a weapon.
But the tyre on the GTIR is such an aggressive tyre. It's a bit hard to sort of see what tyres on the Lambo, but I mean there's some serious rubber under the back of that thing. But the tyre on the GTIR, like it's filling the whole guards. It's every bit of grip that he can get out of it.
Are we going to get the one I thought we might have got here? Are we going to get the Audi versus the Lambo? I just saw Daniel Dow in the background there, whether or not he's got tyre. He has.
Oh, yes.
Here we go. Let's see how this one pans out, ladies and gentlemen. Let's just see how this one pans out. I hope this is as good as we hope it's going to be. Whoa! Car and a half.
That's been the closest contender for the Hurricane in this session for sure. Daniel Dow's RS3. Wow.
You think
berserk.
Here we go. Another great matchup here. Love this one.
That is double barrel from Croydon Racing. Rob Margin at the wheel. Just down in the pits, I was standing there checking these guys out as they were warming up, getting ready, and just you feel the thump in your chest of the cars just camming over and getting ready to get out. Here we go.
Tight one again. And you know what? It just goes to show how much horsepower that Lancer must have, because we know that with the auto trans in the Skyliners that it wasn't going to muck around on gear changes there. He had all that four-wheel drive power applying there, but it just goes to show that even with a bit of H pattern there that he had to still shift beside, that had so much horsepower on the gear changes that he just had enough to just pull away in every gear.
How exciting is this session? We are just back-to-back runs. You guys up on the tower or up on the pit wall there. You've got the best view of the day. This is an exciting part as the sun's setting here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Turbo Smart, flying 500 head-to-head.
They want to try and square the ledger here. This would be 2-all, I think. 2-all if Andrew gets this one, it's 2-all. It's Habib Hawkins. It's the Habib Hawkins UFC battle. Big blocks versus import.
Ding, ding, ding. Let's go, boys.
Johnny's there early, waiting for the green. Oh, he sees. He was very fast to the light, was Johnny then, and I don't know whether or not that's, it's hard sometimes to officiate these starts. He did kind of go quick. Andrew didn't quite go with him at the same level, and I suppose maybe like in drifting, maybe they are asked to lead. Maybe someone is asked to lead there and someone to follow. You've got to have some little communication there between your opponent to go, you know what, off we go, let's go. And especially when you're encouraged simultaneously to roll.
Yeah, let's go.
It's not like someone after you.
Yeah.
Just follow one person, and John took it straight to Handy there and said, come with me. Let's go to the light.
And he's pretty much done that every time he's rolled away. He's just got into it pretty quickly and got up to those lights and then just planted it, and away it goes.
It's as much about timing the run as it is about how well your car is set up, because, a good start and people will sometimes, and we've seen a hell of a lot of decisions in the past where it's like, you know, something happening on the way to the light that people feel like they were left at a disadvantage. And it's like, well, you know, if all else fails, you rerun, but then at some stage, you know, you both got to take responsibility for getting to that getting to that light. You know, you're trying to get there. Well, normally you know, I don't know whether it's an international standard, you know, 80k an hour, if you can get to 80 by there. You know, here they are, both these guys, now that's a nice start. Mind you, he just had a big hesitation. It's almost like Giuseppe jumped off the throttle. You sort of, he came forward, they waited for the green, and maybe just for an instant he didn't see it, so you hear him lift. So he was still waiting for that green there, I think, Giuseppe, before he let it go.
And it looked like the Supra came out of it a little bit as well. So it was like, and then got back onto it as they were coming past the commentary box here, and you could see tyre smoke, you know. So he's come off the throttle, back onto it, full spool, all the boost, and just cooked the tyres. You know, obviously then you get a bit of grip and you get your forward momentum.
Yeah, so
lining up again.
They haven't run out of enthusiasm, these fellows. And what other magical mix-ups can we do here? Yeah, well, this will be a nice one. I can't wait to see this. Him in the GDIR would have been a nice one.
Yes.
But, you know, you don't always get what you wish for the first day.
Croydon Racing versus 999. Workshop v Workshop, driver and driver.
Yeah, real quick, we're going to just stack up the rest of them here, and I think we might be saying, boys, this might be final send. Be very close to the final send. I'd say we're nearly at that stage where we are going to do that. So we're just running a few, I don't know, someone running across with a couple of fuel churns then. I don't know what. I saw someone running across with something. Little splash and dash for one more hit maybe. Well, it makes you wonder how much they want to carry with this. I mean, obviously these cars are at that sort of, you know, they're in a pretty
serious level.
Well, some of them, you know, you are just driving straight out on the street and taking home, and then some of them, you know, they do look like that, but yes, they are out and out race cars underneath the skin. And you know, Rob Marjan, he's one guy that's got a huge drag racing kink in the workshop, where, you know, this guy's not only got some of the baddest GDR drag cars, you know, in his end of the workshop, but, you know, he's also now just got himself a drag radial car, radial versus the world car, which is a Pro Charge Noonan Hemi.
Okay.
About 4,000 horsepower. He's going to try and run 350s in the 8 with some of Australia's best radial races. So Marjan, the bug has bit. Marjan, so yes, he's gone as far as he can with you know, GDR stuff, and he's at the point there. But he's got a, you know, he's got a big blowing 4,000 horsepower V8 car coming in.
Amazing.
The Haltekin. So here we go. This is a good battle. Oh, look at it go all over the place, going for the R32 walk. Oh, what a great battle, what a great battle. That was a representative run there from Double Barrel. Just
unleash both.
Shift those gears, shift that auto transmission. Another great battle. Oh, a little rematch here. I almost had you, man. I almost had you, man. I want to change it.
Both parachutes on board. Very intimidating.
Oh, yes, okay. Look, we'll make it unanimous. We'll make it unanimous. It's the Evo. Geez, it's got a little bit of smoke coming out of the boosted Evo, but it's a heavy breather. It's got plenty of guts up it.
And that was the inside line. That was the wall line, which we've seen typically, you know, people are maybe getting off the gas a little bit because you're seeing a bit of dirt and dust flying up. But that was the wall line, and he got the win.
Tell you what, haven't we given the old Sydney Motorsport Park track a fair thrashing today? Have a look at all the tyre marks we've got around the place here. We've just about thrown as much horsepower as this place gets in 12 months.
There it is.
You know what I mean?
Shots of those front straight.
Honestly, I know we have a lot of big events here during the year, but, you know, I think we really give it a particular thrashing.
Yes.
It's got plenty. It's got plenty. Michael El Khoury has got plenty in that car, and yeah, you don't see too many 2JZ powered RX-7s in the world. Or when you do see them, it's like, well, that was an insane deal.
It's a serious bit of kit.
All right, I think we've run all our stuff there, have we? We've run all our gear. That was a pretty impressive opportunity to see all of our vehicles head down. The Turbo Smart Flying 500 head-to-head. Saw some great battles in that list. Speed-wise, we might be able to pick up on what they ran sometime between now and tomorrow. But let me tell you, we had some good speed out of that on some of the runs that did stick. And at the moment, it could be Giuseppe versus the world tomorrow. It could be. It always turns into who's going to beat the Huracan even just once.
Yeah,
who would know? Who would know? Well, you know what? That's enough horsepower fix here on this part of the circuit for now. But, folks, don't go anywhere, because we've got some opportunities to show you some more live in person with the International Drift Challenge qualifying shortly. But what a fantastic day here at Sydney Motorsport Park. We've had action. We've had big numbers out of all of our new cars. Debutants with PBs. This poor fellow in the ute too many times today was doing a bit of that. And even here, check this out. Fantastic action. All sorts of stuff on and off the track. We have given you nothing but the very, very best in excitement here at Sydney Motorsport Park, and we ain't done by any stretch of the imagination. It's been great to have you with us here today, but you know what? You know what we always say, Friday is the taste, Saturday is the main course, and we hope you're all away around here to the end of the night tomorrow night for dessert. So thanks very much. On behalf of myself, Chris Deals, we've got Tony Bish here and all of our great production crew. Bye-bye for now. More action coming for all our folks live on the venue for drifting coming up shortly, qualifying up the top end of the circuit. Thank you and bye for now.
Good night.
Welcome to Sydney. Upbeat, downbeat. Feel its heartbeat. Open spaces. Open arms. Open all night. Come feel it all. And feel new.
The Bosch Motorsport BR540 high-flow in-tank fuel pump sets a new Bosch standard for quality and performance. With class-leading fuel delivery at high rail pressures, it's ideal for both boosted and non-boosted engines, suitable for most fuels, and compact in size. The BR540 suits high-horsepower motorsport applications. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Yokohama.
Are you after quality performance products for your car? Talk to the people that speak your language. At HiOctaneDirect.com, we bring you the best deals on all the top brands. Tomei, TurboSmart, Hypertune, Nitto, HKS, Greddy, PPG, Haltech, Extreme Clutch, and much, much more. HighOctaneDirect.com, your gateway to automotive performance.